In the dark of night, the continent's strongest mage was awakened by a familiar voice. Seeing the old butler sobbing by his bedside and the familiar yet strange surroundings, Miha couldn't quite process what was happening. It was only when he learned it was April of the year 32 of the Toan calendar that he dared to believe it was real. Regression magic. A spell with only a 1% success rate. It was an incredibly rare spell with no records of it ever being used, a technique deemed impossible. And yet, Miha had successfully cast it in a life-or-death moment, returning 20 years into the past before he made the wrong choice that led to the deaths of his comrades. The first thing Miha did was check his current body's condition. This body had only reached the third circle of magic, and it wasn't even fully developed. That was far too low for an heir of the Oneperis family, a powerful clan of mages. As he held his head in frustration, Miha noticed the bandages wrapped around it. After digging through his memories, he finally remembered why. He'd been beaten to a pulp by Alien for demanding to break off their engagement. Alien Lindell was the girl who was engaged to Miha until he turned 20. After getting used to his body, Miha got out of bed and stood in front of the mirror. This body was so different from the one he had before regressing, so weak and pathetic. Then, Miha asked the butler, "Butler, was I too rude? What did the Duco family say?" The butler carefully replied that they hadn't said anything yet. Miha sighed after hearing this. "I see. I understand. I suppose it wouldn't be convenient for them to do so." Even now, Miha clearly remembered Alien's gaze, a look full of contempt and scorn. Even after becoming the continent's strongest mage, he could never forget that moment of powerlessness. Miha then made an excuse to send the butler away, to have some private space to adapt to the current situation. It was then that he recalled scenes from the past, from his journey with the hero to defeat the Demon King. On that journey, the warrior named Secret the Hero, who was granted the power to kill the Demon King, always messed everything up with his ridiculous morals. Who knows how many territories fell because of his so-called mercy. In the end, the entire party died a meaningless death at the hands of the Demon King because that sick freak rushed in headfirst and died instantly. But now, Miha was back, and he was determined not to make the same mistake again. Meanwhile, in another room, Miha Oneperis, Miha's father, was furious. "Butler, is that brat awake yet? If he dares ask to see that girl again, I'll beat him to a pulp." The butler hesitated for a moment before daring to answer. "To be honest, sir, I don't know what to say. If the young master wishes to do so, I will inform you, sir. However, he seems to be very angry right now." After being left alone, Miha was lost in thought. My regression spell worked, and I've returned 20 years into the past. To defeat that Demon King, from now on, I must prepare everything perfectly for that battle. Miha then manifested his magic circle and began to correct the flawed flow of his mana. Mana normally circulates in a specific direction. The direction of this flow is crucial, and if not handled carefully, it can easily affect the very nature of the mana itself. Currently, its path is clockwise. Mana follows its designated route, circulates throughout the body, and then gathers in the heart to create a magic circle. That's how a magic circle is formed, at least in theory. But Miha understood it differently. It didn't necessarily have to gather in just one place. The method Miha created was the self-circulation method. This was an insanely difficult training method that involved creating circulation points all over the body and having the mana flow through them, before finally converging at a single point at the exact same time. As he modified the mana's flow this way, Miha's entire body grew scorching hot. He could have exploded from the mana, circulating too quickly and abundantly within him. But he was no ordinary person. He was the 9th-level ARCHMAGE, Miha Oneperis. The image of that hero, the blockhead, flashed in his mind, giving Miha more strength to persevere. Compared to what happens in the future, this is nothing. After a painful struggle, the links between the magic circles were completed perfectly. Only then did Miha dare to breathe a sigh of relief. This is the first time I've used the self-circulation method, so this is a pretty decent result. My magic circle has stabilized, and I can now use mana with maximum efficiency. My theory was right on the mark. With the mana left over from the circulation process, I can even create another magic circle. It seems I've become a 4th-level mage. Taking this opportunity, Miha decided to go one step further. He held both hands out in front of him and simultaneously cast 2 spells: Ice, Spear, and Fire Javelin. 2 beams of blue and orange light shot out magnificently from Miha's palms. This was what's known as multicasting. Only mages of the 7th level or higher could use this type of magic. It was a high-level technique that could only be used after reaching a certain level of mastery. Normally, for a 4th-level mage like Miha, it would have been impossible to use this magic. But because he had mastered the incredibly complex self-circulation method, he could now cast some higher-level spells than usual. However, Miha didn't seem very satisfied with this result. "I can only cast 2 spells at once right now. Back when I was a 9th-level Archmage, I could use many different types of magic simultaneously, but the amount of mana I have at this point is too little to sustain magic for a long period. Oh well, this is fine for now. Just as Miha started to relax, his father burst through the door, yelling, "Miha, do you have any idea what you've just done?" He expected his son to argue back that he didn't know and was about to continue scolding him. That's right. Of course you don't know. And that's why it took a moment for him to process that his son had just admitted fault. His face went blank. Huh? What did you just say? Miha, one hand in his pocket, replied. I said I know. I've ruined our family's reputation. You don't need to repeat it. Seeing his son's defiant attitude, Marcus's eyes flashed with anger. Then you're well aware that I'm very tempted to break your legs right now, aren't you? Miha immediately tensed up. Ah, I didn't know that. Father, hear me out. I did this because I have my own plan. I think if we just let the Duchess request to unilaterally annul the engagement, that wouldn't be good for us. These words caught Marcus's attention. Their reaction was indeed a bit arrogant. How interesting. Continue. From what you're saying, it sounds like you know something. Of course, Miha knew. He knew a great deal, in fact. He looked up at the sky, recalling his past. I, Miha Oneperis, changed completely when I turned 23. Alien Lindell had to endure the pathetic person I was in the years before I turned 23. To put it simply, the person I am now was pathetic in many ways. I was indecisive, a weak, incompetent man with no backbone. I was exactly the type of person Alien despised. It's no wonder she looked at me that way. She was utterly disgusted by our engagement. Miha then sat down and calmly spoke to his father. He started with a question. What is the requirement for the engagement with Duchess Lindell? Like a good student, Marcus answered, to not learn any method of mana training. Because to produce a successor, two different types of mana cannot be mixed. The successor is crucial to a family, especially if the child is a knight or a mage, as those traits are likely inherited from the parents. Miha smirked. Exactly. That's where I came up with this plan. What would happen if Alien didn't follow that requirement? It's true that I initially refused because I wanted to break the engagement with her, but I just had a feeling something was off about her. Hearing this, Marcus's expression suddenly changed. Are you saying they're deceiving us? Miha immediately replied. Yes. Even before we were engaged, she was already a knight. That means she had already learned a method of mana training. Marcus was skeptical. He looked his son straight in the eye and asked, Are you telling the truth? Without hesitation, Miha said it was the absolute truth, though he didn't mention that he might be fabricating a few things. Marcus immediately frowned. That's strange. How could a grade 8 mage like myself not notice that? So how could someone like you know? I'm sure you realize how serious this is. To earn his father's trust, Miha continued his lie. Even if it was just for a brief moment before, I can confirm that she has trained her body with mana, and her mana flow is completely unstable. Because this matter was incredibly serious, Marcus asked again, Are you sure? A grade 8 mage like me couldn't even detect it. Then there's only one trick they could have used. Don't tell me. An ancient magic weapon? Marcus, just now realizing the issue, looked stunned. In contrast, Mia's face was full of confidence. After all, he knew everything from the past, so how could he possibly be wrong? Elsewhere, Alien was diligently practicing her swordsmanship. The training dummy was sliced apart in an instant. Just then, her father, Duke Lindell, approached and asked, After that day, did Miha Oneperis do anything else? Alien immediately replied, No. That rotten fool definitely didn't figure anything out. Duke held his head, looking troubled. I thought so too, but who knows what might happen. Seeing this, Alien reassured him. When he was here 2 days ago, he didn't show any signs of suspicion, and you also think that he could never become my husband, right? Of course, Duke thought the same. He was just worried that if Marcus Oneperis found out what they were doing, things would certainly get very complicated. After being reassured by his daughter, Duke's worries lessened somewhat. That's right. Even if they are the renowned magic family, the Oneperis, there's no way they could detect the magic weapon I've equipped you with. Alien could now channel aura into her body, and Duke felt that a daughter this talented would be wasted in a political marriage. But that was all a load of crap. The real reason this father-daughter duo looked down on Miha was that they had found a better catch, the Park Slope family. His replacement was none other than Leon Park Slope, the sole heir to the Park Slope family, a sword prodigy known as the Next Sword Saint. When she heard the Park Slope family was visiting today, Alien couldn't hide her delight. Excellent. Leon Park Slope is definitely a much wiser choice compared to that idiot. Just then, a knight, Matthew Inn, came forward and announced that their representative had arrived. Hearing this, she was quite surprised, not expecting the Park Slope family so soon. But the person who arrived was none other than Miha. The butler, Modin, who accompanied Miha, held his head in his hands, worrying, "Oh heavens, are we really here? Young Master Miha, will doing this truly be all right?" Miha flashed a confident smile and reassured him, "Calm down. Don't look so panicked." His presence here was the result of his earlier conversation with his father. When Marcus asked if it was really an ancient magic weapon, Miha had confirmed it. "That's the one. The reason I overreacted that day was simply to confirm my suspicions. I'm guessing they requested to annul the engagement because they know I've figured it out. After the annulment, they can just make up all sorts of excuses." Hearing this, Marcus sighed and held his head. "If what you're saying isn't true, things will get even more complicated. And then our family will lose all face and won't be able to show ourselves in public. But if I trust you and we stand against the Duchess, that becomes an entirely different problem. So, do you dare to take responsibility for this?" Miha immediately felt an invisible pressure weighing down on his body. This was truly the power of the head of the most powerful mage family in the Empire. Miha calmed himself and said he wanted to handle this matter personally. Marcus then stood up to leave. But he didn't forget to issue a warning. "If you truly insist that you're right, then I will trust you this time. However, if what you've said is a lie, not only will you lose your title as the family's successor, but you will also have to give up the name Oneperis entirely. So, you still want to continue?" With the memories of a regressor, there was no way Miha could be wrong, so he confidently accepted the request. And that is why he was here today. Butler Modin, however, wouldn't stay quiet and chimed in. "I'm not at ease at all. You already have quite the reputation within the family. If things go wrong again, you'll have no way out. All of this just happened recently, and yet you're already here to see the Duchess." Unable to bear it any longer, Miha interrupted, "I need to move forward." "Don't worry, Modin. I've planned everything out." After receiving the message, Juke made an excuse, saying he was busy and told the knight, Marcus in, to report back to Miha. Upon hearing the news, Miha appeared incredibly sad and turned to leave. Just as Marcus let out a sigh of relief, Miha suddenly stopped and sat down by a nearby tree. When asked what he was doing, Miha casually replied, "What do you mean? What am I doing? Don't you know how long it takes to travel back to our territory? It's not a trip you can make in just a few days. Are you saying I can't even take a break?" Marcus was now extremely worried because the Park Slope family was on their way. If they found Miha sitting in front of the gate, it would cause a huge problem. Left with no other choice, Marcus stepped forward and took Mia's hand. "Sir Miha, I will escort you on your way back. Please leave this area." Mia's attitude suddenly turned serious, a stark contrast to moments before. "Even if the engagement is now nullified, I was still the fiancée of the lady you serve. I am the rightful heir of the Oneperis family. Take your hand off me." A massive amount of mana and terrifying aura erupted from Miha, forcing even a veteran knight like Marcus to step back. After dusting off his sleeve, Miha continued, "Sir Marcus let me ask you this. Are you such a renowned figure that you can lay your hands on a member of the Oneperis family?" Marcus immediately knelt and shouted, "No, I am not." He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that the boy who, just a few days ago, couldn't even breathe properly in his presence, had changed so much. Miha then commanded with a sharp gaze, "Bring Alien here for a face-to-face meeting." When the message was relayed, Juke was completely astonished. He couldn't believe that the timid Miha could say such words. While Juke was trying to figure out how to handle the situation, Alien unexpectedly spoke up, saying she would go to the gate and meet Miha. Marcus was about to report the abnormality he'd sensed, but then decided against it. Meanwhile, Miha was being nagged by his butler for such a reckless act. But Miha had his reasons for doing this. It had to be today. Because today, Count Park Slope was scheduled to arrive. In Mia's memory, the prestigious Park Slope family would soon join the ranks of the duchies. To be specific, it was the family that Leon Park Slope, the man who would be honored as the next sword saint, belonged to. He was one of the people connected to Miha before his regression, so it was best to meet him as soon as possible. Now, all the families Miha needed to deal with were gathered in the same place. He had to act even faster. While Miha was lost in thought, the butler suddenly spoke up. "I was wondering, have you been training when the Marquis wasn't looking? Even if it was just for a moment. The power I saw in you, young master. That wasn't the power of a third circle mage. Even though I'm not a mage myself, I am the Marquis' partner. I truly believe I am quite knowledgeable and discerning in these matters." Miha immediately understood what the butler was asking. "So, you're wondering if I used a forbidden method to forcibly raise my level, aren't you?" After the butler nodded in confirmation, Miha didn't hesitate to hold out his hand for inspection to prove himself. After a brief examination, it was discovered that Miha had 4 magic circles. Miha said he had achieved it 2 days ago. Although it was quite suspicious, it wasn't impossible, so it managed to fool the butler. The butler was relieved after finding nothing abnormal with Miha's body. The two then joked with each other about getting dumped and awakening a power hidden deep within the body. In the midst of their cheerful banter, Miha suddenly turned serious. "Butler, what do you think would happen if the Lindell family were to fall?" The butler, though confused, still answered, "Well, I'm sure it would cause a lot of chaos. Even though I'm not sure how severe that chaos would be, the Empire wouldn't escape it unscathed. Why do you suddenly ask such a thing?" Miha then replied that there was no particular reason. He just had no intention of letting the ducal family be destroyed. He then looked up at the clear blue sky and recalled the past. There was no doubt about it. The ducal family of Lindell was a pillar of the Empire. The collapse of the Lindell ducal house was what had exacerbated the chaos in the Empire. And since he had regressed, he had no intention of just standing by and watching that happen. That's right. Now that things have come to this, I have to change the root of the problem. Just then, Alien arrived. "What is it now? Didn't I say everything that needed to be said last time?" Seeing her, Miha stood up and put his hands on his hips. "That's right. It's all settled. But just because you're done talking doesn't mean I am, does it?" At this mockery, Alien became even more serious. "This isn't funny at all. The agreement on our engagement was officially finalized after our families met. There's no room to grant your wishes here anymore. Please stop doing these useless things and go back." Mia's expression also turned serious. "Let's take a moment to talk, shall we? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you expecting an important guest today or something?" He had hit a nerve, causing Alien to flinch slightly and avoid his gaze. Miha then flashed a victor's smile. Leon Park Slope had nothing to do with his family's political affairs and only focused on honing his swordsmanship. Of course, there was no reason. He would know what was happening in the family he was visiting or their current situation. And he didn't care in the slightest. There was only one thing he was very concerned about: business ethics. If the woman he was engaged to had unilaterally requested to break off the engagement, that righteous man would never tolerate it. Seeing the Alien didn't dare say a word, Miha spoke up. "She's right. This was officially decided by mutual agreement between both parties, but wasn't it based on the premise that there was nothing wrong with the engagement?" Hearing this, Alien grew even more anxious. She immediately cut in. "There's nothing wrong with the engagement." Miha had no intention of letting it go and leaned in closer. "Oh, there isn't. Do you really think so, Alien? In that case, may I consider that the official statement of the Lindell family?" Marcus, standing nearby, couldn't control his emotions and rushed forward, pinning Miha against a tree. "You've gone too far. Even if you are the heir to the Oneperis family, I cannot overlook such insolent behavior." Miha didn't get angry at all and looked straight at Alien. "Alien, is this all the Knights of Lindell amount to? He has always behaved poorly, but it seems he doesn't know when he can or cannot interfere." Alien then ordered him to release Miha, but the knight actually dared to object, unable to control his emotions. Alien shouted, "Sir McQueen, don't make me repeat myself. You have a duty to uphold the honor of the Lindell family." After that was settled, Miha followed Alien inside. Along the way, the butler expressed his concern that it might not be appropriate for Miha to go alone without the Marquis. Upon hearing this, Miha turned back with a radiant smile. "What are you talking about? I came here with my butler. You're the one I trust the most." Hearing these words moved the butler to the verge of tears. After arriving at the parlor, Miha requested to speak privately and not be disturbed. Alien did not object and accepted the request. The moment she sat down, Alien got straight to the point. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Miha didn't beat around the bush and said it bluntly. "You lied." Alien immediately denied it, claiming she didn't understand what he meant by that. Miha then continued, "The promise between our families not to practice mana while the engagement was still active. You remember that, don't you?" Alien was a bit startled, but quickly composed herself. "I've said it before. We haven't broken any promises. If you're so suspicious, why don't you go and verify it yourself? Also, you've told the entire world that I'm your fiancé, and I'm not comfortable being called that." Miha propped his chin on his hands and obediently listened to her lies. "So, she thinks I'm deceiving her and making a big deal out of nothing. Well, I suppose I did look rather carefree and naive back then." Miha then said that he would verify her words himself. She immediately stood up to let him check, but Miha stopped her. "Ah, I don't need to check right now. I'm not even sure if, from the very beginning, your family has been playing fair. Since things have already come to this, why don't we prove it in front of them?" Alien heard this but didn't understand who they referred to. When she finally understood, she froze completely. Miha looked towards the window and said, That's right. The people who will judge more fairly than anyone else. Let's prove it in front of the Park Slope family." At that very moment, at the entrance gate, Leon Park Slope and his servant had arrived. He was eagerly looking forward to meeting the 5th-ranked knight of the Empire. One look was enough to tell that this idiot cared for nothing but fighting. His servant, understanding him well, reminded him, "I'm just reminding you, but please don't start trouble with the Count's people." Leon, having been called out, felt a bit stung. "I won't do anything. Who do you think I am?" But the servant's face said it all. "Like hell I believe you." With no other choice, Leon could only promise not to cause trouble. He then asked his servant why his father had summoned him to the capital in such a hurry. The servant explained, "Of course, it's urgent. Otherwise, the Count will fly into a rage. They don't want to be stuck on the border like this." And that made sense. For a noble family like theirs, being on the border was not a good thing at all, because only families that aided the Empire could succeed their family line. Any family on the border that was ignored by the Empire would be eliminated and disappear. The Park Slope family had to seize this opportunity. Leon suddenly remembered something and asked his servant, "Hey, didn't that girl break off her engagement a few days ago?" The servant smirked. "That's right. She broke off the engagement just because the man is the heir to the renowned Oneperis family." Hearing this, Leon asked, "Oh, really? Was there no other reason? Isn't it because she's suspicious in some way?" This guy's intuition was pretty sharp, even though he didn't look very bright. The servant immediately refuted it. "Haha, she comes from the Lindell family, a place full of knights, and Marcus Oneperis is there too. If she were suspicious, there's no way Marquise Oneperis would just sit by quietly." Leon thought that made sense, but he still felt that this wasn't so simple. Back in the parlor, Alien was completely shocked by what she heard. "What did you just say?" Miha slowly approached and repeated himself. "Didn't you hear me? Let's prove it to everyone. The Park Slope family will be here soon. Don't you see this is a perfect opportunity to clear up any injustices?" "Why are you scared?" Alien fearfully swallowed her saliva and retorted, "You don't have the right to do this. You don't represent the Oneperis family yet." But the item Mia took from his pocket shocked Alien so much she couldn't stay seated. "It's the Oneperis crest. With this in my hand, I am considered an official representative of the Oneperis family. Once this crest is shown, the Oneperis name is on the negotiation table, which means all responsibility falls on the Oneperis family if Miha lies. But looking at it from another angle, Alien would be seen as making an enemy of the Oneperis family if she were the one being deceitful. Miha was now in a new position of power and was much more confident. Things are different now. If you're truly innocent, then you have no reason to hesitate for so long, right? Hearing this, Alien panicked and shouted, "Do you have any idea the weight of the words you just uttered? If you cause a disturbance, the repercussions would depend on what the Oneperis family could be held responsible for." Miha couldn't care less. His eyes suddenly became bloodthirsty. "I think we'll just have to find out and see. So, what's your choice?" Alien, terrified, bowed her head to the ground, not daring to say another word. Just then, a voice called out, "Stop it. Don't say anything more, Alien." Upon seeing Juke, Mia flashed a radiant smile. "You've finally arrived. Now is the real time for us to talk." Duke Lindell was the 5th-ranked knight of the Empire. He was one of the 12 Sword Saints and the one destined to lose everything to the Demon King. He was a crucial figure for avoiding future calamities. Looking at the young man before him, Duke could hardly believe his eyes. "Are you really Miha?" Miha immediately replied, "Yes, it's me." After a closer look, Duke said, "You're right. You really are that kid. Your appearance and temperament are the same, but you seem to have changed. Did you receive the dragon heart from Marquise Oneperis?" Mia chatted with Duke like a friend without any reservations. "I haven't even seen it yet. My father's a bit of a cheapskate. He wouldn't even let me take a peek." At that, Duke burst out laughing like a child. It seemed Mia had sparked some interest in him. Just then, Mia asked, "So, what are your thoughts?" Duke sat down and deliberately asked back, "What are you talking about?" Mia dropped the pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. "Don't play dumb, as if you don't know about the marriage contract between the Oneperis and Lindell families." At that, Duke stopped joking and became serious. The engagement? We broke it off. It was because your rank was just too pathetic. Nothing more, nothing less." Despite the direct insult, Miha maintained a bright smile. "Is that really the reason?" Duke shamelessly insisted that was the only reason. Done with the games, Mia said bluntly, "I'll get straight to the point. During her engagement to me, Alien was secretly cultivating mana." Hearing this, Duke laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. Impossible. If my daughter were secretly cultivating mana, do you think I wouldn't know?" "Miha, I'm the 5th strongest person in the Empire." Miha didn't deny it. Right. It's impossible that you wouldn't know." Duke's expression changed instantly. "Are you implying that I'm lying?" The pressure in his voice made Miha feel a bit of the strain. Although he didn't intend to intimidate him from the start, it was likely that Alien had secretly learned to use mana, and he found out later. He must have weighed his options. The value of the dunce his daughter was engaged to, versus his daughter's talent in swordsmanship, which was more valuable. Juke then pressed his advantage. I understand you're very disappointed about the engagement being called off, but that doesn't mean you can just make things up, right? Miha was carefully analyzing the situation. He must be certain that I couldn't have discovered the magic weapon that fooled even my own father, and the pressure from his aura is making it hard to even think straight. Everything is clear now. In the face of such overwhelming power, but Juke had seriously underestimated Miha. To someone who had faced the Demon King, what was this little bit of pressure? Miha immediately presented his evidence. Not long ago, when I was still clinging to Alien, she made a mistake. It was right here. I caught a glimpse of something. I'm sure you know what it is, Miha said, pointing to his neck, which left Alien utterly astonished. Juke almost lost his composure. He nearly lunged forward to kill Miha and silence him for good. Anyone else would have been dead long ago after discovering this secret. But in the end, Juke still refused to admit it. And what if that's all you saw? Miha didn't have time to argue with the old man, so he stood up. He dusted himself off and walked away. If you're so intent on denying it, then we can end this here. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add a reminder. Oh, that's right. I heard Leon Park's love is coming this way. I might run into him on my way back. The moment he heard that, Juke immediately stood up and shouted. Wait, he had finally admitted defeat. Although he tried to stall for time by ordering food, Miha flatly refused. Let's get down to business. Juke had no intention of admitting fault and said threateningly, You'll let this end here, won't you? Miha now remembered. This man was the type to talk in this very casual, roundabout way. After some negotiation, Miha stood up and took his leave. I'm glad we've come to an agreement. After this, I'll go my own way. See you later. Alien's mind was in utter turmoil. I thought he had figured it out. It seemed like he was onto something, but I thought he was just bluffing. And now that the Oneperis family has discovered the flaw in the engagement, they'll make us pay an even steeper price. Unable to bear it any longer, she cried out, Father, what are we going to do? But Juke actually smiled. Calm down, Alien. I thought he was a fool. Someone who knew nothing about the world, but I was wrong. And I thought I was so good at reading people. Interesting. Very interesting. Alien stood up in a panic. Father, I will take full responsibility if you need me to. This is all because of my ignorance. Juke immediately cut his daughter off. Nothing will change even if you do that. Besides, I'm the one who let this happen. If I had noticed sooner that you had awakened your aura, perhaps none of this would have ever happened. So you can't say I bear no responsibility as your parent. Juke was the one who regretted this situation the most. He could never have anticipated that Alien could awaken her ability to use mana on her own without anyone teaching her. A genius of the sword. As a father, Juke wanted to protect his daughter's talent, but that very act led to the consequences they now faced. To keep his daughter from feeling guilty, Juke explained the terms of the agreement. The Oneperis family will demand a price worthy of us breaking the spirit of knighthood. But it's all right. They won't ask for anything unreasonable, because it seems that boy doesn't want to see our family fall. After hearing this, Alien still didn't understand a single thing. Seeing this, Juke walked over, patted his daughter's head, and said, Are you fixing stupid? Whoops. My bad. Dad is saying he's not as foolish as you think. If you don't understand, just watch. From now on, there are many things you need to learn somewhere else. Miha had been waiting and blocked Leon's path. Realizing the person before him was Miha Oneperis, Leon spoke politely. Could you please explain to me what's going on? If I recall correctly, I'm supposed to meet Duchess Lindell today. I'm just a bit confused. Is there something you want to say? But the two went back and forth for a while, and Miha still showed no intention of giving a straight answer. Feeling like he was being toyed with, Leon's blood boiled. He released his aura. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. But the pressure from the 5th-ranked knight of the Empire couldn't even faze Miha. So what was this childish display? With a mere wave of his hand, Miha could dispel all of Leon's pressure. Seeing his technique broken so easily, Leon asked, bewildered, Wait, what did you just do? Miha replied gently that it was just a spontaneous action, so he should listen to what he has to say before getting angry. Leon couldn't believe his eyes and asked again, You're not Miha Oneperis, are you? I heard he's A. Before the other could finish his sentence, Miha admitted he was a fool. That's not entirely a lie. I don't need to deny it. What's important isn't the past, but the present. The Demon King's invasion is approaching. Besides, that madman later became a mighty warrior. I will never forget when everyone fell while confronting the Demon King. Recalling the past caused Miha to unintentionally release his killing intent, frightening Leon. After they both calmed down, Leon decided to talk with Miha. This personality was exactly like the Leon that Miha knew, someone who seemed hot-tempered but was a very good person to his comrades. Miha then asked Leon, You must be here to arrange your marriage with Alien, right? Leon immediately shot back, huh. So you're the one who interfered to break up my marriage with her? Mia smiled and said, ha ha, no way. Alien is of no value to me anymore. The one I'm interested in isn't her, it's you. Leon suddenly felt concern for his backdoor and immediately backed away. Mia realized his slip of the tongue and quickly explained, let me rephrase that. I like women. Leon, not understanding why a straight guy would want him, asked again, me? For what purpose? And just then, the wind picked up, sending leaves fluttering through the air, creating an incredibly romantic atmosphere. Miha extended his hand and said, you will become my wife, my comrade. You're not a fool, you're a crazy bastard who's just my type. In the war against the Demon King, Leon had defeated the commander of the 3rd Legion, Angel the Tyrant. Angel the Tyrant was one of the Demon King's fiercest generals. Countless soldiers had fallen because of him. To defeat him was an unimaginable feat. However, the price Leon paid was his own life. Right up until the moment he died, Leon's desire to fight still burned brightly. His biggest regret was that he could no longer continue as a warrior and fight alongside Miha. Returning to the present, after their greeting, Miha and Leon went to a courtyard on the Lindell territory to talk. Talking to someone like Leon was never easy, and Miha was all too familiar with that. So he got straight to the point. It's nothing special. There's just a rumor spreading within the Bureau of Theology. I think it might be delivered to the Park Slope family soon. Hearing this, Leon asked, the Bureau of Theology? Isn't that the place for scholars who specialize in prophecies, like forecasting and preventing disasters? After Miha confirmed that was the place, Leon waved his hand dismissively. Ha, it's not the first time they've tried to spew some dangerous-sounding nonsense. Why worry so much about a baseless prophecy? When Miha said that it should be taken seriously, Leon burst out laughing. Take it seriously? Haha, of course, but it still needs to be verified. A demon king in this day and age? A noble, as knowledgeable as yourself. How could you believe in such nonsense? The world hasn't even felt a threat from a demon king yet. But a prophecy had appeared before the very first signs began to emerge. The prophecy of Cassandra. Unlike any prophecy before, this one spread far and wide throughout the world. However, no one believed it. During this time, nothing unusual would happen. It wasn't until things actually began to happen that people started to change their views on the prophecy. That is, everyone except for Miha. He had experienced the despair and helplessness of facing the Demon King's fangs, so he understood it best. Although Leon seemed dismissive, Miha remained calm. It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. The main thing is, I want you to cooperate with me. But Leon still paid him no mind. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not going to listen to you just because of some prophecy. I've heard too much of that stuff, and I'm sick of it. Just as Leon stood up to leave, Miha suddenly spoke up. Melia's mana cultivation method. Hearing this, Leon froze on the spot. This was understandable. No prodigious sword saint is born without learning from those who came before. This was the period when Leon's unique style of swordsmanship began to form, and Miha was certain that Leon hadn't come up with it on his own. Seeing Leon's shocked reaction, Miha continued. Back down Miller, one of the progenitors of mana cultivation. A genius, who was among the 5 strongest sword masters in history. At this point, Leon started to lose his composure. So, what are you trying to say? Waiting for just that moment, Miha smiled and said, if you accept my offer, I will teach you the complete mana cultivation method left behind by Miller. Leon immediately shot up, slammed the table, and shouted, nonsense. Miller only left behind a single volume and nothing more. And even that one volume is, just then, Miha interrupted. Incomplete. I know. Miha grew even more confident in his actions. So, it's true. Leon Park Slope has been practicing his swordsmanship based on the incomplete cultivation method left by Melia. And I, Miha Oneperis, am the one who clearly remembers the missing part. Miha then laid out his terms. I'm not asking for anything huge, nor do I care if you're engaged to Alien, whether it's true or not. I just need to know one thing. If Cassandra's prophecy is real, what choice will you make? Leon was completely baffled by the prophecy. I don't understand why he'd risk his life for something like that. Is it even real? But Melia's true energy cultivation method. I can't just give up on it. According to the rumors, he's such a liar that the Lindell family personally requested to break off the engagement. Just who is this guy, really? The person standing before Leon now was completely different from the rumors. He was no weakling. After a long moment of thought, Leon confirmed, you said you don't care whether or not I'm engaged to the young lady of the Lindell house, right? Mia answered without hesitation. That's right. I don't care. She's not important to me anymore. Leon pressed on. Even if you don't care, your family will. Miha scoffed and replied with a cocky attitude. Do I look like I care what the higher-ups in my family say? This attitude piqued Leon's interest and calmed him down. My first impression of you was terrible, but thinking about it now, you're not the idiot the rumors make you out to be. Anyway, about Melia's true energy cultivation method. How can you prove you have it? Miha knew this was coming. After all, who would believe him based on words alone? Without hesitating, Miha decided to prove it with his actions. The two of them then went to the Lindell family's training grounds. Right now, Miha was as weak as a kitten. Just holding a sword was a struggle. Only after using a 4th-level strength enhancement spell could he breathe a little easier. Seeing a mage brandishing a sword in front of him made Leon a bit confused. What are you doing? Miha looked at Leon and said with a smile, You wanted proof that I know the other half of the lightning scroll, right? Watch. I'm about to show you something crazy. Hearing this, Leon felt like he was being mocked. You're going to prove it? You're going to explain Miller's true energy cultivation method? A mage like you. The principles of Miller's method aren't that different from others. What's different is that Miller's method carves a one-of-a-kind mark onto your body. Compared to other methods that have a true energy limit of around 40, Miller's method pushes that limit to 70. Miha then told Leon to demonstrate what he had learned for verification. Although still skeptical, Leon obediently complied. He closed his eyes and began to circulate his energy. A powerful blue light enveloped his body. Marks began to appear on the back of Leon's hand and his forehead. Though they weren't very prominent, Miha was certain they were the distinctive marks of Miller's method. He never thought Leon could get this far with only half the scroll, but that was precisely what angered him. Leon was overjoyed when his father found Miller's scroll, but after he finished training, he realized it was only half complete. What a cruel twist of fate. But the Leon of the past had perfected Miller's true energy cultivation method and passed it down to Miha. And now, it was time for Miha to return it to its rightful owner. Miha then warned Leon to watch closely, because he could only do this once. Miha gripped the sword in his hand and began to circulate his energy. His whole body was enveloped in a blue light, just like Leon's, but it was far stronger and more stable. Just one glance was enough to make Leon fall back in astonishment. He couldn't believe that the thing he had been chasing for so long was in the hands of a mage. At this moment, Miha was drenched in sweat. He had to grit his teeth and use all his strength just to maintain this method for 30 seconds. After all, mages and warriors use mana in completely different ways. After witnessing this scene, Leon was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe Miha wasn't a warrior. After the demonstration, Miha looked at Leon, who was sitting on the ground, and asked, Is that enough to prove I know the method? Leon slowly came to his senses, clutching his head in frustration. Ah, damn it, my head is killing me. Teach me. I'll accept whatever you say, please. Leon thought he would have to beg and plead and accept difficult conditions to be taught, but he was stunned when Miha agreed immediately, leaving him speechless. Nothing that had happened so far made any sense, forcing Leon to ask again, What did you just say? Miha then flashed a bright smile, turned, and walked away. I'll teach you. Obviously not here. You'll have to come to the Oneperis family estate yourself. I'll teach you everything there. Feeling a bit uneasy, Leon repeatedly reminded Miha to keep his word. Miha just waved goodbye as he walked straight out of the Lindell family's training grounds, but he had only taken a few steps before he was blocked by Juke. Seeing him, Miha greeted him politely. I was just about to come and greet you before I left. I didn't expect to see you here, sir. Juke replied with an icy expression. You were already leaving? I suppose you finished all your business. From his words, it was clear that Juke had seen everything that just happened. This was the Lindell family's training ground, after all. Miha remained calm and smiled brightly. You saw, did you? For someone like you, sir, I'm sure it wasn't difficult. Juke's attitude suddenly changed. I saw everything. First of all, I apologize to you and the Oneperis family. As for compensation, you can decide whatever you want. Miha was a bit surprised that the 5th most powerful man in the Empire would bow his head and apologize so easily. Not only that, but Juke also agreed to compensate him even though Miha hadn't said what he wanted. He truly was the head of a great family. Juke always remained calm in any situation. Miha then spoke casually, I should also apologize for coming to see you myself. I hope your request for a marriage alliance with Leon and Park Slope goes smoothly. Knowing he was being subtly mocked, Juke dropped the polite act. A marriage alliance? You're more cunning than I thought. That marriage is probably in tatters now, just as you intended. Leon has a very thoughtful personality. He must have thought the broken engagement was because you weren't worthy, but after meeting you today, he'll think there was something strange about the broken engagement, that it wasn't like the rumors said. Humph. Let me ask you this. Do you think I can regain the trust of the Oneperis family? Not before. You were desperately trying to break things off. Now you regret it because you see our boy is actually a catch? Wise guys like you are a dime a dozen where I'm from. Miha, then said with a smile, "Of course, you can. The Lindell family just needs to show its sincerity." His words were heavy with hidden meaning. And of course, Duke understood that perfectly. From now on, House Lindell would have to fully side with House Oneperis if they wanted to regain the trust they had lost. Just then, Miha posed a question. "Sir, if there were a teacher suitable for Lady Alien, what would you do?" Duke was a bit surprised by the question. "A teacher? Are you saying our family's swordsmanship isn't a good fit for her?" Mia quickly explained, "That's not it. But whether it's the best for her is another matter." Hearing this, Duke stroked his chin thoughtfully. He was wondering if he was being tricked. After careful consideration, Duke decided to trust him this once. After all, what he had just witnessed on the training grounds was nothing short of astonishing. When Mita returned home, his father patted his head in praise. "I heard the news, son. I was right to trust you. Who else could have exposed that treacherous Lindell scheme?" "Ha ha." But Miha saw right through that fake smile. If his judgment had been wrong this time, there would have been no mercy. That's just how the Oneperis bloodline is. Being seen through made Marcus a little unhappy. He returned to his seat and became serious. "There's a letter from Duke Lindell. It says he'll come here himself as an apology. It seems he wants us to keep this a secret. For a family known for its honor, this news would be fatal. Thanks to you, we've gained a great deal. I never liked those Lindells anyway." "Did the Duke say anything else?" Miha answered without hiding anything. "Not much. He asked if it was possible to regain the trust of the Oneperis. Of course, I said yes. They just need to be sincere." Marcus was very satisfied with his son's answer. It would be foolish to show their hand directly in a situation like that. Just then, Miha spoke up. "Father, if you're going to entrust this to me, then let me handle all of it. I was the one who resolved this issue, and I want to be the one to finish it." Faced with his son's request, Marcus replied coldly, "Ha, getting bold, aren't you? It's true you accomplished this, but since it's a matter between our families, there's still a lot more to be done." Far from backing down, Miha made his stance even clearer. "That's true. But frankly, without you, no one would even pay attention. It might be greedy, but I want to finish what I started with my own hands." The sound of Marcus's fingers tapping on the table suddenly stopped after hearing those words. Duke Lindell is a sly old fox. He's known as a symbol of chivalry, but he's quite adaptable. Doing this means you'll have to face him yourself. Miha met his father's gaze with a resolute look. "I know, father. He had lived long enough to have experience in these matters, so there's no need to worry." Faced with his son's determination, Marcus finally agreed. "All right, you'll have to do this kind of work eventually anyway, so get it done." Miha then promised not to disappoint his father and turned to leave. Just then, Marcus spoke up. "All right, Miha, you did well today." Miha could feel that these were his father's true feelings. He had finally received his acknowledgement. What a happy feeling. Miha then bowed and quietly left the room. At that moment, Marcus couldn't help but wonder what had caused his son to change so much. The image of a young Miha with his beloved wife was still vivid in his mind. Although he had entrusted this matter to Miha, Marcus would still make his own preparations. "I suppose I should also prepare to negotiate with the Duke, shouldn't I? It's true I gave it to him, but that doesn't mean I have to stay in the background. Now, what should I do to make everyone think I'm going to give him a shock?" Meanwhile, Miha was lost in thought on his way back to his room. Before my regression, our title as the strongest magic family led to our downfall. There's only one reason a family that powerful could collapse: civil war. Members of the family fighting each other for the position of family head. In the elders' power struggle, I was used and contributed to the family's downfall. But this time will be different. After carefully considering what needed to be done, Miha spoke to the butler. "Butler, Viscount Nostra came to see me a few days ago, didn't he?" 3 days before the engagement was annulled. The butler answered without question. "You remember correctly, my lord." "It's not surprising, as you are the sole heir to the family. Viscount Nostra, a 7th-level mage, and an important vassal of the family. He had served as Marcus's aide when he was young. He was very talented, but he had one fatal flaw. He was too hungry for power. Instead of being an important vassal, he wanted to become the center of the family. Although he hadn't made a move yet, Miha decided he would act and nip this threat in the bud." The butler, hearing this, seemed puzzled. Now that you mention it, I do find it strange, young master, because you were the one who relied on the Viscount the most." At that moment, Miha pushed the door open and revealed the reason. "Didn't I tell you? He's the one who taught me to completely mess up my 3rd spell circle." The butler jumped in shock. Harming the heir of the family was an unforgivable act. Right after his regression, Miha had discovered that the 3rd spell circle was unstable, and the one who had caused it was the Viscount. At the time, Miha was just happy it worked at all. Looking back now, it was truly humiliating. In any case, it's best to cut off elements like that. Perhaps because he was a friend who helped in difficult times, In my past life, Marcus was never able to truly cut ties with the Viscount, and that was the beginning of the fall. Of course, Miha didn't want that to happen again, so he decided to strike first. He gave an order to the butler. Butler, could you bring the Viscount to my room? The butler questioned if this was a bit sudden and that it might be difficult to summon him, but Miha flashed a confident smile. Don't worry. By now, he's probably wondering why we haven't summoned him yet and is already waiting. Just as Miha predicted. Nostra appeared immediately after being called. As soon as he entered the room, he was grinning from ear to ear. Young master, I heard you summon me. I came as quickly as I could. When I heard you had made a decision, are you planning to choose me as your instructor? Miha immediately pointed at Nostra and said, about that. I have a proposal. Let's you and I have a duel. Without using any spell circles. Even now, Miha clearly remembered the moment his entire family was slaughtered. Back then, Viscount Nostra, who was in power, had brought about the death of the family. Half of the family members perished, while the rest struggled to survive. On the verge of collapse, with only faint breaths remaining, the Demon King's minions appeared. Marcus, the family's most powerful mage, had long been bedridden. The other high-ranking mages had also abandoned the family. At this point, Miha had no way to fight back against the Demon King's forces, not even against Viscount Nostra. He was the family's last hope, the only remaining 8th Circle mage. As everyone held their breath watching him, Miha also looked on with a glimmer of hope. He didn't know what kind of magic the Viscount would use or how he'd defeat the arrogant minion of the Demon King. But Nostra's response plunged Miha into despair. Without even a fight, Nostra surrendered to the Demon King. In that instant, all faith shattered, and the entire family was utterly broken. That's why Miha now decided he had to defeat that damn bastard. After receiving the challenge, Nosho was a bit confused. Seeing this, Miha spoke up. I don't mind learning magic from a Viscount, but I'm not sure if it's worth my while. You wouldn't understand unless you feel it for yourself. So, I'm not certain if you, Viscount, have the necessary skills to teach me. Nosha immediately questioned him. Are you saying that the 3rd Circle magic circle I created for you wasn't enough? Without a moment's hesitation, Miha replied flatly, it wasn't enough, which sent Nasha into a trembling rage. He lost his cool and yelled, I've taught you everything I know, and you still dare to say you don't trust me. Miha then explained, calm down, Viscount. I never said I didn't trust you. I only said I wasn't sure. I want you to prove that you are worthy. That shouldn't be too hard, right? After hearing this, Nosha seemed to be catching on. Miha continued, let's make a wager. No magic circles. We'll face each other using only pure magic. If I lose, I will acknowledge you as my master. I swear it on the name of House Oneperis. Nocha considered this for a moment, then asked, a wager, you say. And what if you win? Miha didn't ask for anything grand. He wanted his opponent to become his student. And with that, Nostra accepted the wager. After returning to his room, Nostra couldn't contain his delight. What kind of free gift is this? Fighting without magic circles. It sounds incredibly disadvantageous. But if he truly understood the power gap between the different circles, Miha would never have made such an offer. The foolishness of a novice. Even if he is a scion of House Oneperis, Miha is still just a child who knows nothing of the world. Clearly, the boy is just lost in his own little fantasy of being special. Climbing to the very top of the family is impossible. My goal is to seize a position that even a family head can't touch. That is my true aim. And now, an opportunity to climb to that position has presented itself to me. Yes, this is a huge opportunity. A chance to write my name into the history of the magical House Oneperis. As for Miha, even if he's forced, he will be desperate for my tutelage to reach the 3rd Circle. Yes, I will become your master, and I will become the center of the family. House Oneperis, ha 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 ha. And so, Nosha laughed like a madman all day long, but he had no idea that what he was about to face was the experience of a 9th Circle mage, the strongest on the continent, even though Miha was currently only a 4th Circle mage. But without the use of magic circles, he wouldn't lose to anyone. The next day, after hearing the news, the butler came running frantically to find Miha and talk him out of it. Young master, I've heard the news. What is this all about? You challenged Viscount Nasha to a duel? Miha admitted it without a hint of concern. In fact, he was looking forward to the duel taking place immediately. The butler, however, couldn't understand what had gotten into the young master to make such a decision. This is unacceptable. A duel? And with the Viscount, of all people. He was so panicked he was stammering, unable to even form a complete sentence. Seeing this, Miha told him not to make such a big deal out of it, but his calmness only made the butler more anxious. You think I'm overreacting? You agreed to call that man your master if you lose. Letting him teach you means handing all your authority over to him. Miha admitted that this was true, which left the butler completely dumbfounded. Seeing his young master acting like a fool, the butler warned him relentlessly. Nocha is a treacherous man. He is not someone you should ever call master. Of course, Miha knew that. Even now, he could vividly recall the sight of him bowing his head in submission to the demons, right in front of everyone. Miha told the butler that Nostra wasn't even worthy of being called his teacher, which only confused the butler more. Then why in the world would you make such a wager? Miha then explained. Because if I don't go this far, he won't fall into the trap. Butler, do you know the reason why that Viscount is still able to remain in our family, despite everything he's done? Of course, the butler knew. He had served the head of the house for a very long time. After all, it's because he has been extremely close with the Marquis since they were children. After hearing the answer, Miha continued, yes, precisely. He was my father's companion in arms and closest friend in their youth. Father will never cast him out because he still feels a sense of loyalty. So, it's my turn to take care of that man with this wager. I will make it impossible for him to pull any more shady schemes. An oath between mages is absolute. Magic is perfected through the language of a wager. It is a promise woven from those very words, and if one dares to break it, they will be punished by magic itself. That means if I win, I will gain the upper hand in the struggle for real power. That is what I'm truly after. After having it all laid out for him, the butler finally understood. It is indeed a brilliant plan. But that means you will, of course, have to defeat the Viscount. Can you really do it? Miha flashed a confident smile and winked. Can I do it? Butler, I guarantee you, Viscount Nostra will never be able to take me down. The butler wondered why Miha was so confident when the difference in their power was immense. Miha explained, I was the one who set the conditions. The Viscount can only use magic circles that I am capable of creating. The moment the butler heard this, he froze on the spot. Is that because a 7th circle mage can only use 4 magic circles? Are you being serious? The moment Miha confirmed that he was, the butler fumbled in his pocket and pulled out an envelope. It was his letter of resignation, which he had prepared in advance. The butler had no desire to continue following a young master who seemed to have a death wish, and kept pulling these insane stunts. But life isn't always fair. Miha immediately used fire magic to incinerate the envelope on the spot. A capitalist would never let an employee go that easily. They just exploit you until your last breath, just like my boss. Sob, I can see my chance at a peaceful retirement, turning to dust right before his eyes, leaving the butler speechless. Even though Miha kept insisting, trust me, the butler was still in his right mind, so there was no way in hell he could believe something so absurd. How could you, my lord, a person who only recently formed 4 magic circles, possibly defeat Viscount Nostra? A 7th circle mage, no less. I may be old, but I'm not an idiot. Ignoring the complaints, Miha was completely confident in his upcoming victory. Whatever you say, don't worry. I wouldn't start a fight if I wasn't certain I'd win. But even though he said that, the butler still didn't understand how he could possibly win. Miha then explained why he was so confident. It's simple. The Viscount's 7 magic circles are undisciplined and forced, their eyes met, gleaming with absolute trust. Yeah, only in a dream. Who the hell would believe that in this situation? The butler immediately pulled out his 2nd letter of resignation. Seeing this, Miha instantly stopped him. Hey, butler, put that away. I'm not approving that resignation letter. Listen, to obtain high-level magic circles, you first have to frequently practice using low-level ones. But Viscount Nostra skipped that obvious step. He thinks he succeeded, but that's not the case. Forcing a magic circle comes at a very steep price. That's why the Viscount isn't like a normal 7th circle mage. He can mimic the form and can still use 7 magic circles, but it's just for show. What about in a real battle? Not for a mere demonstration, but when magic flashes into existence. In a matter of seconds, if his opponent has a deeper knowledge of magic than he does, what then? He could never win. After convincing the butler to place his trust in him, Miha went and informed his father, and as usual, Marcus had no idea what the hell his son was spouting now. As you heard, father, I will fight the Viscount with magic. I've come here to invite you to witness that battle. Upon hearing this, Marcus's eyes went wide and he slammed the table in a rage. You said you'd take over the family business less than a day ago. What in the world is going on now, my son? Do you need me to break one of your legs to snap you out of it? Wasn't it enough that I taught you magic? Why are you doing this? Marcus buried his face in his hands, disappointed, his voice gradually softening. It seemed he was still convinced that his son wanted to become Nostra's disciple because of the bet. Realizing this, Miha reaffirmed his stance. I'm just stating the terms. I don't intend to lose. Who makes a bet they expect to lose? I have to win. I will win, and I will make Viscount Nostra my disciple. Seeing his son acting delusional, Marcus went to get a gigantic club. A mad dog needs to be beaten. Marcus had realized that arguing with his son was pointless, so he could only resort to physical means to make him see reason. And so, he prepared to beat his precious son, like a dog. To protect himself, Miha quickly tried to explain. "I'm perfectly sane, father." "Yeah, well, what crazy person ever admits they're crazy? Who would believe him after spouting such nonsense?" Seeing that his father still didn't believe him, Miha continued. "Viscount Nostra is a vassal of our family. What's wrong with the family heir putting a leash on a vassal, seeing how delusional his son was?" Marcus tapped the club in his hand, preparing to strike. "You, with only 4 magic circles, have the confidence to win?" Miha was certain that if he couldn't win, he wouldn't have done it. When asked what would happen if he lost, he calmly replied that he would become Nostra's disciple. The moment the words were out, Marcus slammed his club on the ground and roared. "That's the problem. What am I supposed to do with you? You know what I want to do, don't you?" Seeing his father's furious expression, of course, Miha remembered. Marcus always wanted to break his precious son's legs when things like this happened. Miha calmly promised, "I am willing to offer up my own 2 legs for the sake of the family's peace." Only then did Marcus accept this duel and agree to be a witness. After leaving the room, Miha finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. As planned, the duel was set. Now that he had his father's permission, all that was left was to defeat Viscount Nostra. He's sure that he's going to win, but victory will undoubtedly be mine. He's probably thinking about the most obedient way to make me submit, and how to use me as a tool to swallow this family whole. But that's never going to happen. In reality, convincing the butler and his father gave Miha a bigger headache than actually winning the battle. Now, the expression on his face was the smile of a winner. He eagerly awaited the battle. Miha then headed straight for the Oneperis family's magic training room. The place was exactly as he remembered it. This room could even withstand 6-circle magic. It wasn't just an ordinary room in the family estate. The Oneperis family had it fortified with numerous magic spells and protective barriers, built to resist the effects of any magic below the 6th circle. Miha held his hand forward and cast a 1st-circle spell, Magic Arrow. An arrow of mana, instantly formed, glowing purple, and shot forward. This spell is classified as 1st circle because it only requires a few calculations to create. Since so many mages can do this, it's the most basic spell and has no restrictions. A mage can transform it into a more advanced spell through their own experience. For example, by controlling the arrow to move at will instead of aiming at a specific target. When you do that, the difficulty increases by several levels, as do the required calculations. When it becomes harder to cast, this basic spell is no longer considered 1st circle. When cast skillfully, it can reach the difficulty of a 5th circle spell. After guiding the mana arrow all around the room, Miha made it detonate in midair. A large purple explosion erupted with incredible destructive force. To force the mana within his body to form an arrow, fly out, and then detonate it required masterful control. This mastery over basic spells is a testament to a mage's understanding. It's also the difference between a high-circle mage and a low-circle one. After testing it out, Miha's level of control hadn't changed much from before. Even though his body was a bit smaller and he had fewer magic circles, his mind and experience. As before, the battle would begin in another hour, but Miha had no intention of resting. Instead, he planned to test a few more spells from his past life. Everything Nostra had taught Miha was chaotic and forced. Although he could create magic circles quickly, he could never get past the 8th circle. It was fast, but not stable. Because of that, Miha had to forget everything he learned and start over. If he didn't have a once-in-a-millennium talent, he probably wouldn't have been able to learn it all again from scratch. Lost in thoughts about the past, Miha didn't notice the time fly by. Soon enough, it was time for his duel with Nostra. Nostra was also heading to the room where the battle would take place. As he walked, he daydreamed about winning and becoming Mia's master. Only then could he become one of the pillars of the Oneperis family. But suddenly, Nostra's heart ached so sharply that he collapsed to the ground. It seemed this was the consequence of creating chaotic and forced magic circles. Just then, Marcus approached from behind. "Viscount Nostra, you made a bet with my son." Nostra, still kneeling on the ground, unable to stand from the pain, looked up and whispered, "Yes, the young master proposed it first. It's a test for him. I also thought he needed an experienced guide." Hearing this load of bull made Marcus's blood boil. "You, a guide. You saved and helped me a lot when we were young. I've always remembered that. That's why I've only been observing and haven't interfered." At this point, Nostra understood the hidden meaning in those words. He seemed bitter, but still played the part of a loyal subordinate. "Of course, you've always looked out for me. I know that. So that's why you're giving me this chance?" Marcus ignored Nostra and walked straight towards the room. "A chance? Is that what you think? Fine, think what you want. I won't say anything more until the match is over." This contempt filled Nostra with resentment. He stared from behind at the back of the man he could never reach, even though they grew up and fought side by side. But now, he was nothing more than a dog of the Oneperis family. This was what made him determined to seize power at any cost. After entering the battle room, Marcus greeted his son and settled into the observation area. As you wished, I will be the sole audience for this match. No one else will know the outcome. It will be kept secret. But the stakes of this duel are not small, as neither side is allowed to withdraw. Choose carefully. Just then, Nostra stepped forward and interrupted. The young master has already chosen. The heir of the Oneperis family can't go back on his word. Marcus, of course, understood that. It was already set in stone, so all he could do was hope his son would win. Then, as per their agreement, Marcus used his spell to temporarily lock Nostra's magic circles. He would be unable to use magic above the 4th tier until the match was over. Nostra was still grinning from ear to ear, obviously underestimating Miha and having made no preparations at all. After a half-hearted greeting, Nostra attacked first. He pointed his staff at Miha and cast a slowing spell. Nostra wanted to slow his opponent down for a quick victory, but Miha saw right through it. He immediately countered with a disruption spell. Nostra's mind was thrown into chaos, interrupting his casting. His head was pounding, and he couldn't understand how. Disruption is the most difficult of all 4th-tier spells, yet you cast it so easily. But Miha replied with a look of contempt, "You don't need to know." Once the headache subsided, Nostra immediately finished casting Fireball and Wind Blade. 2 streams of red and blue magic rushed wildly towards Miha. Let me teach you that the gap between magic circles isn't just about the types of spells. To prevent Miha from dodging, Nostra cast an earthquake spell to destroy the ground around him. Faced with a powerful destructive spell and unable to move easily, Miha wasn't flustered at all. He stood his ground and cast a magic shield, blocking the attack. In contrast to Nostra's panicked expression, Miha was completely calm. To be honest, what the Viscount said wasn't wrong. A 4th-tier mage like me shouldn't be able to block those spells so easily. But unlike swordsmanship, magic is an unfair discipline. No matter how hard you try in swordsmanship, it's very difficult to close the skill gap between 2 swordsmen of different levels. But magic is different. If you know how to calculate and have the understanding, you can turn the impossible into the possible. Miha then held out his hand and cast Magic Arrow, along with several other spells. Free movement, chain explosion, chain spell, change direction, destructive power, path control, multi-directional attack. The mana arrows, now enhanced with multiple layers of buffs, radiated a terrifying power, completely different from before. Witnessing this, Nostra was so horrified he could barely hold his staff. That's 1st-tier magic. The incantations he just chanted were too complex. How can a 4th-tier mage use such complicated spells? After completing the chant, Miha looked straight at Nostra and said, "Let me show you, Viscount Nostra. This is true magic." Facing the dense barrage of mana arrows, Nostra quickly picked up his staff and raised his shield, just as Miha had done. Seeing the arrows being blocked, Nostra shouted triumphantly, "I have a shield. I have a shield. Go ahead and shoot me if you think you're so tough." Even though sweat was pouring down his face, he still tried to act cocky. Just then, Miha uttered a single word, "Explode." All the arrows detonated instantly. A massive explosion blew away Nostra's shield in the blink of an eye. From within the smoke, Nostra lost his composure. "Explode? Just how are you controlling your mana? What did you do?" Miha calmly replied, "You saw it yourself. I calculated and forced the amount of magic to increase." But this answer didn't convince Nostra. He kept screaming, "That doesn't count. You cheated. You must have used something forbidden." Being accused like that, Miha immediately slammed his fist into the nearby wall. "You've crossed the line, Viscount. I am fighting you under the name of the Oneperis family. I wonder, are you certain about your accusation that I use a magical artifact? Surely, Viscount, you wouldn't dare cross that line, would you?" Noksha, though trembling as he knelt on the ground, still refused to yield. Seeing this, Miha cast the spell once more. Noksha tried to create another shield, but still, just like before, it had no effect. He gritted his teeth, determined not to endure any more humiliation. "All right, fine, young master. You've already surpassed my expectations. In that case, I won't hold back any longer. I'll show you what a true 7th Circle mage can do." Learning from the past 2 encounters, Noksha erected 2 separate shields. This way, the flow of mana would be cut off between the layers, preventing Miha from detonating his arrow. After blocking the attack, Noksha decided to counter with multicasting. Seeing this, Marcus immediately jumped to his feet. Normally, a 7th Circle mage can multicast up to 7 spells, but how on earth could Noksha only manage 3 4th Circle spells at once? What a complete disappointment. But even so, this wasn't something a newly promoted 4th Circle mage like Miha could possibly block. Marcus held his head in his hands, bracing for his son's defeat. After casting his spell, Nosha laughed loudly. Young Master Miha, ha ha ha. Even if your abilities surpass my imagination, you won't be able to withstand 3 of the most powerful fourth circle spells at once. As the fire spear appeared, he subconsciously clutched his chest. It was clear this was putting immense pressure on the magic circle in his heart. What a pathetic mage. The fire spear then shot towards Miha, creating a massive explosion and a cloud of smoke. At that moment, Marcus hung his head in sorrow. Nosha, on the other hand, cackled with glee. But there's no way it would be that easy. As the dust settled, Miha's figure gradually emerged. Not only was he unharmed, but he was also holding Nosha's fire spear in his hand. Witnessing this, both Marcus and Nosha's jaws dropped in astonishment. Miha gave the spear a light squeeze, and it immediately vanished. Nosha still couldn't believe his eyes. A mage, who just reached the fourth circle, destroyed my multicasted spell. How is this possible? Miha then spoke with confidence. Are you that surprised? Magic is most affected by innate talent. Life's unfair like that, especially in the world of magic. The gap in ability. No matter how hard you work, you can never defeat a true genius. Nosha couldn't accept this reality. His hands trembled, gripping his staff tightly as he stared straight at Miha and asked, Are you saying, my magical talent is inferior to yours? Miha smiled brightly and provoked him. If not, then prove it. Hearing this, Nosha was utterly enraged. He threw down his staff and held both hands forward. He cast his attack magic once more. Ice Spear, Hand of the Devil, and Sharp Metal Magic. 3 attacks with 3 different attributes charged madly towards Miha. But Miha still only used a single magic arrow. All of Nosha's attacks were destroyed, much to his bewilderment. How could you break my magic so easily? To explain it to this fool, Miha decided to demonstrate what true multicasting looked like. Countless magic arrows were created by Miha, all of them aimed straight at the target. Before attacking, Miha warned the Viscount. A moment ago, you blocked my attack with a shield. I wonder if you can block all 10 of these magic arrows at once. Someone once told me that this is the art of explosion. Faced with such a dense barrage, Nosha didn't even have time to raise a shield. He was blasted to bits, nearly losing consciousness. But how could Miha let it end so easily? He rushed forward, used a strengthening spell on his hand, and gave Nosha a thunderous slap that sent him flying. Immediately after, a magic bullet shot out from behind him, knocking him back again. At this point, Nosha wanted to surrender, but Miha shut him up with a punch right to the face. Inside Mia's mind were only the resentments from his past life. The things I wanted to do before I died, the things I wanted to accomplish. I'd already completed quite a few of them, but there was one thing I still couldn't do. This. So, this is quite unlucky for you. Mia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He even ignored his father's pleas to stop. He only stopped when Marcus rushed forward and grabbed his hand. Stop it, Miha. The match is over. You won. Stop. But Miha refused to back down. Stop. I haven't heard him surrender yet. Of course he hadn't. With his mouth beaten to a pulp, how the hell was the guy supposed to speak? Seeing this, Nosha used all his strength to raise both hands and surrender. But Miha didn't see it that way. Look, father, the Viscount hasn't given up yet. That means I can still hit him. Damn, this kid is vicious. Marcus couldn't take it anymore and held his fist out in front of him. Son, look at these big, beautiful veins on my hand. As expected of a father-son duo of mages who prefer to use the physical approach. Seeing his father's big, round fist, Miha became as obedient as a puppy. Now that I think about it, I believe violence is never the answer. Marcus then asked Nosha if he wanted to concede, as if grabbing a lifeline. Nosha nodded, his head frantically. But somehow, Miha asked his father if he could hit him one more time, to prevent things from getting any worse. Marcus used a teleportation spell to send Nosha away for treatment. When it was just the two of them, Marcus finally spoke. Miha, your magic skills have improved quite a lot. I really didn't expect it. The skills you just demonstrated were those of a seasoned, very experienced mage. Miha replied that it was just a coincidence, but he knew exactly who his father was referring to. The ARCHMAGE, the one who stood apart from all other mages before he vanished, without a trace. To change the subject, Miha asked back, Isn't it because you've always looked down on me from the very beginning? What I just did wasn't all that difficult. Marcus looked at his son and said, Right, but to close the gap with a 7th circle mage, you need to have real talent. Are you saying that's your innate talent? Miha proudly replied, I am your son. Father. What could he say to that? Marcus continued, All right, if you say so, I'll believe you. So, is this what you wanted to show me? That you're very talented? Miha asked, confused. What are you talking about? Marcus then said it plainly, Viscount Nosha is my friend, but he's not a suitable teacher for you. So, what did you want to show me through this match? Miha felt that these words made a lot of sense. How could he possibly choose his own master this way? After thinking carefully, Miha replied, "Father, it's not entirely like that. I have no intention of driving Viscount Nostra away. He's clearly the only one that you treat as an equal. I know being the head of the family can be lonely, but I don't like him, even though I know it puts you in a difficult position. I don't like keeping a threat close by. From now on, I will control the Viscount, father." After hearing this, Marcus understood his son's reason for the battle, and he was also surprised by his son's future intentions. Elsewhere, Nostra, after being treated, sat down, tearing his hair out. "This is insane. Did I really lose? Lose to a kid who just reached the 4th circle? The Marquis saw the match. How can I change the outcome now? What should I do?" Just then, a voice rang out. "Do? You made an agreement, so now you have to follow it." Nostra looked up to see Miha looming right in front of him. Miha gave him a friendly smile and a reminder. "I'm sure you remember the price of our little match, don't you?" After this, Nostra was to become Miha's student. Of course, he didn't want that. But just as he was about to beg, he realized something important. Wait a minute, this is too strange. If he knew he was going to win, why would he make the prize a master-student relationship? Hold on. What if this was all his plan? He not only wanted to humiliate me, but he has some other ulterior motive. This young master is testing me. Yes. It's not over yet. I still have a chance. After talking himself into this new line of thinking, Nostra spoke up. "The future of the family, young master. You've remained inactive for a long time, but the incident with the Lindell family made you realize you couldn't just sit back any longer." Seeing Miha's serious expression made Nostra feel he had guessed correctly. He spread his arms wide and declared boldly, "I will help you. That's what you want, isn't it, young master?" But Miha couldn't care less about this nonsense and just flashed a friendly smile. "Disciple, your tongue is running a little too freely. Now be quiet and call me master." Hearing this, Nostra asked in confusion, "Wait, young master, do I really have to become your student?" Miha said sternly that it was a matter of course, which sent Nostra into a panic. He tried to find a way to stop this from happening. "Student, I'm a 7th circle mage, young master." But before he could finish his sentence, Miha cut him off. "Shut your mouth. As a Viscount, you should know that a mage's promise is not something to be taken lightly." Of course, Nostra knew that. A mage's promise was a wager on their own magic circles. If that promise was broken, their magic circles would shatter as well. If that happened, Nostra would lose everything. Unable to remain calm, he slammed the table and shouted, "I have more magic circles, and I'm older than you. How could I possibly be your student?" Miha had no intention of being merciful. "Right here. I should have known you'd try to find a way to weasel out of this. If you don't follow the pact, you will suffer the consequences." Knowing he had no other choice, Nostra suddenly looked defeated and slumped into his chair. Afterward, Nostra followed Miha to the training room. Though he didn't want to, he was forced to call Miha master. Otherwise, his magic circles would shatter. Seeing his new disciple was being quite obedient, Miha decided to fulfill his duty as a teacher. "Since I am your master, I will teach you a few things, Nostra." Though he was trembling with anger, he had to meekly agree. At this moment, Miha had a few calculations in his mind. "Before I get even stronger, destroying the Viscount won't do me much good. In fact, Viscount Nostra is quite useful. He's reached the 7th circle and has a considerable amount of power. First, he can help me with many things." Miha then asked if Nostra wanted to learn anything. As a 7th circle mage, Nostra was very confident in his knowledge. He replied that there was nothing he needed to learn. But Miha thought otherwise. "Aren't your magic circles unstable? So is your magic. With that thing, your heart will ache with even the slightest pressure." With just a light touch, Nostra was in so much pain he was rolling on the ground. So weak, yet putting on such a show. Watching Nostra screaming pitifully, Miha felt no sympathy at all. He knew exactly why he was like this. If one doesn't truly link themselves to the magic circles already in their body, they can still create other magic circles, but their actual strength doesn't increase. Even with many new magic circles, this condition is called being an apostle. His reverence for his friend and the head of the family, Marcus Oneperis, had made Nostra too hasty in his desire to become stronger, and so he had unintentionally turned himself into an apostle, and the price he paid was this frail body. After Nostra calmed down, Miha moved closer and said, "I will teach you how to regain control of your chaotic magic circles. Transfer your mana to me." Hearing this, Nostra cried out in alarm. What? What did you hear from the Marquis? The family and the Marquis have had their concerns about me, haven't they? Ha ha ha. I get it. So that match was all the Marquis's plan. Nostra's mind was in turmoil, and he began to speculate wildly. Miha immediately dismissed it. "Don't just make things up. Isn't it obvious? From the moment you multicasted 3/4 circle spells, I knew something was wrong. You constantly clutch your chest. That's a classic symptom of a mage with magic circles in disarray. Did you think a member of the Oneperis family like me wouldn't notice? Anyway, I made a promise. If you keep going like this, you won't live much longer. Whatever you do, it will only get worse. You're about to die. Hearing this, Nostra trembled with fear. He didn't want to end his life as a mage like this. In his moment of despair, Miha offered him an opportunity. If you still want to live, then there is a way. Take off your mana ring. I will absorb that mana. I get the mana, and you recover from your injuries. It's a win-win for both of us. What do you say? You'll lose 5 magic circles, but don't worry. With a master like me, you'll be fine. Nostra screamed in panic. No, not 5 circles. Do you have any idea how hard I worked for them? Miha, indifferent to Nostra's feelings, said bluntly, hard work? No. Those aren't magic circles. They're just malignant tumors. What good is having 7 magic circles if you can't use them all? Just because a child learns to walk doesn't make them an adult. You're just obsessed with power and authority. It's meaningless. Those magic circles. They're just for show. Do you think Father doesn't know your true strength? Hearing this, Nostra asked, you mean the Marquis knows everything? All of Nostra's. He was only doing it to prove himself to Marquis. And in T wrote, Marcus had known everything for a long time, but he pretended he didn't. It wasn't the right choice. Nostra then recalled Marcus's words from their youth. My friend, I've endured so many hardships to get to where I am today. I almost died a few times, but I made it through in the end, all thanks to you. Everyone thinks I'm so great, this and that, but I know how extraordinary you are. You have a desire stronger than anyone else's, which is why you never stood still and just kept moving forward. Remember, no matter what anyone says, the only person I trust with my back is you, my friend. Nostra stood frozen for a moment. Reflecting on everything that had happened, he finally made his decision. Master Miha, I accept your offer. Please, take my mana. And just like that, using Nostra's mana, Miha successfully created his 5th magic circle. But his joy was short-lived, as he soon grew pensive, thinking about the future. My life from now on. I prevented one crisis, but it was just a small one compared to the catastrophe that's coming. This is nothing. In 7 years, exactly 7 years from now, according to Cassandra's prophecy, the Demon King will be resurrected. The consequences of ignoring that prophecy are utterly terrifying. The world isn't ready to face the Demon King, and their power is unfathomable. They're flawed creatures, yet no one can stand against them, even when they aren't using their full strength. The Empire only realized it was too late when the level 7 knight, Keobayan of Steel, was defeated by the Demon King. They were too slow to assemble the heroes, and half of the Empire had been completely annihilated by the Demon King. Unable to just sit and wait for the temple to summon soldiers, the heroes formed their own expeditionary force to subjugate the Demon King. Come to think of it, Cassandra was the most important member of my party. That poor prophet. No one believed her. She's 2 years younger than me, so she must be 18 by now. Her precognitive abilities, her predictions were all accurate. She tried to warn everyone, even as she coughed up blood, but no one listened. And before I was reincarnated, no one listened to Cassandra's prophecies to select warriors, because no one believed her. A prophet who isn't trusted is meaningless. I don't know what happened to her after that, but I doubt she had a happy ending, unless she was also reincarnated. But that's impossible. Miha then picked up his pen and wrote out his plan for the future. Next, I'll sign up for the warrior selection. If I can get Leon on board, I can take the lead in the selection process. So, the next problem is what to do about Cassandra. As I recall, she's no longer at the temple. After her warnings were ignored, she left. I have no idea where she is now. I need to find a way to contact Cassandra as soon as possible, but how? What should I do? This was a truly difficult problem. Miha racked his brain but still couldn't come up with a solution. Just then, the butler walked in. He was a bit surprised to see Mia's disheveled appearance, then reported that there was a visitor. It seems he has business with you, sir. Miha didn't even have to think to know who it was. It's Leon Parkslope, he said, surprising the butler. After all, it's about time for our appointment. Who else could it be but Leon? The moment Leon saw Miha, he broke into a huge grin. There you are. The training method. Miha calmly sat down in a chair and spoke. You're earlier than I expected. I thought you'd be busy preparing for your engagement ceremony. But Leon couldn't hide his excitement. Engagement? The training method is way more important than that. The engagement was never my top priority. So, hurry up and tell me the method. But it's not that easy. All right. About that, I have one more condition. Hearing this, Leon's mood did a complete 180. He slammed his fist on the table and yelled, What? What kind of joke is this? I already came here just like you asked. Miha calmly replied, Yes, But there's just one small thing. It won't affect you at all. It's about your family's as sits. You're in a bit of trouble, aren't you? It's about the dungeon. As soon as Leon heard that word, Leon whipped his head away, sweating bullets. Dungeon? I don't know anything about that. But no matter how much he denied it, Miha could see the T-root on his flustered face. You're a terrible liar. A year ago, you discovered that dungeon. A mana lode was found, and its owner, Count Park Slope, identified it as a massive mana mine. Leon froze on the spot. How? How did you know? This kid is so naive. No wonder he almost got tricked into an engagement. Not only did Miha know about the dungeon, but he knew other information as well. In reality, it's not a dungeon. People only call it that because they don't know what it is. Most of the expedition teams went missing. Before I was reincarnated, the Park Slopes sent a total of 5 expedition teams into that dungeon, and almost none of them returned. The reason their family needed an engagement with Lady Lindell was due to the financial pressure from those expeditions. They needed more backing. Realizing his secret was out, Leon could only clutch his head and groan. I thought this was a complete secret. Do we have a mole? Miha claimed he just heard some rumors from the soldiers and was making an educated guess. Leon actually bought it. He immediately asked, okay, fine. So what about the dungeon? Miha gave him a friendly smile. What was once considered the biggest problem, the greatest shame of the Park Slope family, that dungeon will now become your hope. Miha said he found it quite interesting, which just confused Leon. What? Almost every expedition team that goes in never comes out. It's called a dungeon, but it might as well be called hell. There's nothing you can do. But Miha knew better. In the end, the Park Slope family stubbornly kept trying to conquer that dungeon. So, were they ultimately successful or not? It wasn't a complete failure, but someone had discovered that dungeon before them and taken all the treasures inside. Miha. After some thought, he said he would help Leon and join the expedition. Leon heard this and scoffed. Ha! You mean you think you can explore that dungeon? Something even mercenaries can't do? Miha threw up his hands and replied with a cocky tone. Of course. It's perfectly normal for a mage to explore a dungeon. Leon couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Are all mages as reckless as you? How can you be so confident? Miha then said, your family has nothing to lose from this. If I manage to explore the dungeon, it's a win-win for both of us. If not, then we can just pretend it never happened. After having it laid out for him, Leon had to admit it made sense. After some thought, he inquired about the training methods. Once he got Mia's assurance, Leon didn't see any more problems with the plan. He would go convince his father, but whether he'd succeed or not was up to fate. Afterward, Miha went to inform his own father. When Marcus heard what his troublemaker son had to say, he put his face in his hands, exasperated. I thought you were going to handle the family matters properly. The Lindells, and now this? I've heard rumors that the Park Slope family is the Lindells' next target for a marriage alliance. Are you sure you're not going to mess everything up? Miha calmly replied, Of course not, father. I would never do that. I already told you, I made a promise to Leon Park Slope, and as you know, a mage's promise can never be broken. Mentioning this made Marcus's blood boil. He immediately pulled out his staff. It was a familiar staff, stained with monster blood. It seems Marcus was a mage who preferred a more physical approach and had carried this very staff, while running around bashing monsters in his youth. Miha wanted to ask more about it, but he got spooked and decided against it. Then, he said he had another reason besides keeping his promise, but it had to remain a secret. This kid was really asking for a beating. Marcus tried to stay calm and set the staff down on the table. Can I trust you? Miha then asked, Haven't you always trusted me? Seeing his father's sorrowful expression reminded Miha of the past. Even at his worst, his father never stopped believing in him. The thought twisted his gut with pain. I deeply regretted it. After my father died, I kept running away from reality. That's also why I never dared to become a warrior. After thinking it over, Marcus stood up and looked his son straight in the eye. You little rascal, what about the matter with the Lindell family? You can still handle that, right? Miha answered firmly. I already told you, everything is connected. I just can't tell you the details. After failing to persuade him otherwise, Marcus had no choice but to agree. Fine. Do whatever you want. Miha bowed to his father and prepared to leave. Just then, he sensed a presence in an empty space in the room. Father, do you have a guest? Marcus immediately denied it. No, I don't. Did you see something? Miha looked around for a moment, then said he must have been mistaken, and left. Once he was alone, Marcus sighed. I wonder who that boy takes after. Suddenly, a voice rang out. He's just like you, of course, my lord. Very much like you. You've changed so much since then. Marcus wasn't surprised at all and asked, But what do you think? It seems the boy was aware of your presence. Indeed. Suddenly, a mysterious person stepped out from a black mist. It's to be expected. My magic circle isn't exactly ordinary. It's difficult to conceal my presence completely. Marcus turned around, and that magic circle of yours never seems to disappear. But if it's you, the one observing the boy as his butler, then you must have noticed something, right? Oh, snap. So he's the butler. I thought he wasn't a mage. The butler replied. He has indeed changed a great deal recently. He's become more resolute, and his magic has grown much stronger. Marcus acknowledged that. The butler continued, that's right. He couldn't have gotten this strong through magic alone. It must be the young master's innate talent. Perhaps he's only just now realized his own talent. Well, that's not too surprising for someone of our bloodline. After all, our ancestor was the one who founded the Oneperis family. It's not strange for him to only realize the talent now, the talent of an heir. After some further discussion, the butler hurried to Miha's side to join him on his journey. The master ordered me to accompany you. He was worried you might run into some dangerous trouble, so he sent me to protect you, young master. Not a bad performance. But Miha had known the butler's true nature for a long time. He was just playing along. After greeting Leon, the three of them began their journey to the Park Slope family's territory. As they got closer, Miha was seen resting his chin on his hand, looking boredly out the carriage window. Leon asked, "Why do you look so bored? Is our territory that bad?" Miha replied, "No. Actually, I'm quite surprised. Your family has maintained this barren land remarkably well. My father would say this is a good place, and not just because of its appearance. The general rhythm of life for the residents and the natural traces are not bad at all. Especially the Eda Forest Road, which is miles long and made of minerals you'd have to constantly import, enough to cover the entire ground. To put it more clearly, no matter how glamorous the outside is, it's useless. What's important is how satisfied the residents are. Your father is an excellent lord. You should be proud of that." Leon was visibly pleased to hear those words from a member of the Oneperis family. "You're right, our land is truly wonderful. It's all thanks to my father's hard work. He's a man I respect, and one who deserves respect." Everything he said was true. That's right. Miha had always been proud to have the blood of Park Slope in his veins, even if he was the only one left who carried it. For the rest of the journey, Leon chattered on endlessly about his domain, proudly. Upon arrival, Leon informed his father, Count Davis Park Slope, about his companion. The moment he heard the name Miha Oneperis, he lost his composure so badly he had to down a handful of pills. It seems his health wasn't very good, and he needed medication whenever he got agitated. After calming down, Leon repeated his announcement. "As I was saying, Father, Miha Oneperis is currently on our land." Davis calmly asked again, "Well, all right, this is unexpected. Where is he?" Upon learning that Miha was in the guest room right downstairs, Dajis became extremely serious and then downed another handful of pills. Leon rushed in to stop him. Father, you can't take any more of those." But he was unsuccessful. "Let go. I'm going to die buried under a mountain of work anyway. Just let me get to heaven a little sooner." After chewing the pills like they were candy, Dajis calmed down. "Ha. All right. I've accepted that, Miha. Oneperis is waiting downstairs. Are there any other problems?" Liam reported that aside from the minor issue of the dungeon rumors, there was nothing else. At the mention of the dungeon, Dajis' mood became unstable again. He laughed like a madman, then grabbed a piece of paper to write his letter of resignation. "I should have done this ages ago. You take care of the rest. I need to resign for my own mental sanity." Seeing this, Leon hurriedly tried to talk him down. "No, how can you just resign like that? I haven't even explained the details yet." Only then did Dajis put down his pen and slowly listen to his son. "Go on. Obviously, House Oneperis' standing is higher than ours." "No, not just that. They are one of the most powerful families in the entire empire. If they find out about the dungeon, they'll just take it from us." Leon quickly explained, "I'm not foolish enough to be unaware of that." He made an offer that I had to accept. So, obviously, I accepted it. Dajis still didn't understand what could have made his son agree so easily. Leon continued, "Yes, it was the complete Melia mana cultivation technique." Hearing this, Dajis shot up in astonishment. Leon explained further, he knows about the Miller mana cultivation technique, and based on that, I made a trade with him. After learning that Leon had confirmed it directly and finalized the deal with Miha, Dajis fell into deep thought. That means, whatever is in that dungeon is so important that he's willing to trade a cultivation technique to get it. What could possibly be in there? After a moment of thought, Dajis decided to meet and speak with Miha directly. Elsewhere, the butler was still putting on a very convincing performance. He clutched his head, bowing towards the floor, his whole body drenched in sweat as he continuously moaned, "We're doomed." Seeing this, Miha decided to play along. "Sir, why are you so anxious? Just waiting for his cue, the butler shouted in a panic, "You truly don't know, sir? House Parkslope is not a family to be trifled with, especially when it comes to the dungeon. Just thinking about how the master of the house must feel is giving me a headache." Miha heard this and calmly asked, "You seem to know an awful lot, butler. Are you a lord as well?" Without a shred of hesitation, the butler replied, "No," and looked away. It seemed Miha had struck a nerve. In his mind, Miha had it all figured out. What he said isn't wrong, but he's missing one key detail. I know everything. For example, just how much House Parkslope depends on the Mulia mana cultivation technique, and the fact that the Count's family sees the dungeon as a thorn in their side, due to their repeated failed attempts to conquer it. This deal was in the palm of my hand from the very beginning. He then reassured the butler, "Don't worry. Once I speak with Count Parkslope, everything will be made clear." But the butler remained skeptical. "Do you really think he'll agree? Even if you are the young master of House Oneperis?" Miha then declared with confidence, "I assure you, he will be down here within 1 minute." The butler thought Miha was just spouting nonsense, but suddenly, the door opened, and Daji's entered with an extremely serious expression. Skipping the pleasantries, Daji's got straight to the point. "I hear you're interested in the dungeon." A complete change from his earlier panicked state, he now appeared extremely confident, ready to lead the negotiation. Miha didn't show any weakness either. The desire to explore and discover is a mage's instinct. The dungeon is a fitting choice. Daji's propped his chin on his hand and said, "Exploring the dungeon, you say? There's nothing quite like it to satisfy a mage's curiosity. But I think you already know what's inside that dungeon, and that it's worth more than the Melia mana cultivation technique. My son might be crazy for that technique, but I am not." Facing Daji's, Miha felt a slight pressure. It was as if the man could see right through to his purpose for coming here. But that was only because Miha was letting him think that. He was still controlling this negotiation, moving the pieces on the board exactly as he wished. Miha looked Daji straight in the eye and said seriously, "I don't know. I don't know exactly what's inside the dungeon. I'm simply interested and wish to explore it. But let me ask you a question. Do you believe House Parkslope, in its current state, has enough influence to successfully conquer that dungeon?" Daji's didn't hide the truth and answered, "No, I won't lie. We still haven't found a suitable partner. However, we will not be partnering with a member of House Oneperis." Miha was not surprised by this answer. He immediately made another offer. "Then what about partnering with me?" Hearing this, Daji's questioned him. You? You mean yourself personally, not as a member of House Oneperis?" Miha confirmed this again, adding that he didn't need a full exploration team. Daji's was now starting to be swayed. He asked Miha how long he wanted to explore for. Miha gave a slight smirk and held up a finger. "Just 1 day." Daji's was a little stunned by this confidence. He then asked about the conditions. "And if the expedition fails?" Miha said nonchalantly, "The Melia mana cultivation technique. I'll give it to you, no conditions. But if I succeed, I take half of the dungeon's resources." And with that, the discussion was over, with the outcome exactly as Miha had intended. The next day, a 3-person party consisting of Miha, Leon, and the butler Modin arrived at the dungeon. Leon shouted, "Are you crazy? It's just the 3 of us." Modin stood to the side, nodding vigorously. You had to admit, he was a pretty good actor. Miha let out a sigh. "I knew this would happen. If you're scared, you can just go home." Unable to stand the provocation, Leon charged forward. "Who's scared? I just thought we were short-handed. A member of House Parkslope never backs down from a challenge." Just as Leon was about to step into the dungeon, Miha used magic to block him. "Don't act on your own. The entrance is trapped. If you walk in there unprepared, you'll die." Modin, standing to the side, chimed in, "Oh ho, so from the very first step, we can't enter normally. A simple but effective form of protection." Leon listened to the 2 of them, looking completely clueless. Miha then continued, "To put it simply, this is a living dungeon, one of the rarest kinds. This dungeon needs to consume energy to sustain itself. It's like a living creature. If we just walk in, we'll become its food, just like those other mercenaries. But it's a different story if you feed it enough mana." Miha then cast a fireball towards the dungeon. The fireball flew into the dark, bottomless pit and gradually disappeared. The space then suddenly cracked like a pane of glass. Miha told the group to stay calm, as it was just a sign that the door had opened. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to shatter. An intense white light burst out from the dungeon. Miha wasn't surprised by this sight at all, because he already knew. This was the first tomb of Acer, a dungeon renowned for being impenetrable, an ancient relic site containing a sacred artifact, the first sacred artifact of the relic site from his past life. Miha and his party had conquered this dungeon and found the sacred wind sphere. With this item, the group could resist some of the Demon King's attack spells, but the wind sphere was an artifact that grew with its owner, so it needed time to reach its full potential and couldn't be used recklessly. But unfortunately, the owner of this sacred artifact was that idiot warrior. Exactly 1 week after obtaining the artifact, that moron, Secret, who had sworn he would use the wind sphere properly, accidentally destroyed it. Damn it, he was such a liability. For some reason, back then, Miha even felt that he wasn't worthy of being a hero compared to that idiot. But things were different now. Miha wouldn't let that happen again. He was determined to become the owner of the wind sphere himself. Afterward, the three of them lit their torches and cautiously entered the dungeon. Looking around, Leon remarked, "This place is strange. It's completely different from what the expedition team described. And it feels really bizarre." Miha explained that it was because time had been frozen the moment the dungeon was formed. Leon was stunned to hear this. Wait, time has stopped. Isn't freezing time a saint-level ability? Miha didn't deny it. That's right. And creating a dungeon this vast, only a true saint could do it. This was far beyond Leon's comprehension. He had no idea what the hell was happening in his own territory anymore. Just then, Miha signaled them to stop. Leon looked up and saw an army of goblins waiting up ahead. Leon suggested they should attack and wipe them out before they could sound an alarm. But Miha stopped him. Hold on, don't be so rash. You need to remember, this is just the first gate. Leon, whose brain was wired for fighting, refused to calm down. So we're just supposed to let them raise the alarm? What happens when they call for reinforcements? Miha calmly explained. This isn't a dungeon, it's a tomb. A very well-fortified tomb, and it wasn't designed to be cleared by a single person. Miha then approached a nearby wall and used a knife to scrape some crystal dust from the letters carved into it. He explained, if the goblins smell this, they'll go berserk. More importantly, this stuff also has a hallucinogenic effect. It's practically an ecstasy drug for them. If you coat this with magic and throw it anywhere near them, the goblins' greed will make them kill each other to get what they want. In short, it's an explosive with a hallucinogenic effect. Miha then gave a demonstration. He used a piece of cloth and threw the bombs he had just made into the room where the goblins were. The bombs instantly exploded, scattering the crystal dust everywhere. The goblins, after inhaling the stuff, got high as a kite and started slaughtering each other. Leon and Maden's eyes went wide with astonishment at the sight. Only Miha remained calm. To have ingredients like this inside a tomb, could it be a coincidence? No, impossible. Knowledge is greater than strength. The knowledge to defeat a goblin and the skill to use magic cleverly. With these two things, we can easily pass the first gate. It's very difficult to discover these tricks in the tomb without having experienced it before. After a while, all the goblins were dead, having killed each other while high. Miha calmly walked past the pile of corpses towards the next gate. Just then, he detected a reaction from a magic item on one of the goblins. Miha went closer to inspect it and found a spatial bag. Not only that, but it was the highest grade. In his past life, he never found anything like this. Of course he didn't. That idiot Duncan Fritz used his ultimate skill and blew everything to dust. Miha felt a burning rage just thinking about it. He grabbed his head, looked up at the sky, and screamed, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I warned them so many times. Damn you, Secret!" Leon, standing beside them, asked Maden, "What's going on?" Maden calmly replied, "He has these episodes every now and then. It's nothing." Miha then sat down helplessly on a goblin's corpse, looking dejected. Leon held the spatial bag in his hand and wondered, "I wonder if there are any other items." But Miha had already searched everywhere and found nothing. It was then that he suddenly realized something was wrong. Finding a reward like this right in the middle of the path before even clearing the first gate was highly unusual. There had to be a reason. Miha then inspected the spatial bag again. Sure enough, there was a line of text on it. Defeat the greatest goblin in the dungeon. This seemed to be a hint for the next gate. After a moment of thought, Miha immediately guessed it was the goblin leader. Moden wondered how he could have come to that conclusion so quickly. As Miha walked over to the leader's corpse, he explained, "The one with the most greed, it could only be that goblin. He's also the biggest and has the most power, right? We have to take the stone from his body and put it in this bag." Just then, Leon demanded to be the one to cut the stone out. He claimed he was more skillful and better with a knife than Miha, but Miha sure as hell didn't think so. So, they decided to have a contest. Since there were two leaders, whoever extracted the stone better would get the spatial bag. And so, the two of them climbed onto the two goblin leader corpses and began. Leon drew his sword and unleashed a series of flashy slashes. In no time, he had perfectly extracted the stone. But just as he was about to show off, he saw Miha holding the stone in his hand, looking at the pure light emanating from it. Leon knew for sure that he had lost. He fell to his knees and wailed like a lost puppy. Miha then dropped the stone into his spatial bag. A key of light flew out of the bag and transformed into a glowing doorway. This was definitely not the path Miha took in his previous life. After a moment of thought, he concluded that this must be a shortcut. The three of them stepped through the door of light without hesitation and ascended a long staircase. Seizing the opportunity, Leon quietly asked Modern, "Excuse me, but who exactly is Miha? He doesn't seem to be the same age as us." Modern replied, "If you're curious about the young master, he's no different from the rumors." Still not believing it, Leon asked again just to be sure, "Come on, you mean those rumors are true?" Modern closed his eyes and said, "Yes, they are. In the past, the young master was indeed unskilled, unattractive, and unwise. I'm only saying this much because that's all the young master allows." Looking at Miha's retreating figure and adding Modern's words, Leon seemed to understand something. An eccentric. People usually try to hide their shameful past. Perhaps he has accepted his past as part of himself. Suddenly, Modern continued. However, he suddenly changed a great deal. I was also very surprised about it. From Modern's expression, you could tell he was both happy and worried about this change. After all, he was the one who had watched Miha grow up. Just then, Miha stopped walking. They had finally reached the end of the path. It seems we've skipped a few things, but we've somehow made it here anyway. The fourth gate. In front of them was a giant stone door. It stood towering with strange patterns carved on its surface. Having come this far, even Miha couldn't know what was waiting for them behind the door. In his past life, Mia's party had fought their way through and received their reward at the third gate. It seems the fourth gate was hidden for some reason, and since the characters written on the gate meant "don't try to find out," Miha intended to go right in. Seeing this, Leon quickly tried to stop him. "Wait, are you planning to open the door right now?" Miha explained that there were currently no hints or anything else, so thinking about it is useless. It's better to just stop overthinking and charge straight ahead. We might find something that way before we go in. Miha used magic to create a thin barrier for Leon and Modern, just enough to protect them from physical and mental damage. Then, the three of them walked straight through the door. As soon as they entered, they were all transported to a dark space. It was cold, and they were separated from each other. Miha immediately used light magic, but it didn't have much effect. It's spacious in here. Light magic can only illuminate a small area. We still can't tell how big it is. I also can't pinpoint where the butler and Leon are, because it's so dark. The butler isn't a huge concern, but I need to hurry because of Leon. Just then, the space suddenly transformed under a blood-red sky. A familiar figure appeared. It was the Leon from his past life, drenched in blood. As soon as he saw Miha, he spoke up. "It's been a while, hasn't it, you bastard?" Miha immediately recognized it as an illusion. He paid it no mind and asked directly, "The impersonation is pretty good. I'll give you a solid 8 out of 10. Now, where's the real Leon?" The illusion of Leon laughed loudly at this. "What's the hurry? Why don't we sit and reminisce about the old days?" Before it could finish its sentence, Miha waved his hand in refusal. "Cut it out. I can't be bothered." Hearing this, the illusion's eyes widened. "Can't be bothered? How can you say that? How can you just ignore all of this? You ran away from this place, and you still have the nerve to say that. Do you really think you have what it takes? You're just a coward, who only knows how to run away alone," it said as it moved closer, shaking Miha. This was an illusion created from Miha's memories. This place was the battlefield where his comrades had fallen. The person standing before him was also his closest friend, but none of it could sway Mia's mind. "Now you're down to 7 points. I said points are deducted. The Leon I know would never say things like this. You're sullying my friend's name. Get lost." With just a single shout, the illusion completely vanished. The dark space gradually faded, revealing the true scenery of the place. This place was actually a beautiful forest with countless mana crystals all around. Before Miha could take in the view, Modern came running from somewhere. "There you are, sir. I've been looking for you." It seemed he was fine and completely uninjured. Modern shyly said that it was thanks to the effectiveness of the shield Miha had created. Although Miha knew the truth, he didn't bother to expose him. If Modern wanted to keep up the act, he'd just let him be. The two then explored the area. The place held a colossal amount of mana crystals, enough to make a count rich. Just then, Modern suddenly pointed forward. "Huh? Young master. Isn't that young master Leon? He doesn't look well." Leon was on the ground, clutching his head, his entire body shaking violently. He was being tormented by his inner demons. "You are our hope, young master. You are the most anticipated successor of the Sword Saint. We believe in you, young master. You can bring glory to the family." Drowning in the familiar voices, Leon sank deeper and began to lose his reason. "I grew up on the expectations of my father and the servants. I know they care a lot about me, so I've always worked harder than anyone else, relentlessly. That was my everything. No, that had to be my everything. Why did I come here? I don't know anything. At that moment, the appearance of Miha caused Leon to fall completely into darkness. Miha Oneperis. If he dies, this entire dungeon will belong to my family. Right. The important thing I must do is bring honor to my family. That also means sacrificing allies. If that is what brings honor to my family, I am more than willing. At that moment, Leon's eyes turned black, just like the illusion Miha had encountered. He gripped the sword in his hand and flashed a sinister smile. But that smile was immediately wiped out. When he saw Miha's magic missiles, he thought, what is this terrifying magic? I don't think I can beat this monster, especially when he knows all about my mana skills. Will I die if I fight him? And just like that, Leon's inner demon was scared right back into hiding. Turns out, in the face of absolute power, anything can be resolved. Leon's eyes returned to normal, and to avoid being skewered to death, he quickly spoke up. I'm back, Miha. Only then did Miha retract his magic. Good. All right, we've wasted enough time here. Hurry up and let's go. Leon could feel that this was truly a terrifying person. If he hadn't returned to normal, he would have been riddled with holes. The three of them then continued deeper into the forest. The farther they went, the thicker the fog became. And once again, the three of them got separated. But Miha wasn't worried at all. First, the forest, now the fog. This fog seems to be real, and they must have created it here for a reason. I don't think the butler and Leon can find me right now, which means it is calling for me. After walking forward for a while, Miha emerged from the fog and was greeted by a mysterious girl. As soon as he saw her, Miha asked, Are you the manager here? The girl was a bit surprised by how unusually calm he was. Seeing this, Miha pretended. You see, I'm actually very worried right now. As Miha got closer, the girl continued, I don't think this is a problem. It doesn't matter anyway. I suppose I should introduce myself first, shouldn't I? I am. But before she could finish, she was cut off. I already know who you are. Seth, guardian of the sacred artifact, the first apostle of the god Asa. Hearing this, Seth was completely astonished. When she was about to ask, Miha cut her off. You don't need to explain anything unnecessary. I've already proven I'm worthy. Besides, I believe I'm qualified to receive the reward you've prepared. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your wish. That's why I came here. But Seth hadn't said anything about a wish, so Miha quickly backpedaled. I just have a feeling you have a wish, that's all. Although it was very confusing, Seth eventually made her decision. Fine. My duty is to hand over the sacred artifact to someone with the right qualities. She just held out her hand, and a magic circle suddenly appeared over the table, from which a pendant flew out. This is the reward you mentioned. It is also the sacred artifact that contains my power. Just by carrying it with you, it will transform into a shield or a spear to protect you whenever you need it. I've never named it before, but I think we can call it Seth's Tempest. Holding the reward in his hand, Miha looked utterly shocked. How strange. This is definitely different from the item I got before I regressed. Seeing his expression, Seth spoke up. There's no need to doubt it. I assure you, this item will not disappoint you. How could I possibly give a fake to someone who has passed through the fourth gate? Hearing this, Miha clenched the necklace. So this must be the real item. Does that mean the artifact that caused hundreds of deaths before was just a fake? He immediately asked Seth to confirm. If you only reach the third floor, is there any way to get the real item? Seth answered without hesitation. No. However, if you think about it carefully, there is a way at the third gate. But if you can't figure it out, then you aren't worthy. It would be a waste for the sacred artifact to fall into the hands of someone unworthy. Looking at Seth's determined eyes, Miha finally understood the situation. The item his party received in his past life was just a secondary reward. After Miha put on the necklace, the pendant suddenly glowed and turned into a stream of blue light that surrounded him. According to Seth, this wasn't an ordinary necklace, it was a complex barrier. It can protect both the body and the soul. It will shield its owner from any attack once per day. This can change depending on Mia's level, but for now, the limit is only once. This thing is basically a cheat, completely different from the single-use item from his past life. With this, Miha could escape death once every day. Just then, Seth's body began to fade away, but it seemed she had already accepted this. It's time for me to go. My mission was to hand over the sacred artifact to someone worthy. Now that I've completed that task, I must depart. Miha thought for a moment, then spoke up. It seems the time freeze spell surrounding this dungeon is about to wear off. If you didn't disappear, what would you do? Although Seth had already prepared herself mentally, her heart still felt a bit of reluctance. It can't be saved. To repair the old magic barrier, you would need knowledge equal to or greater than a ninth circle mage. Basically, it's impossible. But I wish I could have witnessed for myself how the world has changed. Hearing this, Miha walked over to the magic circle that maintained the dungeon. With the knowledge of a ninth circle mage, This magic circle is just child's play. Didn't you say you wanted to witness it for yourself? I'll make that happen so you can see the world with your own eyes. With just a few manipulations, Seth's body suddenly glowed and transformed. When the magic circle was repaired, Seth's body had shrunk, floating in midair. Why has my beautiful body become so small? But Miha found it very cute. You don't need to worry. Hearing this, Seth blushed and shouted loudly. Her arms and legs flailed about. Do you have any idea that I'm an apostle who serves an ancient god? Miha then explained, I'm sorry for making you so small. But in order to extend the time freeze for as long as possible, I had no choice. Hearing this, Seth asked in astonishment, Wait a minute, you're an ARCHMAGE? A ninth circle one. Miha immediately denied it, which shocked Seth even more. Then that's impossible. You can recreate a time freeze spell without possessing the ninth circle. Something like this has never happened before. Miha just smiled proudly. Seth, I'm a genius. A genius with transcendent talent. Seth was left utterly speechless. Well, what can you do? How the hell can you argue with that? Elsewhere, Leon's father, Darius Parks Love, was looking out the window and sighed helplessly. A lot of time has passed, hasn't it? Perhaps my trust in them was misplaced. I hope nothing happened to anyone. Just then, a knight ran up and reported, My lord. Just a moment ago, young Master Miha Oneperis returned after conquering the dungeon. When Darius heard the news, he was completely stunned. He couldn't even bring himself to believe what he had just heard. Shortly after, the work of transporting the mana crystals out of the dungeon began. The appraiser Darius brought along was overcome with emotion at the sight of the mana crystals. My lord, in all my life, I've never seen mana crystals this pure. And there are so many of them. I can't even imagine how much all of this is worth. Darius listened, then glanced at Miha, who was standing beside him. Even professional expedition teams couldn't conquer it, yet you did it so effortlessly. Miha just smiled and said, It actually gave me a bit of trouble. Darius immediately replied, But you don't look like you ran into much trouble at all. Miha confidently responded that he never makes a promise he can't keep. At this, Darius began to think things over. Perhaps I was too blinded by the rumors. How could I have forgotten the true nature of the Oneperis family? His bloodline certainly isn't just for show. In Miha, Darius could see the image of his own father as a young man, a genius mage who fearlessly explored every corner of the world. Just then, Miha spoke up. Well then, as promised, I'll take half of the spoils from clearing the dungeon. Hearing this, Darius looked regretful. You know, if I'd known this would happen, I would have haggled for a better deal. Miha then smiled knowingly. The Count might be acting this way, but it's doubtful he truly sees this as a loss. The pressure to conquer the dungeon was mounting, and he had already spent a great deal of money for that purpose. He hadn't seen any returns on his investment, however. He must have been extremely worried about it, and I was able to help him get through that difficult time. Afterwards, Darius asked about what Miha had promised. As you know, with Melia's mana-breathing method, the sooner one learns it, the better. So, I want you to fulfill your promise as soon as possible. What a good father, always wanting the best for his son. And of course, Miha had no reason to delay. Father, I guess there's no need for us to wait. Why don't we start today? 4 days later, a rumor that Leon was being taught swordsmanship by a mage had spread throughout the territory. Everyone was utterly astonished when they heard the news. A mage teaching swordsmanship, or vice versa, was nothing short of a joke on this continent. In reality, Leon was being run ragged, scared out of his mind by Miha's barrage of magic missiles. As he ran, he whined, You said you were going to teach me Melia's mana-breathing method. Miha, while still controlling the missiles, said, I am doing that right now. And I think I'm being quite gentle. The boss, sitting on Mia's shoulder, chimed in. Did the definition of gentle change overnight or something? Father, I have to admit, your training method is quite interesting. This isn't a bad idea. You're creating a natural flow of mana and making him aware of it. Besides, it's not like knights need to use mana with precision anyway, so I don't think this is a bad way to train him at all. Although Leon tried his best to escape and fight back, the sheer number of magic missiles was too much, and he would still get hit from time to time. There were even moments when he collapsed from the pain. What the hell is this? What kind of training is this? Seeing him, Miha just calmly replied, I learned this mana-breathing method from a qualified person, so you don't need to worry about that. Lying flat on the ground, Leon bitterly cursed. What kind of crazy bastard would create a technique like this? But he never would have guessed that the bastard was Miha himself. Miha had once endured demonic training, and now he was just returning the favor. That's right, you bastard. That's your future right there. After tormenting Leon to hell and back, Miha told him to try circulating his mana the way he usually did. Although Leon didn't understand what was happening, he obediently did as he was told. Even though he only circulated a tiny bit, Leon felt his body become much less tense. Miha then explained, The way you circulate mana to defend against. My spells is actually part of the training. It's to get you familiar with the way you're circulating mana right now. That's the most important step. If you keep practicing without forgetting this feeling, you'll naturally perfect the technique on your own. After hearing this, Leon's eyes became incredibly determined. His resolve was stronger than ever. Miha was also extremely pleased with this attitude. He'll get it soon enough. Things will happen even faster since I've shown him a shortcut. I can't wait for it to happen. For him to reach the final destination of the Miller Mana breathing method. After the day's training session ended, Miha went to a private space. The boss felt this was unnecessary because besides Miha, no one else could see her. But Miha had already informed the Count that this would be his inviolable private time. Miha's purpose was to test the power of the new item he had just received, the boss's Tempest. After channeling a small amount of mana into the pendant, a large green tornado was created. Seeing this, the boss boasted, "Oh, showing off. Are we? You're going to try out the storm? You can definitely use it for things other than self-defense. You know. If you need a guide, I can help you. I was in charge of it for a pretty long time, so I know quite a lot about it." Miha then said he would do something that even she didn't know about, which annoyed the boss. "What? You dare to talk about how to use a storm in front of me?" Miha then explained, "You might think I'm still too young to understand the way a holy artifact works, but a vortex is the natural state of mana, and things like holy artifacts have infinite uses." Miha then closed his eyes and felt the flow of mana moving around me. Before I regressed, the storm didn't belong to me. But as a mage, I was really interested in it, so I analyzed it frequently, and I came up with a hypothesis about it. Perhaps I can use that thing with my free circulation method. The basic principle behind the circulation method is multi-mana circulation, and multi-mana circulation has many limitations because of the vortex. All the flaws in the free circulation method are because I can't control it. These are the proper methods. However, what if I use the storm to solve this problem? When Mita opened his eyes, the mana within him seemed to merge with the storm and then exploded with power. Seeing this, Seth yelled, "Are you crazy? You're using a storm for your mana circulation. Stop, you'll destroy your body." But what happened next left her utterly speechless. Mia's mana flow was easily brought under control, no longer raging wildly. This had all been part of Mia's plan from the beginning. After helplessly losing the Tempest, I tried to gather information on the sacred relics to find common threads between them. I reviewed the information I gathered from analyzing the Tempest, and that's when I realized the sacred relics could be controlled. Now, it's time to put my theory to the test. After finishing, Miha then wrote out the incantation for the 6th circle spell, Fire Field. Instantly, the surrounding area transformed into a giant sea of flames. Seth's jaw dropped in astonishment. 6th circle. How can you use a 6th circle spell at your age? Now 7th circle. Stop it. Even if you try to use a spell higher than your own level, you won't be able to. But before she could finish her sentence, Miha had completed the 7th circle spell, Gravity. The ground around them seemed to be crushed into smithereens before floating in midair. Seth was completely dumbfounded, at a total loss for words. A week had passed since he began training in Miller's aura breathing technique. By now, Leon could basically control the method. He happily swung his sword around to show Miha the results of his training. At this rate, Leon will definitely become a sword saint in a few years, and that will be a huge help to Miha in the upcoming war. Just then, Leon spoke up. "By the way, what are you planning to do about the temple, that oracle? I thought you were teaching me Melia's aura breathing technique, because you wanted to join the temple's hero selection." It was then that Miha suddenly remembered something important he'd almost forgotten. "I was too focused on acquiring the first sacred relic, Cassandra. I need to confirm where she is before I can go to the temple with peace of mind. How am I supposed to find Cassandra now?" While Miha was lost in thought, a knight from House Park Slope ran over and announced, "Young master, my apologies, young master Miha, but we have a visitor, so I came to inform you." Hearing this, Leon asked, "A visitor? But I don't think we were expecting anyone." The knight hesitated, not daring to say more. Seeing that expression, Miha instantly guessed who it was, Alien, his former fiancé. Waiting in the drawing room, Alien looked around and started to size the place up. It's really nothing special, their influence and their history, either. But to become a knight, I have to prove myself to father. My past mistakes have caused the entire Lindell family to suffer. That's why I have to defeat Leon Park Slope, the man they call the Sword God, in a duel to prove that I'm worthy of becoming a knight. Just then, Miha pushed the door open with a friendly smile. "Well, hello there." Seeing him, Alien's jaw dropped in shock. "Miha, what are you doing here?" Miha calmly sat down in a chair and asked back, "What do you mean? I was properly invited here, you know. Aren't you the one who just dropped by unannounced?" Ashamed of her past mistakes, Alien lowered her head to the floor, unable to say a word. Seeing this, Miha continued, "Don't worry, I don't hold it against you. We called off the engagement quite smoothly, and I even gained a lot of fame from it." After Miha did all of that, the Lindell family announced to the public that both families had agreed to annul the engagement, and it wasn't because Miha Oneperis failed to meet their standards. After that, the rumors about Miha not being good enough also disappeared. He was very satisfied with this outcome, but he wasn't so sure about how Alien felt. After hearing that, Alien shyly asked, "So, where is young Master Leon?" Miha answered without hesitation, "He's taking a bath. He'll come talk to us when he's done." "So, what brings you here today?" This guy was asking questions like he owned the place. For some reason, Alien felt an invisible pressure and stammered. "Someone from a family of knights, like me, just wants to observe the swordsmanship of another family. Of course, you'll find me shameless, but..." Miha immediately cut her off. "No, not at all. I never thought that. She really does have a talent for swordsmanship. In the future, the more strong people like her I have by my side, the better. There's no reason for me to hate her. If I can make use of her, all the better for me. Wait a second. I think I can make use of her." Miha then smiled warmly at Alien. A chill ran down Alien's spine. "What? Why is he suddenly looking at me like that?" Miha stood up and said, "The fact that you came here to observe another family's swordsmanship shows that you want to get stronger. If that's the case, I'll give you an opportunity." Hearing this, Alien had no clue what he was talking about. "An opportunity? What do you mean?" Miha continued. "Leon is a bit stubborn. I don't think he'll like you just showing up here so suddenly. That's why I want to lend a hand." After his bath, Leon was called to the training grounds again, which annoyed him a bit. "What is it, Miha? Why'd you suddenly tell me to come to the training grounds?" The moment he saw the look on Miha's face, Leon became extremely wary. That expression. "My instincts are telling me. You only make that face when you're about to do something stupid." Mia's expression turned serious. "I'm very hurt that you think that. So, what can I do to make my expression look more innocent?" Standing to the side, Alien couldn't understand what these two were talking about, so she poked her head out. The moment he saw Alien, Leon understood Mia's intention. "Miss Lindell, if she's here with you, don't tell me." It was exactly what Leon had thought. A few hours later, Alien shrieked as she dodged a volley of magic arrows. "You said you would teach me. That's why I followed you here." Miha laughed and replied, "But I wasn't lying, was I? There are plenty of opportunities for you to learn. Look beside you." Alien glanced over and saw that Leon wasn't running away, but was using his sword to block the magic arrows. Flexibly, but she lost focus and was hit in the leg by a magic arrow, falling flat on her butt. As Miha approached, Alien asked, "Is the difficulty different for me and young Lord Leon?" Miha immediately answered, "No, of course not. It's just that you have more openings, making you easier to attack. I hope you've learned something." Hearing this, Alien immediately stood up. "I've learned a lot, but young Lord Leon still seems so much better than me." Even though she said that, Alien still felt useless and blamed herself. But that's not what Miha thought. It's not that she doesn't have weaknesses, but she is definitely a natural-born talent. I'm sure of it. She could have become stronger and been a great help to me. No, to all of us. But in the end, she couldn't. That's why I'm going to make her stronger. Miha then extended his hand and said to Alien, "Now, I'm going to tell you what I really wanted to tell you. Let me introduce you to my instructor." Alien immediately swatted Miha's hand away. "I didn't come here looking for an instructor, and I doubt a mage like you is qualified to discuss an aura training method that's suitable for me." Just then, Leon walked over after taking a break. "He looks pretty trustworthy, doesn't he? Besides, he's the one who taught me my aura training method." Upon hearing this, Alien's eyes widened in shock. A mage can't possibly guide someone in aura training. Miha quickly explained, "It's true that I can't perform the aura training myself, but if I understand the theory behind it, I can still teach it to others." After glancing at Leon, Alien realized she had been a bit rash. She immediately bowed to apologize to Miha. "I understand. If the one using the method says so, then it must be true. I apologize for my rudeness." Miha was surprised that Alien actually apologized. It seemed he had misjudged her. Afterwards, Alien asked to meet the instructor Miha mentioned. But in this world, the only things that fall from the sky for free are rain and bird droppings. Miha bluntly said, "Do you really think I would give you that information for free? It's only natural that I receive something of equal value." Alien thought for a moment, then mumbled, "Will you accept payment later?" "Absolutely not," Miha refused instantly. With no other choice, Alien sighed and took out a mana crystal. It was a purple one from her bag. Even someone as experienced as Miha was stunned by it. "I never thought I'd see a perfect mana crystal. Here." Alien said seriously, "I knew you'd recognize it. I originally planned to use this for negotiations, because it's a rare item that lowers the difficulty of conquering a dungeon. Hearing this, Miha started to understand Alien's purpose. She came to the House of Park Slope intending to negotiate with an item essential for dungeon conquering. This means the House of Lindell already knows about the Park Slope's dungeon situation. That cunning old fox. After that thought, Mia didn't hesitate to take the perfect mana crystal. Well, all right. I think this will suffice. I assume you've heard of the lawless judge, right? The moment he heard that name, Leon shouted, "You mean that weirdo from the West? One of the few sword masters on the continent, who doesn't hail from any empire?" That was exactly who Miha was referring to. The hegemon of the West, William Arialan. She's the one who defeated a general of the 7th Legion, one of the 12 generals of the demon army. After a moment's hesitation, Alien asked, "Even if you are from the House of Oneperis, how could you possibly convince someone who isn't even a Western border official to?" But before she could finish, Miha cut her off. "You don't need to know about that." Then, Miha turned to Leon and said, "Leon, you remember what we talked about before, right? About that temple?" Of course, Leon remembered. He asked when they needed to go. Miha said they would leave tomorrow, and that Alien would also need to come with them to the capital. Hearing this, Alien was flustered. "Excuse me, but why me?" Miha replied, "Don't you want to learn the training method as soon as possible? That's why I'm inviting you to come with us." This was all part of a plan Miha had formulated based on his memories. It should be around this time. Normally, she's near the border of the Western Empire. The hero selection event isn't trusted by anyone, and the lawless judge appears in the capital around that time. This is the perfect opportunity to handle both at once. Alien didn't understand what was happening and shouted, "But this is too sudden. Why are you telling me to go to the capital out of nowhere? You have to explain first." But Mia's answer was incredibly simple. "I just thought being a hero would be cool." No matter how much Mia wanted to tell the truth, it would just sound absurd, so it was best to keep it a secret. That night, Miha sat in a dark room, thinking with his eyes closed. Just then, Set, who was beside him, spoke up. "Those kids are pretty interesting, unlike you. That's how people their age are supposed to act. Why can't you be a bit more like them?" Miha kept his eyes closed and replied, "Well, you see, I'm a little broken." After all, Miha had the soul of a middle-aged man, so he couldn't possibly act as childishly as actual youths. Set then turned his attention to the perfect mana crystal on the table. A perfect mana crystal, a wonderful item. "What do you plan to do with it?" Miha immediately took out his spatial bag and placed it next to the crystal. "I know. I'll use it just as any other mage would. I'm going to craft my own artifact." Set was already used to Miha doing the impossible, so he remained perfectly calm. "You really never fail to show me something new, do you?" "It's always something." "So, what kind of artifact are you planning to make?" Miha looked at the crystal and the pile of materials, thinking for a long time.
"Well, with this many materials, I can make a lot of things. But as I said, I'm going to use it, just as any mage would. I'm going to create a support unit."
Hearing this, Set had a question. "But don't you need a pedestal to hold the mana crystal in place? To handle extracting that much power from the mana crystal, you'll need a tree with at least 100 years of holy power." At this, Mita flashed a confident smile. "I already know how I'm going to get one." Set flew right in front of Miha. "You sure are confident." Miha then looked at Set and said with a smile, "It's not entirely unrelated to you, you know. The pedestal I plan to use is a branch of the world tree." Upon hearing this, Set looked completely shocked. "How did you know I was connected to the world tree?" Miha replied, "It was easy enough to figure out. Of course, I'm not saying I'll create a supporter. Right now, I'm just planning and preparing. Mana crystals are incredibly powerful items, and we're going to refine them to create an orb. The consequences of failing to refine a high-level mana crystal can be so severe that it could blow away an entire territory. But that wasn't going to happen. Before his regression, Miha had refined mana countless times. Without any hesitation, he channeled his mana into the mana crystal and began the refining process. Countless orderly mana circuits gradually appeared inside the crystal. Witnessing this process, Set couldn't help but be curious. "Ha, are you really going to navigate hundreds, even thousands of mana circuits inside to refine it?" At this moment, Miha had to concentrate more than ever. He needed to constantly chant an activation spell. As for the amount of mana allowed, there was likely no need for a limit. Then he cast a whole slew of special spells on the mana crystal: carving, mana control, amplification, and binding. Set's curiosity flared up again. How could you possibly have achieved a level of mastery that only a high-level archmage should possess? But Miha simply replied that it was due to talent and patience. Hearing this, Set was speechless. If that were true, archmages would be a dime a dozen. Next came the final step. Miha made a small cut on his finger and dripped his blood onto the mana crystal. He just needed to alter it slightly so it would take on his mana attribute. After absorbing all the blood, the mana crystal began to change shape, transforming into a perfect black orb. Set moved closer to observe the sphere. I'm curious. It's completely colorless. Normally, you can distinguish a person's mana attribute by the color of their orb, Miha then explained. Ah, I don't have one of those. I was born compatible with all types of magic. Its color will change based on the type of magic I use, that's all. When Miha used a fireball spell, the orb immediately turned red. This was truly a cheat-like talent. It was baffling how Miha could have been so useless before. Holding the orb, Miha carefully evaluated it. The mana consumption was significantly reduced, and the power output was also increased. It was time to test the maximum power level of this thing. Miha then turned his gaze towards a distant mountain, signaling the misfortune that was about to befall it. And just as expected, the next morning, Leon reported that the entire orc encampment on the mountain had been wiped out the previous night. It was the encampment of a troublesome monster species, so this was good news. But the problem was the origin of this incident. Leon's father had been scrambling all morning to find the cause, but Leon would never have guessed that the culprit was sitting right in front of him. Seeing Miha's indifferent attitude, Leon grew a little suspicious. Why do you look so unconcerned? Did you already know about this? Wait a minute, it was you, wasn't it? Even with Leon grabbing him by the collar, Miha tried to act cool. Those orcs in your territory were pretty tough. Honestly, this guy was unbelievable. Meanwhile, in the Holy Nation, Archpriest Naren was reporting to the Pope, Your Holiness, regarding the prophecy, I have announced it exactly as you requested. But seeing Naren hesitate, the Pope spoke up. Did things not go well, Archpriest Naren? Naren continued, Yes. I don't think people are taking it very seriously. The Pope had anticipated this would happen. I suppose there's nothing we can do, as it would set a bad precedent. But a prophecy is still a prophecy. Why don't we keep an eye on it for a while? By the way, have you found that child, Cassandra? Naren reported without hesitation. We haven't found her yet. Perhaps it's better if we don't. The Pope then spoke in cryptic terms. A prophet no one believes in is quite ordinary. And in the worst-case scenario, it could be disadvantageous for all of us. But I wonder if simply ignoring her, because of those potential consequences, is truly the right course of action. I'm not so sure. I don't think we should just ignore the child's prophecy. Why don't we wait a little longer? Perhaps we'll be able to find at least one person willing to work with us. Let's hope the Lord answers our prayers. Back with Miha, Alien, after learning the reason they were going to the Holy Nation's capital, was somewhat dissatisfied. I thought prophecies weren't considered reliable anymore. And even if they are true, they're difficult to interpret correctly. It was understandable why Alien thought so. It was just an uncertain prophecy, even after being interpreted. There wasn't even a single clue indicating that it would come true. And at this point in time, there was no significant benefit to becoming a hero. Heroes are only useful when an evil force needs to be defeated. To placate Alien, Miha needed to find a reasonable excuse. There are still uses for it. We can establish connections with the people in the Holy Nation. Alien seemed somewhat convinced. She then asked about the lawless judge. Miha immediately replied, There's a way to contact them, so you don't need to worry too much about it. Once we get to the capital, we can take care of all of it. Right now, Miha's biggest concern was finding any trace of Cassandra. He turned to ask Modin about the information he'd investigated. As expected of the Oneperis family's butler, Modin had found the information Miha requested about the prophet Cassandra. It seems the Holy Nation has dispatched people to search for her location. After hearing this, Miha asked, So even the Holy Nation hasn't found her yet? Modin replied, As of right now, that is correct. However, there are rumors that she was seen accompanying a certain knight near the border of the Holy Nation. Furthermore, before she disappeared, it seems she left a small message. She said, I will be waiting. Could these words have been left for Miha? Could Cassandra? Will anyone figure out Mia's identity as a regressor? After carefully preparing their carriage and horses, the group used a teleportation spell to arrive at the enemy capital. You've got to be kidding me. Leon, suffering from teleportation sickness, was constantly throwing up. He ran over to Miha and whined. The horses and carriage were all ready. So why did we have to teleport? Because it's faster, obviously. Thanks to the spell, the group arrived at the capital in no time. It was Leon's first time in such a lavish place, and he was a bit overwhelmed. Whoa, the capital looks amazing. It was a world of difference compared to other cities, but for wealthy nobles like Miha and Alan, this place was nothing special. Is that so? I'll admit it's glamorous, but I don't think it's anything more than that. Well, you have a point. Leon could only bemoan his fate. Oh, you disgusting bourgeoisie. Looking at the capital's gloomy appearance, it brought back a lot of memories for Miha. Just as he was about to head to the main shrine, Seth suddenly spoke up. Miha, look over there. In the direction Seth was pointing, a little girl in a hood was being held by the neck by a large man. It seemed she had told him he would get what was coming to him, and now he was taking his anger out on her. Seeing this girl gave Miha a strange feeling. He immediately cast a shield spell in the direction of the two strangers, but the person Miha protected was actually the man. If it hadn't been for him, the man would have been cut down by a knight in full plate armor. Miha then ran over and confronted the knight. Are you out of your mind? How dare you draw your sword in the middle of the capital? If you don't want this to escalate, put that sword away. Now, Mia's face was dead serious. He would use magic to subdue the knight instantly if he showed any intention of resisting. Just then, the little girl from before stepped forward to stop the knight. Stop, Sir Alai. Then, the girl turned to Miha and greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you. Miha immediately asked, We've never met before, have we? The girl replied cryptically. I suppose not, until now. Her words put Miha on edge. Don't tell me. She's already seen it. Just then, Leon interrupted his train of thought. Miha, why don't we get out of here first? Look around, everyone's staring. Miha was about to leave, but there was one more thing he needed to do first. In the crowd, the man from before had been immobilized by Miha's spell. Feeling his pockets being searched, the man repeatedly threatened, What do you think you're doing? How dare you search me without my permission? But Miha paid him no mind and pulled out a pouch. What do I mean? Why? I'm just returning stolen property to its rightful owner. Hearing this, the man panicked and kept insisting it was his. Miha then took out a necklace, with a cross from the pouch, and held it in front of him. You're not even a priest, and you don't bear the mark of loyalty to the holy nation. The man fell silent, unable to say another word. Miha then placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered in a friendly tone, Sir, pickpocket, tell that sewer rat that a nightmare is hunting him. Let me make my meaning perfectly clear. The pickpocket tried to shout out Miha's identity, but Miha covered his mouth. He then returned the pouch to the little girl. After a moment of thought, she asked, Should I introduce myself to you now? The knight tried to advise against it, but the girl stopped him. It's all right. I foresaw this. Witnessing this scene, Leon and Alan had no idea what was going on, but Modin suddenly popped his head out and said, The little girl must be a prophetess. At that moment, the girl removed her hood and introduced herself. That's right, my name is Cassandra. Wasn't this the very person Miha had been desperately searching for? Was this a coincidence, or was it foreseen? Elsewhere, in the city's sewers, the pickpocket, having escaped, immediately reported to a mysterious man. Upon hearing the news, the man became furious. What did you say? A nightmare is hunting me. I thought he was just some useless brat of a mage. The pickpocket, terrified, explained. I'm sorry. I tried to get the money pouch, but that brat got in my way. The mysterious man sneered in annoyance. You dare come back after failing. And what's this? You would have succeeded if it weren't for that brat? You useless fool. With a flick of his wrist, the shadows themselves seemed to come to life. They lunged forward and dealt with the pickpocket. Only then did the man remember Cassandra's warning, but it was too late. All that remained was a dry skeleton. Just then, a woman wearing a steel mask approached. What happened? The man let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. I completely forgot I had a great master swordsman by my side. The woman immediately pointed her sword at the man's neck and said, Stop this ridiculous act and answer me. If you don't, I'll kill you. The man wasn't the least bit afraid. If you kill me, you'll never find her. Calm down. If you do something for me, I'll give you the information you so desperately want. The woman had no choice but to accept his demand. And this task involved Miha. It seems danger was closing in on him. Back with Mia's group, Cassandra, after introducing herself, stated her request. I have been waiting for you, Miha. I have something I wish to discuss with you, Lord Miha. Then, she turned to Miha's three companions. Please excuse us, but this is a matter for Lord Miha's ears only. The three immediately understood and made excuses to leave. Just then, Miha stopped Alan and whispered, If you run into a dangerous situation, remember this, Karyaman. It seemed he had foreseen something terrible was about to happen. After everyone had left, Miha's friendly demeanor instantly vanished. So, what did you want to talk about? Cassandra clasped her hands together and, mustering all her courage, shouted, I want to ask you something. Did you also once receive the blessing of prophecy? Ever since she was a child, Cassandra could see events from the future. It came to her like an instinct. Accidentally seeing such things was not a pleasant experience. Sometimes she saw the death of her friends, and other times, a destroyed carriage. Cassandra tried her best to prevent that future from happening, but the results were horrific. The more she struggled to prevent death, the more she was forced to witness even more horrifying incidents time and time again. It was the same when she saw the birth of the Demon King and the end of the world. She was utterly helpless. Cassandra even pleaded with the Pope, but no one took her prophecies seriously. She had to endure terrible pain, a suffering she couldn't share with anyone. It was unimaginable, but just as Cassandra was about to give up, one of her visions appeared, covered by the image of a man she was about to meet, Miha Oneperis. He was her last hope. But Mia's answer was, "No, I'm sorry, but I am not a prophet. I don't have any similar talents either." Hearing this, Cassandra was heartbroken. Her last hope was brutally extinguished just like that. But suddenly, Miha continued, "But perhaps I can still help you. I believe your prophecies, the birth of the Demon King and the end of the world." Tears welled up in Cassandra's eyes. How? How can you believe me?" Miha spread his arms and said with a smile, "Perhaps I'm trying to trick you. I am a mage, and I'm interested in all things. I also want to see if you can change destiny or if your prophecies speak of a future that will happen no matter what. I'm curious about everything related to this, and you are the perfect person to help me prove it." Cassandra was stunned. In the worst-case scenario, she thought she'd just be turned into a laughingstock. Because no one believed my prophecies, I never thought he would say something like that. Even so, I can be certain of one thing. He truly believes in me. Cassandra's tears were now tears of happiness. Never in her life had she smiled so brightly. "Ah ha ha, you truly are a strange one." "Very well. If you are willing to trust me, then from now on, I will trust you too." Elsewhere, at the temple, Leon was submitting an application to become a hero. He was blushing furiously. "That's right. I'm here to register as a hero. So, get on with it." The staff member looked at the application form and asked again, "Yes, I understand. And the person accompanying you is?" Leon shouted loudly. The staff member's expression was one of pure boredom. Showing up with that notorious failure to register as a hero. Isn't this some kind of joke? If you're here to joke around, then leave. We're looking for real heroes. At this point, Leon was so embarrassed he wished the ground would swallow him whole. He just hoped Miha would get there as soon as possible. But the person who approached wasn't Miha, but a woman in a steel mask. She immediately drew her sword and pointed it at Leon's group. "I know a child came here. I'll ask you this once. Where is that child now?" Her question was accompanied by a suffocatingly powerful pressure on Leon and Alien. They immediately drew their swords and took a fighting stance. Neither of them knew who this woman was, only that she was a master swordswoman. The woman repeated her question. "I'll ask again, where is the prophet child?" Leon instantly knew she was talking about Cassandra. But there was no way he'd give her up. He said defiantly, "Ha! I see no reason to tell you anything." Hearing this, the woman moved with unbelievable speed, grabbing Leon's head and slamming it into the ground. "Is that so? Then I suppose I'll have to give you a reason." Alien, who was standing nearby, was knocked back by the aftershock. Knowing the vast difference in their power, Alien could only resort to threats. "This is a temple. You won't get away with doing this here. In the kingdom's holy temple." But the woman had no intention of stopping. "I don't care. They'll never find out who I am anyway. And even if they wanted to do something to me, they'd have to pay a steep price. Do you really think the current emperor would do that for your worthless lives?" In this dangerous situation, Alien had a sudden flash of brilliance. "Wait a minute. Cassandra, the prophet, that we met in the capital, and Miha, the guide who promised he'd find us. Could this really be a coincidence?" He had no other choice. Alien could only shout the name Miha had told him. Carriaman. Hearing this name, the woman seemed to lose her mind. She changed targets, rushing forward and grabbing Alien by the throat. She lifted him into the air. "How do you know that name? Speak." Alien was completely powerless, unable to resist at all. He could only pray for Miha to arrive quickly. Just then, Miha appeared. "That's enough, Lady Millennium. I'm the one with information about the child." Hearing this, Millennium immediately turned and asked, "Who are you?" Miha calmly replied, "I am from the Oneperis family. Why don't you speak with me instead of taking your anger out on uninvolved people?" Millennium burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, how naive." A terrifying killing intent radiated from her entire body, directed at Miha. Without a moment's hesitation, Miha used a spell division circle to increase his number of magic circles. Thanks to casting a shield spell just in time, he managed to block the attack from Millennium, though just barely. Miha knew he was outmatched, so he kept calling for a peaceful resolution. "I only want to talk to you. It's not too late to stop. Why must we fight like this?" But it seemed this approach wasn't working at all, and since the spell division circle only lasts for 5 minutes, Miha had to attack immediately if he didn't want to get himself killed. He continuously cast spells on himself to increase his speed and his reflexes. After dodging all of her sword waves and successfully closing the distance, He used his super gravity spell to throw a full power punch. But why would a mage rush into close combat instead of attacking from a distance? It was so bizarre. Miha's fist collided with Millennium's sword. He was immediately knocked far away. Millennium hadn't even moved a single step from the very beginning. Leon managed to lift his head and shout, "Be careful. She's not even acting like a knight anymore. You need to fall back and wait for reinforcements from the Holy Temple." Millennium stood still, raising her sword straight up to the sky. A massive amount of aura enveloped the blade before she swung it down in a world-destroying strike. "You're the one who challenged me. Now, show me what you've got." Facing this attack, Miha knew he couldn't dodge it, so he chose to stand his ground. But he had absolutely no intention of dying. Just before the attack hit him, he activated Storm. A massive tornado of mana suddenly erupted and enveloped Miha. Although he had blocked the fatal attack, the sudden release of such a huge amount of mana caused Miha to suffer internal injuries, and he coughed up blood. But this wasn't the time to worry about that. Seeing that Miha was still alive, Millennium was utterly astonished. "How did you nullify that attack?" Miha stood proudly and said, "It's a secret. Everyone has to have their own secrets, right?" Seeing Miha's demeanor, Millennium was instantly reminded of that old viper, Marcus. Of course she was. A son must resemble his father, otherwise people will say he belongs to the neighbor, and that would be a disaster. After a brief clash, Millennium finally calmed down and sheathed her sword. "Fine. I acknowledge your skill. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get to the point. How did you know that name?" Miha replied, "It was just a coincidence. He was a boy, completely broken down, and seemed to be heading somewhere. He asked me for some water, so I gave him some and asked where he was going." "What do you think you're doing?" Millennium couldn't control her emotions and moved closer. "Where? Where did the boy say he was going? But how could Miha just give up the information that easily?" "I won't give you any information without getting something in return. Besides, I don't think he wants you to know where he is." Millennium stepped forward, placed a hand on Miha's shoulder, and pleaded desperately. "Even so, I absolutely must find that child." Miha then continued, "I understand that it's very important, but you should know one more thing before you go looking for him. Have you considered how that child feels when he seems to be actively running away from you, Lady Millennium?" Hearing these words, Millennium's eyes widened in shock. Elsewhere, the rat was looking at the kidnapped children and scowling. "Why do they look like this? How am I supposed to sell them for a high price in this state?" His subordinate immediately tried to explain, but perhaps the clients who want obedient slaves will find them acceptable. But before he could finish his sentence, he took a fist to the gut and collapsed to the ground. "You idiot. You can find that type in any back alley. Do you really think those freaks want them looking like this? They're rich perverts who get off on breaking the spirits of the defiant. If I were in a worse mood, I would have fed you to the shadows." The subordinate, lucky to have escaped with his life, repeatedly bowed his head in thanks. The rat then let out a vile smile. "That's right. I'm in a very good mood right now, because I've won the great swordmaster over to my side. Although I said I'd give her information, I never specified what kind. She didn't even realize her own son was once behind these very bars. Carryman. I never thought that child would be connected to the lawless judge." Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report. As soon as the rat saw him, he immediately asked for information about the prophetess. The subordinate stammered out his report. "About the prophetess, boss. I think she's in the sanctuary." Upon hearing this news, the smile on the rat's face instantly vanished. At the sanctuary, Archbishop Ackley, after hearing the story from Miha, asked in alarm, "A shadow organization in the capital is targeting the prophetess." Miha was extremely serious at this moment. "That's right. They intend to seize all of her prophecies for their own purposes." But it seemed Ackley still didn't believe him. "Even if they're uneducated thugs, I don't think they'd do something so brazen as to defy the Empire." Miha continued, "What if I told you they aren't just an ordinary criminal gang?" Hearing this, Ackley was startled. "Are you implying they're involved with heretics? Do you have any proof? If you accuse someone of heresy without evidence..." Just then, Millennium stepped forward. "I will explain." Ackley, however, wasn't feeling very charitable. "Lady Millennium, you attempted to kidnap the Empire's prophetess. Millennium had no intention of defending herself. If young Master Miha hadn't stopped me, I would have succeeded. That is precisely why I will help you fight this shadow organization." "That's right. I will help you eliminate their leader, the rat." Hearing his sword saint say this, Ackley finally started to believe Miha's words. "What have you found?" Millennium revealed. "The rat's power is the ability to control shadows." Hearing this, Ackley asked in shock, "Wait, did you just say shadows?" Millennium said gravely, "As one of the few archbishops in the Empire, I'm sure you understand the significance of that." Ackley, through gritted teeth, uttered a name, the abhorrent monarch. Miha then spoke up. "Correct. one of the 12 monsters who follow the Demon King. The abhorrent monarch is currently hiding in the capital. Hearing this, Ackley was so stunned he fell to the ground. Are you certain? If a subordinate of the Demon King truly exists, this is a grave matter indeed. Miha knelt down, looked the Archbishop straight in the eye, and asked, "Let me ask you something. The prophetess foretold the coming of the Demon King. Don't you think that as an Archbishop, you should have known about this?" Ackley was speechless. This reaction was exactly what Miha had anticipated. He surely had nothing left to say. If he were to oppose him now, he would be opposing the entire empire. A subordinate of the Demon King, someone long thought to have vanished, has been hiding in the capital, the very area under his jurisdiction, and he was completely unaware. This could easily tarnish his reputation. Miha then spoke up. "Allow me to handle this matter for you. I will defeat the abhorrent monarch alongside Lady Millennium. I only need you to promise one thing." Archbishop Ackley, still not fully understanding Miha's intention to get involved in these murky waters, asked again, "What do you mean?" Miha immediately replied, "The hero selection. I don't think that's too much to ask, do you? Even if it's just his vessel, defeating the abhorrent monarch is more than enough to be celebrated as a hero." After careful consideration, Ackley made his decision. He imbued a quill with his mana. Then he began to swear an oath. "I swear, in my name as Archbishop, if the vessel of the abhorrent monarch exists and you defeat him, then I will support you in receiving the title of hero." The promise was then written down by the quill and given to Miha to hold. After receiving this guarantee, Miha and his companions began their journey to destroy the abhorrent monarch. As soon as they left the sanctuary, Millennium spoke up to thank Miha. "Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, he would still be using me. And since you knew about Lindells' child and that name, you must have understood my situation." Miha replied, "My knowledge comes from deductions I made during our short conversation. For example, the fact that you were almost manipulated by the rat." Millennium stopped, clenched her fists, and asked, "Let me ask you one thing. Do you think you can find my son? As a sword saint, Millennium needs to prioritize destroying the abhorrent monarch. But as a mother, finding her son is more important to her. Everything, even if it's the fate of this world." Hearing this, Miha turned and asked back, "And if I said yes, what would you do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Millennium plunged his sword into the ground and knelt before Miha. "I don't want to play pointless mind games, especially when it involves my son. So allow me to be direct. If you find my son, and I can restore my close relationship with him, then I will gladly dedicate my sword and my honor to you. This is a vow of honor. There was once a widow who lost her husband in the lawless region, and the culprits behind these killings were a group of Roju. Although she succeeded in her revenge, her heart was still filled with hatred, and she wanted to find the reason for her husband's death at any cost. And what she realized was lawlessness. She thought that because no laws were enforced in this land, monsters could run rampant freely, and that was why there were so many victims. And since no one could stop her, she became the punisher of the lawless. That is the past of the lawless judge. And now, she will do everything in her power to ensure that tragedy doesn't befall her own son." Meanwhile, that sewer rat, upon hearing the news, angrily punched a dent into the wall. "Damn it. I can't believe that Punk Oneperis is causing me this much trouble. Everything's going off track. I should get the hell out of here first." Just then, his shadow transformed into a monster and spoke. "You're not allowed to retreat." This was likely the abominable monarch, who was lending the sewer rat the power to control shadows. But the sewer rat had no intention of listening and waiting here to die. "Now's not the time. I'll have to wait for another chance." At that moment, the shadow grabbed the rat's leg tightly. "You're violating the agreement." The rat struggled to break free. "So what if I am? Agreement or not, my own life comes first." Just then, a subordinate reported that the place was under attack and the sword saint was about to arrive. Hearing this, the sewer rat became extremely anxious. If he stayed here, he wouldn't be able to escape. But he had greatly underestimated the demon's power. If he violated the agreement, his soul would be devoured. The shadow immediately lunged forward and seized the rat, merging with him as one. The abominable monarch had decided to join the battle himself. Meanwhile, the rat's subordinates were being slaughtered without mercy. Not a single one could withstand a single slash from the lawless judge. Witnessing this swordplay, Alien knew that this was the path she would pursue. Miha, witnessing Millennium's power, wasn't too surprised. He knew full well she hadn't gone all out, since this was the capital, after all. But that didn't mean Miha let his guard down. He was aware that the source of the trouble was the sewer rat, or in other words, the incarnation of the abominable monarch. After taking over the rat's body, the abominable monarch had fully descended. The first thing he did was evaluate this body. This isn't much to work with. In that case, I guess I'll have to eat a little something more. I thought eating the prophet would be enough. But Asa's subordinate, To think I'd sense the presence of that disgusting Asa in a place like this. I'll just keep eating more and more. And recover my memories. It seems the person he was referring to was Seth, who was right beside Miha. Now, the more he eats, the stronger he'll become. At that moment, he flashed a disgusting smile and looked toward the prison cells behind him. Heh, I just had an idea. Humans often feel a great sense of responsibility for children. I should take advantage of that emotion. Meanwhile, Alien had also joined the fight. As she fought, she continuously tried to copy the sword St. Milliam's fighting style. This isn't working. I need to become more unpredictable. But this violates Lindells' teachings. But what am I supposed to do? I can't stop thinking about it. Lost in thought, Alien paid no mind to the condition of her sword or her body. After fighting for a while, she couldn't take it anymore and coughed up blood. The unstable sword aura also caused the sword in her hand to crack. Just then, Milliam, who had been observing everything, spoke up. You have talent. Park Slope's son has become a fine swordsman, and he's training with methods that suit him. But I think you and he are different. Hearing this, Alien immediately bowed. I sincerely ask you to teach me your swordsmanship. Alien understood this was a rare opportunity she couldn't afford to miss, and it seemed this was also Mia's intention in bringing her here. Milliam accepted her request. Very well. Follow me. There is much I can teach you. Although Alien was overjoyed, she was worried about Miha, since the most difficult opponent, the sewer rat, had yet to be dealt with. Seeing this, Milliam said, Don't worry. That kid can handle it. Over with Miha, Seth was also a little worried about his condition. Are you going to be okay? Fighting the Sword Saint earlier must have taken a lot out of you. Miha was currently touching the floor, using magic to scout the area. I'm fine. After scouting, Miha's expression became a bit worried. I was a little curious about what he was up to, and he's doing exactly what we predicted. The abominable monarch was in the children's hiding place, and I'm sure eating children wouldn't give him any benefit. That's right. He's holding them hostage. The sewer rat had now completely transformed into a demon. He was thoroughly enjoying himself as he savored the painful and desperate screams of the children. He sat comfortably on a chair, waiting for his opponent to challenge him. The moment he saw Miha, he sneered. Took you long enough to get here. Miha calmly replied, Sorry to keep you waiting. The abominable monarch let out a vile laugh. No, it's fine. Watching the children struggle in pain is quite entertaining. I'm rather lucky I got to see this. That's right. All the commanders under the Demon King were this disgusting. Miha was all too used to this, so he wouldn't be provoked. Seeing that his taunt had no effect, the abominable monarch continued. To think I was only going to eat that prophet girl. But I never expected you to bring a companion along. Thanks to you, I'll be able to get stronger even faster. Hearing this, Miha crossed his arms. Looking on with contempt, he said, So what? The vile monarch, seeing this, was astonished. What could possibly make him that confident? In himself? Asa's divine item? No, he's already used that. After observing for a moment, he concluded that Miha was just bluffing. He then raised his hand and used his dark power. HH. Now that my meal is here, it seems I no longer need those other things. Following the direction of his hand, Miha realized it was where the children were being held captive. He immediately cast a shield spell, blocking the countless shadow hands heading that way. The vile monarch saw this and smirked. Quite to my liking, aren't you? You'll be a useful pawn for me. Miha then asked Seth to go protect the children and not to worry about him. Seth, though worried, decided to listen to Miha. Seeing Miha lose Seth's protection, the vile monarch immediately unleashed his dark power. Oh-ho, so you've given up the protection of your comrade, have you? How foolish. Countless shadow tentacles lunged to attack Miha, but he quickly teleported into mid-air to dodge the attack. During this time, he calmly analyzed his opponent's power. His darkness can transform freely. However, it's definitely weaker than it was before I regressed. The vile monarch, despite missing, immediately launched his next attack. Let's see how long you can scurry around like a rat. Seeing this, Miha used a multicasting spell to begin his counterattack. First, he used Wind Slash to sever all the tentacles, leaving his opponent utterly astonished. You blocked all of them. I can't use the children as hostages. The battle is intense and I can't lose focus. But I wonder, how long can you last without your comrade's protection? The darkness then grew larger, transforming into monstrous mouths aiming to devour Miha. Miha immediately used teleportation and acceleration to flash to his opponent's side, but the vile monarch wasn't surprised at all and laughed loudly. How foolish. You think closing the distance gives you an advantage? He immediately controlled a tentacle to pierce through Mia's shoulder, but this was all part of Mia's plan. He grabbed the demon's head and began to recite the hymn of virtue aloud. Be kind and give. Remember, the sincere hearts, the fleeting shadows of the departed. The footsteps left behind are long and eternal. The demon, as if stripped of all its power, shrieked in agony. He couldn't believe a mere mortal knew of this. The Hymn of Virtue. Its words have long been forgotten. Even if only for a moment, the Demon King has always kept an eye on this world, and each time, heroes have appeared. Those heroes wrote a hymn to seal away their cunning enemies. The hymn must be carved into their very souls. Before his regression, Miha never had the chance to use the hymn because the demons were on high alert. But now, things were different. After finishing the hymn, Miha made a declaration. This will be your end, O vile monarch. His true name being revealed left the demon utterly shocked. It must be known that the people of this era had almost completely forgotten the Demon King and his subordinates. It had to be so, but he would never know why. With just a clench of his fist, Miha made him disintegrate into a pile of black dust. Seth, witnessing this, was extremely horrified. He vanished? She couldn't believe that one of the Demon King's 12 most powerful subordinates could be destroyed so easily, but all Miha cared about was the children's safety. Seth was still in shock. The children are all fine, but that's not what you should be asking. More importantly, you just obliterated him without much effort at all. When a demon general is eliminated, they unleash a terrible catastrophe. Just as Seth said, the demon's corpse had transformed into the shape of a bizarre, giant heart with eyes and a mouth. This thing was constantly emitting a disgusting aura. Its eyes stared intently at Miha, while its mouth spoke, "How foolish. You think killing me is the end of it? You have single-handedly brought a disaster upon this world with your overconfidence and stupidity." But Miha just smiled brightly, without a hint of worry. "You really think I'm stupid enough to kill you without any preparation?" Miha then used chalk to draw a complex magic circle around the demon. Seeing this, the demon scoffed. "A spell? Ha, it's useless, unless you're an 8th level mage or higher. Otherwise, nothing you do can stop my curse." Miha was completely confident in himself. That's only true if I don't truly understand the curse. Seeing this, Seth tried to stop him. The curse of a demon general is completely different from a normal curse, even if you. But Miha cut her off. The symbol of the Demon King's only enemy. "I also have this." Miha knelt on the ground, his hands touching the newly drawn magic circle. The mark on his neck also lit up, and a colossal amount of mana was instantly released, illuminating the circle. Witnessing this, Seth's jaw dropped in astonishment. "You're going to use that? Don't tell me you've mastered the holy artifact in such a short time." What Miha was doing was analyzing the curse. In essence, a curse is also a type of spell, and the primordial origin of all spells is their form and structure. Just like in mathematics, one can solve a problem to reach a conclusion. If so, what if you reverse the process? What would happen? The spell would return to its primordial state. As time passed, the demon grew smaller and smaller. Now, it was flustered and yelled, "What are you doing? This is just a futile effort." But those words didn't faze Miha. Completely dispelling it is likely impossible. That should be enough. We just need to weaken the curse. The rest shouldn't be a big deal for her. The person Miha mentioned was the Sword Saint, William, who was getting ready outside. Feeling like he was about to die, the demon decided to risk it all one last time, to drag everyone down to the grave with it. Seeing this, Miha told Seth to surround the demon with a storm. The demon then exploded, releasing a death curse, but the curse was contained by holy mana and couldn't escape. With this much, the Sword Saint could easily handle it. Just then, Miha started walking forward. When Seth asked what he was doing, he just smiled. "I want to confirm something. It's not often I get a chance to experience a demon's curse for myself. It'll be quick, before the curse disappears." As soon as he finished speaking, Miha walked straight into the curse, despite Seth's attempts to stop him. Meanwhile, the butler, Modin, was standing with his hands clasped, observing the curse from a distance with the Sword Saint, Millennium. "How pitiful. My young master pushed that thing too hard." Millennium clicked her tongue. "Teesk. I was wondering where you've been hiding all this time. So you're with the Onassis family?" But it seems Modin had no intention of admitting it. "Heh. I have no idea what you're talking about. How could I possibly be associated with such a respectable person?" Millennium said she was told that Modin knew how to handle the next step, but Modin just said he only knew because the young master had mentioned it. Millennium then wondered if Miha knew about him. Even Modin himself wondered about that, but there are more pressing matters now. Why don't we deal with this first? Use your aura to bind it. Follow my lead. Millennium didn't question it at all and cooperated perfectly with Modin. This brought back some memories from her past. With the two of them working together, a blinding light enveloped the curse and crushed it instantly. And just like that, the traces of the despicable monarch had completely vanished. The next day, Archprelate Ackley shook Miha's hand, laughing heartily. "Haha, well done. Honestly, I never expected things to go so smoothly. After all that, Byleth, the 7th general of the Demon King's army, has been eliminated. Everything happened quietly, under the peaceful facade of the capital, but this was enough to serve as a warning to the army about the potential danger of demons. While Ackley was thanking him profusely, Miha brought up their previous promise. Ackley immediately adopted a serious demeanor. You mean the hero selection? Of course. I will publicly support your bid to become the hero. However, before that, are you aware that the Empire already has its eye on someone? I will certainly support you, but I think you should also be cautious in all situations. Hearing this, Miha looked annoyed. Of course I know. All too well. In fact, how could I forget him? Sigurd of the Seagulls. It has to be that idiot. After settling matters, Miha left the shrine. As soon as he reached the door, he ran into Alien, who was waiting. Thank you. It's because of you that we've come this far. Master said she will be leaving immediately. There's someone she must find at all costs. Hearing this, Miha encouraged her. Then you should go with her to continue your training. Alien hesitated. Yes. That's why I came here. To say goodbye. Miha. I'm sorry. Even though the engagement was something neither of us wanted, we probably could have at least tried to accept it. But I didn't. If you can accept my apology, I hope that from now on, our relationship can improve. Seeing Miha's smile, Alien blushed bright red. What are you smiling at? Is it weird? Miha laughed and said, No, that's not it. Like I've said before, I no longer have any feelings for you. So just be yourself. These words helped Alien let go of the burden in her heart. She could now face Miha with a bright smile. Well then, perhaps this is where our rivalry begins. Just you wait. I'll catch up to you soon. After saying goodbye to Alien, Millennium came to see Miha. Finished talking with my student, Miha had already prepared himself for this conversation. Yes. I heard you're leaving right away, so I came to fulfill my promise. I'll tell you where your son is. At the Holy Papacy. Upon hearing the news, the Pope was stunned, holding his head. That despicable monarch was found in the capital. How can that be? What in the world happened? I thought the appearance of that great demon would cause catastrophic damage. An archprelate spoke up. It was very clear, but he's already been eliminated. Hearing this, the Pope was utterly confused. He didn't think anyone could have accomplished that before a disaster struck. The archprelate continued. It seems he died less than a day after appearing. According to Archprelate Ackley, this was done by one person. Here is a letter from Archprelate Ackley. After receiving the letter, the Pope read it carefully. Basically, the young master of the Onassis family single-handedly took down the demon that appeared in the capital. This was witnessed by Archprelate Ackley, and not only that, but that little girl, Cassandra, too. Ho ho. This is truly unbelievable. Doesn't that already make him a hero back in the capital? Miha was still talking with Millennium. Carryman didn't like how you handled things, so he chose to walk his own path instead of joining the Vigilante Corps. He wants to become a paladin. How did that kid manage to escape those sewer rats? The answer is simple. He joined. A power that even the sewer rats can't touch. That would be the Condor Mercenary Corps. Upon hearing the name, Millennium looked utterly astonished. The Guardians of Freedom. He joined them. The Condor is a large mercenary corps founded on the ideal of freedom. It's not easy for a mercenary corps to be recognized for its honor. However, they are different. They are a legitimate mercenary corps, respected by both the Empire and the neighboring kingdoms. Miha stepped closer as he continued. You know about them, don't you? Once you become a part of the Condor, you have to give up your old name and take a new one. You have to find the Condor Mercenary Corps. Your son is with them. Although she was overjoyed to hear news of her son, Millennium hesitated for a long time. But is it really the right thing to do, to go looking for him? Miha asked, What do you mean? You've been searching for him for a very long time. Millennium replied with a hint of sadness. If that boy truly needed my help, you don't have to think about that, but the boy has already chosen his own path. He doesn't want to become someone like me. Everything I do only hurts him. I haven't been a proper mother to him. I'm not even sure if I have the right to look for him anymore. I'm so conflicted right now. Miha approached and took Miriam's hand. Think about that after you've found him. You should talk to him first. As for his choice, leave that for later. Even if a child abandons their parents, parents never abandon their child. This is a special medicine I made. I'm sure it will be useful for your son. Keep it safe until you can give it to him. Miriam seemed to gain courage after hearing these encouraging words. She clutched the vial in her hand, determined not to give up. You're right. I shouldn't give up like this. Thank you, young Master Oneperis. Someday, I will repay this favor. With that, Miriam left under the beautiful twilight of the capital. Alien also went with her to train his swordsmanship. Now, Miha had to comfort the remaining member of the group. Do I really need to be here? Why do you look so down? Did Lady Miriam scold you or something? Leon was huddled in a corner, sniffling. It's the opposite. Actually, I was completely powerless in front of her. I couldn't do anything during that whole incident, and yet she didn't blame me at all. I'm not even worthy of her disappointment. Miha didn't think that was entirely true, but he couldn't let something like this get Leon's spirits down. Miha tossed a necklace to Leon and said, "This is a symbol of your efforts to help everyone in the last battle. We've cleared the first trial. Now, on to the parish." Hearing this, Leon was confused. The parish? Wait a minute. Wasn't our agreement just to come to the capital together? Miha immediately used reverse psychology. Didn't you hear what I just said? I guess I'll have to reconsider my judgment of you. That's why you should follow me. Don't tell me the future. Sword Saint is going to let something so trivial bring his spirits down. Being praised as the future Sword Saint made Leon blush with pride. Who do you think I am? Just then, Modin, who was standing nearby, spoke up. The young master is right. I'm sure that will be very useful to you. Isn't that the meaning of a trial? To overcome oneself to become a hero? He was trying to act all cool, but when Miha asked where he'd been all this time, Modin switched gears. I just ran into some old acquaintances and got caught up talking with them. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Cassandra appeared out of nowhere. It's important to have trustworthy companions. It seems you've received support from Archbishop Ackley. He's a very influential person, so he'll be a great help to us. That's why I'm thinking of helping you on your journey from now on. Perhaps it's time for me to return after a period of rest. What do you think about receiving help from the prophet of the parish? Will this be useful to you in your journey ahead? And just like that, the party gained a profit. Miha was getting closer and closer to preparing for the war with the Demon King. 4 days later, after resting and recuperating, Mia's wounds had basically healed. In the battle with the Demon General, he had recklessly used himself as bait. If the wound had been just a little off, he would have been pushing up daisies. Miha understood that he needed to reach the 6th circle of magic as soon as possible. The remaining commanders of the Demon Army's 1st Division wouldn't be as weak as that loathsome monarch. Just then, Set suddenly spoke up. There's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. What are you? I want to know where your knowledge and skills come from. If you truly trust me, shouldn't I know these things? After hearing her, Miha thought, she has a point. Trust is built on how well you understand the other person. But I don't think telling her I've traveled back in time is a good idea, even if Set doesn't tell anyone else. I still have to be extremely careful. That's right. I'll say this. After a moment of thought, Miha answered her question. You're not the only one guarding Asa's tomb. Set was a bit suspicious and asked again. Really? But wasn't I the first one you met? Miha continued confidently. There's one exception, the records of Toast. Hearing that name, Set was completely stunned. Wait, you mean those ancient records still exist today? Miha replied without hesitation. That's right. Basically, Miha wasn't exactly lying, as he had truly absorbed the records of Toast before traveling back in time. Toast was also a tomb that his party had once conquered. As for Toast, a strange record had been circulated among the people. It was called the Records of Toast. Although this sounded plausible, Mia's experiences were still unbelievable. Set then asked Miha about the next tomb, but Mia's current goal was to become a hero first. The tomb was next to the parish district. I'll clear it out while I'm at it. If I plan carefully, I can avoid as much danger as possible. After clearing up her doubts, Miha then asked Set, speaking of which, there's something I don't understand about the records. What is the true nature of the entities we call gods? The current god of the continent is Heko, the god of wisdom. In my past life, before Asa's tomb was discovered, Hekau was the only known god. Seeing Set freeze up, Miha asked again, are there really only 2 gods in this world? If Asa was so great, why don't we know more about them? Set only offered a vague response. The amount of information I can tell you right now is very limited. Just call it an unfortunate tragedy. From this information, it seems Set also knew what had happened to Hekau. Miha asked another question. So, I'm guessing, you won't tell me what will happen if I collect all the holy relics, right? Set didn't deny it. For now, yes. That's also why Toast didn't include any more information than what was absolutely necessary. But that was all Miha needed to know. For now, after changing clothes, Miha went out and spoke to Leon about staying here for a while. The reason was that he had defeated a demon. It must have spread throughout the kingdom, and your father surely found out when he came here. Miha hadn't told his father, and soon he would come here and spank him. Hearing this, Leon panicked, grabbed Miha by the collar, and yelled, Wait, are you saying he already knows? The strongest ARCHMAGE in the kingdom, your father, has already figured it out. Are you insane? What about me? I'm here with you, too. This is bad. I hope we can still get away. But it was too late. As soon as Miha saw dark clouds gathering in the sky, he immediately cast a multi-chance shield. Thanks to that, they both managed to survive a gigantic lightning bolt. Witnessing this, Leon's jaw dropped in astonishment. What the hell is happening? But Miha calmly looked into the distance and said with a smile, "That's just how Oneperis greets people. It's nice to see you, father." At that moment, Marsis stepped out from the cloud of dust. Radiating a menacing aura, he raised his middle finger. "Shut your mouths, son. You just have to love the way this father and son greet each other." Meanwhile, Acklay was sipping a cup of coffee and musing to himself, "I never thought I'd be the one to select a hero. But now that a demon general has appeared, I can no longer sit idly by. Miha Oneperis. I can find no one more worthy of the title, hero." Just then, an earth-shattering tremor occurred. Acklay thought the demons were attacking and was terrified. At that moment, a subordinate ran in, panicking, to report, "Archbishop, Marquis Oneperis is attacking his own son with magic." Back with Miha, he was running for his life to avoid being beaten to death by his father. They were mostly lightning spells, perfect for quick cooldowns and low energy consumption. He probably doesn't want me to get hurt. Just as I expected from my father, he studied magic thoroughly and makes the most of his strengths. As he ran, Miha said, "I have great respect for you, father." This statement only infuriated Marsis even more. "What did you just say? You and that damn mouth of yours should just stand still and take your punishment." Immediately after, a dense layer of lightning surrounded Miha, but he remained unfazed and used teleportation to dodge every attack. When a lightning bolt was about to strike his back, it was blocked by a holy relic. After escaping the barrage of lightning, Miha turned to face his father. "Father, do you really think I'm aiming for the position of a hero just for fun?" Marsis didn't deny it. Seeing this, Miha continued, "This generation of heroes is very different. Have you heard the news about the appearance of one of the commanders of the Demon King's Legion?" Marsis didn't seem too concerned about this. "I've heard, but is it really that serious? I thought it was just propaganda from the parishes to get attention." But Miha was dead serious. "What if I told you it wasn't just fabricated propaganda?" Marsis immediately became serious. "Tell me the details." After hearing the story, Marsis asked cautiously, "Are you saying one of the commanders of the Demon King's Legion, the abhorrent monarch, has appeared?" It seemed he still didn't quite believe it. Miha pressed on, "The appearance of the demon general is real, and it died under circumstances where it was cornered by several heroes." Upon hearing this, Marsis asked grimly, "Son, do you have any idea what nonsense you're spouting? A demon general appeared, and it accomplished nothing? How is that possible? This sounds absurd." Just then, Acklay stepped forward. "It is the truth, my lord. Do you remember me? I believe we met about a year ago." Even so, Marsis was still skeptical. "What do you mean when you say it's the truth? Has the poet found this newly appeared hero?" Acklay smiled brightly and gestured towards Miha. "Yes, a hero has appeared there. And specifically, that person is standing right in front of you." Marsis was instantly stunned. "All I see is my foolish son." At that moment, he noticed the mark on Mia's neck. "It's just as I thought. You've shown me some interesting things before, haven't you? Does this have anything to do with the appearance of the demon general?" Miha grinned. "I knew you'd figure it out." Seeing his son admit it, Marsis immediately used instant teleportation to go confirm it. A moment later, Marsis returned. "I've checked the density of demonic energy in the capital. I admit it feels like a demon general could have appeared there. But a hero, it doesn't suit the name Oneperis." It was just as Miha had predicted, as the House of Oneperis wasn't particularly interested in religious matters. Miha then spoke up to explain, "Father, the reason the title of hero has fallen out of use is because we faced no danger from the Demon King. However, what if the prophecy comes true? The title of hero only reappears when humanity foresees a cataclysmic disaster caused by the Demon King. The title of hero will become greater than ever. It will help rally various powers to stand up against the Demon King." But Marsis remained stubborn and tried to dissuade him. "The old men of the parish are not people you can easily fool. What you're talking about is not something that can happen so easily." At that moment, Miha activated the Tempest Holy Relic, greatly astonishing Marsis. Acklay, on the other hand, was so scared he fell to the ground. "Don't tell me that's divine power." Miha's entire body was now enveloped in divine power, shining brilliantly. No matter how cunning or skeptical they are, it's all useless. Because I have a god on my side. With this, the churches and other powers will have to be cautious and reconsider my appearance. I also have the right to choose my own comrades, to accompany me in the battle against this demon legion. When asked if he had chosen any teammates yet, Miha pointed towards Leon, who was eavesdropping nearby. "There's one person right here." Leon froze. "Who? Me? Where am I?" Marsis couldn't help but tease his son. "His eyes are saying it's not him." Miha then smiled brightly at Leon. "No, it's definitely him. I promised him a surprising gift, and that is the chance to accompany me in this war." Leon immediately understood the situation and played along with Miha. That's right. It is my honor to accompany him. He is someone who can stand against the Demon Legion. He's not so foolish as to rush into something without thinking it through. He plans things out. I'm sure you understand him even better than I do, right? Hearing this, Marcus recalled everything that had happened recently. He knew he could completely trust his son. Then, he turned to Archbishop Akeley, who was sitting on the ground. Do you think you can stand by my son's side in this war, instead of just the parishes? Without a moment's hesitation, Akeley replied, I, Archbishop Akeley, can swear before God. Hearing this confirmation, Marcus was finally at ease. He stood up, turned, and left without another thought. Miha, do what you must. I will no longer stand in your way. Having earned his father's trust, Miha felt even more confident about the journey ahead. This time, he would defeat the Demon Lord and change the tragic future. The next day, Leon burst into Miha's room, shouting, Hand it over. I'm pretty sure you said you'd give me something, didn't you? He might look like a mayhead, but there's no doubt Leon would be a trustworthy ally. Miha pointed and told Leon to lie down first. Then, he traced a line of incantations with his hand, sending Leon into a deep trance. From now on, reflect and rediscover yourself. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Leon slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a desolate, dark place. Leon looked around, completely bewildered, having no damn clue where he'd ended up. A voice whispered softly from behind him, You see it, don't you? This place is merely an illusion. Or you could call it the world within your subconscious. A creature with a face as black as a moonless night explained. So, this place wasn't real. Suddenly, the creature flew into a rage, aggressively drawing its sword and lunging at Leon. Leon's eyes widened in terror as he swung his own sword to defend himself. But this monster, it was unbelievably strong. In a panic, Leon's sword pierced right through it. He let out a terrified scream. The scene before him suddenly shifted into an endless void, scaring the hell out of him. The monster was now standing behind him, who knows for how long, with a taunting look on its face as if it had just enjoyed a good show. Not falling for it again, Leon went on guard and approached the creature. You're not tricking me this time, he thought, unleashing the first form of his Melia technique. Spiritual energy shot out from within Leon, flying toward the monster. At that moment, it wasn't defending itself at all, leaving itself wide open. It was far too arrogant. But who would have known? Before his sword could even touch a single hair on the creature, it slapped him so hard that blood flew, and he collapsed, unconscious. You thought I was being arrogant, so I didn't defend myself, didn't you? It seems you still don't grasp my training method, which is to die and repeat. The monster kicked Leon to the ground and spoke with contempt. A moment later, Leon woke up from the dream, cursing. He demanded that Miha send him back immediately. But Miha stopped him at once. Hold on. Before you go back in, you need to review how you fought during that last attempt, and you need to test out different strategies before your next try. Hearing Miha's words, Leon felt like tearing his hair out. He didn't even know what kind of monster he had just been up against. It's your future self, Miha thought to himself. He didn't say anything else, just told Leon to get some rest for their departure to Paris the next day. I was thinking we could visit a few other places on the way to Paris. We'll make a trip to the elf forest, Miha suggested. The next morning, they were all there. After contacting Ida's group, Miha mentioned that besides seeing the world tree, he was also here to open a farm or two. The first step was to actually get into the elf forest, which was located in the middle of nowhere. Mia's attention was drawn to the tangled roots of the world tree beneath the ground. At present, the world tree's roots enveloped the entire world. No matter where the roots were, they all tended to connect back to their source. Based on their current state, Miha guessed that the world tree's condition was getting progressively worse. Miha clasped his hands together, deciding to take a risk. He would try using magic to follow the roots and see where they led. Before his regression, the world tree had completely withered and died. The elf queen had died at the hands of a high-ranking demon before she could save it. But now, Miha and his friends had to do everything in their power to save this world. And that's how the 8th elf queen, Jiha Gigi Fresco, came to join Mia's group, attempting to communicate with a high-level entity like the world tree. This is bringing back some unpleasant memories, Miha thought. Just then, the sharp voice of the blue-haired girl, Set, rang out, complaining that her soul and Mia's were bound together. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this place. Miha quietly asked, Set for information about the world tree. The world tree is a branch of roots directly connected to Asa. To be more specific, the world tree is a survivor, while we are the ones who were sacrificed, Set said in a somber tone. So, the tomb guardians are sacrificial offerings, and beings like the world tree are the ones who survived. I'll have to figure this out later, Miha thought as he stood before the great tree. A brilliant, flickering light appeared, and from it Jean Rachel, the spirit of the world tree, emerged to greet Miha. She also recognized Set because Set had been acknowledged by a sacred relic and had even protected Jean Rachel's older sister. Miha was also currently in possession of the records of Toast. This led Miha to secretly guess that this was all related to the Demon Lord or a similar entity. At this, Jiha's face suddenly turned pale, because everything was happening exactly as she had predicted. The remnants of that evil entity have left behind terrible consequences. As she spoke, her entire body suddenly began to crack into tiny fragments, and then it gradually vanished like sea foam. The Demon Lord's remaining essence is incredibly difficult to deal with. If only I could have completely destroyed it, then perhaps things would be different, Jean Rachel said. Now Mia understood why the world tree was being destroyed. Are you bearing this burden all by yourself? That thing nearly brought destruction to this entire realm, Miha said to her. To put it in human terms, she replied, I have willingly drunk poison. A poison with a 100% mortality rate. I am certain it will kill me completely within 4 days. It would be better if I suppose that means my job is done. But I still have a little time until then. Jean Rachel replied, I understand. So, the remnants of the Demon Lord haven't completely corrupted her heart, have they? That means we still have a chance, Miha said in a low voice. Before Miha was reborn, Jean Rachel had chosen to perish along with the remnants of the Demon Lord. However, the Demon Lord had waited for the moment she left this world, and he attacked right at that moment. This means that in the end, her choice led to her own meaningless death. However, things are different now. We need to eliminate them before they can reach her core. In the remaining 4 days, I will make sure you recover completely, Miha declared confidently. Zeth also advised Gresso to trust Miha. Gresso was still sniffling, not even getting a chance to feel touch before Miha gave him the chills, saying he wanted to be paid up front. He doesn't need this for his own benefit, but to resolve this entire situation, Miha thought. Then, he pointed a finger to the sky, indicating that of all the branches of the world tree, Miha wanted Gresso's oldest and best branch. The elf was kneeling before the world tree, praying for guidance. Show me the way to save my sapling. Some call me the Great Mother. Some call me the world tree. Darkness is threatening to devour me. However, it's not too late. There is a man who shares my light. If you walk with him, hope will shine upon us. Just as the world tree finished speaking, a deep, warm voice sounded from behind him, and it was none other than our boy, Miha. Miha led the elf through a familiar path. Even after the forest had been laid to waste, with no one left, this path remained. Miha figured he should probably change the fate of the current elf king. Even though he was old, he wasn't useless. Keeping him alive would bring many benefits. Normally, he would die at the hands of the Demon Lord's unsealed remnants, but Miha was determined not to let him die like that. By the way, did you come here alone? It's not that I don't trust you, but this forest isn't so easy to get in and out of, the elf said. The people out there don't follow the usual rules. Miha chuckled in response. Just then, a guard came running from a distance, out of breath, to report an intruder. Miha smirked. It took them long enough to get here. In the sky, 4 unidentified flying objects were being chased away by the villagers, and who would have guessed? It was Leon and his usual troublemaking friends. Miha was about to open his mouth to scold them when they cut him off, claiming he was the one who abandoned them first. This left him completely speechless. The old, coughing butler, with a grim face, demanded that Miha take responsibility for all of his subordinates' sins. Okay, you want it. You got it. Miha immediately had his men tie the butler up to shut him up. Regarding the World Tree branch, Miha said he had already received his upfront payment but still needed their help. A moment later, the elf led the group to the elf palace, where his father resided. Elves and spirits have coexisted since the beginning of time, and the one who holds the title of Elf King is chosen by both races to lead them. In other words, he is an elf acknowledged by all spirits, and this is where the Elf King and the elves live. To the elves, this is the most sacred place. A few spirits flew out from the bushes, and affectionately nuzzled their cheeks against Miha's face. They're usually not this friendly with outsiders. You truly are the World Tree's representative, aren't you? The elf said. Arriving at the main hall, the elf opened the door. Before them appeared the Elf King, exuding an incredibly majestic and splendid aura as he greeted them. Miha bowed his head respectfully. Please, do not be surprised, father. The World Tree appeared before us for a moment, the elf said. The Elf King was stunned for a few seconds, demanding his son prove it was true. Just as the elf was wondering how, Miha clapped him on the shoulder with a confident smile on his face. A second later, the Elf King gasped in astonishment as he saw Miha pull a branch of the World Tree from his clothes. The Elf King understood immediately. The fact that Miha possessed a branch of the World Tree meant he was acknowledged by the tree itself. This is the most convincing proof that I've seen the World Tree, Miha thought to himself. Jiren Hades, the current elf king, bowed before the divine envoy. I beg you, please grant salvation to my people. He suddenly dropped to his knees at Miha's feet and spoke earnestly. Miha stated that he had a matter to attend to. I plan to forge an artifact that can neutralize the poison that is gradually corroding the world tree, using this branch. Therefore, I intend to borrow your forge. I'm talking about the Lake of Urn. Hearing Miha, the Elf King was a bit surprised that Miha even knew about the Lake of Urn. The Lake of Urn was the forge used by Urn, the spirit blacksmith, who forged equipment for the Elf Kings. Then, without delay, I shall guide you there, the Elf King said. No, I was planning to ask something else of you, Your Majesty. The thing eroding the world tree is a remnant of the Demon Lord, correct? Yes, the enemy of all living things. It is what you think it is, Miha replied. But I don't sense any evil energy, the Elf King said hesitantly. That's because right now, the world tree has the upper hand in terms of power. This is the best she can do. She is asking for everyone's help, but her call is too weak for anyone to notice. They are both trying their best for each other, but are unable to communicate. We have to solve that problem. But the thing is, the moment I start forging the artifact, that remnant will detect it and try to interfere. A disaster will befall the spirit forest. We can't waste any more time. We must resolve this quickly. Mia's words left everyone stunned and astonished. The Elf King held his head for a moment, then softly called to his son, Quickly, take Miha to the lake. Miha silently resolved to risk everything to protect everyone after asking his group to support him. Fired up and full of determination, Miha set off. The elf led Miha to the Lake of Urn as requested. Urn used this lake to create magical tools, but how? No one knows. There are no clues to tell us the method. Do you happen to know? He asked. Of course, Miha knew. After all, he had created countless items here himself. Earth used this lake in a special way. Perhaps he just wanted to keep it for himself. However, he wasn't actually a blacksmith, Miha thought as he gathered all his strength. He threw the branch into the lake, and the water's surface suddenly began to boil violently, as if it were at 100 degrees Celsius. To be more precise, Earth is a mage, Miha thought to himself. The legendary elven master blacksmith was actually a mage. Although he was a very talented mage, his abilities clearly had some limitations. That's why he made a decision. If he couldn't succeed as a mage, he would find success in a different way. And in the end, Earth became a master of magical items. I think the fountain in the name is a metaphor, not a real fountain. Even though it's just a fountain with ordinary water, the mana mixed into it is different. It's like a liquefied form of the water. Miha immediately reached out and used a structural analysis spell. A surge of magic erupted from the branch, transforming the churning water into streams. Mistletoe from the world tree is a special ingredient that contains the life force of the world tree. The problem here is that refining this type of item to 100% perfection is nearly impossible. However, what if I use a more thorough magical method? Miha smirked and gently extended his hand. He prepared to control the mixed water to refine the mistletoe. This would take about 4 days. We finally reached the fountain. This place must still hold many other gifts from Earth. The artifacts of the former kings must be around here somewhere. Go find them yourselves. I need to focus on this first, Miha told the elf. He understood completely and nodded happily. Their 4-day countdown began. 3 days later, things were progressing better than expected with the help of Leon's group, but the female mage still felt a slight anxiety, just hoping Miha could make her wish come true. As they were standing around chatting, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked apart with a rumbling tremor. The very thing they all feared had now appeared, a massive serpent with glistening black scales, roaring as it violently spat venom and spun webs. They had encountered a truly fierce beast. They were all so scared they could have fainted, trembling so hard they couldn't move a limb. An immense fear washed over them, accompanied by the tremendous power they could feel. I don't think I can beat this thing. Damn it, why am I so weak? If only I could be as strong as the person I met in my dream. Miha, when is he going to show up? Leon gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed as he anxiously thought of Miha. The pitch-black serpent was brimming with a murderous aura. Preparing for a direct confrontation, the Elf King's group and Leon's mighty army stood in perfect formation. On command, they drew their bows. They fired a volley of arrows that rained down on the serpent. Struck by the arrows, it couldn't help but roar in pain and charge madly towards them, only to be blocked by the elves' magic shield. The monster's attacks grew more and more ferocious. The shield couldn't hold and began to crumble into small pieces. Meanwhile, Miha was with Seth. After 3 arduous days, he had successfully set up the sphere system. Everything went smoother than he had thought. It was a huge success. Miha thought, now I just need to embed the sphere into the scepter, and it'll be done. Miha held his breath and fitted it in. A blinding light suddenly spread across the sky. Over by the serpent, Its intense frenzy had caused a few elves to cough up blood and collapse. They had reached their limit. The shield could no longer hold and was about to shatter completely. In one powerful sweep, the monster's force destroyed the shield. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appeared out of nowhere, searing the serpent and burning it black as charcoal. Miha had arrived just in time. Everyone couldn't help but rejoice. If Miha hadn't ended things quickly, this place would have been nothing but a pile of rubble. Just using a level 5 spell like Holy Light couldn't have achieved such an effect. However, with this scepter, a scepter made from precious materials, from the World Tree, things are different. However, the fragments have been on the World Tree for more than just 1 or 2 years. There's no way the World Tree wouldn't have been affected during all that time. Thinking it over, this must be a fragment of the Demon Lord. If I can take it down in a single blow with this scepter, the World Tree won't have to suffer anymore. However, this isn't the only thing I've prepared. Miha thought worriedly as he flew closer to the monster. The serpent roared, baring its maw full of razor-sharp teeth, and snarled at Miha. Just as it was about to pounce and snatch him, an arrow brimming with magical power flew in from a distance, striking the monster head-on. Dust and smoke filled the air. That was an arrow forged by Earth, a famous treasure known for its powerful divine energy. It was the elf who had provided timely assistance to Miha with a perfectly aimed arrow. At that very moment, within the thick black dust, the serpent's skin was nearly seared off by the heat, revealing its stark white skeleton. Miha nodded to Seth, then boldly charged straight towards the monster, his eyes filled with confidence. Miha and Seth had entered the beast's hideous body. "I think it really is a fragment. I can confirm it's quite similar to the Demon Lord," she said from within the bloody, demon energy-filled belly. "The fragments are gradually turning into demons. They don't look very strong due to their instability, but Miha still has to be careful. It seems they can regenerate as long as they remain inside." The fragment. Facing the horde of demons rushing towards him, Miha tapped his scepter, causing an expanding magic circle to appear. Miha then used Holy Gate. It was a charm he had successfully created himself before his regression. The difficulty of casting this spell far surpassed other charms, so much so that it even made Miha cough up blood. "It's a demon lord slaying charm that I prepared for situations just like this. However, this is the only thing I can do to solve the problem." Miha wiped the blood from his mouth and unleashed a critical strike, wiping out the entire horde of demons. The devastating blow made Seth gasp in astonishment. She was just worried Miha was overexerting himself, and she was right. The amount of mana this charm consumed was enormous. If I want to use it along with other charms, I can only maintain it for 5 minutes. I need to resolve this within that time, Miha told himself, working tirelessly until he was drenched in sweat. A moment later, Miha finally found the Demon Lord's eye deep inside the serpent's body. It opened its giant, bloodshot eye, staring unblinkingly at Miha as it repeatedly swung its sinews toward him. The spell only had 3 minutes left. Caught in the dizzying whirlwind created by the eye, Miha struggled to cast a teleportation spell. With only 1 minute left, Miha pulled out the stone. He slammed the marked stone hard against the monster's flesh. With only 30 seconds left, an arrow brimming with wild, blazing energy flew out from nowhere in a single streak. It sliced clean through the eye's bloody tendrils. Outside, the serpent demon cried out in agony, trembling and staggering about. "Come now. Did you really think the being known as the World Tree would just sit back and do nothing while I was preparing to kill it?" Miha said with a smirk, standing before the eye. There was always a chance for Miha, even before he regressed. Even if all of Miha's efforts failed and he were to die, everything had its purpose. Miha then used the unique 7th level spell, Jefferson, aiming it directly at the eye. Countless saplings sprouted in a rush, taking over the monster's entire body. He hoped that someone would find this tiny sapling. That way, even if the fragment completely absorbed the tree, a part of it could still be left behind. "This spell is meant only for the World Tree," Miha said with a radiant smile. Both the World Tree and the elf with him were moved to tears by the sight. A path to a new beginning had opened. Like a hymn being sung, tiny fragments from within the serpent demon's body formed a surge of energy that shot straight into the World Tree, making it grow lush and sparkle as if by magic. The elf remembered Miha's words. He was deeply moved by Miha's promise to save the World Tree and vowed to keep moving forward. Caressa was incredibly grateful to Miha. Now, she could once again care for the forest and the children. "Don't worry about thanking me. We can do that later. I've already fulfilled my promise. Isn't it time for the World Tree to fulfill our contract?" Miha asked. "Yes, but this contract doesn't seem very fair, does it? You need essence to nurture your magic circles, right? But essence merely increases the number of your magic circles. Personally, I think that's too cheap a reward for what you've done to save my life. Instead, I will give you a part of myself." Hearing Jean Rachel's firm declaration shocked Seth. "A part of you? How do you plan to maintain the order and balance of this world? You've only just regained your freedom. Why make things so difficult for yourself? Seth really couldn't understand what Jean Rachel was thinking. From now on, your abilities will not be limited to just gathering mana. You will also be able to store the energy of the elements within your own body, Jireso said. This was her gift to Miha. She then gave Miha a strand of her hair. She told Miha to tie it to his arm so she could transfer her magic. As the magic from Jireso flowed into his body, Miha could faintly sense the power of the world tree, circulating within him, healing his wounds in magic circles. The mana in my body is moving constantly. Normally, my body would have become a chaotic mess by now, but thanks to the world tree's energy, my wounds are healing quickly, Miha thought, gritting his teeth. He felt that power seep deep into his body. When it was all over, he had become a promising sixth circle mage. That evening, the whole group of elves ate, drank, and celebrated until midnight. It was the first time Miha had seen them so happy, and their joy was contagious. The Spirit King came and sat beside him. How are you feeling, Miha? Much better, thank you. Prince Jiha is a genius. He has spread your wisdom and arranged a meeting with spirits who can still commune with the Spirit King, Miha said. His wisdom and arrange a meeting with spirits who are still able to commune with the Spirit King, Miha said. It seems you hold my son in high regard. As a father, that makes me very happy, he replied cheerfully. Miha stared at him silently, before he regressed. There was one thing Jiha always used to say. My father is a wonderful person. He was right. I'm so glad I was able to save him, Miha thought with a faint smile. Suddenly, the Spirit King pulled Miha before the crowd and boisterously declared that they would leave the forest to help Miha whenever he needed it. The elves wholeheartedly agreed, cheering and shouting Miha's name, praising him to the high heavens. Miha was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Suddenly, he paused, feeling like he had forgotten something. The Pope had invited everyone for a meeting. One of them guessed, I bet he's planning to choose a new reserve hero again. That's right. I've discussed it with Archbishop Ali, and he has also agreed, the Pope replied. But, Pope Oneperis, we are talking about someone with the blood of a mage, as you know. When it comes to heroes and their purpose, we still haven't determined it. Another person spoke up, giving the Pope a headache. He couldn't understand when these servants of God had become so selfish and self-serving. Everyone, we simply follow God's word. We are not allowed to decide. We have decided to nurture a hero to prevent the coming disaster. However, why can't we eliminate a candidate? Before the words were even finished, Archbishop Killen aggressively slammed the table. I object. We must make that brat serve our interests. And you come here saying things like that. If he is the chosen one, he will easily surpass the candidates from other institutes to become the hero. Becoming a hero isn't the only path. There are countless ways to help others, the Pope concluded. The meeting ended there. He felt that the day had been meaningless, but at least he was finally able to voice his opinion. And buy some time, Miha. I wonder what kind of person you are, he pondered. Meanwhile, Miha was saying his goodbyes to the elves. They cheerfully promised to meet again. Do you plan on becoming a hero? I believe you're the right person for it. However, the other nations won't like this. Countless people use false prophecies to start wars. That's why we confined ourselves to the Spirit Forest, Jiha said. Miha already knew this. He recalled the fool who assumed everything in the Holy Kingdom was right, and his memories of trying to escape their control. Miha squeezed his eyes shut, recalling old memories. Jiha could only wish Miha a safe journey, hoping the blessed tree would protect him along the way. Good luck. I'm sure you'll get it too. Do you remember what I said? You don't have to carry everything yourself. Nothing will change if you do everything alone. I hope you realize that after this incident. Miha pointed directly at Jiha's face, lecturing him on his main problem. While he was saving countless lives and continuously doing so, Jiha had become trapped in the past and couldn't escape. Jiha had always been a nobleman, but it pained Miha to see him like that. Now that I'm back in the past, I want to help Jiha, Miha thought. Hearing Jiha promise to carve Miha's words into his heart, Miha was extremely pleased. Miha hoped Jiha would walk the right path from now on. Miha had also gained Jiha as a friend on his journey to save the world. On the way to the next location, seeing everyone constantly wondering about his identity, Miha decided to just come clean. I guess it's time to tell the truth. All right, I'll tell everyone. I can solve these nearly impossible tasks because I can hear the voice of God. What the F? Hearing this, the whole group froze, thinking they'd misheard. They were completely stunned. What the hell was Miha talking about? They refused to comprehend. Miha remembered his first meeting with that bastard. His hair shone like the sun, and he had golden eyes. Appearance-wise, he was the perfect example of a warrior from a fairy tale. But who would have known that this warrior would be so reckless? A conceited person chasing the image of a hero, completely ignoring his own capabilities. Because of that, many people lost their lives. However, that bastard refused to admit his mistakes to the very end. Back to the present, where Miha claimed he could hear God's voice. Leon and the others were extremely skeptical. Miha was totally bluffing. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Miha gave a smirk. God told me to piss off, he said, stunning them all. If you overwater a plant, its roots will rot. Unfortunately, the current Holy Empire is already completely rotten to the core. That's why I said it. In the name of God, Holy Kingdom, get lost. Miha declared arrogantly, flipping a sharp middle finger. Now that our work here is done, why don't we go and overturn the chessboard of the elders in the Holy Kingdom? Miha said with a smirk to everyone. In New York, the capital of the Holy Kingdom, they saw the Spire of Saints, the symbol of the Holy Kingdom. It proved they had arrived at their destination. When the gatekeeper started asking countless questions, Miha simply presented the invitation letter from Archbishop Ali, which made the man jump in surprise. After signing with a blood seal for confirmation, Miha successfully entered. Although the great elders of the Holy Kingdom are cautious in selecting their warriors, even if they lose their position, a warrior will always be a warrior, Miha thought. Leon, riding Mia's coattails, felt that Miha was truly impressive for attracting their attention. At that moment, Miha put on an even greater show, with his glowing tattoo and the supreme scepter. The divine power emanating from Miha left the surrounding crowd in awe and astonishment. Watch closely, and make sure to report this to the old nobles of the divine kingdom who sent you here. Miha calculated in his head. His mind had already mapped out every step to deal with the few infiltrators in the chaotic crowd. Seeing the old butler rambling on beside him, Miha suggested he go get some rest. Just as Miha predicted, those few strangers reported Miha's display of divine power back to their masters. Bishop Killen found this hard to believe, because the Oneperis family was a line of mages. There was no way a mage could use divine power. Mana and divine power cannot be combined. Their fusion was only rumored to exist in fairy tales, and that would be a divine mandate. Not only that, among the young master of the Oneperis house's group, the subordinates also spotted Cassandra. The moment the subordinate finished his sentence, Killen's eyes shot wide open in astonishment. Mid-rank priest Sihan came to the door to personally welcome Miha. Miha glanced over and felt that Sihan was quite young to be a mid-rank priest. Miha asked Sihan to lead the way for him, assuming his followers could take care of themselves. Or maybe I should talk to them, Miha thought to himself. Miha quietly called Cassandra over, whispering in her ear about how Archbishop Killen had likely sensed her presence. Yes, of course. They are the ones most wary of my prophecy, after all. So, what should I do? She asked worriedly. Do as you wish. Whatever you do, I will support and help you. Miha looked into Cassandra's eyes, affirming his words with conviction. Under the twilight, their two intense gazes locked onto each other. This gave her strength. She promised Miha she would do what she thought was best. Sir Miha, please wait. The reason I left the Holy Kingdom. I think I need to tell you why. Cassandra hurriedly reached out and grabbed Miha before he was about to go inside. A moment later, the door in front of them closed. Cassandra felt that telling Miha was the right thing to do because she trusted him. Seeing Leon in awe of the Holy Kingdom's scenery, Cassandra recounted her old stories to Leon. I was incredibly impressed the first time I came here. When I was young, I used to live in the slums, but that's all in the past now. The Holy Kingdom was my light. The place that brought me out of the slums was the Holy Kingdom. That's why I've always wished that the Holy Kingdom would never change, that it would stay just like it was before. Sir Miha told me to act as I see fit. If they don't want to listen to my prophecy, then I will have to create a reason for them to believe me. Cassandra clenched her fists, fiercely telling herself, come on, you can do this. As for Miha, he had already followed Sihan inside. I heard that you performed a divine miracle at the front gate. Is that true? Sihan suddenly asked curiously. A divine miracle? Don't tell me my declaration at the front gate has already spread like that. Miha thought with a jolt. It's divine power. What's so strange about a mage being able to use it? Miha turned and asked Sihan. Sihan's eyes sparkled brightly, showing how much he wanted to see a hero who could use magic. So the Holy Kingdom still hasn't chosen the next hero. Miha had thought for sure that Christopher would be the one, that it couldn't be anyone else. Yes, he's a good person, but how should I put this? You know how people say you have to make up for your lack of knowledge with other things? That's the feeling I get from him as he's chattering on. Sihan glanced at Miha's ice-cold expression and felt a pang of guilt, quickly apologizing. But who would have thought Miha would suddenly grab Sihan's hand, pull him closer, and whisper, I like you. Sihan was left speechless, goosebumps erupting on his skin. Intermediate Paladin Sihan. I'll have to remember him. I'm sure he'll become very important in the days to come. Miha thought to himself. In a flash, they were at the Pope's chamber door. After Sihan explained everything to Miha, he asked to wait outside. Miha forcefully pushed the door open, curious to see what Pope Gregorius looked like. As the door swung open, what greeted Miha's eyes was an unbelievably familiar face. The two of them stared at each other, sheer shock written all over their faces. A few minutes earlier, Miha had pressed Cassandra about whether she left the Holy Nation because others didn't believe her prophecy. That wasn't the only reason. The prophecy the public knows is far from the truth. The real prophecy is that the Demon Lord will plunge the entire world into a sea of fire. Chaos will spread like wildfire, and rivers of blood will flow across the entire continent. However, facing the Demon Lord is a Leon with a golden mane. Around the Leon's neck is an object, an inverted sun. The sun is the symbol of the hero. Therefore, it's entirely possible that people would interpret this as a prophecy of the hero's future downfall, she replied in a low voice. The power that the hero represents for the Holy Nation has always been beyond our comprehension, and for the hero to suddenly face such a negative prophecy. Of course, they would do everything in their power to prevent this information from getting out. The worrying part here is the description of a Leon with a golden mane. Miha was lost in thought. Finally, Miha's eyes widened in realization as he remembered a character with a golden mane, Siegfried, who was standing right in front of him now. "Welcome, Lord Miha." Hearing his mocking greeting, 1,000 curses rose like venom in Miha's throat. However, Miha had to restrain himself. He clenched his fists hard to suppress his anger. Calm down. Representative of the great holy nation, the eyes of the wise Hekau, I am extremely grateful to be in your presence. But, may I ask who this person is? Miha turned to Lord Gregorius, puzzled. This is the prodigy from the Golden Lion Knight's Order, Sir Siegfried. He is also a candidate for the title of hero. Both of you are candidates. It's highly likely that soon, one of you will have the honor of bearing the title of hero, he replied. At that moment, Siegfried approached Miha and extended his hand in a friendly gesture. The two shook hands, much to Miha's utter frustration. Miha could already see Siegfried trying to use his holy power, slowly channeling it during the handshake to gauge how strong Miha was. Fine, I'll play your petty little game, Miha thought, gritting his teeth. He then used the free circulation spell, which prevented his opponent from withdrawing their power after channeling it in. It forced Siegfried to just grit his teeth and tense his entire body. Miha, at this rate, he'll die, Seth whispered in his ear. Only then did he let go. Siegfried was drenched in sweat, his face dazed and confused by Miha's terrifying power. It seems you possess pure holy power. In terms of purity, your holy power might even surpass mine. Have you received an enlightenment? Gregorius asked Miha. He simply gave a curt nod, lying as smoothly as butter. Impossible. After the prophecy war, the supreme god Hekau gave up on granting enlightenment to humanity. Even his highness hasn't received an enlightenment yet. Siegfried shouted in frustration. The hero is a special being from birth. For a hero, an order from the Pope means nothing at all. It's because Hekau walks beside and supports the hero that I say he is wise. What you, Knight, have just said is not merely an insult to the hero's dignity. It is a grave act of blasphemy, daring to drag the supreme god from the heavens down just to compare him with mere mortals. Miha unleashed a torrent of righteous reasoning that made Siegfried fall silent and bob his head in apology. Miha intended to use this as a pretext to talk about the enlightenment he'd received, but unexpectedly, in a corner of the room, the figure of a strange girl caught Miha's eye. He clearly remembered no one sitting there earlier. She glanced over, and upon realizing Miha could see her, she immediately grinned with great interest. She snapped her fingers, freezing time, and then her voice took over, asking Miha to guess who she was. Very few people have a miraculous ability like freezing time. Among them, I can only think of one person. Miha thought, then uttered the name, Hekau. Bingo. But that playful expression and attitude of yours doesn't seem very godlike at all. It's more like Seth. Hey, Seth, you don't look anything like you used to. I have the right to say that because I am the source of all magic and the other half of the Sama. Hekau said arrogantly to Seth. What do you mean, the other half? It's more like a fragment that broke off from him. You're always trying to defeat him, yet who was it that was crying their eyes out yesterday? Before Seth could finish, Hekau grabbed her head and slammed it to the ground with a loud thud, nearly sending her to the afterlife. Embarrassed, Hekau turned her attention to Miha. You have received a part of a Sama, and perhaps you'll receive even more in the future. That means you are his successor. However, the way you look at me is a bit disrespectful. It seems you have no intention of serving me. This world is withering away, and the Demon Lord continues to expand his army, yet you do nothing but stand by and watch. Wouldn't it be strange for me to worship you in that case? Miha retorted bluntly. Hekau, finding Miha quite interesting, explained that she had her own reasons for not answering his summons. That is, my response couldn't reach you. I am called a god, an existence on par with him, but that doesn't mean I am. It should have been perfect. Generally speaking, due to a few issues, my children couldn't hear my voice, which is why they previously rejected my prophecy. To be precise, you are the only human I can communicate with right now. So, I want you to tell me exactly why. If this is resolved smoothly, it's a win-win for both of us. After speaking, Hisao snapped his fingers, returning the flow of time to its original state. At that moment, Miha was about to tell Siegfried about the prophecy. Thinking back to what Hikao had just said, Miha told himself he had to handle this as quickly as possible. First, he needed to set the trap. "Oh, ye who long for salvation, I have been informed that the current state of the holy nation is utterly corrupt." His words immediately made Siegfried and Gregorius turn pale. Sweating with anger, Miha quickly seized the upper hand with that prophecy by telling Gregorius, "Furthermore, a long time ago, I learned that you have two children. One is within your control, the other is not. And that is why things are not going according to plan. You planned." Threatened by Miha, Gregorius turned deathly pale, gasping for air. Although it sounded vague, I guarantee you will understand it in your own way. Besides, even if that's not the case, it doesn't matter. I just need to do as I say. Meaning, the prophecy has come true, Miha thought with delight. Gregorius was so tense that he suggested ending the meeting there. It'll be fine. Everything will happen just as foretold. Miha put on a dangerous expression, leaving him with a cryptic sentence before leaving the room. It left the man in a state of utter confusion. Soon, Miha would make everything run according to the order he had set. Leaving the palace, the unique stamp of this place was still imprinted on Miha's hand. Seth felt that at this rate, his body would soon be covered in seals. "Now, let's head to Cassandra's," Miha said. Meanwhile, with Leon's group, a strange knight appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. "Where is the one who delivered the prophecy? I want to see him," he demanded aggressively and rudely, making Leon's group angry. Not seeing the person he was looking for, he once again lost his patience, swinging his sword and advancing menacingly. Unexpectedly, looking through the mask, Leon realized the person blocking his way looked a bit familiar. A brutal glint immediately flashed in his eyes as he deliberately moved closer. Leon rushed from behind to stand between the two, telling the man to get out of the way. Being blocked, Haben, the deputy commander of the Holy Knights, resorted to using force to threaten him, making Leon break out in a sweat. But Leon still refused to abandon her and just stood there. Seeing that, Haben felt he had no other choice but to use physical force on the stubborn Leon. "Perfect. I was just getting curious myself. Let's see how much stronger I've become." Leon, also eager for a fight, charged at Haben. The two clashed in midair, the sound of steel swords ringing out. Unable to bear it any longer, Cassandra finally revealed herself. Haben and she faced each other, somewhat at a loss for words. "Even with your status as deputy commander, I never expected you to dare show up here so suddenly," she said angrily. "Lady Cassandra, the Archbishop deeply regrets what happened. Things are different this time. Please, come with me," Haben said. As soon as she heard that, she knew for sure this man was on Archbishop Killian's side. That man was an old geezer who was extremely strict about maintaining order and hierarchy. If she went back now, she would never have any hope of escaping the Holy Nation again. Cassandra expressed her refusal, but Haben insisted that she come with him. Just then, Miha suddenly appeared in a flash of fire like a god, momentarily startling Haben. "I've already promised to protect Lady Cassandra, so you don't need to worry. Just go about your business," Miha said in a cold voice. Seeing his arrogant response, Haben replied that Miha had no authority to stop the Holy Knights, even if he was a future hero. Miha scoffed, threatening him back with the laws of the Holy Nation. "This guy probably thinks I don't pay attention to the details surrounding becoming a hero. That's because the laws related to heroes in this empire aren't widely known," Miha thought to himself. Lady Cassandra did indeed leave the Holy Nation without reporting it beforehand. However, she's staying with me, a hero candidate. In that case, it can't be counted as leaving the country without reason. What I mean to say is, you have no legitimate reason to be here. Do you need me to directly discuss this matter with Archbishop Killian? If not, please leave. And don't try any stupid tricks." Mia's face darkened as he pointed his finger and told Haben to get lost. After he left, Miha asked to speak with the group for a moment inside the room. Miha suggested that Ida take off her helmet so he could confirm something. "The more time passes, the more I feel that something is not right. There's something familiar about this person. Could it be?" Despite Cassandra advising Miha to give Ida some time, it was too late. Ida herself no longer wanted to hide. "Everything ends here. My name is Ida Nebrin, a hero candidate of the Holy Nation and Siegfried's sister." Ida took off her helmet, revealing flowing blonde hair and sparkling golden eyes. Everything happened exactly as Miha had thought. "So now, can you tell us? What was the reason for Cassandra to leave the Holy Nation, And why do you have to obey? Miha asked. My brother and I were abandoned as children. Our lives were confined to the dark streets and back alleys. I'm sure you all know that for children in those alleys, what else is there to do besides become tools for others? This world is too cruel. It's difficult for children to change their fate unless we are used or, in the worst cases, we are violated. Those were things that happened to us regularly. However, a certain man found us. That person was Archbishop Killian. Thinking back now, it's a bit strange that we weren't discovered sooner. After that, our lives changed. The Holy Temple became our home, and we never had to scavenge for food in the trash again. However, at the same time, many things started to become strange. When my brother was told he would become a reserve warrior, he started showing an unusually conceited side of himself, and that's when he stopped listening to others. The very first thing my brother did after becoming a reserve warrior was to cut off the prophet's limbs. To be clear, it was the archbishop who had been manipulating my brother ever since the prophecies were proven true, one way or another. He used it for his own purposes, making it seem like everything that happened to them was the fault of the destructive prophecies. Ida bitterly recounted the whole story. Although I had suspected Archbishop Killian was involved in Cassandra's disappearance, I never expected this. He was directly involved in everything. If this is true, it means I'm holding a critical weakness against the Archbishop, a man who denies the prophecies from Hekau and the Reserve Warrior. I'm curious how what Hekau mentioned is related to all this. I'll probably figure it out soon, Miha thought. Miha also quickly learned that Cassandra's nickname was the Skeptical Prophet, even though she was a prophet herself. But no one trusted her. If she spread the truth, even the Archbishop would move quickly to suppress it, which would only benefit Siegfried. However, that won't be a problem. The reason Siegfried is able to be the center of attention is because of his appearance. Masks like that, we just need to shatter them, Miha said with a cunning smile. Meanwhile, Christopher was also recalling something. Since when did his sister start looking at him with eyes full of anger? The warmth gradually faded, and in the end, all he could feel was coldness. Why? I haven't done anything wrong, but why couldn't his own flesh and blood understand him? He was dejectedly waiting for the Archbishop to appear. Do you remember the young master of House Walpurgis who joined as a warrior? He's with the prophet and your sister. Hearing this, Kiko, Etta, and Siegfried's hearts skipped a beat. Siegfried turned pale. He never expected the Holy Father to know about that. You'll find out soon enough. It must be done, at all costs. God's will for us is clear. First, God does not grant favor to the idle. We too must use our true abilities. Regardless, I won't believe that girl's prophecy. The important one is that young Walpurgis man. The Duke's role is crucial, the Archbishop said in a cold voice. Siegfried remained silent. He wanted to prove himself even more to surpass Miha, and the Archbishop would be the one to help him do it. Siegfried glanced over and noticed someone lurking, peeking from the opposite side, secretly watching him. A week later, Miha was still lost in thought about who would be chosen. In recent years, a fiery debate had raged within the church between the priests and the archbishops over which faction was most suitable to become the symbol of the church. And in this situation, Archbishop Killian, along with several other archbishops, had declared their support for Siegfried to become a member of the Holy Knights, a talent who naturally projected a good image for the Holy Kingdom. That decision still needs careful consideration, Miha thought. Leon also had a headache on Mia's behalf, because the other side already had more than half the votes. The number sounded absurd, but it was very convincing, because these were purely statistical figures for selecting the hero, which no one but the bishops could touch. There were bishops in the church who had maintained a neutral position, like Bishop Ali. Until there's a definite result, that number means nothing. Miha told himself that Siegfried probably thinks he'll be chosen as the hero if nothing unusual happens, but that's not actually the case. First, the reason Miha is participating in the warrior selection at this time is quite complicated. One of those reasons is the assassination of the Archbishop. For a long time, it had nothing to do with demons. It was only after getting entangled in many complex situations that I began to actively prepare for the hero selection. I should have been able to grasp the whole situation clearly enough to prevent the Archbishop's assassination and eliminate the culprit demons. For that reason, I locked myself in the temple for a whole week. Miha thought, his mind turning to Cassandra. She had informed him that Siegfried had rejected her request. She had thought he would agree, but she didn't understand why he would refuse so stubbornly. No, there's no way he would refuse her. Because he was one of the few who trusted Cassandra until the very end. Miha was puzzled. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The Pope, completely cloaked, entered and looked towards Cassandra with a profound gaze. The two of them, in a mix of joy and sorrow, embraced each other tightly. Afterwards, they didn't forget to thank Miha. Miha also had many things to discuss with him. The Pope noticed the symbol of He, Ko on Miha's hand and was slightly startled. He already said that the church must be reformed. For that, I really need the Pope's help, Miha said with a smile. The next day, that damn archbishop was absolutely furious, slamming the table and kicking chairs. It was all because, just a few hours earlier, Miha had officially won. To the utter surprise of the court officials, Archbishop Naren, the Pope's closest aide, made a declaration. His support carried the same weight as a declaration from the Pope himself. He gritted his teeth, thinking about the priests who had gathered around a table. They whispered amongst themselves about Miha. There's no way that little Walpurgis kid can build a reputation, no matter how many archdemons he defeats. It's still not a compelling story for everyone. In fact, it's something that should be regulated and kept from the public as much as possible. If this is for the sake of justice, does this mean I'll also have to get my hands dirty with some dark deeds? The archbishop said boastfully, a mysterious, evil smile on his face. A week had passed since Mia's victory over Siegfried. Just as expected, Archbishop Naren has already made his move. Cassandra and the Mark of God. As the Pope, he has no choice but to support me. Now, there's only one last problem to solve: the death of the archbishop. Or, to be more precise, the assassination of Archbishop Naren, Miha thought. This event further weakened the Pope, who was already unpopular. Looking at it from this angle, it's clear who benefited the most. Archbishop Kallian's faction would be the prime suspect. However, it was still too early for Miha to draw any conclusions. Suddenly, the butler appeared out of nowhere behind Miha, startling him. He had been on leave for a week and had just returned. I have something to tell you. My vacation was anything but pleasant. I can't believe the Holy Nation is harboring such filth. And to my surprise, they're members of the Holy Knights. Also, I overheard something from someone else. The archbishop, known as Kylian, was emitting the aura of a dark energy source. It felt as if something dreadful was following him, the butler reported. Miha nodded, saying he would investigate later. But given the butler's dedication, Miha wanted to reward him with something. Miha offered to teach him a suitable method to improve his health, which made the man incredibly grateful. Once the current matters were resolved, Miha promised to discuss it with him again. That same day, Miha told Leon about his plan to join the Holy Knights. Miha wanted to bring Leon along, especially since Leon never got to finish his fight with the vice commander. As Miha finished speaking, he tossed Leon a small sword, then quietly ordered him to channel his aura into it to see its effect. Leon complied. A powerful surge of dark magic erupted from it, momentarily blinding him. You can call it a magic sword or a magic tool, whatever you like. It's not just a sharp blade. Try spreading your aura throughout the entire magical tool, Miha said. Leon did as he was told, and the magical energy spread through the sword and into his body. This astounded Leon. This is a sword technique used to summon an opponent. Even though you can't communicate with it, it'll make your training much easier, Miha explained. Leon felt that the power radiating from the sword was very similar to things he had seen in his dreams. Receiving so much from Miha made Leon feel guilty, as he hadn't done anything for Miha yet. I'm sure you'll be a great help to me in the future. If you want to thank me, then get stronger, Miha said with a light smile, patting Leon's shoulder. Moved, Leon gripped the sword tightly, promising he would become stronger. Miha then went with Leon to see Vice Captain Haben, but they were stopped by soldiers at the entrance. Their refusal to let him in must have meant there was a special reason why he couldn't enter at that moment. Realizing this, Miha just ignored their attempts to block him and walked straight inside. He had only taken a few steps when Haben, his face as grim as death, appeared before him. What reason do you have for coming here? Haben asked. A reason? Oh, there is one. Sir Leon here wants to finish the fight between you two from before, Miha replied with a cheeky grin. Haben froze, trying to recall if he had ever clashed with Leon before. First, my apologies for not being able to welcome you properly after the recent events. However, I want to make it clear that we don't have to fight every time we meet, Haben said as coldly as a winter night. Leon smirked and asked, Are you scared? Which made Haben's blood boil. Miha then added fuel to the fire. So you're not avoiding that scene to have a duel? Should I take that as an attack? Even as a reserve hero, I believe it's my duty to fight against corruption and evil within this holy nation. All of this made Haben's blood boil. Do we have to do this right now? I understand. Please, come inside. Both Miha and Leon followed him in. The place was filled with soldiers training diligently, so as not to bring shame upon their lord. We are constantly training, Haben said. There was a time when I admired the Holy Knights. Seeing them like this now, it feels a bit odd, Leon remarked. He could sense Hiko's powerful aura in this place and also felt a hard-to-describe sense of unease. There was something strange about the flags bearing Hiko's symbol, but it seemed no one else noticed. The place with the most loyal and powerful disciples is the Holy Nation. Therefore, demonic energy cannot exist in the capital of the Holy Nation. No, it's still possible. Because a demon was born bearing a certain kind of power. He uses dirty tricks to slowly kill his targets, little by little. He cunningly mimics the target's appearance and actions. However, he has one weakness. If he mimics someone, he forgets the fact that he is mimicking them. He completely becomes the subject, thinking and acting just like them. I wonder who it is, Miha thought, racking his brain. When asked, Haben stated that within the Holy Knights, there were no problems whatsoever. It seemed he was telling the T-root. Miha couldn't read anything from his eyes. I'll have to investigate this myself. Miha thought, then touched his forehead and cast a probing spell around the area. He didn't find anything noteworthy in the memories. Wait a minute, it seems Miha had discovered something. This feeling. It seemed to be coming from the basement. Something was down below. No matter how many times he asked Haben, he insisted with 100% certainty that nothing was wrong. Miha could only smile and say to Haben, if we were to go down there, that wouldn't be a problem for you, would it? Hearing this, Haben looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, stunned for a few seconds. Miha immediately noticed his strange reaction. He knew it was impossible for the vice captain to be unaware of what was happening within the Holy Knights, but he couldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Seeing that he wanted to check the basement, Haben offered to accompany him, but Miha refused. He preferred to go with Leon. I'm sure he'll make a move as soon as he realizes something is wrong. Come on, Miha thought, calculating as he looked at Haben's pale face. Just as expected, Sefred appeared a moment later, and Miha pointed straight at him, saying he wanted him to come along. This left Sefred frozen for a few seconds, completely bewildered. As Miha headed straight for the basement, Sefred couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Miha felt that something was being hidden in this basement. Without answering him, he just kept walking downstairs. You once said that I was arrogant. Could you tell me why? We don't even know each other that well, Sefred asked. Miha paused for a moment, then sighed and said, do you really believe the Holy Nation is incapable of doing anything wrong? It seems all the bishops are given holy orders, and it's as if they can do no wrong. They always know how to justify everything. Have you ever thought about the impact of your actions on those around you? Miha's single question was enough to make him turn pale. He stammered that he always thinks carefully before acting. And is that why you abandoned the prophetess? Shut your mouth, you bastard. The moment you abandoned her, you lost any right to talk about justice. You're just using it as an excuse. Did the bishop tell you her prophecies were a catastrophe for the common people? Have you ever gone to see for yourself, to see if his words were true, not the path the bishop told you? Have you ever considered doing something of your own free will? This conversation is meaningless. When you asked that question, you weren't expecting me to say anything positive, were you? Mia's every word made Sefred break out in a cold sweat. Nothing would change unless he himself decided to change. A breakthrough like that would never happen on its own. Using the light of his aura, Miha illuminated the entire cellar. Sefred scoffed, saying there was nothing there. But oh, how wrong you are, buddy. Sefred and Miha combined their powers. After a brilliant flash of magic, a massive, blood-soaked brain appeared before them. What was that you said? Nothing here. This is similar to the thing causing trouble for Jean Rachel, but it's much weaker, Miha said as he drew his sword and sliced the brain to pieces. These are the remnants of a demon god, but it doesn't seem to be the only one. Miha was certain there must be tens, even hundreds of them scattered across the Holy Nation. No, this can't be all. If Hikau specifically asked me for help, the problem can't be this simple. I can't be careless, Miha thought to himself. Witnessing such a scene, Sefred was terrified, unable to comprehend what in the world this thing was. What you should do, what is right. Think it through carefully, Miha said, pointing directly at Sefred's face. At the same time, Haben was deep in thought, pondering Miha. He couldn't believe that after staying quiet at the first temple for a whole week, he'd suddenly reappear. Was there really something there? I've never seen anything suspicious, but that look on his face, he knew something I didn't. Lost in his troubled thoughts, he completely forgot about his duel with Leon. As I was saying, our previous fight wasn't an official match. The title of Vice Commander of the Holy Knights Order isn't something you get easily. It's not that I haven't heard of you, Leon. However, compared to me, your skills are nothing. Hibbo suddenly shot to his feet, his eyes burning with hostility as he drew his sword. Leon smirked. So you want a taste of me too, Hibbo? It's the first time for both of us, so it's bound to be a little awkward. You must not think I'm much of a challenge for you. He isn't quite a master yet, but his skills are on that level. Still, compared to me, he's got a long way to go. Let's dance, Leon said with a cunning smirk, darting towards his opponent. With the brute strength of an ox, Hibbo swung his sword to counter. With nimble speed, each of his blows grew faster than Leon's, making the situation increasingly dangerous. The two charged at each other, clashing violently. When Hibbo noticed the other knights watching him from across the way, he felt a surge of pressure. If I can't show them an overwhelming difference in skill in this fight, I'll never be able to face the Holy Knight's order again, he thought. As the fierce battle raged on, a deafening explosion thundered through the air. From within a cloud of dust, Miha appeared majestically. He walked forward, step by step, and made an announcement. The Holy Knight's order will temporarily cease all activities, starting today. Hearing this, the knights were completely thunderstruck. The reason Miha gave was that several demons were hiding beneath their headquarters. He added that Sephiroth had also agreed to this, so until Miha's group finds the demons, no one is allowed to leave the headquarters. As soon as he finished speaking, Miha brandished his scepter, channeling the power of the World Tree and the power of Hikau. Combined with a storm of lightning, he formed a massive barrier of holy power that enveloped the entire castle. Come out. Who just coughed? Miha asked in a stern voice. A knight named Millicent suddenly started coughing violently but vehemently denied being a demon. Oh, stop it. You're an outstanding actor, Miha said. Millicent trembled but continued to deny everything. He killed someone, wore their skin, and just blended in with humanity. How disgusting. But what can I do? I can't possibly manage so many of them. The moment the words left his mouth, Miha rushed forward and smashed Millicent on the head. Knowing he could hide no longer, Millicent revealed his true face. The dark magic hidden within him began to pour out. Millicent had wasted years of his life, only for Miha to ruin it all in an instant. This enraged him. This method, this situation. Now I remember. The assassination of Bishop Naren. You're the one who was capable of doing that. You are Dylos, Miha declared, as he shot a death stare at the demon, who had already revealed its grotesque true form. This demon behind the curtain, Dylos, is the commander of the 6th Legion, and Mero's right-hand man. You're just a small piece of that woman's power. In the end, you're nothing but her loyal little henchman. Provoked by Miha, the demon flew into a rage, unleashing a blinding storm of magical dust with a wave of its hand. The chaotic fog confused and frightened everyone. Now that his identity was exposed and his plan to assassinate the bishop had failed, he had no other choice but to take the life of the most troublesome person here. Which means the target will be one of the reserve heroes, Miha guessed. Dylos tried to sneak up on Miha from behind, but the moment he touched Miha's shoulder, the power of the lightning storm struck him down. Miha grabbed him by the throat with one hand, hoisted him into the air, and said softly, Mero, I'm sure you're watching. I don't know what you have planned for this place, but I will crush every last one of your schemes. With just a light, casual warning, Miha swiftly used his holy spear to pierce right through Dylod's stomach as everyone around watched in a mixture of awe and astonishment. Seeing Miha look so bad as he purified the monster and sent it back to the earth, Siegfried felt a slight annoyance. Even though he was a hero in training, he had never realized that a colleague right beside him was actually a demon. Why was I made a hero in training? Isn't fate just too cruel? No. If I have shortcomings, I just need to work my hardest to make up for them. The gods would never abandon people with such strong will. Just as he was trying to think positively, Mia's past words flooded his mind, making Siegfried's face darken. He clenched his fists, shaking with a rage that filled his throat. Does everyone understand now? Demons will do anything to hide among us. If you don't raise your guard, you'll become their prey before you even know it. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. I can't believe that not a single one of you could find the demon disguising itself as your colleague. Perhaps this is difficult for ordinary people, but I expected more from all of you. I thought you were the noble and powerful holy knights. I've heard a few rumors about some of you starting to associate with the bishops just for a little personal gain. Miha was rambling on and on. Suddenly, Haben shouted that they were the order of holy knights who served Lord Hekau and thus always maintained neutrality. Is that why you attacked the temple? First, I could understand if you were striving to drive out demons in the line of duty. However, forget it. No more explanations. You don't even have the right to explain. Sir Siegfried would surely agree, right? Haben and Siegfried were both breaking out in a cold sweat from his lecture. Suddenly, Siegfried roared, with a look on his face that said he wasn't afraid of anyone. You're right, but before that, I want to confirm your strength for myself. I want to challenge you to a duel. If you want to challenge me, then let's bet something of equal value. You can only be truly serious when there's a risk involved in the fight, Miha said. Miha wanted to bet Siegfried's holy pendant, the one he always wore. Once Siegfried gave the okay, the battle between the two men officially began. Miha recalled that he had used the absolute defense of the Tempest once before. It could have been used as his trump card in this battle, but he figured it was fine. He knew Siegfried's abilities like the back of his hand. Right now, Siegfried was slowly being consumed by thoughts of despair and self-loathing. It was all because he had lost faith in his own ability to become a hero. Well, that just made things better for Miha, didn't it? To be blunt, the sharp-tongued Miha had absolutely no goodwill towards Siegfried. Mia's opponent was now just as fired up for a fight as he was. The two of them rushed in, beating the hell out of each other. Siegfried went all out from the very beginning, afraid of losing to Miha. The speed of his attacks was insane. Miha used a 5-layered multi-casting shield to receive Siegfried's blow. Next came a reflective bind that left Siegfried stunned and dazed. But he didn't stop there. Miha also unleashed 100 swords. It was a skill improved from the 2-circle mana sword spell. Since this was a spell once used to help Siegfried in the past, it wasn't lethal, only painful. Siegfried scrambled, gripping his sword tightly, trying to fight back. After a massive explosion and a plume of smoke that filled the sky, he vanished as if he had never been there. But inside the smoke, the clever Miha had already seen through his opponent's every move. Miha knew that Siegfried would charge straight at him from the front, so he had already prepared another spell in that incredibly short amount of time. Siegfried, who couldn't destroy all the mana swords, was now hit by Miha's multi-casting spell, causing him to fall to the ground in exhaustion. But Miha didn't want to end it yet, because there are still 10 swords that haven't been activated. It's far from over. Miha acted all mysterious and cool. He brought a finger to his lips. Shh, he whispered. After the final strike, Siegfried was beaten senseless, lying unconscious and foaming at the mouth, while the crowd around them whispered amongst themselves. They felt Miha had been a bit too harsh. Siegfried lost in love, and now he lost in battle, too. Miha gleefully took the holy pendant from his opponent. I will make good use of this, Miha replied. This holy pendant was an artifact that amplified holy power and enhanced recovery abilities. In addition, it also had a hidden function that most people didn't know about. But Miha felt it wasn't time to use that hidden power yet. Using it to amplify his own abilities was more than enough for Miha. After his defeat, Siegfried was completely dejected. He admitted to himself that he was still too weak for this fair fight. A fair fight? Allow me to ask you something. If this wasn't a one-on-one duel, would you have used other tricks? For example, attacking me from behind or using hidden weapons? Mia's question startled Siegfried, making him feel a pang of guilt. I would never. That would be unfair for a hero, Siegfried answered decisively. Even if it meant hundreds or thousands of people would die. What's the point of being a hero if you can't protect the people? Miha added coldly. Put in a difficult position by Miha, Siegfried stammered, unable to speak. He could only bow his head and tremble as he watched Miha walk away. Miha didn't want to hear any more from Siegfried, because he could already imagine what he was going to say. Do you think you went a little too far? With that Siegfried guy, another hero in training. He doesn't seem like a bad person, even if he looks a bit dense, Leon asked, running after Miha. If you were anyone else, I wouldn't have acted like that. But becoming a hero in training carries a much greater responsibility than you think, Miha said. Suddenly, Miha stopped dead in his tracks, staring straight ahead. In front of him was the Archbishop, Killen, emerging from the first sanctuary. He must be here because of Cassandra, Miha thought to himself. Leon was just as surprised, wondering what Miha was going to do next. I'm going to confront him. Miha did as he said, immediately walking toward Killen. Their eyes met, overflowing with emotion. They both broke into cheerful, toastily, not fake smiles. They greeted each other with the warmth of a father and son. I never expected to see you here. It seems this old man's luck hasn't run out yet, Killen said, gripping Mia's hand tightly. Haha, you call it luck? Well, I guess you're right. The prophet has been brought back safely, and she didn't fall into the hands of those demons. We're all truly lucky. The word demons made Killen flinch slightly, but Miha kept talking. I'm sure they were demons or something of the sort. There's no way someone from the holy nation would do such a thing. And if they did, I wouldn't be surprised. If they were struck down by lightning from the heavens, a person of faith going against a prophecy. Can you believe it? For people like you, I'm sure you would never be so foolish, right? Though deeply annoyed by Mia's taunts, Killen forced a smile as if nothing was wrong. He then said he had something to do before leaving. He was about to tell Miha about the candidate for the hero position, but Miha cut him off. I don't care. The one who chooses the hero isn't you, but our holy God, the wise Lord, Hekau. Killen let out a loud laugh, then turned and walked away coldly. A foul stench, coming from either him or someone near him, wafted over, making Set quite uncomfortable. She was suddenly struck by an idea, and at the same moment, Miha had the exact same thought. The demon Miha had defeated, Dylos, was the assassin, and before Miha's regression, he had become famous for his own exploits. However, there's an interesting fact. He had a twin brother named Lutos. Back at his home, old Killen finally sent someone to inquire about the Holy Knights. He soon found out that they had announced a suspension of all future activities after reporting some internal issues. He slammed the table, kicked a chair, and even knocked over the messenger, who fell flat on his face. His rage soared like a mountain, and the name Oneperis was stuck in his mind with a look of pure hatred. Just then, High Priest Heron appeared. When Heron heard that the Holy Knights would be suspending all activities indefinitely, his eyes widened in shock as if he'd misheard. Oneperis. It's all his fault. That evil sorcerer dares to disrupt the order of the Holy Nation. And that's why I called you here, Heron. What does your intuition tell you this time? Keelan asked in a low voice. Oh, you mean the Oracle. Unfortunately, our Supreme God has not yet sent me a prophecy for this situation. I know that the prophecies you receive are always far more accurate, especially compared to that woman's. After they had said what needed to be said, Keelan lowered his head and asked Heron to leave. Very well. The moment he turned around, Heron did a complete 180, changing his expression faster than an ex-girlfriend. He resentfully recalled signing a contract with them not too long ago, and now there was already a problem. At that moment, in the first shrine, Miha told his butler about two things. There's still another demon. The butler sighed wearily. Being dragged around by Miha and left in random places had made an old man like him fall behind on current events. That old Archbishop, Kylian. I've confirmed that he's involved with demons. Dealing with demons is considered the highest form of heresy. It's a grave sin, one that not even an archbishop can escape, Miha said. Cassandra worried that Miha wouldn't be able to easily prove his guilt. You don't need to worry your head about that. We already have the Pope's support, he asserted confidently. Now that the Holy Knights were on complete lockdown, it was as if heaven itself was on Miha's side, giving him proof that the Archbishop was involved in heresy. And above all, Miha had Hekao's seal in his possession. With this, the Pope's position would surely be different from before. Miha smirked. He planned to act in 4 days at the Warrior's Ability Assessment Test, where all the archbishops would be gathered. Miha would create the perfect stage to expose Kylian and finish off the demons. At the same time, he also needed Cassandra's help. Cassandra's prophecy must be respected and protected. I can't let her fall apart like last time, Miha thought. Cassandra wasn't very confident in her own abilities. The Archbishop had never told her anything before. Most people couldn't even sense the future. Which means you have a talent that can touch the divine, doesn't it? Reassured by Miha, Cassandra slowly began to regain her confidence. You can't fail. I've already spoken with the Lord on high. It was a pretty incredible, high-level, divine conversation, Miha said with a smug grin. On a clear morning, the weather was so beautiful, it made an archbishop recall the old days when he met the little prophet girl who had no hobbies to speak of. He taught her about tea, telling her about the famous tea leaves from different regions. He taught her so many things, yet, in the end, he couldn't protect her. Not only could he not protect her, but he could only watch as she was exiled from the city. As he was sighing in despair, a voice from behind startled him. What do you think? We have to try every possible way to find a better outcome. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. Miha spoke cheerfully. Thanks to you, I've been able to live comfortably in the shrine. In the next 2 days, my ability to become a hero will be tested here. That's right. The main purpose is to test your abilities and confirm the opinions of each bishop, he replied. Hearing Miha mention that many bishops were supporting Secret, he bowed his head in silence, at a loss for words. Miha Oneperis, the stories about how he ruined the honor of a family heir, and the rumors that he tried to cling to his former fiancée. Even with so many bad rumors about him, I don't see him that way. He silently judged Miha in his mind. Then, in the next second, he cast aside his honor. He came to beg Miha to take care of Cassandra, even if Miha wasn't chosen as the hero. How meaningless, what I've just said. That also means you can't become the hero. However, for the future of that child, he thought, trembling and hunched over. He didn't dare to stand straight and look at Miha out of shame. When Miha asked for the reason, he finally revealed that if Secret were chosen as the hero, then Cassandra would lose her way. It was a prophecy no one believed. If it happened, Cassandra would slowly wither away in agony. If she could leave the Holy Nation, I'm sure that child would be happier. She's a child who has already been through so much suffering. I don't want her to endure anything more, he said in a low voice. I can't very well grant that request, Miha replied, because I will be the one who is chosen. Miha's overwhelming confidence left the man stunned. He stammered, Archbishop Kylian's influence is enormous in this holy nation. Countless priests support him. And on our side, we have the Pope. Not only that, we have you supporting us as well. You certainly have power, and above all, God is also on my side, so I believe in myself. Miha clapped the bishop on the shoulder, his charismatic words tinged with a hint of arrogance. The bishop stared at Miha, utterly astonished. For a fleeting moment, his eyes widened as he saw what looked like shimmering, ethereal wings wrapped around Miha. My lord, please, tell me what I must do. The man, Bishop Narin, bowed his head in submission to Miha. It was an inevitable outcome. The conversation with Bishop Narin had been quite simple. It seemed Narin had sensed the aura of Hekao on Miha. But even though Narun was a supporter, the reason Miha approached him was simple. In a past life, the man had died. Miha wanted to eliminate any possibility of that happening again, and that's when all his suspicions were confirmed. Stepping outside with Set, Miha held the blood clot of the demon of destruction. Miha had managed to break the seal on Bishop Narun with the very thing he was holding. This is proof that his assassination was planned from the beginning. After Miha crushed the object with his bare hands, Set whispered the news.
The reason you can't communicate with Hekau is because of the demon god's right eye. It's a part of that wretched being's body. It seems to be somewhere below us.
Set whispered mysteriously in Miha's ear. That must be why the remnants can multiply endlessly. You did well. I suppose we'll need to find it. I know where it is. Miha praised, Set with a nonchalant, detached air. Miha suddenly straightened up, turned, and walked away. His unnerving calm upon hearing the earth-shattering news startled Set. Could it be that Miha knew about this even before she did? And the truth was, he did. It made Set feel quite foolish for being a step behind while acting so smug. 2 days before the appointment, Miha led Set to the place containing the Demon Lord's Eye, the shrine of the first hero, located within the Holy Nation. The place was terrifyingly immense, leaving both Miha and Set awestruck. Miha felt that if he became a hero, he'd be the 8th one. Everything in this world seemed to be getting truly difficult for him. If the first hero could see this, he'd be furious with the Holy Nation, Miha said as he stepped inside. The spotless interior, without a speck of dust, showed that the place was well cared for. They can't just ignore the symbolism of the first hero. Even if this place is the source of the corruption, I have a very bad feeling about this. I hope it's not the worst-case scenario, Miha muttered to himself as he ascended the steps in front of him. Facing the ice-cold coffin that held the first hero's body, Miha shattered the barrier and solemnly approached. Set's eyes widened when she heard Miha speak. The demons hid the Demon Lord's Eye there. To be precise, right inside the hero's coffin. But that's impossible. Simply impossible. The Demon Lord's Eye and the hero's body cannot coexist, Set insisted forcefully. What if it was completely absorbed before he died? Let's see if this theory is correct, Miha stated, taking firm, decisive steps toward the coffin. His eyes were filled with determination. If his theory was wrong, then the hero's body inside the coffin should still be intact. Please, let me be wrong, Miha murmured, praying as he lifted the coffin lid. What greeted them both was a chillingly empty coffin. Set was terrified, unsure of what to do next. Miha, in contrast, let out a faint smile. This isn't so bad. In fact, it's a good thing that we've discovered this. Now then, shall we take care of this? With that, Miha immediately bent his knees and leaped straight down the stairs below. In a dark room, lit by the faint flicker of a few candles, Harun sat pensively in a corner. His pupils shifted from grayish-brown to a burning red as he thought of Miha. Using that old bishop was so simple. But after that young Oneperis showed up, the chaos has gradually been brought under control. How irritating. What can I do to eliminate him? Harun vented, swinging his fist and shattering an illusion before him into pieces. His words were filled with hatred for Miha. Then, as if sensing a presence emanating from the dragon's tomb, he suddenly burst into a fit of insane cackling. This might be a simpler solution than anything I was considering, Harun whispered, his true face now revealed. Meanwhile, Miha and Set had finally met the hero, who was now sitting comfortably on a throne, as if he'd been waiting all afternoon. I have been waiting for you. I am the one who is hailed as the hero. My apologies, my successor. What is about to happen is not of my own volition. The Demon Lord has corrupted me to my very core. Please, kill me. The trembling man raised his hand to cast a spell, his bloodshot eyes never leaving Miha. A torrent of demonic power rushed toward Miha, who simply smirked calmly and addressed him with 2 words. Dear predecessor. They met, but could not remain. They had a bond, but were not fated to be allies. And so, they threw their full power into destroying one another. Miha used a shield, trying to block the powerful barrage hurtling toward him. With a body this weak, the magic he's casting should be weakened as well, shouldn't it? Most of that body's strength has vanished, and there's not a shred of muscle left. Model. The fact that it could move at all was a miracle. It seems like the Demon Lord's Eye is controlling the hero's body, Miha thought. In response to his question about why the hero wasn't using his aura, the man just kept shakily drawing the dark magic circle. The demon, filled with fiery magic, cornered Miha, who conjured a fireball to block the dark arts as the 2 spells collided. Boom. A psychologically jarring explosion erupted. It turned out that before being possessed, the hero was a genuine, bona fide mage. But what about the holy sword, Miha wondered. The saint only called it a holy sword because of its intricate design. It was all for show. If I truly had to choose one item to symbolize me, then it could only be the saint's cloak. It's a sacred relic that contains all of my blessings. Since I'm already dead, I don't really care who keeps it. However, since you're a hero, there's still one more thing you must do, isn't there? The hero said, sensing that his own existence was fading, that he had reached his limit. Young man, my successor. I will entrust this world to you, he thought as he slowly collapsed. Seth silently prayed for him to find peace in the eternal realm. Miha didn't know how long the first hero had to endure this, but at the very least, he wanted to create a perfect ending for a legend, allowing him to rest without any regrets. Miha expanded his magic circle, attempting to overpower the demon inside the hero's body and seize control of its twisted brain. The demon lunged wildly at Miha. After reaching the sixth magic circle, many things had changed. The ancient magic circle was the standard for a six-circle mage, but for him, it was something more. Although, this only applies when I use circle expansion. I can use 8th circle magic, Frozen Throne. Miha thought, as a single, magic-infused drop of water from his fingertip burst forth into giant, razor-sharp blocks of ice. But the demon was no pushover. Its 6th circle magic fiercely clashed with Miha's spell, creating an unprecedented, suffocating chaos. Miha compressed his mana and hurled the attack back at his opponent. Amidst the volcanic eruption of dark energy, he simultaneously released his power and teleported, instantly appearing right in front of the demon. The demon opened its blood-red eyes and stared fixedly at Miha. It had anticipated his close-range attack and had already hidden a magic circle behind its back. It wanted to stall for time to accumulate more magical power. Hiding in the smoke, Seth silently assessed the situation. But for every clever trick, there's a sharper counter. For every high mountain, there's a higher one. Miha had also prepared an escape route beforehand with a binding spell filled with chains. He finally had the demon in his grasp using only ordinary magic. It's impossible to completely destroy the demon lord's core with normal magic. Knowing this, I prepared a few special spells. A self-created incantation that allows me to embody the world's strongest old martial artist. Miha smirked at the thought. By borrowing the Divine Fist technique, Miha created an earthquake that punched a goddamn hole right through the Demon King's stomach. A blinding light erupted before him, turning the room into a blank, white space. The first hero approached from behind Miha, now in the human form he had before his death. He looked completely different from what Miha had imagined. He was even different from the merely illustrative portraits on the wall. The two shared a warm, heartfelt embrace. After everything, the hero finally felt at peace again. The recent past had been a long, drawn-out period of suffering for him. Hope had grown faint and then vanished entirely. Although he was confident in his own resilience and tenacity, deep down, his spirit had begun to crumble. And yet, just before it shattered completely, Miha arrived. Now, he could finally close his eyes in peace, because he had a reliable successor like Miha. Kid, I'm leaving this world to you. Mayim, don't worry. Senior, I've got this. After they said their goodbyes, Heko finally appeared and offered her praise to Miha. When she said she wanted to reward him, Miha suggested she bestow a blessing upon Cassandra, allowing her to see prophecies. It was because of Hekau that Cassandra had endured so much misfortune. All right. Of course, that's something I should do. But you can't really call that a reward. That's simply me compensating for the damages I caused that girl. Do you have any other wishes? Hekau asked. What else is there? I already have the stigma. Thanks to the free circulation technique, I don't have any problems with mana anymore. In that case, there's only one important thing left. A bold idea suddenly struck Miha. Opening his eyes, Miha discovered he had returned to the real world. The coffin had been restored to its original state, so it wasn't a hallucination. So, this means. Suddenly, Seth appeared, his face a mask of astonishment at seeing Miha completely unharmed after meeting Heko. It's all Hekau's fault for not letting Seth follow him, which pissed him off to no end. She only did that because she's still holding a grudge over what I said last time. Everyone knows she's a petty person. So, what did she say to you? Seth asked, still fuming. Suddenly, a giant stone fell from the sky. A cloak was wrapped around it, and next to it was a letter that said, "Tell that brat to drop dead." With that, Miha picked up the saint's cloak, thinking how surreal this all was. As he donned the powerful cloak, Miha's entire body surged with renewed strength. On his body, a stigma, a gift from Heko, appeared. She had been overjoyed when she carved this mark onto Miha, because the demigod part of Miha was in a transitional phase. In just a single moment, he was able to reach the 10th magic circle. Awakening this stigma would enhance the demigod characteristics within him. At first, the effect might not be powerful, but it would grow stronger over time. The moment her drop of blood fell into his palm, Miha thought he was being incinerated by a berserk power, tearing him apart. Only those who overcome and shatter their predestined fate can obtain what they truly desire. The name engraved says it all. It records special magic that can be used instantly. It is, in itself, a seventh circle magic, but because it is the symbol of the first warrior, Miha didn't think it could memorize magic in the usual way. Seth was worried that the stigma would cause Miha to lose his humanity completely, but Miha couldn't give a damn. The thing he needed to do now was get out of here. Before leaving, Miha needed to take a precious item from this place. Outside, Haran was in a state of collapse, coughing up blood profusely, his body racked with exhaustion. I can no longer feel the power of the evil god's eye. The remnants of the evil gods scattered throughout the capital are disappearing. Lord Marrow, please forgive me if the plan fails. Haran groaned, his blood-soaked face pleading for forgiveness now that everything had turned out this way. Haran wanted to claim something much greater than the grand convocation of archbishops, which would take place 2 days from now, just in time. But one archbishop isn't enough. When I'm there, I'll kill the Pope too. Haran thought gleefully, his eyes wide with bloodlust. Miha, perched on a tree branch, watched the other man walk away, a thrill of excitement rising within him as things began to develop in an interesting direction. Bishop Killen was going ballistic, cursing Miha while slamming the table and kicking chairs. Miha Oneperis, that detestable bastard. Why is this happening to me? I'm certain I am the one chosen by God. That's why he sent Haran to me. Haran, that child. He's the one who revealed the god of words to me. And if I act as he says, this whole situation will be resolved. That's why I couldn't accept that Cassandra girl's prophecy. That's the reason I sent her away. He thought everything was settled, but who could have known it would become such a complete mess in Mia's hands? As he was seething and criticizing him, Haran appeared with a radiant smile. That's right, if I can obtain a revelation that even the Pope or the other archbishops cannot deny, then I can turn the tables, the bishop thought, secretly pleased with his new plan. Haran informed him, God says that the current Pope, Gregorius, is committing wrongful acts. He also mentioned that mages with bloodlines like the Oneperis family were defiling the holy nation. Hearing these words, Killen felt very pleased. Haran grinned widely, one hand reaching up to touch Killen's face. You must do what you can for him. You need to be prepared to get your hands dirty. Now, tell me. In just a few minutes, the demonic Haran had completely subjugated Killen. He was now just a mindless puppet, barely conscious, obeying and imprisoning anyone Haran commanded. The day of the ability assessment arrived. Miha was quite satisfied, as the archbishops who were neutral or supported Siegfried were about to fall to his side. However, on the other hand, Siegfried couldn't seem to take any concrete action. Perhaps Miha had been a bit too rough on him, and he was still reeling from the shock. But regardless, he was still a man worthy of the title hero, Miha thought. The decisive moment for the hero's position was only 3 hours away. Miha wanted to wait for Siegfried a little longer. The bishop here was extremely confident that Miha would be chosen as the hero because he felt there was no better decision. After a long, long wait, Siegfried finally arrived. He had been up all night, unable to sleep, thinking about what Miha had said. I am not unique. Sir Haben once said that everything was unfair. However, after thinking it through, he admitted he was wrong. He wanted to apologize to you and the prophetess but couldn't leave. The other knights feel the same. They were the ones who once objected and showed resentment. Although not much time has passed, it's already clear who was right and who was wrong. Bringing a demon before everyone like that. I'm sure it wasn't just to gain leverage. The knight captain of Archbishop Killen, the one who pulled me into this, once said that the path of a hero that I believed in was the correct path, that it was God's will, so I never doubted it. And the people by my side affirmed it. The only one who said it was the wrong path was you, Miha. So please, tell me what I should do. Siegfried unexpectedly bowed his head before Miha, his bewildered, trembling eyes pleading for advice. Siegfried recalled his childhood, sitting and hugging a book. He knew that up until now, his way of thinking had always been constrained. He remembered finding a book in a trash heap as a child. The book had a hero on the cover, along with the sun, the moon, and the stars. Young Siegfried had read it with immense fascination. It was a book about heroes, and that day officially became a milestone. Little Siegfried being trapped in a mana vortex symbolized his fate, bound to become a hero. He embraced the image of the little boy who had excitedly read that book years ago, along with the blue circle that was tied to his life. His face filled with sorrow as he thought, I don't want to disappoint the archbishop who saved me. He has never stopped suffering. But now, he needed to acknowledge two viewpoints, two paths. The images of the main character and Siegfried appeared in opposition to each other. The blonde swordsman understood one thing about Miha. The man he felt was nothing like a hero, Siegfried, had to die a little inside to admit, was the one who acted most like a hero. The image of the mage, protected by light, had completely defeated the swordsman shrouded in darkness. Siegfried struggled to open his mouth, forcing out two words, please. He looked directly at Miha. In a pleading tone, he said, Tell me what I need to do. A murderous glint flashed in the main character's eyes. Miha, speechless, looked up to the sky and let out a sigh. Ha. He coldly asked the blond young man who stood before him with a lost expression, "What do you want me to say? If it's advice you want, I've clearly already given it to you." The man immediately replied to the main character, "It's because of my own foolish beliefs that I've wasted so many things." Remembering the scene of him kneeling and begging a girl who walked away without a second glance, Siegfried muttered, "I've also lost the last of my family." In crisis, he clutched his head and asked, "What can I do to get those things back? I don't know what to do at all. What a damn tragedy." Hearing this, Miha could no longer hold back. He said coldly, "This guy is really still digging his own grave." The blond man looked up as if he'd been splashed with cold water. He looked up and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? A gentleman uses his words, not his fists." But for a blockhead like this, a punch was the only answer. Miha, channeling the hatred of 2 lifetimes, landed a punch on him. A devastating blow to the gut. The resounding thud was enough to know it carried immense weight. The swordsman's mouth fell open, the whites of his eyes showing. That must have hurt like hell. He flew back 10 meters, clutching his stomach, and collapsed in a heap on the floor. Siegfried had not anticipated this turn of events. His eyes widened in disbelief at what had just happened, and he opened his mouth to ask, "What the hell was that for?" "A gentleman uses words, not fists." "Why?" The villain who had just struck was rubbing his knuckles together. "You came to me because you wanted to change, didn't you? So, do you feel like changing yet? You're really getting on my nerves." Extremely annoyed, the main character asked arrogantly, "Why is it that none of the people who get hit ever think to apologize to the one who hit them?" Siegfried felt his whole worldview shatter. This theory was so new, Miha continued. "If you want to change, then." Miha, aka the Joker, appeared, looking cool as hell. His face, both smiling and enraged, was a haunting sight. He rubbed his hands together, threatening the swordsman. "Go find someone else to whine to, for God's sake. In my past life, my body was ruined and my life was a wreck, all because of this pig of a teammate." Looking at the demonic figure before him, Siegfried stammered, "Wait. Holy crap, he's terrifying." His face was drained of all color as he stuttered, Spare me." A blood-curdling scream, as if he were being murdered, echoed throughout the Grand Cathedral. Outside. The sun still shone peacefully down on the sacred building of the holy nation, unaware that inside, a young man was getting his face smashed in. Priests walking around the Grand Cathedral greeted each other. The atmosphere was as cheerful as a festival. One priest said contentedly, "Ha, I never thought I'd get to attend a hero selection ceremony in my lifetime." The person he was talking to replied, "I don't know if that's a good thing or not." They continued to gossip. "Come to think of it, there's a mage who became a hero candidate, right? His name is Miha." The other one raised his voice mockingly. "A mage wants to be a hero? How absurd! What a delusion of grandeur." Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out, "And a mage can't become a hero." The 2 gossiping priests fell silent. Seeing the man smiling before them, they asked in unison, "Isn't this Archbishop Ali? We never expected to see you here." The Archbishop smiled back and replied, "This is the hero selection ceremony. Of course I had to come." He then subtly promoted his candidate, saying, "I heard that. The candidate Miha defeated a great demon that appeared in the capital." One priest replied, "Yes, that's true. He's an absolute beast." The other couldn't believe it and asked, "Are you saying the capital didn't suffer much damage after that great demon was killed?" Archbishop Ali affirmed, "Correct. That's why I came here, to support candidate Miha. He's truly a talent seen once in 1,000 years." Behind him, a voice called out, "My goodness, is that Archbishop Ali?" Sir Ali turned to greet Archbishop Killen. The sinister old man, clearly playing the villain, gave a friendly smile as the 2 shook hands courteously. Sir Ali said, "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you." But his smile didn't reach his eyes. The Archbishop thought, "This is the old geezer who's destroying the holy nation. He's old, but he's still causing trouble." His eyes were filled with serious suspicion. What is he planning now? The old man Killen spoke, but Archbishop Ali just smiled brightly and asked, "Do you really think God is pleased with what's happening now?" Hearing this, the Archbishop wondered to himself, What a vague question, old man." He replied, "That's not for us to judge." Killen's hand, which was shaking his, suddenly tightened its grip. He said, and began to mutter, "If God's will were that easy to discern, it could be changed at any moment." Then he suddenly vanished. A stunned Sir Ali asked, "Huh?" The Archbishop looked around in confusion, thinking, "What the hell? Did he just disappear? What the hell? What is happening? Did I just see a ghost?" Realizing something was terribly wrong, he mumbled, Don't tell me. Damn it, we're screwed." Ali's mind screamed Miha's name. Meanwhile, the man he just called for was dragging the swordsman, sick Fritz, like a sandbag. His face was swollen and beaten up. "Do you really have to beat me so badly my own parents wouldn't recognize me?" he whined. "Damn it, you turned my face into a pig's." Miha recalled how, just moments ago, he'd been kicking the crap out of this guy with great satisfaction when the prophetess girl had hugged him to stop him. He replied coldly, "Yes. Of course. Damn it, my youth. If Cassandra hadn't shown up, I would have beaten you half to death, you pathetic excuse for a hero." The blonde swordsman sadly called out, "Sir Miha." He asked, "To become a hero, am I still that lacking?" Miha replied, "Yes, very lacking. Damn it, in my past life, I must have been fucking blind to have chosen a knockoff hero like this." Sick Fritz laughed bitterly. "Haha. You really don't let things go, do you?" Then, the two were lost in their own thoughts. Mita glanced at the blonde punching bag. The more he looked, the more disgusted he felt. How shameful, he thought. Suddenly, someone came sprinting frantically toward the main character. The person called out, "Sir Miha." He looked over and recognized who it was. Seeing the man panting like a dog in front of him, the main character asked, "Archbishop Ali, what's wrong? Why are you so pale?" Sir Ali, gasping for breath, said, "There's trouble." An expression of utter shock appeared on Miha's face. A mysterious figure had appeared at the entrance to the cathedral. The face of Archbishop Killen slowly came into view. The old man mumbled, "I have begun to hear the enlightenment. The enlightenment I have sought my entire life." Only when he had one foot in the grave did he finally get it. His face was vacant, as if he were being controlled. Killen thought to himself, "You are wrong, Gregorius. I am the chosen one." The veins on his hand bulged as if they were about to burst. He thought resentfully, "The one who must receive punishment is you." A clear voice rang out, interrupting the corrupted archbishop's thoughts. "Please stop, Archbishop Killen." The old man laughed mockingly. "Ha ha. Well, if it isn't the prophetess." Before him stood Cassandra, her expression filled with determination. She warned Killen, "Please, don't try to cross the line." The old man's face darkened. He slowly stepped forward and questioned, "What do you mean by that?" A sword was pointed directly at Killen. Its owner warned him, "Stop right there." The archbishop looked at the blonde-haired girl standing protectively in front of Cassandra. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Ida, why are you stopping me?" The blonde girl replied coldly, "Do you truly not know the reason?" Seeing Killen close his eyes without answering, Ida said sharply, "Or are you just pretending not to know? Playing dumb so you can get away with it?" Ida recalled a recent conversation with Miha. She thought with admiration. He was right. Miha had confidently asserted to her, "Archbishop Killen will definitely cause some kind of trouble." Her expression at the time had been priceless. Ida had thought, "How can he predict the future so easily?" She looked at the once majestic archbishop, now a withered shadow of his former self. She warned the old man, "Make your choice. Will you surrender peacefully, or will you resist and be forcibly apprehended?" He replied with a laugh, "Ha ha." Looking at the two girls in front of him as if they were foolish worshippers, Killen said, "I don't understand why so many people dare to speak such blasphemy." The old man raised his hand, ending the verbal showdown. He growled, "You sacrilegious brats," and the whites of his eyes suddenly swirled into spirals. Killen muttered as if he were high, "God walks with me." Ida suddenly panicked, thinking to herself, "Damn it. This old geezer fried his brain on drugs." Purple magical energy shot straight towards her. Cassandra, beside her, couldn't even react. The prophetess cried out in alarm, "Ida." The blonde-haired girl was struck by the dark magic. Skidding across the floor, Ida realized in shock, This isn't holy power." The old bastards completely lost it. She looked at the old man, dark magic swirling at his feet. She screamed, "What the hell have you done?" "Archbishop Killen." The old man raised both hands and replied coldly, "Haven't I already told you?" Holy crap, a horrifying scene unfolded. Hair began to sprout all over the old man's body. Two horns also sprouted from Killen's head. All he was missing was a green pasture. A massive black mountain goat with red eyes appeared. It continued, "God walks with me." Ida blurted out in a panic, "He must be talking about the god of cuckoldry. A black goat? Damn it, I'm not in the mood for goat hot pot at all." Purple magic shaped like a bull's horns appeared around the ugly creature. It immediately chose its target and charged at Ida. Caught by surprise, she couldn't react, only letting out a gasp. In Ida's golden eyes, the reflection of the bullhorn magic drew closer. She thought, "No way, am I about to kick the bucket? But my retirement fund is still so small." Suddenly, the shape of a familiar staff appeared, along with a reflection spell, right in front of Ida. A shield materialized, emblazoned with a stylized cross, protecting her from Killen's attack. Stunned, she turned to see who had intervened. Ida's face broke into a wide grin. Ha ha ha, she exclaimed cheerfully. You're late. Mihai, holding Sifrid by the collar with an expressionless face, replied, not at all. He glanced at the traitor to God and said, now then. The main character slammed his staff hard on the floor. The magic around Killen instantly vanished, and the old man, back in his original form, collapsed to his knees. The old man's eyes widened as he asked the main character, why are you here? Mihai didn't answer Killen's question. Instead, he asked, how does it feel to be devoured by a demon? The archbishop stared blankly and asked, what the hell? What? His eyes were riddled with red veins, like a manhwa artist on a tight deadline. Looking at his student, who was being held by the neck by Mihai, Killen ordered, come here. He flashed a sweet smile, like a bad boy, and held his hand out to him, saying, who was it that took pride in you and led the way? Come, take my hand tightly. Hold my hand for a long, long time. The old man droned on, the place where you are standing. Sifrid suddenly lifted his head. Killen concluded, is not where you belong. The blonde swordsman, still being held up by Mihai, muttered in confusion, what should I do? Follow my heart, or listen to my head. Mihai refused to help him choose. He said, that is something you must decide for yourself. The main character added, and you must take responsibility for your decision. Sifrid's expression was unreadable. Killen continued his seduction. Come now, come back to my side. We can rekindle what we once had. Suddenly, the old man's eyes shot open with a gasp. A sturdy foot planted itself on the floor. Seeing Sifrid's fierce expression as he pointed his sword at him, the old man froze and asked, what are you doing? Damn it, how awkward. So awkward. The seduction failed spectacularly. The blonde swordsman growled out each word. I am a holy knight. I cannot stand on the same side as one who is possessed by a demon. Veins bulged on Killen's bald head. The old man completely gave in to the darkness, clenching his fists. You, even you would say that? You should have been the one to trust me the most. How dare you? Son of a bitch. It's like raising a snake in my own bosom, he screamed maniacally. Ha ha ha. God walks with me. Sifrid called out worriedly, Archbishop. Mihai suddenly appeared in front of him and said, if you don't want to get caught up in this, don't act on your own. Killen raised his hands to the sky and said, I have yearned for this enlightenment my entire life, and now, I have finally obtained it. Before he could disappear, Mihai mocked him. That isn't enlightenment. It's more like the call of your death sentence. You abomination. The archbishop stubbornly retorted, you are the ones who are wrong. I am thee. The old man suddenly tilted to one side. In the middle of his rant, he went completely silent. Seeing the old man standing unnaturally still, Mihai called out a warning to someone else. You. That's enough playing around. Behind Killen, a dark shadow began to spread. Mihai continued, a terrifying look on his face. Isn't it time you showed yourself? The main character said, I'm talking to you. Don't be so quiet. He growled the name, Maro Kylian, also known as the Goat Demon. 2 pairs of horns now sprouted from his head. His eyes glowed, blood red, and his ears had become beast-like as he appeared. The first thing you need to make an impression is to flash a confident smile. Archbishop Killen, A.K.A. Maro, spoke to Mihai. Since when did you know? The main character replied, from the very beginning. Surprise, old man? He. This is my second lifetime. The demon grew curious. So, you're a mage who specializes in punishing evildoers, huh? Mihai replied with a clap. Ah, so you do know. You're the next one to be sent on your way. But hearing that is a joke. Maro said, hey, how interesting. He started with a jab. I know you possess immense power, but I have existed for a very, very long time. Mihai closed his eyes, silent and unresponsive. He thought to himself, damn it, he's just beating around the bush. What he means is, you're still young and inexperienced. You can't defeat me, right? With a provocative look on his face, the main character uttered 2 words. Arrogant bastard. Maro thought, that wicked king, Beelzebub, fell so helplessly, even though he was completely expendable. He could have been disposed of at any time, but the news of his defeat will still spread panic among our followers. His hand, with its sharp nails, which looked like they hadn't seen a manicurist in ages, twitched slightly. He let out a crude laugh. He, I have my own plans, you see. Stroking his beard with a sharp nail, he kindly announced, this old man isn't the only one I'm controlling. Mihai's reply was curt. Yeah, I've known that for a long time. He then said something that shocked the demon. Lutos isn't here, which means he must be over there. Maro was fecking shocked. He stammered, how? How did you? With a warning glare, Mihai shot back. How? Isn't it obvious? I know everything. The only thing I don't know is how to be tactful. He raised his scepter, and the gem on its tip glowed with a green light. The main character replied coldly, just like the rest of you demons, carelessness is simply in your nature. In that moment, inside the church, Leon was pacing back and forth, sighing heavily. He anxiously looked around, guessing he has to be around here somewhere. He recalled Mita's firm words, find the person possessed by that demon. Leon wondered. A demon possession, but he's never been wrong. Fearfully, he strained his eyes, searching. The pressure was immense. Looking at the priests walking around the church, Leon knew that if he made a mistake, then everyone here would be sent to meet their ancestors. His hands trembled as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He concluded, this is a heavy responsibility. Leon clutched his head and screamed, why did you give this job to me? The people around him stared at him like he had just escaped from a mental hospital. Pale as a ghost, the swordsman continued to mumble, demonic energy and divine power. I can't detect both of those in a single person. I'm not some divine hound. He recalled Miha snapping his fingers, winking at him, and saying, direction is very important. Leon just wanted to punch the main character. He grumbled, humph, but he just keeps saying things I don't understand at all. The swordsman muttered, at least tell me how to handle it. Suddenly, a figure walked past him. A flash of light appeared, catching his attention. Leon gasped in surprise. He saw a brilliant bolt of lightning radiating from his sword and exclaimed, my sword. It's emitting a light. A thought suddenly flashed through Leon's mind. It seemed like every time someone passed by. Leon grasped it. He confirmed, is this it? The swordsman chased after the priest who had just passed him and said politely, excuse me, could you please stop for a moment? The other man turned around and replied, huh, holy crap. One look was all it took to freeze him in place. He muttered, that's it. Leon saw a ghostly black shadow on the man's shoulder. Black tendrils of demonic energy radiated from it, spreading down the priest's body. Seeing its dull red eyes, 2 pairs of hideous curved horns, and shaggy fur, he concluded, is that a black mountain goat? The lightning on Leon's sword seemed to react to the demonic energy, shining even more brilliantly. The priest saw him draw his sword and stammered, why you? What are you doing? I don't want to get a one-way ticket to the afterlife. With each slash, he aimed with absolute precision toward the priest. The priest shut his eyes tightly, preparing to meet his maker. When he opened them again, he was scared out of his mind by the strange creature that had just appeared. He exclaimed, what is this? A black mountain goat, bound by spiritual energy, lay twitching and dying. The priest said, this thing was attached to my body. Leon looked at the priest who had collapsed in front of him and cursed, damn it, I have a bad feeling about this. As if sensing something, he said, this evil energy is. He turned to look at a blurry figure in the distance. A priest with silver hair slowly came into view. He flashed a characteristic wicked smile and said, you're too late. That man was Heron. He had been completely demonized. Or perhaps this was his original form. With blazing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, he arrogantly declared, all of you are our prey. No one can escape from us. A familiar pair of horns slowly emerged from his shoulder. When it fully appeared, it was a black mountain goat, a relative of the one Leon had just sent packing. Demonic energy spread out from its body, attacking all the priests in the room. They screamed in pain, ah, help, help me. I can't breathe. Leon raised his sword, confused, and said, damn it, what do I do now? Watching Heron laugh maniacally, ha ha ha. He worried that the dark power was beginning to consume everyone. Then, a hand reached up, crying for help in vain. Gradually, it was stained by demonic energy, turning black, a symbol of evil. Leon was terrified. He knew they were slowly being corrupted. He tried to calm himself. Get a grip, Leon. A speck of light gradually appeared, emitting a sparkling aura in the dark space. Leon told himself, I can't let these demons shake me. No fear, no fear, no fear. Suddenly, all around where Leon was standing, orbs of pure, brilliant divine light appeared, purifying the entire space. The recent darkness vanished without a trace. Everything fell silent, making way for the pure ritual of the divine. Leon's eyes widened as he looked at the space now filled with golden light. So, bright, he asked. Light. The corrupted priests were also purified by the divine light, returning to their original forms. They were no longer in a state of pain and suffering. One priest exclaimed, ah! He suddenly knelt amidst the sparkling light. They all knelt down in droves, bathing in the light. In unison, they cried out, oh, God. The black mountain goat's eyes softened. They fell silent before the divine authority. In a dazzling orb of light at the center, a divine voice spoke, listen, my children. A pair of hands reached out. The voice continued, your eyes and ears have been in darkness for a very long time, but I have bestowed upon you something that will pierce the night and bring you to the light. The god said, stand up. Leon felt his body being lifted by a gentle force. He felt it moving on its own. Leon was scared out of his wits, thinking, what the hell is going on? I have no idea what's happening anymore. He suddenly remembered Miha's wink and his advice. Direction is very important. He realized he must have known this would happen. That's why he sent me. Leon wondered, did he meet with the god privately? If it's him, it's possible. He decided to trust him. Everything will be resolved. Leon asked respectfully, what must I do? The voice from the orb of light replied, release them. The swordsman laughed and said, ha, I understand. He held his sword, which now emitted a green energy. His eyes filled with confidence as he said, that's a piece of cake for me. A vast universe appeared outside of Earth. A golden orb of light and a black orb of darkness were separated by a flow of light. This flow spread from a gentle source of light, fanning out across the surface of the Earth, like twinkling Christmas lights. From the beginning, darkness and light existed. Darkness merely existed, but light spread, and grew into a small world. That expansion created laws, and the laws created heaven and earth. And from the earth, the first seeds sprouted, forming fields of rice, heavy with the essence of heaven and earth. An image of hands reaching out appeared, to receive the holy light shining down. The laws dictated that light would always be present. In the future, humanity would call this light God's blessing, and he called it divine power. A golden light radiated from Leon's sword, while the blade itself was enveloped in a blue aura. He raised the sword high. In the solemn atmosphere, like a purification ritual, Leon's eyes flashed with determination. Let's do this, he said to the Black Mountain goats. After a moment of silence, the goats suddenly began to stir. They charged forward at a frantic speed. Wherever the beasts ran, thick smoke billowed. Their massive shadows loomed over the swordsman, Leon. He stood his ground, unleashing his spiritual energy, which enveloped his entire body. A massive pillar of brilliant blue light shot straight into the sky. Through the dazzling light, Leon leaped up and plunged his sword straight into the frenzied Black Mountain goat. His eyes glinted with killing intent. The Black Mountain goat gradually disintegrated under the brilliant light, and a huge blue orb appeared. A sparkling light radiated from it in all directions. Killen, aka Mayo, saw the scene before him and was instantly stunned. He wondered how the power of the divine realm could have arrived so quickly. Miha dropped down from out of nowhere and kindly explained, it's because I worked very hard to make it happen. He asked the old man, you thought you had a chance, didn't you, you blockhead? He held out a hand, mocking him. Oh wow, thanks a lot, Miha said, adding fuel to the fire. Thanks to you, the Holy Kingdom is becoming more and more dedicated to fighting the demon race. Surprise, veins bulged on Killen's forehead. He cursed in anger, you bastard, and unleashed his demonic energy to attack our hero. A green-colored light, like a whirlwind, gradually expanded, forming a protective barrier from Miha against Killen's attack. Killen raised his hand, controlling the green spiritual energy, and said, what can a low-level demon like you possibly do? How dare you posture in front of me? Miha raised his magic staff and asked, so you're saying it's not a threat to us at all? Huh. He continued, that's exactly what a villain would say to the demons. How hurtful. Miha's red eyes flashed. He thought to himself, a villain. Huh. He imagined himself transforming into a giant demon in front of Killen, thinking maliciously, if I'm a villain in the eyes of these demons, then I should be a villain as many times as possible. Miha called out, what are you thinking about with that wicked look on your face? Our hero honestly confessed, I was thinking about crushing those demon bastards. His superior was surprised by his answer, and then she broke into a smile. His proud superior flew right alongside him. Good, she replied. The demon Killen gritted his teeth and said, you fecking bastards. He flew into the air, summoning his magic like a shrewish old hag, and continued to curse. You damn scoundrels. Miha countered with a shield of divine power. The holy light continued to block the old man's attack. He asked, wouldn't running away be the better option? This is pointless. The demon tilted his head to one side and asked, run. Then he raised a trembling hand and said, shut up, you lowly bastard. Run my ass. I'd rather die with honor than live in shame. Killen went berserk, unleashing all his demonic energy and roaring. I'll send you all to meet your makers. On his hand, his sharp fingers began to glow. Miha's expression turned serious. He thought, he's increasing his power without any regard for the host's body. He knew that in times like these, only the power of holy light could change the situation. Then he reached out his hand. While our hero was confused, wondering, but where are we? From behind him, a beautiful figure touched his arm and gave Miha the answer. This is the Holy Kingdom, a holy land where the authority of the gods is strongest, and this hall is filled with sincere faith. Hekau, the god of wisdom, said with a laugh, ho ho, honestly, this is so exhausting. Miha's face showed a look of relief. He smiled. Our hero slammed his staff onto the floor. For real, huh? He asked. The great mage smiled triumphantly and said he should have run when he had the chance. Powerful spiritual energy slowly radiated from around him. The blue spiritual energy shot straight up to the sky, expanding into a giant pillar of light. In that space, our hero silently listened to Mero's piercing screams. Ah, ah, ah. Mero's form gradually vanished. Ah, he threatened angrily. I'll remember your face, you bastard. I'll make you pay for this. Miha suddenly found it amusing. He burst out laughing. Ha ha. Our hero kindly reminded him, go ahead and try. I'll be waiting. A great pillar of light appeared in the Holy Kingdom. It shot straight up from the cathedral into the sky, where a ring of white clouds appeared, swirling around the pillar. It was a sacred scene, filled with reverence. The Pope's eyes widened as he observed the divine spectacle before him. The priests and clergy in the Holy Kingdom all knelt and clasped their hands in prayer. Everyone could feel that the divine being, who had long been absent from the Holy Kingdom, had returned. The sign of their presence was the sacred, towering pillar of light connecting the Holy Kingdom and the sky, radiating a brilliant glow. Through that shimmering veil of clouds, in a purple palace illuminated by white orbs, the decor was relatively luxurious, showcasing the owner's lavish taste. Suddenly, a small rumbling sound broke the silence. At the source of the noise, syrup splattered everywhere. A girl, a lord of horns with a fiery figure, rubbed her chin in anger and said, again, that female host's soul I just acquired. She stammered angrily, that name. That face gradually came into view, red eyes, horns on her head. Indeed, it was the Lord of the Horns. She gritted her teeth, that Miha Oneperis. Seriously, what in the world is he? She was the sixth commander, Mero, the one who had just caused chaos in the Holy Kingdom. She thought about the pieces she had painstakingly put in place, which were neutralized before she could even have her fun. Damn it, she thought. He just showed up out of nowhere and ruined all my plans. He even sliced off a part of that guy's body. Mero imagined a familiar silhouette along with a radiating holy light, standing behind Miha, controlling everything. She guessed. Even if he is a talented mage, destroying a part of a demon's body is almost impossible. Hekeo must have been involved in this. Bravo, you guessed it. 10 points for you. She mused, I'll look into the details of this. A black mountain goat suddenly rushed over. It vomited out a small, red demon with a lizard-like tail. He let out a yelp and then lay flat on the floor. Mero called out, Ludos. The commander's voice startled the demon. As he lifted his head, he knelt and stammered, my lady. She immediately cut him off. Shut your damn mouth. Her voice rang out. If things had gone as they should have, you would have already died in the holy war. He said fearfully, it's only thanks to you that my life was spared. Mero coldly asked, I spared you? In your dreams. Luther trembled when he heard her. She said, your memories are quite useful, so it'd be a waste to destroy you. But a massive horn pierced straight through his body, sending blood splattering everywhere. The demon's eyes were wide open, unable to comprehend why he was logged out right after coming online. The kind Mero explained, your pathetic life is of no importance. Luther begged his demon commander, please, my lady, have mercy. Please. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into black smoke, leaving behind a red soul stone. Mero said, please like that are meaningless. She picked up the soul stone and brought it to her mouth. Mero slowly, gradually, digested it. After that, she wiped her mouth and declared, Miha Oneperis. Next time, I'll make sure you meet your end. 1 week after the incident, the authoritative pope was standing in a place of honor. Below him were numerous priests. He began to speak. Thank you all for attending this gathering. The hero, Lord Aiden, was also present. He had a provocative expression on his face as he stood with his butler, Modin, and listened to the announcement about the many events that had transpired. And finally, the cursed ones had begun to scheme and attack once more. The crowd of people, including Leon, listened intently. He stated, from now on, the world will no longer be as it once was. Many problems will arise and chaos may ensue. But God has not turned his back on the tragedies that have befallen us. A white robe fluttered in the wind. Miha stood there, holding his scepter, his cloak billowing in the wind. The Pope continued, and has bestowed upon us his power. Set exclaimed, wow, they prepared this quickly. The event planning committee is freakishly professional. The protagonist replied, that's because a few days ago, Siegfried told me, I'm thinking of withdrawing from the hero candidacy. Looking at the swordsman's devastated face, Miha asked, what's wrong? Why do you look like that? He let out a dry laugh, humph, and replied, I have no other choice. The protagonist was surprised to hear him confess, I barely even know what I'm supposed to do. Siegfried thought of the image of himself waving his hand and making anything disappear. he said sorrowfully. But to become a hero, I had to deny the very past that brought me to this position. Miha asked again, what about your comrades? Siegfried stammered, I don't see them. No, I can't. The protagonist sat on the bed, placing his hands on his thighs and clasping them together. He asked seriously, so what are you doing here? Did you come just to complain about these useless things? Got nothing better to do? The other man's face darkened. Complain? He then stated the obvious tirade. You don't like me. I get it. This idiot went around bad-mouthing your faith, so of course you wouldn't like me. Miha looked up, listening intently, thinking about the tangled mess of this man's inner turmoil. He clicked his tongue. Check. Compared to his pride, all of this is too much to handle in such a short time. Remembering the image of himself meekly kneeling before this incompetent man before his regression, Miha thought, I could be swayed by memories from before I returned. Everyone in this world, except for me, is so different from the past. Siegfried with his dejected face, Cassandra with her confident smile. He knows everyone is changing. Miha muttered, this isn't fun at all. Siegfried continued, Archbishop Killian will have to spend the rest of his life in prison for the crime of colluding with demons. I should have received that sentence, but you stopped it. Miha asked emotionlessly. Stopped what? He shot to his feet, placing a hand on his chest. But you hate me. The protagonist just smiled and uttered a simple phrase. Saving people is the essence of being a hero. Back at the ceremony, under a blue sky and white clouds, the Pope asked Miha, as a hero, do you swear that you will fulfill your responsibilities? The protagonist solemnly replied, I swear. A sparkling crown was placed upon his head. The crown gave him a feeling that was both familiar and strange. He remembered that before his regression, Siegfried was the one standing here. He knelt and received the crown from the Pope in front of the massive crowd. Back then, Miha was also in the cheering crowd, applauding and celebrating the hero of the holy nation. Miha closed his eyes, ending the flashback. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light shone down, enveloping him. The Pope said, That is God's blessing, my lord. Set, sitting nearby, grumbled jealously. Humph, that woman really did everything she could, huh? Miha smiled gratefully and said, This moment was worth it. His entire body was immersed in a sparkling white light. The protagonist held his scepter, practically glowing. He smiled, knowing this was only the beginning. I've finally taken one step closer to my goal. Leon leaned against the door with his arms crossed and said, Good job. He held out his hand proudly like an orator and said, You've become the hero, and we've killed the demon that was hiding within the holy nation. We're so damn awesome. Miha propped his head on his hand and replied nonchalantly, Yeah, we are. Leon felt like his reaction was a little off. He scratched his head in confusion. He questioned him. Hey, you're the hero now. The hero. Shouldn't you be happy? The protagonist continued to reply in an indifferent tone. I am happy. In his head, Miha thought, I'm happy because we successfully completed the first phase. He recalled the image of himself wearing the crown that represents the title of hero, reminding himself of the oath he took at the ceremony. But I can't say that I'm truly worthy of the title of hero yet. Miha knew one thing for certain. The archdemon still exists somewhere out there, and the world is still in peril. He imagined himself standing on a barren field. The protagonist pictured a starting line appearing before him, thinking pensively. Just as they said, this is only the beginning, and I'm just standing at the starting line. Miha mused to himself. The truth is, the fact that I was nominated to be the hero also means that Leon, overhearing him feeling comfortable and happy, asked, So, what's your plan? Any ideas? The main character replied, I do. Since there's nothing holding me back now, I plan to set off tomorrow. His companion said with concern, I see. Do you need to prepare anything? He answered decisively, No need. I can take care of myself. Hearing this, Leon said his goodbyes. Well, that's good. I'm off to bed, then. He then went out, politely closing the door behind him with a soft thud. Ida exclaimed, Damn, how can someone make decisions so fast? Miha said, That's just how he is. He turned back to look at her and asked, So, what about you? The main character was curious. What do you plan to do from now on? Ida closed her eyes and smiled. If you're asking whether I want to follow you or stay in the holy nation, I'll choose the latter, she said frankly. I have to keep an eye on my damn little brother. After all, Miha nodded in understanding. He was kind enough to add, Contact me if he seems even a little suspicious. I'll beat him to a pulp for you. Ida cheerfully agreed. If that happens, I'll call you right away. Suddenly, a hesitant voice spoke up. And, what should I do? Miha looked up. He called out, Cassandra. She was standing by the staircase, her hands clasped together. She stood in the standard posture of a noble lady. The main character smiled and said, You should stay here, too. You already know that, don't you? Cassandra asked sadly. Is it because I'm a prophet? My prophecies are all so negative. They won't be of any help to anyone. The main character sensed something was wrong and immediately denied it. That's not the reason. Cassandra's eyes widened when she heard him declare, I don't want a prophet, to be looked down upon by everyone. Wow, a critical hit, straight to the heart. It was the quintessential image that women adore. Cassandra, praying while bound by red shackles, with he cow descending from above, shrouded in holy light. This image of the prophet trying to reach out appeared. For the longest time, besides being praised as people who could converse with the divine, prophets were always scorned. Miha said honestly, this shouldn't continue. I want to change that. Cassandra, flustered, clutched her dress. But the prophecies spoken are a reflection of fate. In her mind, she saw a vision of herself being ostracized. Honestly, that's the reason why people always subconsciously stay away from prophecies. She gripped her dress so tightly that if it could talk, it would have screamed, Lady, if you keep grabbing me like that, I'm gonna rip for sure. She stammered. A prophecy is. Miha looked at the flustered little girl with gentle eyes. He comforted her. It's not entirely like that, the main character asked. What if a prophecy is simply a clue? Cassandra immediately looked up. Her eyes were already filled with tears. Not believing her own ears, she asked again. What do you mean? He said. I mean, you don't have to tell people. Such clear-cut, definitive statements. Ida smiled as she heard Miha explain that she just needed to give out clues. It's the listener's job to interpret and prepare for that prophecy. A gentle hand touched her hair. That's all your responsibility is, he said. Cassandra's eyes glistened with tears again. She raised a hand to wipe them and said, Okay. A confident smile bloomed on her face. The prophet affirmed, I'll try. At sunset that day, Miha and Set stood on the city wall. She remarked, That was a truly kind reason. He asked, What was kind? She replied, I know that from the moment you met her, you had the chance to make her dependent on you, but you didn't do that. The main character stated, because for her, that wasn't necessary. Set said happily, Thank you for trusting her. She said, utterly impressed, You didn't even do anything drastic. You just let her make the decision on her own. Now she'll be able to choose her own path. Set fell silent, a smile on her face. She spoke from the bottom of her heart, I'm so glad I met you. As if realizing something was off, she suddenly blushed. Set pinched Mia's cheek and yelled, I didn't mean anything by that. And just like that, poof, she was gone. The woman turned into a mark on our hero's neck. Annoyed, Miha hissed, muttering, Seriously, you just say what you want and then disappear. Smiling, he looked up at the sky. Our hero saw a perfectly full moon high above, thinking to himself that he and the moon shared a deep connection. Miha suddenly recalled the sunsets in a distant forest, thinking that the moon was a symbol of the lessons between him and his master. He remembered that before his regression, every time the sun set like this, he would begin learning magic from his master. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. What are you doing, sir? Seeing Maudin's standard butler smile, he said, Ah, it's you. Did you have a nice rest? He replied, Yes, it was quite interesting. Maudin clenched his fist, saying, I saw many things and did many things. This period was just enough time for me to make a decision. Miha smiled and asked, Is that so? He closed his eyes and said, Ha ha ha. Yes, of course. The silhouette of Maudin seemed to merge with the sunset-colored sky above. He called out, Young master, then began to tell an old story. In the past, there was a magic cult that took the moon as its symbol. Within a humanoid form, a glimmer of light appeared. They believed that humans were the vessels and the source of mana. However, after centuries, extraordinary people began to appear, like Superman, Spider-Man, and so on. And their names were printed in history itself. Pages flew out from a book to record the names of these exceptional individuals. The butler continued his recollection. Geniuses who possessed a natural talent for channeling mana, as if they were born to use magic. Miha stood opposite him, listening intently as he said that the cult wanted to become geniuses through artificial means. When Maudin spoke of how they destroyed their own bodies, in the hopes of getting revenge, and how that cycle repeated over and over, the main character couldn't help but exclaim, That's so messed up. That's insane. The butler's face suddenly darkened. He said sorrowfully, It's true. And that is why their bloodline gradually faded, as if you were the main character of that very story. Model. Suddenly, the man's demeanor shifted in a flash. However, young master, he said, his face filled with killing intent. Maudin challenged him. What if the last madman from that sect saw a genius standing right before his very eyes? Miha thought, Damn it. Right now, with that obsessive look on your face, you look just like the madman you're describing. Time rewinds to the day the Oneperis clan was wiped out. Miha was kneeling in a room, trembling. He knew that was the day his entire family collapsed. So many people had lost their lives. Our hero's arm trembled. He brought a sharp dagger to his own neck, crying silently in anguish and misery. All he could do was kneel there weakly, watching his servants fall before him, and he was powerless to do anything. A man walked up to him, twisting the knife in Miha's wound by asking, "Are you satisfied now?" All he could do was weep pathetically as the man asked him what it tasted like to personally drag his own family into the abyss. That man declared, "Miha, this is all your fault. You were never fit to be the head of the house." The voice continued, "Do you think taking yourself out right here, right now would be considered brave? Brave, my ass." Our hero immediately snapped his head around, a look of confusion on his face. The space was shrouded in darkness. His hand, holding the dagger, trembled. The man said, "If that's the case." And Maden's grimy face appeared. Exhausted from the battle, he concluded, "Your worth only amounts to this much, young master." Miha's stubborn face looked as if he'd just had an epiphany. Back in the present, that once dazed face now belonged to a calm young man, admiring the colors of the sky. His butler, Modin, stood before him and posed a question. "What would you think if something you had to struggle desperately for, and nearly destroy yourself to obtain," he continued, "could be easily acquired by someone else, simply through luck and innate talent? So damn unfair." A little side note, he's talking about people who are born with natural gifts. Miha replied with a deadpan expression. "Then let me ask you a question." Our hero's voice rang out, each word hitting the old man like a stone to the face. "Let's just say I told you that I already have the perfect method to achieve that thing in my head. What then?" The butler replied caustically.
So, you knew the whole damn time. Miha held out his hand and replied, "I don't know the exact details. But just as you said, this is my natural gift. Surprise."
"You could train for several lifetimes and never achieve it." Our hero's red eyes gleamed with cunning. In his crafty mind, he thought, "Lying like this makes me sound so cool." He raised a finger to the air, his pale hands stark against the purple twilight sky, and declared, "Not only was I blessed by the heavens with a handsome face," he gestured to his own silky, golden hair. "Miha," proudly continued his boast, "but I also have this genius brain of mine. To put it simply, I'm the toastal package, and the ladies love it." He began to explain, "This is why my body is so receptive to mana." While Modin stood in stunned silence, Mia's voice continued evenly, like a model teacher giving a lecture, "And it's also the reason I can wield a massive amount of mana, something that is incredibly difficult for the vast majority of other mages." The butler cut in. "Miha, hold on for a second. Wait, don't tell me you've already analyzed it all. Are you for real?" he replied. "Not only that, I've already deciphered it." Modin, his face unreadable, finally spoke. "Young master, you only just turned 20 this year," he pressed. "From the time you started learning magic until now, it hasn't even been more than 3 years. Quit your bluffing." Miha's mind immediately raced. He crossed his arms, retorting sharply, "It's simply because I have a natural gift for magic." The old man said sarcastically, "How incredibly unfair. How wonderful. Some people are just born with talent, easily reaching a level that others have to toil and struggle for years to achieve." Modin's already wrinkled face seemed to crumple even further as he lamented sarcastically. "Really? How can something so completely illogical exist in this world?" Miha looked up at the sky in silence, trying to choose his words carefully. He closed his eyes and explained, "It's true, this world is illogical. But that doesn't mean it's meaningless." The butler asked, confused, "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Our hero looked at the silver-haired man in the suit. He remarked, "You look awfully pale and exhausted right now, butler, like someone who just overdosed." Miha recalled, "You yourself said my eyes are sharp. Just as you sensed something from me, I've also sensed something from you." Reflected in Modin's blue eyes was the towering figure of our hero. Each word struck the butler's heart like a hammer. "If I'm not mistaken, you're probably on par with those who died in that sect's final battle." The butler froze on the spot. His eyes went blank, staring off into the distance. Miha concluded, "It seems you've achieved some small success, then. As for what success, only God knows." With his hands clasped behind his back, Modin laughed bitterly. "Success? Ha, right. Success, my ass." Against the magical, purple night sky, the moon was partially covered by a ribbon of clouds, but its beauty couldn't be hidden. Modin's voice rang out evenly. "We were considered to be mages of the highest order. After discovering my own potential, I was able to crush those who had once looked down on me. I suppose I was qualified to be considered an 8th level mage, but as you know, that title isn't exactly stable. It's an absolute mess." In his mind, an image of a tangled ball of yarn appeared, a red one, with threads more tangled than you can imagine. Miha asked curiously, Are there side effects? Like, do you go bald or something? Modin answered honestly. There are, and they're unavoidable. My internal organs are completely destroyed now. Even if I wanted to donate them, they'd be rejected. An image appeared of a figure in a green cloak, their face completely covered. With both hands, he controlled a red ball of yarn floating in a strip of white light. Before him, the butler appeared, lamenting in distress that in order to maximize our gifts, we pushed our bodies to the limit. The old man sighed. In short, we were just unlucky. Miha coldly retorted, but you're still alive and kicking, aren't you? Modin lowered his head and said, that's because I gave up halfway. He placed a hand on his chest. To be honest, he confessed, I abandoned my ambition to become an 8th level mage and limited my own use of magic to an absolute minimum, only using it when it's critical. The butler closed his eyes, looking helpless. As you can see, sir, my body has become stiff and rigid, not strong. Looking at the great, youthful mage standing vibrantly against the purple sky, he concluded, I've grown weak. I can't do anything anymore. Miha suddenly uttered a sentence that confused the old man. Then we just have to heal you, right? Modin raised a hand to explain, young master, what I've been trying to say is that my body has completely rotted from the inside. Miha immediately shot back, so what? Who do you think I am? Do you really think I stumbled into the position of the God-chosen hero by accident? The butler, completely baffled, replied with a head full of question marks. But I know my own body best. I feel hopeless. It can't be fixed. The main character immediately affirmed, don't worry. A god is here. Modin's eyes widened, the whisper of the stone. He raised his hand, his confident face glowing in the sunset as he declared, nothing is impossible. That hand was about to touch the butler's hair. The main character continued to whisper, close your eyes and rest for a bit, okay? Modin's eyes shot open, having no idea what he was up to. He asked suspiciously, what are you planning? To me, his face was full of mischief as he replied, planning what? Just go to sleep. As the main character's magic-filled hand touched his head, Modin seemed to realize what was about to happen. The old man's eyes rolled back, and before passing out, he managed to curse. Young master, you damn brat. The moment the curse left his lips, he blacked out completely. Miha caught the butler, smiled softly, and said, your temper is the same as always. The main character's red eyes suddenly focused intently on his test subject, the butler, who was out cold. He gave a wicked grin and said, now then, let's begin, shall we? In a room that looked like a mage's quarters, Modin was lying neatly on the bed while Miha stood by, preparing his experiment. He used his left hand to grasp his right wrist, lifting it high as he nostalgically remarked, it's been a long time since I've felt this cold, heavy sensation. The sleeping butler probably felt an even deeper chill down his spine. The main character said excitedly, now then, let's remodel this body to be as young and healthy as a 20-year-old. The spirit floating beside him couldn't stand to watch the main character getting so full of himself. She let out a weary sigh. There he goes with his nonsense again. One by one, the buttons on Modin's shirt were unfastened, revealing a scarred 8-pack abdomen. Truly, some things get better with age. Mia's gaze suddenly grew distant as his mind drifted to a faraway place. The main character recalled a solitary figure standing against a vast, gloomy sky. When he had felt that being born with the ability to absorb mana was a blessing, that person had immediately denied it, saying, no, it's not something I was born with. Returning to the present with sorrowful eyes, the main character lamented. In the end, you still couldn't overcome your own limits and fell, simply because there was no other way. Fate just pushes you until you have to kick the bucket. Looking at the scars on Butler Modin's chest and abdomen, Miha thought, no matter how good your analysis or how deep your insight was, the key issue was that you never had enough time. But things are different now. The main character reached out with his magic-filled hand to heal the butler. This moment was also a chance to heal his own regrets about their relationship before he regressed. He silently felt lucky to have turned back time. Now possessing the protagonist's plot armor, Miha placed a hand on the butler's chest and thought, that's why this time, I absolutely won't let that fate bury you. He closed his eyes, concentrating to begin the chant. A pale blue light enveloped him. The main character looked at his dear butler and said, this is your final swan song. The entire room was bathed in the shimmering blue-white light radiating from the great mage Miha's spell. A new day had begun. Gentle sunbeams shone through the window. Modin's eyes flew open. He felt as if he had been asleep for a very long time. Whew, my honor is still intact. The butler sat up, rubbing his old back and groaning, oof, my back. Suddenly, he felt that something about his body was different. Modin held his hands out in front of him and said, the pain is gone. How about that? This is wild. Then he raised his hand to check if his muscles were still there. The butler even did a headstand on the bed. Holding this strange pose, he muttered, What the hell? This is so strange. Why does my body suddenly feel so light? Then, his eyes widened as he thought. Hold on for a second. With that, the butler sat up normally. He looked down at his 8-pack abs and thought, woo, still there. He had sensed something was off. Looking at his hands, he wondered, my mana flow right now is. Just as he was about to touch his chest to check, an authoritative voice stopped him. He looked at the young, blonde-haired man sitting there, with his back turned. Modin called out, young master, he asked in astonishment, don't tell me. All of this was your doing. Miha confidently replied, who else could it have been? The main character knew his butler's reckless nature, so he carefully warned him, but you still need to be careful. Don't get cocky. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Modin, while buttoning up his shirt neatly, asked, what do you mean? A glass vial containing green pills appeared, emitting a gentle glow. He tossed it to the old man and instructed, here. 1 pill a day, and remember to follow the training regimen precisely. One wrong move and it's all over, he warned. That is the most important part. The old man, like a naive child, asked curiously, what is this? What the hell? Miha turned back with a mischievous grin, a clear sign that trouble was brewing. He answered gently, a refined fruit from the world tree. Say what now, old man? The butler's face went deathly pale. Scared out of his wits, he tossed the vial into the air and yelled, wait. What did you say? The world tree. Miha nonchalantly replied, yeah, a fruit from the world tree. The butler quickly scrambled to catch the falling vial, nagging like a housewife. Why are you so generous, sir? Why give this to me? If I sold it, I could make a fortune, you know. The main character, in the tone of a rich boss, said, if you're going to live it up, why worry about a little rain? If this fruit can be used to help an 8th level mage regain his strength, seeing Modin's face frozen like a statue, he dealt a final, critical blow. Then it's still far more valuable than trading it for cash, isn't it? With eyes full of sorrow, the butler whined, but I lack the talent. He imagined a trembling hand trying to reach the top of a tower. He thought to himself, it was like a tower climbing game. By the time he reached the top, the young man was completely wiped out, kneeling on all fours and gasping for breath. Modin continued, because I was never gifted to begin with, I could never break through. That young man was him in his youth, his face filled with bewilderment. Around him, others were still striving to climb the tower, probably training for ninja warrior. Another young man climbed to the peak with ease. It was a devastating blow to Modin. He suddenly realized that no matter what fancy method he used, looking at the towering spires shrouded in mist before him, Modin, sitting amidst a cloud of dust, came to the conclusion that he would never reach the 8th level. The butler continued his sob story. Someone like me. Miha couldn't take it anymore and cut him off. You're spouting nonsense again, he stated with absolute certainty. I told you, once I finish developing that technique, the flawed one you're using, I'll return a perfected version to you. His pride stung. The main character asked, can't you trust me just this once? Modin, who had been rambling, suddenly fell silent. He lowered his head in shame, stammering, I. Fragments of the miracles Miha had created for Lindell, Leon, Jiha, and so on flashed through his mind. The negative beliefs within him began to crumble to their very foundations. Nothing lasts forever. Today's lover becoming tomorrow's ex is perfectly normal. Modin fell silent, thinking, as if 10,000 years had passed. He broke the silence with a question. Is it really possible? The main character smiled and replied, of course. Once Modin had recovered, he and Miha entered a quiet forest full of lush, ancient trees. Perhaps illegal loggers hadn't reached this area yet, he decided. There's no reason to hesitate any longer. I plan to immediately pass on the autonomous circulation technique to him. The elderly Modin became an attentive disciple, listening as the main character taught him the magic. He calculated. Of course, it can't be exactly the same as the one I use. It'll have to be modified slightly to better suit his abilities. Looking at his hand, now overflowing with mana, Modin couldn't believe his eyes, letting out a gasp of surprise. Around him, a flow of mana was circulating endlessly. The butler's entire body emitted a faint blue light. He asked, bewildered, what the hell? What is this, young master? Miha, with a knowing look, said, I told you I would develop it. He asked, but how? He replied, well, I've got that main character plot armor. What else? Ahem, no. The main character seriously explained, because I have in my hands the near-final results of research from someone very close. To me, that person painstakingly refined it over many generations. Modin's face was filled with astonishment. Miha continued sharing mysteriously. Although the method is still crude and quite potent, it's not too bad. The butler looked up, his thoughts unreadable. Perhaps he was just pretending to look profound. Ahum escaped his aged lips. He calmly closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the fresh, oxygen-rich air, and exhaled. This is fine, then. I don't need to worry about the rest. In front of the magnificent gates of a grand cathedral, a person in clerical robes was seeing off two young men on horseback. The four wings on the youth's armor shone brilliantly, and the cross on his gauntlet was no less impressive. A delighted laugh rang out, "Ha ha." Miha looked at the simple-minded companion beside him. Annoyed, he asked, "Are you really that thrilled?" Leon replied enthusiastically, "Of course. For people like me, this armor is our very life. Looking like this, I'll make all the ladies swoon." The main character suddenly became serious and remarked, "Well, I guess that's a good thing. You're going to need it soon anyway." Leon didn't understand what Miha was talking about. Then, remembering something, he asked, "Come to think of it, I still haven't been told where we're heading." The main character asked back, about the destination." Seeing Leon's clueless face, he answered, "The Draculian Chasm." Leon couldn't believe his ears. He asked cautiously, "Don't tell me it's the territory of those who never sleep, like those late-night story reviewers?" He answered curtly, "That's the one." After hearing that, he let out a long sigh. With the face of someone who had suffered the world's greatest injustice, Leon looked up to the sky and wailed, "Oh, heavens! Oh, heavens!" In the middle of the gloomy forest, he transformed into a tombstone statue, lamenting, "The hero you have chosen is digging his own grave. Please, save him." Miha sarcastically complimented him. "Wow, you're just bursting with vitality, aren't you?" Even the brown horse Leon was riding looked at him with exasperation. The main character thought to himself, "Then again, it's hard to blame him for reacting like that." A majestic fortress shrouded in mist appeared in his memory. Miha continued to think. The Draculian Chasm was once an incredibly prosperous land. An image of people screaming in agony as their souls were drained away in a dark space appeared, replacing the scene of the bustling metropolis. He remembered clearly, because there, Count Dracula had ambitions of obtaining the Fountain of Youth. As a result, in the end, he ended up devouring more than half the population of his own territory. Because of that indelible reputation for inhumanity, this land was sealed by the Holy Kingdom. As Miha steered his horse steadily through the forest, he thought with determination. Our next destination is precisely where those monsters in that sealed territory live. Leon yelled in frustration. Have we run out of places to go? Why do we have to go to that disgusting, horrifying place? Miha humorously replied, "That's a bit of a sensitive question." The main character looked at his foolish companion and patiently explained. "The first reason is because this place has things similar to the crypts where you lived. Danger often comes with opportunity." Leon racked his brain, then said, "Oh, so you mean this is a dungeon raid, right? Okay, I get it. Easy peasy." Then, with a sudden burst of intelligence, he asked, "What about the other reason?" Miha replied, "Because soon enough, an image of a coffin sealed with a holy cross will appear. Carved on the lid, an iron shell covered in sharp thorns became visible. Besides that dramatic flair, the coffin was also surrounded by wild roses, glowing a brilliant red like syrup. That's the very seal that bound Count Draculian, and its sea to be removed after resting on a shoulder." After Miha got a full night's sleep, Set stretched and said, "Ah, that was a great nap." He then curiously asked, "Hey, how much longer do we have to travel?" The main character told her they'd be there soon, right after her nap. Seth replied, "Oh, really? What the hell is this?" Behind them, the butler, Modern, looked like his soul had left his body, a wisp of white air even escaping his mouth. It was like he was possessed. A bizarre scene unfolded before Seth's eyes. While her master walked along with a carefree air, the butler had his head bowed, his expression unreadable. He was using mana to lift a huge horse. What kind of bizarre technique was this? An expression of extreme strain was plastered on Modern's face. To make matters worse, Leon was snoring his head off, tied securely to the horse's back, which only added to the game's difficulty. Seth's face was a mask of confusion. She couldn't understand a damn thing. What the hell happened while I was asleep? Why has everyone suddenly gotten so weird? Unable to stand it any longer, she spoke up. "What in the world is going on?" Let's rewind to 2 days earlier. A group of 3 rode on horseback, slowly entering a lush forest. The butler, Modern, after hearing Miha's goal for the trip, immediately freaked out, shouting, "Are we going to unseal a vampire?" He couldn't believe his ears. Then, remembering something, Modern asked him again. However, the coffin that seals that monster can't be opened from the inside. But the main character just casually asked back, "Did a god tell you that?" Modern stammered, clearing his throat. Leon, riding beside them, chimed in. "So, do you know how to send him to meet his maker? That monster's title of immortal isn't just for show, you know," the swordsman added helpfully. Miha, hearing his clueless friend ask a question just as clueless as he was, answered in frustration. I know, already. Give me a break. You don't have to remind me. I've thought this through very carefully. All right? Leon closed his eyes, adopting an of course you did attitude, saying, well, obviously. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles and win 100 times. He looked at Miha and rambled on. You're the type of person who'd never do anything that wasn't to your advantage. And if you felt you couldn't beat him, you wouldn't have even set foot here in the first place. The two teammates exchanged smug, punchable looks with the main character, and Modin chimed in. Indeed, the young master's calculations are always perfectly on point. Miha watched them whisper amongst themselves and suddenly realized something was very, very wrong. They had misunderstood something. Leon tried to coax him. Hey, come on, tell us your plan. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the main character's face. He flashed them a perfect salesman's grin as flowery special effects appeared out of nowhere, scattering all around him. Seeing that smile, Leon suddenly felt the temperature around him drop significantly. A chill ran down his spine. He shivered and said, Holy hell, that's terrifying. What's with that nauseating, cringy smile? Miha, still smiling amidst the shower of ghostly flowers, replied, I have a plan, but to carry it out, I need a just cause. The trembling young man immediately asked, just cause? Leon said earnestly, Wait a minute. Hold on for, 2 seconds. I don't know what the plan is, but we probably don't need to prepare for it right this second. Unconsciously, Mia's face twisted into a sinister expression, just like that freakish clown, the Joker. He replied, What are you talking about? The sooner we prepare, the better. Seeing Miha, the Joker, before him, Leon felt like he'd just stepped 1 foot into hell. He stammered, shouting, The feck, what are you planning to do? The main character immediately used a spell, sleep. His traveling companion let out a little groan, then completely lost consciousness and slumped backward. Miha silently observed Leon, who was now knocked out cold, lying still on the horse's back. A little snot bubble was even inflating from his nose. Beside him, Modin's voice rang out. What in the world are you doing? The main character replied, If we tie him up and let him get lost in a dream world, he'll become stronger. The butler seemed to have figured something out. He calmly analyzed the situation. So, this is an illusion spell? But it doesn't seem that simple. You've also implanted a rather complex false perception into his illusion. Leon, oblivious to the world, even added a few snores for good measure. Miha dismounted his horse, flashing a smile that said, You know too much, he said. For a mere butler like you, it should have been difficult to notice that. In his head, Modin was cursing 18 generations of Miha's damned ancestors. Outwardly, he threw his conscience to the dogs and said, Haha, you underestimate me, sir. He made an excuse. No matter how complex a spell is, I can always find a way to analyze it one way or another. Even an 8th circle spell. The main character thought, all talk and no action. Without even looking at him, he spoke in a challenging tone. So, you want to give it a try? Miha provoked him. It's no fun without a little risk. Let's make a bet. Modin's eyes widened. A bet? What kind of bet? I've got nothing but the shorts on my back, he replied. It doesn't have to be anything big. Looking at the warhorse standing obediently before him, he decided, until we reach our destination, instead of you riding the horse, you'll have to carry it. The main character smirked and continued, Of course, if I lose, I'll have to carry the horse myself. The time limit is 2 days. The butler's eyes were wide with surprise. What do you think? Modin replied, I think that's more than enough time. And with that, he officially dug his own grave, which explains why, back in the present, the butler was using both hands and all his mana to lift the horse, looking like he was about to keel over. Not wanting to accept defeat, Modin asked, Is your spell really so complex that I can't analyze it? Miha closed his eyes, speechless, thinking, what a stubborn old man. Of course, he couldn't analyze it. He thought of the series of purple magic circles forming chains that enveloped Leon, who was sleeping like the dead, tied securely to the horse. He thought smugly, It's because I mixed in the principles of 9th circle magic. How could he possibly understand it when he's not at that level? The main character nonchalantly said, More importantly, Seth gestured to the side and said, Isn't that more important? He replied, It's about the next tomb. She turned back to look at him and said, Let me be clear. I'm taking a neutral stance in this trial, so I can't give you too much information. Miha haggled. Then can you at least give us a small clue? Seth repeated, A small clue? Putting on the air of a wise old woman, she recalled, First, the remaining tombs look very different from the other tombs or dungeons you've encountered. In a basement where the trial was sealed, the dark room was lit by torches. Seth said, There are many unusual things inside Ace's tomb, Don't be fooled by thinking they're just another set of damp, ancient rooms. She remembered the first two Miha entered at Leon's house and remarked, "Come to think of it, you were pretty lucky. It seems fortune really does favor the foolish, because the first tomb you encountered was the simplest one. Otherwise, you'd be pushing up daisies by now." Seth continued, "There are tombs that punish failure in an incredibly cruel and unforgiving way." He looked at her, his expression saying, "I've known that for a long time. I'm a regressor, after all." She continued to explain the difficulty of the tombs. It all depends on the layout of the protective ward in charge of that place. Mia recalled the punishment, and in his mind, the image of where Draculian's coffin was placed appeared. It was covered in blood-red roses, and the holy cross sealing the coffin lid shone brightly. The hero remembered that before he regressed, the reason Draculian became corrupted was his fear of growing old and wasting away. "That's what I know." He gripped the reins, thinking anxiously. But what if that's not the real truth? A pensive look appeared in his eyes as Mia thought, "I need to confirm it for myself." Maden's voice calling out, "Young master," interrupted his train of thought. The old man was walking on two trembling legs. The butler felt as if his body was no longer his own. He forced a smile and said, the horse I'm carrying. Wouldn't it be better to let it fulfill its duty as a horse?" "I'm not putting on some horseman play," the hero replied nonchalantly. "You should put it down. We're almost there." The poor old butler felt like he'd been pardoned. He immediately tossed the horse aside and collapsed to the ground, completely ignoring the cool, stylish image he had built up. Moden lay on the grass, soaking in the brilliant sunlight. He let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "This feels damn good." Miha was speechless. He sighed and reminded him, "Hey, butler, are you planning to take a nap right here?" The butler, who was playing dead, suddenly perked up his ears when he heard him say, "If I were you, I wouldn't be thinking about putting the horse down. I'd be thinking about how to hold on to it for as long as possible." Mauden sensed something was off. He shot up like a reanimated corpse, calling out, "Young master." The hero replied, "What the hell do you want?" Miha was taken aback when the butler asked, "Why do I get the feeling you're even older than me?" He shot back, "Is that a compliment? A backhanded one, right?" Moden scratched his head, feigning confusion. "Of course not. I mean, you're like a cunning old bastard." He thought Miha would fly into a rage and beat him up, but his reaction truly surprised him. His young master just looked at him and smiled. That chilling sensation ran down his spine again. The butler's stutter echoed through the deep green forest. "Why, young master? Don't smile like that. It's creepy. And don't make me carry the horse anymore, okay? It's a deeply humiliating act, young master. It makes me extremely uncomfortable." Mita's voice rang out. "I wasn't going to say that." The old man immediately retorted, "You were clearly about to say it. In this world, if you're the second most shameless person, no one would dare claim to be the first." The hero snapped his fingers, acting like the mature one. He advised Mauden, "Lying is a very bad habit, butler." Then he commanded, "Now, try to circulate your mana through the sixth circle." Mauden's face soured. What the hell? Miha? A. The Joker immediately appeared, giving him a thumbs up. "But you said you were about to reach the eighth circle, didn't you?" Another noisy argument echoed throughout the forest. The butler screamed, "Wait, why do you always have to win every single argument?" The shameless hero replied, "Did I say something wrong?" Moden said resentfully, "Sometimes a man just has to accept defeat, damn it." Miha repeated, "Try it, now." Set was rendered speechless. Watching two grown men argue like children, she was too annoyed to even speak. Seriously, they're a lost cause. Hearing the hero command, "Right now," the petite goddess let out a long sigh. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. Humph. A hero? More like a damn brat. Miha's group arrived before a magnificent castle. It was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, separated from the outside world by a colossal wall. He exclaimed, "Holy crap, it's massive." Focusing his gaze, he knew this was the wall separating the plagued region from the outside. The hero mumbled, "This proves the Holy Nation and the Empire have determined that Draculian is a serious threat, so they built an isolation wall. This is worse than COVID." Leon looked left and right, saying, "But the ridiculous thing is, there's no one here monitoring it." Mauden speculated, "There are probably incidents happening in many places, so it's difficult for them to be stationed here constantly." Miha went to commune with the wall. By touching it, he discovered it wasn't dead yet, looking at the dark color of the blight present on every tree branch. And in the cracks of the wall, the hero felt incredibly frustrated. He thought, how long can a person even last in here? Not being able to confirm the situation was even more annoying. After getting intimate with the wall, Miha knew they believed the wall could hold for 100 years. The hero thought of a faint human figure surrounded by a blinding holy light. Above it was an 8-pointed star barrier, and behind it were brilliant golden halos. He deduced, if the strongest knight of the holy nation created this seal, then they would spare no expense to protect it. Miha glanced around, giving himself a less than convincing answer. They must believe this seal will never be broken. Well, for now, anyway. Suddenly, Set, standing beside him, cried out in discomfort, "It smells disgusting." She covered her mouth and looked around with distaste. And that's not all. It's not just the plagued region. There's something strange about this whole area. Set concluded, "It's like the smell of a livestock pen. It's unbearable." Miha chuckled softly and replied, "Is that so?" From behind, Leon asked, "Are you planning to go in right away?" The hero raised a hand mysteriously and replied, "Nope, not yet. First." Leon cluelessly followed the direction of his finger. He asked curiously, "What the heck is that?" The hero was pointing towards a village at the edge of the forest, not far from them. He continued, "Let's go clean that place up." The sound of horse hooves clopping on the road echoed rhythmically, especially amplified since the road they were on was completely deserted. They had entered the village and saw the figure of a woman brewing wine. There were also other villagers walking around on the road. It looked completely different from the desolate appearance of the castle from before. Leon exclaimed, "Damn, there are actually people living here." Miha spoke mysteriously. That's because not all of them went to meet their maker. He recalled the time before he regressed. This place had been a cemetery, filled with graves. A horrific tragedy had once occurred here when half the population was slaughtered. That means the hero remembered the hand of a girl placing a white rose on a grave. It belonged to a short-haired girl with tear-filled eyes. The people standing behind her had their eyes closed in extreme sorrow. Miha deduced, the other half must have survived. He explained sagely, without a lord to govern them, they had to fend for themselves. They must have endured many hardships. The swordsman asked with a doubtful expression, "Are they living here?" The hero thought of the red eyes flickering behind the trees and uttered, "Living here isn't so bad." He remembered the demonic aura-filled castle from before, and even the sky above it was stained a gloomy, bloody color. Miha wondered, the strange thing is, not even monsters dare to come near this place. And Draculian had already sensed something was wrong, because the scent of calamity, like dried fish, lingered in the air. Model. While walking down the road, he explained to his teammates that this place was tax-free, and the Empire didn't send any commanders here. Other regions didn't want anything to do with this area either, so this was their chance for an autonomous, tax-free world. Damn it all. He said that, but his expression suddenly darkened. The two words, "but still," echoed in his mind. Thinking back to the coffin sealed with a holy cross in that syrupy red room, Miha was certain of one thing. Draculian wouldn't be easy to deal with. Hard as hell. Just because the coffin was lying there quietly didn't mean the person inside had ascended to heaven, the main character asserted. He had already figured out what he would do after being sealed. Behind them, Modin covered his mouth mysteriously, switching into gossip mode and whispering to Miha, "But, did a god tell you that you should break Dracula's seal?" Miha replied curtly, "We have a helper." The old man immediately asked, "In that case." And so, the group rode on under a gloomy sky that was as bleak as their future. Miha said matter-of-factly, "It's probably a demon. I don't know how high its rank is." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Welcome, everyone." He immediately looked toward the source of the voice. A scruffy, unkempt old man, who could not be called handsome, appeared. He laughed heartily and said, "What a surprise. It's been a long time since we've had visitors. It's a pleasure to meet you." Miha asked who he was. The man politely replied, "I am Daflos, the chief of this village, Pia Conlum." Daflos bared his gap-toothed grin and boasted, "There's no place around here as developed as Pia Conlum." Mia's group immediately thought, "Of course not, damn it. It's all just dense forest around here." The main character jumped off his horse and praised, "You've made a wise decision." His ruby-red eyes stared intently at the other man. Exerting a bit of pressure, the main character silently broke into a smile. Then a flowery atmosphere appeared as the two cluelessly greeted each other. He shook the old man's hand, laughed, and said, "Yes, what a stroke of luck. I was also looking for a place to stay for a while." Daflos' eyes crinkled as he smiled and replied, "Well then, how fortunate." They looked like old friends who hadn't seen each other in 10 years. The village chief enthusiastically explained, "It's been so long since we've had distinguished guests. I can't let you be inconvenienced. I'll show you the way." Modin, who was used to being tormented, was stunned silent at the sight. Meanwhile, a chill ran down Leon's spine as he wondered, "What's with that disgusting smile, Miha?" The old man bared his gap-toothed grin and cheerfully told them, "Please, follow me." Suddenly, the old man probed, "By the way, you surely didn't come here just for a vacation, did you?" Mia's eyes glinted with caution as Daphlos asked, "Why would you come to a place where dogs eat rocks and chickens eat pebbles?" He closed his eyes and replied, "There's only one reason." The main character uttered a single name, Draculian. The village chief stopped dead in his tracks. The old man turned back and asked suspiciously, "Could it be? You're from the Holy Nation?" Miha, with a completely straight face, flatly denied it, saying, "Ha ha, of course not. What the hell is the Holy Nation? I'm just here out of my own curiosity. I'm very interested in history." Daphlos hummed suspiciously. "Yeah, right, you bastard. If I believed you, I'd have sold my house long ago." Despite his thoughts, the old man still replied, "Yes, I hope you enjoy your time here." They were then led to his spacious house to rest for the night. Inside the room, Miha stood facing his two companions. He narrowed his eyes and asked the butler, "Well?" Modin closed his eyes to sense it and replied, "The talismans are the kind that demons usually create." Then he suddenly uttered a phrase that shattered his image, leaving Leon utterly shocked. "It's interesting how these beasts are tied down with ropes, wouldn't you say?" Leon felt something was off and immediately retorted, "Hey, even so, you can't just call them beasts." Miha closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and interrupted him. "To be blunt, he's not wrong." The swordsman Leon looked bewildered and asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "Even if we don't think of it that way, those with ulterior motives certainly would." Leon, scared out of his mind, wondered, is there a demon causing trouble for this village? Miha held up 6 fingers and explained, "Not just this village." He seriously elaborated, "There are 6 villages around here, and the number 6 is considered a symbol of sacrifice." Leon felt something was terribly wrong. He countered, "6? But isn't this the 7th village?" Damn it, he was scared to death. The main character thought of the pink spirit stone on the stone steps in the middle of the village, and how the entire sky was tinged a brilliant red. He patiently shared his knowledge. The largest place will become the center, with the other 6 villages surrounding it. You could say this is. He imagined the scene of 7 spirit stones lighting up at once, blanketing the landscape in a syrupy color even as the sun rose. Miha continued. A large-scale magic circle. Leon angrily slammed his hand on the table. A blue-violet aura erupted from his body out of pure rage, filling the air. He gritted his teeth furiously. Who would do something like this? In contrast to Leon's seething anger, Miha remained calm and composed, saying, "Calm down. Getting angry won't change anything." Leon realized he was right. He couldn't do anything but curse under his breath. Damn it. The butler spoke up, asking, "What do you intend to do now, my lord?" Leon looked up. His face was still contorted in frustration. Miha spoke. "I've already set the bait." He paused, thinking carefully, then continued. "First, we need to go meet someone." Their conversation ended, and the 3 of them set off side by side towards their destination. Eventually, their steps came to a halt. Miha stared straight ahead, his eyes filled with confidence, completely devoid of fear. They were standing before a large, towering castle, but the atmosphere was bleak and gloomy, with bare tree branches everywhere. In front of the castle, a knight sat on guard. The knight was clad in a sturdy set of armor. He sat with one leg propped up, his hand on his knee, his weapon leaning against his body. He exuded an unusually calm and composed demeanor. Through his iron mask, the knight's eyes glowed red as he watched the group before him. Butler Modin spoke with some hesitation and worry. "Young master, it seems he is a demon." Miha had realized it instantly. There was no mistaking it. The knight slowly stood up, his armor creaking. "So, you've come." Leon immediately got a clear look at the weapon in the man's hand. He thought to himself, is that a spear? The knight gripped his weapon tightly, then suddenly leaped into the air, spear in hand, aiming straight for the group. The spear radiated a powerful energy. With that momentum, he charged forward. Butler Modin didn't hesitate for a second. He snapped his fingers instantly. From that snap, a magic circle appeared, completely blocking the attacking force. He looked at the knight before him and thought, good grief, attacking me the first time we meet? Then, he lowered his hand. The knight dropped into a crouch on the ground, his eyes glinting as he said, if that last attack had no effect, then... The knight began to channel dark magic. A black, oppressive aura flared up around him, showing he was truly eager for a fight. Just then, Miha spoke up. Stop. The knight, surprised and a little confused, ceased channeling his magic. Miha then turned to the butler. You, stop as well. He stood before the knight, who demanded, Who in the world are you people? Miha calmly replied, We've come to talk. He then reached into his coat and introduced himself. I am Miha Oneperis. The knight listened silently as he continued, I am one who has been acknowledged by the gods. He took out his certified medallion. As the hero of this generation, Miha then asked, Can you tell me what on earth is happening around here? Hearing this, the knight suddenly let out a laugh. In a scornful tone, he shot back, "A hero. Things have gotten this bad, and the gods are only sending a hero now." Unconvinced, he added, "There are some things I can't explain clearly, but I assure you, I have no intention of abandoning this place," Miha explained gently. Miha asked him, "Can you tell me the reason you continue to protect this wall?" The knight sat, resting his chin on his hands as he lowered his head. He laughed sadly, repeating, "The reason, the reason." Finally, he stated, "It's because I'm a half-breed." "Why?" Miha asked again. The knight removed the armor from his chest. "This is the real reason." He took hold of his spear. Without hesitation, he plunged it straight into his own body. Blood sprayed from the wound. Leon couldn't believe his eyes, crying out in shock. What? The spear had pierced completely through the knight. The blood flowed even more freely. Leon yelled, "Stop. If you do that, you'll." The knight pulled the spear out. Where the wound was, there was now a large, bloody hole. But even more shocking, the wound suddenly began to close, the flesh knitting itself back together until it was like new. It was as if a sharp spear had never pierced him. Leon seemed to understand. "You're immortal." The knight didn't hide it. "Yes, that's right. As you can see." Upon hearing this, Leon immediately swung his arm, creating a blue magic circle around himself. Miha, who had been watching silently, warned him, "Lower your sword, Leon." He didn't listen and retorted, "He's immortal. That means he's no different from a vampire." But Miha didn't think so. He flatly dismissed Leon's idea. "No." He stood before the knight, thinking to himself, "I know this knight. No, that's not quite right. More accurately, I know his future." The knight spoke up, "Go on, strike me down if you wish. It's not like I can die anyway." Miha refused. "I cannot. As a hero, when I see someone who wishes to be a part of humanity, I cannot treat them like a monster." His words seemed to make the knight falter. Miha reached for the knight's iron mask and said, "I know who you are." He removed the knight's mask. The man's face was gradually revealed. Tepes Draculian. Miha spoke the knight's name, remembering. How could I not have known it was him? The blood-soaked spear. Tepes, the one once called the blood spear. And in the future I know, he is also called the Immortal King. Miha's thoughts continued to race. During the vampire catastrophe, he was the one who tried in vain to stop his own father's cruel rampage. While the butler and Leon were still confused, he said, "You are merely someone who shares the same bloodline as the vampire count." Tepes bowed his head slightly. "So, what do you plan to do with me?" Miha replied, "I have no ill intentions. However, though this may sound cruel to you, I want to work with you." Hearing this, Tepes snapped his head up in surprise to look at him. He asked in disbelief, "Work with you?" Miha affirmed, "Yes, cooperate. To help your father, Dracula, find his eternal rest." Tepes was stunned. "Eternal rest?" Then he burst out laughing. "I really don't have a choice, do I?" he asked, resigned. Tepes took his spear. "Fine. In return, I'll ask one thing of you." He stood up and looked at the group. "There is a place we must go together. In the dark of night, with just two people." A voice echoed. "I didn't know the wall had a hole like this. It was once used by smugglers as a secret passage." The two men's conversation drifted through the night. Suddenly, Men asked Father Lennon, "So, this is the tainted area?" Father Lennon looked at Men suspiciously, but Men just kept walking and said to him, "I am the son of this region's lord, after all." "You don't suspect me in the slightest?" Men asked Father Lennon. Both fell silent. Suspicion hung heavy in the air. "The one who is guilty is your father, not you." Father Lennon's sharp reply to Men was clear. "In any case, we're both here to deal with this tainted area. No matter what you say, we're a team." Before either of them could fully compose themselves, the wind howled. A bone-chilling cold snapped them out of their mutual suspicion, even though they knew and had heard stories about this place. In Turut, seeing it with their own eyes was still horrifying. Father Lennon continued to exclaim to Men, "This sight. It's hard to believe. My father was once a good lord. The people were always devoted to him." Suddenly, Men asked Father Lennon in a strained voice, "That lord?" Father Lennon's expression darkened as he replied, "Yes. He wasn't a bad father before." Father Lennon recalled his youth. As an only child, he was raised with all the love and indulgence of his father. Especially after Father Lennon's mother died, his father doted on him even more. The memory of the past seemed to make Father Lennon's eyes well up. But that's all in the past now. He turned away and gestured for the group to move forward. "This way, follow me." Amidst the darkness, shrouded by trees and dim light, Father Lennon began to explain. "My father changed when a dungeon was discovered. He tried to conquer that dungeon, and he failed." A question from Men made Father Lennon stop in his tracks. It seemed something caused him indescribable pain. Was it the memory of his mother that caused him such grief? Father Lennon continued speaking. He didn't just fail, something else happened. And it was this something else that created a bloodthirsty lord. Something else? Men asked in surprise. The story, as told by Father Lennon. Chalon explained that after his father entered the dungeon to conquer it, he seemed to have gone mad, becoming mentally unstable. Everyone gasped. Huh? It seemed that dungeon was the source of the story. My father has never opened the dungeon to anyone, Chalon said, especially not to me, his own son. The sound of footsteps seemed to startle the entire area. A single noise was enough to wake the whole forest. We're here, Chalon announced, letting everyone know what this place was. What the hell is this? Everyone was terrified. This is the dungeon, they all exclaimed. Mikhail told himself that he finally understood the problem. Meanwhile, the group was still in shock, wondering. Has no one ever been here before? Is that why the Lord went mad? Is it really that terrifying? The goddess's voice reminded Mikhail to be cautious. I told you, I can't go into detail. Is this place really that scary? Regarding this dungeon, why was it decorated so harmoniously? No matter what kind of person the Lord was, it proved he had an excellent eye for aesthetics. Suddenly, the goddess panicked. It seems there's been a mistake. I think we've lost our way. Did something affect you? A strange noise was heard, as if something was about to happen. What do you think you're doing? Mikhail suddenly shouted. The response, of course, was the sound of swift action. The thuds and impacts of a physical fight echoed through the space. They were fighting. Not understanding what was happening, there was a flash of light and the sound of bodies colliding, followed by a loud explosion. Then a voice echoed out, Mikhail, thanks. Hara lay sprawled on the ground. When did I fall asleep again? He was surprised by the scene before him. This place is. Hara stared, wide-eyed. This place is. The dark sky suddenly turned a clear blue, as if they were in a paradise, a stark contrast to his thoughts. All the filth on the ground had vanished. It's all gone. The group looked at each other doubtfully. Did we do it? Chalon looked around. Did we succeed? He took in the view. It was wonderful, seeing the faces of his people appear. It's finally over, the goddess said to Mikhail. He sat in deep thought, a hint of skepticism on his face. The goddess continued, Without you, Mikhail, I couldn't have saved my sister or defeated any of our enemies. Thank you, Mikhail. He calmly returned the thanks. Yes, the scenery and the sky are beautiful. Mikhail stood up and said in a firm yet sweet voice, This is enough. The goddess looked at Mikhail, surprised. She asked coldly, as if trying to hold on to him, Where are you going? The young man turned away without looking back. I think I'll be heading back soon. The scene shifted back to focus on Mikhail's face, the goddess's face. Everyone was smiling with satisfaction. You've worked so hard, Mikhail, a cheerful voice said. The silence was suddenly shattered as Mikhail's shout tore through the peaceful scene. That's enough. If you're satisfied, then you should stop now. The woman replied to Mikhail in an enchanting voice. You could relax a little longer, you know. It's hard to relax, Mikhail replied coldly, his face a mask of mystery and suspicion. So it really is you, an enchanting voice rang out. I am the goddess who guards the sacred treasure within this tomb. The goddess appeared and introduced herself as the guardian goddess, Nefti. What would happen next? Was this reality or a bewitching illusion? The woman, her eyes closed, spoke slowly. I am Nefti, the guardian of this tomb. Miha Oneperis let out a gasp of surprise, then fell silent. The woman continued gently, I didn't want that child to see your dream. What a pity. You can rest for as long as you like. Nefti sat her feet on the ground and approached him. Miha Oneperis quickly regained his composure and asked, I'm sure you know why I'm here, don't you? The woman replied softly, It's for the artifact, isn't it? He agreed. Yes, but first, I need to confirm something. Do you know Draculian? Upon hearing the name, Nefti frowned slightly and replied, He was the last challenger to come to this place. Miha Oneperis pressed on. He must have seen a dream similar to mine. A man who once sacrificed everything for the people of his territory. And now, he has become a complete monster. You know that, don't you? The woman sighed sorrowfully. I know. It's truly unfortunate, Mikhail. Oneperis was silent for a moment, then said, I thought a lot before coming here. You are very kind. This illusion only shows people the visions they long for. That kindness of yours isn't a bad thing, but only when you don't overstep your bounds. Let me be blunt. This tomb has already been conquered, hasn't it? Mikhail said while observing her expression. And that's not all. You yourself are doing things unbecoming of a guardian. This means the artifact guarded by Nefti has already found its master, so it's clear that Draculian failed. He no longer has the right to conquer this tomb. On the contrary, if he continues to attack the tomb, then everything becomes clear. Nefty was silent for a while before replying, "You are an intelligent child. I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted." Miha Oneperis continued his tirade. "You should have known the price for your actions. Even if nothing happened in here, do you know what your compassion has caused out there? Do you? He has devoured tens of thousands of innocent people, and there's only one possible cause for this atrocity." Nefty bowed her head and whispered, "I am very sorry." Miha Oneperis thought to himself, Draculian must have challenged this dungeon countless times. At first, it was just a normal trial, but over time it gradually became an obsession. An obsession with the vision where everything he had lost was restored. If you think about it that way, then the meaning of his immortality changes slightly. Immortality wasn't his ultimate goal. His true purpose must have been to make the visions a reality. Hearing this, Nefty asked, "Are you going to punish me?" Miha Oneperis immediately replied, "That's not my intention. However, I did successfully conquer the dreamscape." He held out his hand towards Nefty, suggesting, "So I should get to take something back with me, right?" She said in a low voice, "The thing you want to take is probably—" Before Nefty could finish her sentence, he quickly cut her off. "Yes, you're right. I want this tomb." Suddenly, the space around them changed. Miha Oneperis felt someone shaking his arm vigorously. He slowly opened his eyes. The young man in armor was kneeling beside him, asking anxiously, "Hey, are you all right?" Miha Oneperis replied flatly, "I'm fine. Stop shaking me." Tepes Draculian said, "I thought that would be a harsh trial." But Miha Oneperis sat up and quietly mumbled, "Harsh? Oh, it was definitely harsh." Set came closer and asked, "Did you get anything else?" "It seems like the artifact." Miha replied, "There was no artifact there, but I took something else instead." In short, seeing him hesitate, the butler Modin asked curiously, "Young master, what is it?" He replied, "From now on, this dungeon is mine." Modin looked up at the sparkling space ahead. He responded enthusiastically, "This will surely be very useful. In other words, you've taken over Draculian's territory." Miha Oneperis stood up and nodded in agreement. "That's right." Tepes Draculian, standing behind him, asked in a low voice, "Miha, inside the dungeon, what was actually in there? Can you tell me?" Miha Oneperis answered bluntly, "Your father's past. Draculian must have trapped himself in the past all this time." Hearing this, Tepes mumbled to himself, "The past? Huh. So that's what it was." Miha Oneperis continued, "Of course, no matter the reason, a crime is still a crime." Tepes Draculian replied in a growl, "I know. As his son, I will punish my own father. That's the best I can do for him." Suddenly, Miha Oneperis turned back with an excited look on his face. "Great. In that case, I have a favor to ask you." Tepes was stunned. "A favor? What is it?" Miha Oneperis replied concisely, "Someday, you must become a true vampire." Hearing this, Tepes Draculian stood frozen to the spot, his face bewildered. "What the hell?" he thought. Meanwhile, in a sealed room, the brick-red light from a fire flickered eerily. A sage, dressed in a long white robe with a strange cloth blindfold that had an eye drawn in the middle, sat on a high chair. Below him, a person was prostrated on the ground. The sage asked softly, "A suspicious person, you say?" The one kneeling below looked up and replied, "Yes, that's right." The traveler who visited the village looked extremely suspicious. "It seems he's from the Holy Temple." The sage asked again. He was asking about Draculian, wasn't he? "Yes, that's correct." The sage tapped his fingers, deep in thought. The person below hesitated. If he really is from the Holy Temple, then something must have happened outside. The sage stood up, stroking his long beard and laughing heartily. "Ha ha, don't worry. It's nothing serious. If the townspeople get worried, just try to explain. Reassure them. Tell them that we are not bad people." The other person replied, "Understood. I'll do as you say." And with that, he immediately vanished through the door in a flash. The sage muttered, "How troublesome. Has the Holy Temple sniffed something out? It seems nothing has happened to those twins yet. But if they really have caught on, I'll have no choice but to kill them." He let out a soft, guttural laugh as his hands suddenly transformed into claws, as sharp as steel. Suddenly, the door burst open again. The mayor rushed in like a gust of wind, shouting, "Hey, old man." The sage turned and reminded him, "I've told you to knock before entering." But the mayor paid him no mind, panicking and yelling, It's a huge problem. Draculian has appeared." The sage was startled. "Draculian? How?" Elsewhere, a Draculian had appeared in a residential area, wreaking havoc. The terrified residents fled in chaos. "It's Draculian. That demon has really been resurrected. Guards, where are the guards?" But even the guards were powerless against him. With a single lift of his hand, he stopped an entire squad of soldiers. Before leaving, he threatened them. "Stay right there. I'll be back soon. The terrified guards cowered, clutching their heads in panic and crying out. Oh no! They didn't dare fight back. Draculian then ran like an arrow into the forest. There, Miha Oneperis was waiting. He smiled faintly and said, Thank you. You did a great job. Tepi's Draculian plopped down on the ground and asked, Was that enough? He took off his helmet and said, It's true. The people were terrified. But it doesn't seem like it'll last long. Miha Oneperis reassured him, Don't worry. Tell me, where does human courage come from? Tep's Draculian answered, From their will? No. It comes from fabricated propaganda. That's why the most important thing is to persuade the people, even if it means using force, he affirmed with certainty. Tepi's Draculian looked confused. Propaganda about Draculian's revival? Miha analyzed. At the very least, we need to make them realize this area is no longer safe. They still think. And moreover, if this situation continues, the person pulling the strings from behind will have to show themselves. The next day, villagers began to leave in droves. The mayor ran to stop them. Wait, hold on a minute. What are you all saying? You're leaving? A villager said fearfully, I heard that the demon Draculian has appeared again. Some people even said they saw him with their own eyes in the next village. Miha Oneperis and his group hid behind a wall, watching the chaos. Of course, it's chaotic. To them, Draculian is a nightmare. This is good, he thought to himself. The mayor can't reassure everyone anymore. Now is the time for me to act. Suddenly, the sage approached the panicked crowd of villagers. He spoke in a gentle voice, Everyone, do not worry. Someone cried out, The sage. You're here. Miha Oneperis frowned slightly. The sage, ha. The man smiled kindly, reassuring everyone, Don't worry. The one who attacked the village yesterday was not the real Draculian. Really? The people questioned. But that demon looked exactly like Draculian. The sage challenged them. Was there any sign of corruption? The people were taken aback. The sage knelt and touched the ground. If that monster, that Draculian, had truly appeared, this entire area would be steeped in an aura of death. Yesterday's monster wasn't like that, was it? The villagers realized he was right. That's true. The sage continued, For a long time, our village has been peaceful, but things can't always go smoothly. What happened yesterday was most likely caused by outside demons causing trouble. They may have started to set their sights on this land. Miha Oneperis laughed. Ha ha, he actually managed to make that up. The sage raised his hand and shouted, Now is not the time for chaos. We must unite to punish this evil. The eye on the sage's blindfold twitched slightly. The villagers suddenly found themselves drawn in, their eyes glazing over. Modin suddenly cried out, Young master, that's... Miha Oneperis gasped, An otherworldly entity. That guy is using a mind control ability. Miha deduced that if he had to choose the most evil type of power, the most troublesome demon, he thought of a ghostly hand controlling a wooden puppet with thin strings. He figured it could only be a mind manipulation ability. It steals the victim's will, turning them into literal puppets. Disgusted, he gave it a 1-star rating, because this is a power more detestable than anything else. Modin asked, Are you going to act now, sir? He replied, Of course. No point in delaying. Miha clapped his hands with a loud thud. The old sage was still blabbering on when he was cut off by our hero. What an interesting story, he said sarcastically. I've learned so much from you. Miha jabbed at the old man, saying, For a decrepit old man like you to still be able to spin a tale so convincing even a dog would nod along. This is proof that learning is very important. Hearing this, the old man didn't get angry. I heard a stranger came by recently, he asked. Was that you? He replied, Yes, it was. The sage bluntly said, An outsider like you has no right to interfere in this matter. Miha, putting a hand in his pocket, retorted sharply, Oh, I have every right. The village chief was surprised to hear him declare, I came here because of the Draculian affair. The villagers' jaws dropped when they heard this. He touched his staff to the ground. Shimmering blue ribbons of spiritual energy appeared around Miha. He held up the staff, its crystal glowing brilliantly. He declared majestically, As a hero. Behind him, a blue symbol appeared, consisting of 4 concentric circles with an interwoven lunar pattern. His badass entrance was enough to make any girl swoon. The main character thought of the gaunt, suffering faces of those being manipulated and concluded that it was all mind control. This wasn't an easy problem to solve. A single moment of hesitation could cost countless lives. It's not easy to deal with. Not even for my past self before I regressed. But lucky for them, I've lived this life twice. Miha clenched his fist, knowing there was no time to waste. I have to solve this quickly. The solution he came up with was to rush forward without a word and sock the old sage with a punch glowing with golden, divine energy. The old man was immediately sent flying. Our hero's face now looked like a genuine thug's. Bam, 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 all in front of the shocked villagers. He threw in a few dozen more thunderous blows for good measure. The villagers couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "You're supposed to be a hero. What the hell are you doing?" "He's definitely a fake hero. He's more like a boxing champion." A wicked smile appeared on Miha's face. "I already predicted this would happen." He continued to punch the old man, adding a few demonic taunts. "Why won't you crawl out of this body? If you don't come out, you tough son of a BTH, I'll let this sage die with you for the greater good." Miha thought of the image of the large old man raising his hand to control a small human. He deduced that to use mind control, a host body is essential. His eyes stared intently at one spot. The main character imagined a black, spherical orb with a smiling face hidden inside the old man. He thought, "So you've taken over this sage's body." That same sage was now getting the crap beaten out of him. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Miha raised a fist and gave a threatening smile. "Get out of this body, you demon." At this point, he looked more like the demon's father. The villagers started murmuring, "Huh? A demon? What's going on?" The old man weakly whispered, "I'm not." Miha immediately punched him in the face and said, "Shut up. Whether you are or not, you are to me." A villager, seeing the old man on the verge of death, intervened, "Hero. Even if he's a demon, he'll die if you keep hitting him like that." While continuing to stomp on the man's face, our hero turned to the villagers with a cheerful smile and said, "Haha, it's okay. I'm going easy on him. He won't die." "Oh, really?" the villager asked. Unable to take it anymore, the old man screamed, "Hey, are you ignorant commoners blind?" He was immediately met with a boot to the face. Along with a warning to shut up, Miha instantly adopted a serious tone. "I came here to tell everyone some bad news. Unfortunately, Draculian's resurrection is near." The villagers were terrified when he told them that the demon possessing this sage was the mastermind behind it all. They asked worriedly, "Then what about you, sir?" Our hero calmly bluffed. "Perhaps if he dies, Draculian will be fully resurrected. We need to leave this land first." The sage was still lying motionless on the ground after Mia's sadistic beatdown. He raised a finger and said, "So, considering the altar involves 6 villages," he advised the villagers, "For now, everyone should move to a neighboring village." After a rather long time had passed, the old sage finally woke up. He let out a groan. He was tied to a post in a strange room and asked in confusion, "Where is this place?" A familiar foot, one that had gifted him dozens of kicks, appeared. Miha cheerfully asked, "Oh, you're awake?" The sage wondered. "I never heard that a hero had been chosen." He replied, "Mero can barely take care of himself. Where would he find the energy to inform you?" The old man asked, "Why did you spare me?" Our hero gave a smile. He looked at the disgusting face before him and said, "You were the one who tempted Draculian before." An image of the sage, whispering and inciting the red-haired count appeared. Miha continued, "You must have shown up, when he was still drowning in sorrow after losing his wife, to show him a way to save her." The old sage's face was filled with alarm. He panicked when he heard Miha say, "Demons can't conquer the tomb, so Mero must have used Draculian to do it for him." The old man gritted his teeth and asked, "How do you know that?" Then he burst out laughing and declared, "Haha, so what if you know? Nothing you do to me will work. Draculian has already absorbed too many sacrifices." Miha just closed his eyes in silence. The old man said smugly, "You can't change anything." He then held out his hand and replied, "You're right. I can't do anything, but someone like you can, right?" said our hero, his face twisting into a terrifying, amused smile. The old man couldn't believe it and asked, "What the hell? What?" He explained, "The method to perfect Draculian came from you. The one who ties the knot can also untie it." The old man laughed to himself, thinking, how hopelessly naive. It's not as simple as you think. A hand slowly approached the old man. Because of the blindfold, his current expression was unclear. The sage, a.k.a. the demon, thought, "The theory behind mind control magic is thousands of times more complex than you think. It's nearly impossible for you to use it." A cold hand clamped down on his face. A stream of white spiritual energy was poured into his head, causing him to scream in agony. The old man, being shocked, yelled, "You motherfucking monster! You're a monster!" Miha laughed wickedly, showing off his gleaming teeth as a sparkling blue spiritual energy radiated from him. Our hero, with his crimson, demon-like eyes and flowing cloak, as this mind-reading power swirled around him in the mystical scene, he spoke in a terrifying voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell, saying, "Shall we begin?" The house where Miha's group was staying filled with a strange cry, as if someone was being assaulted. The old saint couldn't bear it any longer. Under the torture of this power, he screamed, "Ah, get away from me." Mia's face tensed as he recalled the time before his regression. Pain filled his eyes as he remembered when the demons descended upon the world, their power far surpassing that of humans. He saw the image of tiny humans surrounded by a horde of monsters unable to fight back. That was the result of arrogance accumulated over hundreds of years. The faces of his old comrades were clearly etched in his mind. The Ago Expeditionary Force had paid a heavy price to close that gap. He thought of his former self, tirelessly studying as the image of a cracked notebook appeared. To close the gap, I pushed past my own limits, even sacrificing sleep when necessary. The main character's eyes were dark and sunken, like a sleep-deprived reviewer. He knew he had created many solutions. His train of thought returned to the present, where Miha was casting a spell on the old saint. Among the solutions I created, the main character continued thinking, was a way to sway the minds of demons to make them reveal their incantations. Threads of spiritual energy from his hands slowly entered the man's head, as if connecting Miha's mind to the old saints. The spell was complete. The main character muttered, the incantation used on Draculian. So this is it. It's called the reversal incantation. He praised, Marrow, you've created quite a troublesome incantation. Seth asked curiously, is it that impressive? Miha replied, well, it's no more complex than creating a divine instrument. He added, but if you don't know the original incantation, then dealing with it is extremely difficult. Seth hummed, his expression thoughtful. Miha recalled the image of a girl with long hair, her eyes closed, casting a spell. A brilliant light appeared before her. He thought to himself, actually, in the previous regression, even our Ago team had to face sacrifices. His eyes filled with a fleeting sadness as he thought the price for breaking the spell was too high. Ariana had to pay with half of her remaining life. Seth asked, but now that you know about this incantation, it doesn't matter anymore, right? Miha's hand was still resting on the old saint's face. The old man looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. He answered, yes, that's right. The protagonist removed his hand, saying, obviously, I can't use him anymore. So, this old man has outlived his usefulness. The old man let out a few muffled groans, as if protesting, you're just going to use me and toss me aside. In his palm, a fan-shaped vortex of spiritual energy appeared. He coldly declared, goodbye, you piece of trash. A halo of light appeared, sending the old man on his way. Outside, Leon and the others who were standing guard heard the noise and immediately turned around. Leon spoke up. Judging by the look on your face, it seems you've taken care of it. Miha, with a calm expression, said, there's still one more crucial problem. Now, it's only a matter of time. He continued, I can be sure of one thing. Hearing the protagonist state that in Draculian's current condition, he could break the seal on his own, a sense of unease welled up inside Tepes. What do you mean, he asked. Tepes couldn't believe it and loudly retorted, my father can break the seal by himself? That's impossible. The master of the Holy Knights sealed him with his own hands. Miha calmly explained, I know he was sealed. He continued, but what if that was his plan from the very beginning? Tepes stammered, plan? The main character affirmed, that's right, he wasn't sealed. He was just waiting for the right moment and accumulating power. Hearing this, the red-haired young man was completely stunned. Seeing his dazed and confused face, Miha turned away and waved his hand reassuringly. It's all right. With the four of us here, we can defeat him. Easily. He suddenly stopped, adding, but, before that. The main character's eyes showed he was pondering something. Miha turned back to look at Tepes and advised him sincerely, if this is too difficult for you, you don't have to join us. Seeing the red-haired man bow his head, his expression unclear, the protagonist continued, I understand your situation. If you tell us now, we can go by ourselves. With his eyes half closed, Miha heard Tepes' voice say, it's fine. In fact, I should be the one to put an end to this. His expression showed he was damn sure of his decision. The red-haired man asserted, this is a family matter. The main character closed his eyes and asked, is that so? Respecting Tepes' decision, he concluded, all right, let's go together. They walked along a stone village path in the dead of night. The space was silent, save for the sound of their clanking footsteps echoing toward Draculian's mansion. It stood majestically in the darkness like a grand mausoleum. Tepes looked at his home and said, it really has been a long time since my old man kicked the bucket, and I was gone for good. He said bitterly, this is the place that turned me into an immortal monster. He recalled his childhood, when his father made him drink some strange potion. He remembered, as I was writhing in pain, he said to me. In Tepes' red eyes, the reflection of a smiling demon asked, are you satisfied, my son? Returning to the present, Tepes recounted, the funny thing is, at that moment, my father held no ill will towards me, Miha. Hearing this, Miha concluded it was a twisted form of parental love. The my child is a perfect angel at home type. He saw Tepes' mood darkening. The main character asked with concern, can you do it? Can you really point your sword at your own father? The red-haired man's hands suddenly tightened on the hilt of his sword. A look of determination appeared on his face as he said, "If I don't do this, I'll regret it even more in the future." Tepes walked forward and pushed open the castle gate, thinking to himself, "I think it's better to be a shameful son than to condone my parents' corruption." He stared intently at the gate. The heavy door, untouched for decades, groaned open. Miha's group immediately started chattering. "It's in better shape than I thought." Someone else replied, "That's because the master of this place wished it so." They stepped into a room strewn with roses. At the far end of the room was a coffin. Lying there in silence were flowers. No one tended to them, yet they remained a deep, syrupy red. The coffin was bound tightly by iron chains, as if to prevent the person inside from pushing the lid open and rising again. "Geez." Modin whispered doubtfully to Miha, "Master, are you saying you can handle all of this by yourself?" He closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, right now." Miha surveyed his surroundings and concluded, "It seems Draculian has no intention of leaving his coffin, but we have no other choice." Miha channeled his mana into the staff, making it sparkle. He called out, "Hey, Tepes," and then announced politely, "I think we need to do a little damage to this mansion." Tepes froze. The red-haired young man seemed to have made up his mind. He bowed his head and answered, "Fine, do it." Miha approached the coffin and said, "I understand." He raised his scepter high. Miha pointed the scepter directly at the coffin. The crystal at its tip glowed brilliantly as he chanted, "Earthquake." The chains instantly shattered. The cross emblem on the coffin suddenly glowed, and an authoritative voice boomed, "Damn it, how dare you." The coffin lid flew open in a cloud of dust. A pair of pale white hands with razor-sharp nails reached out, and a pair of red eyes glowed in the darkness. The figure asked, "How dare you defile my home?" The unhinged Miha, far from being scared, just smiled. A look of extreme excitement, mixed with a chilling wickedness, appeared on his face. He said, "So, you finally decided to come out, Draculian." A slender, pale hand, white from years of sunscreen, emerged. The man slowly climbed out from below, to put it dramatically. He rose from the grave. He had long, red hair and pointed ears. Miha called out his name, Draculian. His face was ferocious, with tiny red pupils. Draculian looked past the group and saw a familiar figure in the distance. He called out, "Tepes." This made the red-haired young man look up, feeling as if he returned to his carefree childhood days. He held out a demonic hand, beckoning him. "Come here, my son. Come back to my side, and we can rekindle our old bond." "You shouldn't be standing with them," Draculian said, annoyed. "This mansion holds all of your mother's memories." The ungrateful son immediately replied with words that hit the old man like a ton of bricks. That's a story from a long, long time ago." Draculian persisted, trying to persuade Tepes. "No, my son. I can bring her back. I found a way. It's a method I learned from that person. If only I had." Miha cut him off. "That demon is out of business now." Draculian froze. "What the fuck? What did you say?" Miha slowly approached, stating with absolute certainty, "I eliminated him." As Miha activated his mana, he said, "Whatever your plan is, it will never become a reality." The mana formed into the staff in his hand, its crystal glowing, signaling that everything was ready. Miha warned him to shut his mouth and accept his purification. The man flew into a rage. What a joke. His eyes turned white. His long hair stood on end. Draculian unleashed his true power, and dark magic swirled around him as he screamed furiously, "It's not funny at all. I'm doing all of this to build an ideal reality. How could this be?" Seeing this, Tepes gritted his teeth and charged toward his old man. His face was just as crazed, like father, like son. The swordsman raised his sword, intending to strike his raging father. But in the end, the tip of his sword never reached its target. It trembled in midair as he looked at the monstrous form of the father before him. He thought in agony, how can this be? The swordsman recalled his mother's final days. She had cried weakly, calling Tepes' name. Her frail hands clutched his, pleading, "I'm begging you, son. Come back to reality." His sword hand wouldn't stop shaking, and his face was frozen in a pained expression. "Damn it." Miha gently touched his shoulder and called out, "Hey, Tepes." As if snapping out of a trance, the swordsman stammered, "Why you?" "Miha." Miha reassured him, "It's all right now. You did well." Miha's feet moved lightly across the floor. His divine-like presence from behind made Tepes feel protected. He watched him without blinking, as if he himself had just been liberated. Tepes turned away in shame, muttering, "I hesitated. Before my own father." Miha heard Tepes continue, "Before a heretical evil that should not be forgiven." Miha replied, "That's the right way to think." He gave a rare, sympathetic smile. Miha asked Tepes, "He's your family, isn't he?" He explained to the swordsman, You pointed your blade at your own family, all while knowing full well you would have to bear the burden of being a traitor. Tepes's face was filled with concentration. Miha concluded, so, it's okay. Miha looked at him seriously and said, there's no reason for you to carry that burden for the rest of your life. I'll be the one to carry out the purification. Tepes asked, confused, but why? Miha replied, it's only natural. The crystal atop his staff shone with a brilliant light. Miha declared, because this is why heroes exist. Green mana circles, corresponding to his rank, appeared around him, and the entire space was enveloped in a mystical darkness. On the other side, Draculian cursed Miha, calling him a bastard. He manipulated his magic, unleashing an illusion. An army of blood-soaked skeletons attacked. He asserted his claim, that child is my son. Miha dodged a blast of magic, his mouth busy, chanting a multi-layered spell, Sacred Pillars. A series of green pillars of light descended from the sky, decimating the army of bones. Suddenly, Miha was completely stunned. A crimson light began to coalesce in Draculian's hand, forming a deep red spear. He used all his strength to throw it like an Olympic javelin thrower. The target was Miha. Leon appeared like a guardian deity, raising his sword to block Draculian's blood spear. He yelled in shock, what the hell is this? The force of the spear was so immense that Leon had to use every ounce of his strength just to deflect it. Utterly exhausted, he looked at his violently trembling hand and exclaimed, how much power was in that thing, if he had fully absorbed it? I can't imagine how strong he'd be, Miha commented, probably as strong as a master. Leon gritted his teeth and said, this is insane. Modern asked, what do you plan to do with this superhuman, master? The main character replied, I have to put him down for good. His companion added, but it's going to take a while. Looking at the rattling skulls before him, the butler didn't seem very convinced. He asked again, so, you found a way? The MC confirmed with certainty, I'm positive this method will work. Miha raised his hand and began chanting a spell for a wall of fire. Flames suddenly erupted from the ground, burning fiercely. Leon raised his sword. Long story short, he said, as he and Modern stood protectively in front of Miha. Getting into a ready stance, Leon announced, we just need to buy some time. Tepes, from behind them, spoke up. I'll help too. His red eyes were filled with anguish as he pleaded, please, I'm begging you, please, help my father, who has turned into a demon standing in this sea of fire, help and rest in peace. The scene shifts to a cross-shaped gravestone, in a field of white daisies. Dracula thought to himself, my heart was filled with rage. The Countess had been so young and vibrant then. He looked down, his expression unreadable. He asked himself, reality is so cold, isn't it? I was ready to give up on everything, until I heard that person's words. A pair of feet quietly approached him. The old sage that Miha had already taken out stood before Dracula, tempting him. You can turn everything back to how it was. As if grasping a lifeline, he immediately looked up at the man. His silhouette was hazy, like a saint's. Dracula stammered, is that true? The old man flashed a disgusting grin and replied, of course. Then, the saint held out his hand and said, we'll need sacrifices. Hearing those last two words, Dracula suddenly began to tremble. The old man reassured him, but don't you worry. If we succeed, those sacrifices will be brought back to life, too. The Count suddenly remembered the image of his son, Tepes, hugging him and sobbing. The boy had asked him, does this mean I'll never see Mother again? Finally, he made his decision. Yes, this is my choice. In the green, dreamlike space of the dungeon, he raised his hand to the sky. I know that I am no longer human. A brilliant holy seal appeared there, and his deceased wife descended from it. Truly, dying for a woman is the most bitter death of all. He remembered the red crystal, a gift from the dungeon, and believed that even those who had become sacrifices would be resurrected if our plan becomes a reality. That's how Dracula deluded himself back then. Yes, that's all that matters. His expression returned to the present. He believed his son would be happy, too. But reality dealt a fatal blow to his heart. Dracula screamed frantically, why are you opposing me? Soon, we'll be able to live in the reality we've always wished for, he said, looking at his son, whose head was bowed low. Didn't you say you wanted to bring your mother back? Dracula continued. That's entirely possible. We already have half the souls we need, so we just need to get the other half. While he was speaking, Tepes gripped his spear tightly, enraged by his old man's madness, and yelled, why? Why do you still not get it? Your body is a desolate wreck, yet you remain so foolish, he screamed in agony. You've been used, father. That man wants to create a monster that follows his commands. Dracula looked as if he'd been pierced by 1,000 arrows and fell dead silent. Tepes continued. From the very beginning, he never had any intention of granting your wish. You've been played for a fool, old man. Dracula was speechless. trying to deny it. That can't be true. He held a hand out toward Miha's group, thinking, all the effort and suffering I've had to endure. Was it all for nothing? He remembered the image of the old saint, A.K.A. the demon, who once warned him that deceitful illusions would haunt me. Dracula looked at the tense group of youngsters and laughed maniacally. Haha, you want to trick me? He then unleashed 2 streams of crimson fire, attacking them and muttering, That's right, you're not my son. You're just an illusion. The Count returned to his deranged state, screaming, You are the trial I must overcome. A pair of feet stepped forward, surrounded by a turquoise spiritual energy. Miha, enveloped in the green aura, flew in front of him and said, That's enough. The two faced each other for a moment. Miha watched Dracula intently, while the Count observed the main character with his soulless eyes, thinking, A mage, dressed in pure white. He was reminded of an old acquaintance. He looks so much like that person, but he's also completely different. Miha began chanting a holy light spell. A sacred white light enveloped the entire space. Dracula suddenly felt himself starting to crack apart. He immediately tried to use his magic, summoning daggers of blood. He declared, This is my domain. A terrifying scene unfolded. The space around him turned a brilliant red, like syrup, as dark magic spread from beneath Dracula's feet. He raised his hand, controlling the red arrows. Miha, tense, calculated. 3 more minutes. The immortality spell I found after scanning that demon's mind, he thought. In 3 more minutes, the reversal spell will activate. The blue sealing charms will bind Dracula forever. The main character called for Set. She immediately appeared on his shoulder and asked, Mia, what's the plan? He ordered. Leave no openings. The arrows controlled by Dracula began their assault. A green vortex appeared behind Miha, slowly spreading throughout the room. Its light shone upon the demon Count. He stammered, This power. Could it be? Miha calmly said, You're not the only one with a holy relic. Dracula stubbornly tried to break free from the encirclement of green energy. He held out a blood-spattered hand and retorted, But time is on my side. A blood dart appeared. Dracula declared, I will exist forever, while your life is fleeting. How long do you think you can last? The main character's voice rang out. 1 minute. Surprised, the Count asked, What? Holding up one finger, Miha, A.K.A. the demon, appeared and repeated, 1 minute left. Dracula waved his hand, and the red blades launched forward again, aiming for Miha, Modin, Leon, and Tepes. Immediately deflected Dracula's attack. Modin's old face began to show signs of fatigue. Tepes' eyes widened at the sheer power of his father. Leon yelled, Damn it, is it not over yet? Mia replied, 30 seconds. On the other side, Dracula collapsed to his knees on the floor. He heard the main character's steady voice, 20 seconds. The Count's hand, full of sharp claws, once again formed a blood arrow. He continued to count. 10 seconds. Tepes lunged forward with the speed of a storm. Michael raised his hand, and strands of white spiritual energy flew out, coiling around him. Mana circles, symbolizing his rank, appeared as he chanted his spell to reverse undeath. The blood arrows turned to dust. Mita flung his enchanted ropes toward Draculian. The mystical bindings immediately wrapped around him and went to work. The Count stammered, What? My immortal body is. He was terrified, thinking, No, this can't be happening. Looking at the young mage before him, Dracula muttered, Damn it. He's nullifying my immortality. Surrounded by the enchanted seals, Dracula screamed, What's happening to my immortal body? Miha watched, slightly startled himself. The Count's body was slowly turning to ash under the spell's effect. Draculian, unable to believe what was happening, said, How can this be? To destroy my immortal body, you need an infinite amount of energy. Miha watched him collapse to the floor and kindly explained, That's right. This wasn't easy to pull off. He thought of the holy relic radiating its 7-colored light and continued, Just as you found the holy relic, I gained control of the tomb. Draculian disagreed, retorting, I became the master of the holy relic, he asserted firmly. The master of the dungeon himself gave it to me. Miha immediately countered. The holy relic had no effect on you because you obtained it through sheer luck. He reminded him. Asa never told you that, did he? Dracula's face went pale. His body had almost completely disintegrated. He lay on the ground like a miserable old man and let out a bitter laugh. Ha, ha. The Count struggled to lie on his back, gasping for air as he let out a long laugh. Ha 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 ha. He stared at the blue sky through the shattered ceiling, a square of light above him. He mumbled, It's all so meaningless, isn't it? His old eyes were filled with nothing but weariness. Dracula lamented, I've been running away this whole time. Just then, a hand reached out and gently lifted his head. Tepes knelt, cradling his poor old father's head as his body crumbled into ash. he faintly called Tepes. The Count whispered, "Please, don't leave." Tepes asked, "Father, what have you done?" He replied, "I just wanted her back." The red-haired young man, filled with decades of sorrow, screamed, "The one who was trapped in this situation because of your selfishness. What did she ever do wrong?" he demanded. "And what about me? The one who had to bear the consequences of it all." Suddenly, raindrops began to fall. The heavens opened up, as if in sympathy for the pain Tepes had endured. The rain soaked his anguished face, weeping for him. The young man sniffled. "If you ever truly thought about our family," he said with a bitter laugh, "you would have told me about it. At least once." Seth watched the scene unfold and exclaimed, "How tragic." Miha gazed at Tepes' back. In contrast to the image of a small boy cowering in a corner, he thought, Tepes has been abandoned for a very long time. He imagined a picture of the three of them, a happy family together. The protagonist assessed that Draculian had once been a good father. At least, before his wife's death, he concluded. That picture suddenly shattered into a million pieces. Tepes held out his hand to catch the raindrops, confessing in anguish, "I hate this immortality." He brought his hands to his face and said, "From now on, I curse the blessing you gave me." Draculian's eyes showed weariness and resignation. He thought, "Is regret the only thing I have left?" Draculian slowly closed his eyes, preparing to die without forgiveness. But then, Tepes continued, "However, I will go on living." Draculian's eyes, which had been closing, snapped wide open. For the first time in so many years, he looked directly at his father and said, "Immortality is a curse to me. But unlike you, I will find a way to fix everything." Stunned, he nearly fell flat on his face, calling his son's name, Tepes. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to an object, an old painting hanging across from him. Back then, they were still a happy family. He struggled to open his mouth for one last word. Dracula gave a contented smile from the bottom of his heart. "So, you're different from me." "I understand now," he said. The Count called out, "Hey, Miha, mage." "No, I should call you a warrior, shouldn't I?" He thrust his hand into his own chest and pulled something out. Draculian offered a shimmering pink object to Miha. "Take it," he said. As flecks of ash floated past his face, Draculian whispered, "I no longer have need of it." The protagonist asked, "Are you going to die?" The Count looked at his fingers as they turned to dust and agreed, "Yes, I should have done this a long time ago. I want to see my wife again. It will be soon." Gazing at the sky outside, he whispered sadly, "But first, I must go to hell and accept my punishment, mustn't I?" Draculian reached out with his crumbling hands, trying to touch his son's face one last time. Tepes quickly grabbed his hand. The Count gave a contented smile and said, "I'm sorry, my son." His last words to him were, "Farewell." Tep sat in the empty space. Watching the Count completely turn to dust, he whispered, "Father." His hand fell limply to the ground. Miha walked over to him. His owl-like eyes observed Tep's. He saw the red-haired young man's hands were clenched into fists. In the shimmering, multicolored sanctuary within the tomb, Mia's voice rang out, "It's over." Nefti lamented, "Finally." "How unfortunate." Miha rebuked her. "If you had done what you were supposed to from the beginning, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way." "To be honest, I had to hold back a lot." She asked him, "The reason you came back here. It was for this, wasn't it?" A red crystal appeared. Miha said, "This is the holy relic Draculian gave me." The protagonist asked frankly, "How do I awaken this?" Nefti replied, "I will do it. For you have proven yourself worthy by passing the trial." As she said, right now, a flower stem faintly emerged from the crystal. A golden flower stem. It glittered as it extended, wrapping around Mia's hand. The stem gradually faded, leaving a seal on the protagonist's hand. He held up his hand to examine it. He thought, "This time, it's my right hand." Having received what he came for, the protagonist decisively turned to leave. Nefti asked, "Are you leaving already?" He replied, "It's time for me to go. There's nothing left for me here." Suddenly thinking of something, Miha stopped. He asked Nefti, "What do you think about what happened?" She answered sadly, "It was all my fault. That child said he would use the relic for good." Miha replied, "I'm not so sure. I think you gave it to him without thinking it through." He added, "You'll have plenty of time to reflect on this. I won't be sealing the tomb." The protagonist guessed it was because others would come. "I'll be back here again, too." Miha glanced at Nefti. "A warning. I'll be watching to see what you do next." A few days later, Miha is performing a purification ceremony in front of a large crowd of villagers. He tells Danvos that it's done. The main character declares that with him around, the people will no longer be deluded. The village chief stammers back, Thank you, sir." He gratefully says, "How can I ever repay a hero like you?" Miha firmly replies, "There's no need." The village chief immediately prostrates himself and yells, I'm not the village chief, Danvos insists. I'm just a puppet created by a demon. I'm 100% fake. The main character is speechless. Where did this brutally honest guy come from? He braces himself with a sigh. Miha, fulfilling his duty as a kind protector, comforts him, saying that uniting and managing the villagers is your ability. Danvos looks up in astonishment. This is the first time he's ever been acknowledged. The main character sits down in front of him, smiling in praise. I don't underestimate that at all. The village chief is so moved he can barely speak. Sir. He continues, but we can't stay like this. We need someone with the ability to lead. Everyone forward. Danvos asks, in surprise, a talented person, you mean? A lord? The main character replies, you could say that. He looks around hesitantly and says, but we've all been exploited by a lord before. He's worried whether the people will accept it. Miha agrees. You're not wrong. He then drops a bombshell. But the monsters will return to this land. Danvos' eyes immediately fly open. The main character explains that right now, the poison is still keeping the monsters away. This means that as it weakens, they will invade this place. The village chief stutters in fear, asking, Is there a way? Miha looks at him seriously and replies, it's not exactly a solution. It's just something I intend to take responsibility for. He continues, I can't tell you right now, but please trust me. Danvos wonders, why? Why? He struggles to form a complete sentence. Why are you doing all this? For us? Looking at the simple villagers, who are waiting for his answer, he lets out a small sigh. Miha asks back, do you need a reason? Elsewhere, in a forest near the village, Miha is concentrating, sending holy power into the ground. He shouts a purification incantation. The patch of land where the main character is standing suddenly glows brightly. Miha looks up, takes a deep breath, and says with satisfaction, all right. At this rate, the land will soon be cleansed by holy power. Seth adds his analysis. This area will be decontaminated within a year. The main character replies, exactly. She asks worriedly, but the problem is, you can't stay here forever. This isn't something you can handle alone. Miha laughs and adds, besides, I'm just the heir to some noble family, right? The main character looks at her and asks, so what if I'm the legitimate successor of the Oneperis family? The family only provides money and manpower, connections and currency, that is. Seth replies indifferently. Aha. When she hears him say that he'll deal with the rest when variables arise, she immediately asks, what variables? Suddenly, a voice calling, Miha, interrupts their conversation. He looks at Leon, who's panting like a dog in front of him, and asks, what's wrong? The panicked swordsman reports. A high-ranking official has arrived, someone incredibly powerful. Miha looks at him excitedly and says, a big shot's here, huh? I wonder who it could be. Leon cluelessly asks, is there something on my face? Why do you keep looking at it and smiling? The main character teases him, haha, it's not me. You should turn around and see. Leon suddenly feels a chill down his spine. Oh, crap, don't tell me. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Jukline, dark as a shadow, stands behind Leon with a smile. The would-be father-in-law exclaims, young Leon, you've grown up, just act natural. Leon slowly turns his head, his eyes filled with terror. Leon stammers, since when were you? Juke recalls casually walking behind the terrified, fleeing kid. This cheerful fellow announces, oh, I've been following you from the very beginning. Leon screams in terror, ah, the ghost month is over. Why are you still here? In the study, Juke is leisurely drinking a cup of tea. The would-be father-in-law and son-in-law remain steeped in silence. Miha speaks up to break the tension. What brings you to this remote place? The man replies, I'm sure you've already guessed. His Majesty, the king, sent me here. It was supposed to be a viscount's job. The Duke laughs gleefully, but this seemed quite interesting. Haha. Miha is speechless, thinking, so you came because you were bored? Couldn't resist the fun, huh? Duke remarks. How times have changed. You're now a divinely recognized hero, aren't you? The main character bluntly replies, what's the point of such a formal recognition? You've got a point, he admits, setting down his teacup. Duke's voice suddenly turns serious. Enough with the pleasantries. We should get to the main point, shouldn't we? He says frankly. If you have any requests, just say the word. Miha asks back, is this His Majesty's will? The Duke explains, you've resolved the threat to the kingdom, so it's only natural that you receive a fitting reward. Miha confides, I don't wish to disappoint His Majesty, but... The Duke immediately warns him, yes, you're a hero. But if you refuse, the king will be disappointed. He thinks to himself, even if you don't accept, you're still a useful pawn. Miha pictures the image of a hero wearing a crown. Calculating his first achievement as a hero, he asks Duke again, "What do you think?" The man evaluates. "In my opinion, you seem to be a promising talent. As for what His Majesty thinks, that's hard to say. If I could guess that, I'd be the damn king myself." Miha thinks he's right. In my memory, the king was always searching for talented people. An image of a crown, symbolizing royal authority, appears in his mind. He recalls the scene at the royal court before his regression. In truth, before Mashin appeared, the entire kingdom was at peace. Miha replies succinctly, "All right." Duke says in surprise, "Oh, you've decided already." That was fast. Miha clenches his fist, thinking, "Of course." He says, "In front of you, there's no need for me to pretend." He states his condition. "As a hero, I need a holy land." Duke asks, stunned, "A holy land?" So suddenly, Miha confirms, "Yes, this land." The man asks, "Don't tell me you." Miha smiles confidently and says, "I want to rule it." Miha declares, "I want autonomy." A hand slams down on the table, which groans in protest with a loud thud. Duke covers his face, looking exasperated. He looks at him as if he were a monster and asks, "Miha, do you realize what you've just said?" As he speaks, he emits a powerful aura to intimidate him, but the main character on the other side is not to be outdone. He immediately resists it. Miha smiles and replies, "Of course." The Duke thinks to himself, "He's not shaken by my aura? What a beast."
Model, the Duke warned him. And, you still make such a request, knowing full well the consequences.
Miha laughed confidently, saying, "If it were just any ordinary land, I wouldn't have asked." The hero shot back, "Your Grace, let me ask you this. How many troops do you think are needed to defend this territory?" The Duke confidently held up one finger and replied, "About. A force equivalent to a baron's is enough." Miha immediately refuted him. "No, Your Grace. If we don't prepare beforehand." His eyes took on a menacing glint. "We'll need a number of soldiers equivalent to a duke's army, or perhaps even a marquise's." The Duke was completely stunned. He shot to his feet, shouting, "Impossible." No matter how dangerous the demons are, Miha quickly corrected him. "It's not, no matter how. It's because they are demons." With a terrifying look on his face, the hero threatened, "Because they are demons." He pictured a bloodthirsty demon, thinking to himself, "It's not just about their level of aura or mana. Demons are fundamentally different from humans." Miha recalled an image from before his regression. He had been defeated by the demon lord. He knew the extent of their stubbornness, and their insidiousness far surpassed anyone's imagination. "Everyone overlooks that fact," he stated firmly. "We have to deal with them differently than we deal with humans." After having it all explained, Duke nodded and said, "All right, I understand. But I still don't see what this has to do with autonomy." Miha pointed down at the table and said, "I intend to create an army here to fight the demons, those who are no longer human, those scarred by black magic and demons," he said confidently. "The demon hunters." The hero continued his presentation. "I don't think it's a bad idea. This way, the Empire can fight back against the demons by granting autonomy." Duke Ken remained silent, not saying a word. He just let out a little ahem. With his eyes half closed, he said, "I don't think it's a bad idea either. But as you know, it all depends on the Emperor." Miha smiled and said, I know everything, except how to be tactful." As he stood up, he thought, "But I'm confident. Knowing the Emperor, I'm sure he'll accept my request." A determined look appeared in the hero's eyes as he said, "Just you wait and see." At the cemetery, Tepes was kneeling before his parents' graves. He clasped his hands in sincere prayer for something only God knew. Suddenly, Tepes heard familiar footsteps. He asked Miha, who was standing behind him, "So you've come?" The hero asked, "Feeling any better?" Tepes replied, "A little, but there's still a lot to deal with." Miha comforted him, "Don't worry about his body. It'll turn to dust anyway. The curse of immortality is complex, but it's not impossible to solve." Tepes whispered, "I'll look into it a bit." The hero asked him directly, "Do you want to be freed from the curse of immortality?" The red-haired man looked sad. He confided, "I do want to be free." But then he looked up at the sky and said to the void, "But if I do that, I'll just become a normal human." Miha read him like a book. "You want to become a hunter, don't you?" "Stop being shy about it," Leon said. Leon nodded, confessing honestly, "If it means I can get revenge on the demons, then yes, I want to." The hero thought, "Hatred. I don't see anything wrong with this hatred." He looked at the young man beside him, thinking that as long as this hatred doesn't consume a person, it can become their reason to live. His red eyes glinted with determination. "Just remember to never cross the line of your own principles," Miha said cheerfully, "if that's the case." He dropped a bombshell on Tepes. I'll help you get your revenge. Tepes couldn't believe it and asked again, You want to help me? The hero nodded in agreement. Leave the world to me. Miha had already told him his plan. In front of his parents' graves, Tepes listened as he spoke of turning this place into a land for hunters to prepare for the demon invasion. The two of them talked like old friends. Miha also mentioned that he was in the process of convincing the emperor to agree. The red-haired man couldn't believe his ears and asked again, You trust me to be the leader of the hunters? The hero replied without hesitation, If possible, I'd like to entrust it to you. Tepes looked down, hesitating, but he looked towards his parents' resting place and whispered, I'm a Draculian. Tepes added, the son of the one. His eyes shifted towards his father's grave. Who caused this disaster? He said. Miha stepped closer to the grave. He took a white chrysanthemum from the vase and said, That's not a problem for me. The hero knelt respectfully, revealing, I make my decisions based on what I see, and that was the image of you, Tepes, holding your father in your arms as he passed away. Miha affirmed that Tepes' courage and determination at that moment had proven his worth. After paying his respects, he slowly stood up. Miha declared, I trust you. Tepes' face showed utter shock. The hero turned back, smiled, and said, Stand up straight. You are more decent than anyone. Tepes seemed to have made up his mind. He knelt on one knee before Miha and promised, I will accept this great responsibility. Miha remembered this young man from before his regression, who had taken on the responsibility of leading the frontline hunters. The hero held out the scepter, his heart aching slightly as he recalled the final moments of Tepes' story, which were said to be horrifying. The blessed light from the scepter spread over the swordsman like a blessing. Miha whispered, vowing to watch over Tepes. He blessed him, hoping that this man would survive until the very end and prove the purpose of his existence. Miha promised himself that he would make it happen. In a magnificent, luxurious palace, a man sat lost in thought on his throne. He let out a This man was none other than King Joseph River Alexandro. Sitting on his throne, he lamented. How annoying. He picked up a chess piece and said, Originally, I could have separated those two and dealt with them. Holding the chess piece, the king fumed, but now they've joined together. Even I couldn't have predicted this. He looked at the piece before him and sighed. Moreover, predicting this knight's next move isn't easy at all. If I could, I'd have to be a damn prophet. To be honest, I'm not too happy about this. With an emotionless expression, the king questioned, What do you think? He emphasized the name, Duke Oneperis, who was currently kneeling below him. With his eyes closed, the Duke reported, That is now just a minor issue. The king then asked, Another issue. Is he your son? No, Duke Yudan answered honestly. He's a brat who never listens. He then voiced a common complaint among parents. Kids these days are all like that, aren't they? Then, Yudan changed the subject. Right now, the important thing isn't who will become the hero. Your Majesty, he stated firmly. Once the new hero is chosen, this fragile peace will soon come to an end. The king repeated, Fragile peace. Damn it. Have you got a death wish? Idan, you once said a great demon was growing stronger right inside the capital, didn't you? The noble Sir Joseph frowned again and said, How irritating. Utterly vexing. The Duke continued his report, predicting the hero's upcoming activities. That won't help either, the king said, tapping his fingers. The hero cannot be controlled by anyone. He smiled knowingly. I'm not a fool, Duke. Sir Joseph warned, I understand that all too well. No one can control the hero. But if I can't control him, then no one else will. Below, Idan nodded profusely. The king stood up and said, That's why I've marked him, so no fool comes and interferes with the hero's business. Idan frowned and asked, Your Majesty, are you talking about the autonomous region? The powerful king stood before him and confirmed, That's right. You understand now, don't you? Duke Oneperis, your role as a father is very important now, and you owe me a few things. So, how about you take a step back? The Duke's face was not pleased as he replied, Just say it, Your Majesty. What do you want me to do? The imposing figure remained silent, lost in thought. Sir Joseph turned his head. The crown on his head sparkled, and God only knows what words he would speak next. Tep stood dazedly in front of the sun-drenched mansion. He was observing his birthplace before leaving. Michael's voice called out, I knew you'd be here. The main character held up a scroll. I think what I'm holding is exactly what you've been waiting for, Michael continued. His Majesty has issued a decree. From now on, this territory will belong to me, Michael Oneperis. The main character said, This is an autonomous sanctuary. Tepes listened as he explained, Therefore, just as I said before, I intend to turn this place into a sanctuary for hunters, Michael said, placing an object in Tepes' hand while confessing. So, I want to invite you to take the position of hunter leader. The object was a necklace inlaid with a blue stone. The main character continued, You will also become the Lord. Michael proudly introduced, "This is a magic weapon I created to hide your true identity. Wear it, and you'll no longer have to fear people discovering you're a vampire." Surprise, surprise. Tepes looked at the necklace intently. He clenched it gently and asked, "You made this yourself?" Michael was silent, not answering. Then, the main character nodded and said, "The king has entrusted this land to me." He confessed honestly, "But I have no desire to seize control of this place or interfere in other people's affairs at all." Michael affirmed, "I want this place to become a home, a base for hunters." Tepes asked again, "You want to do that? Are you sure?" The main character didn't answer, placing his hand on the ground. He said with regret, "So, to make this place a proper home and base for the hunters, I plan to stay here for a while. To take care of everything," Michael requested. "Therefore, I want you to search for any trace of the hunters, who have been living in the shadows all this time." Tepes' eyes widened as he asked, "Search? You mean find a needle in a haystack?" Michael replied with a smile. "In their bedroom," Leon roared. "What? Staying here for 3 to 4 months? For F's sake," he complained. "Isn't that too long?" Michael explained. "I need to establish a few bases in this territory. Actually, staying a few months isn't that long." He emphasized, then looked at Modin and Leon, saying with a wicked grin, "This is a serious training opportunity for both of you." Michael put on a stern face, threatening, "The things we've obtained while traveling around this area. You two also need time to absorb them." Leon looked at his hands, deep in thought. Michael called his name, Leon. He leaned his hands on the table and asked, "Compared to when we first met, your strength has increased significantly. You're much stronger now. You could be the boss of the block, but," the main character guessed, "you still feel it's not enough, right?" Hitting a nerve, Leon immediately nodded. Michael continued his presentation. "I'm not going to tell you to be patient. In fact, you can and you should become even stronger." Leon replied, "So you're telling me to use this opportunity to train myself thoroughly." The main character confessed, "For those who can look after themselves, I have nothing to worry about, so I'm not concerned." He philosophized, "Just grow strong and rise up like the grass out there." Leon smiled faintly, his hand gripping his sword. The swordsman asked, "Have you prepared anything?" Michael replied, "There are monsters everywhere around here. Just treat them as training partners." Leon slung his sword over his shoulder and replied, "Okay, got it." He smiled confidently and declared, "Then I'll get stronger. Don't worry about me." Hearing the door close, Michael felt a surge of joy. The son he had raised for so many years was finally maturing. Looking at the other one, he said, "Next, it's your turn, Modin." The butler closed his eyes and respectfully listened. "Please speak." "I am listening with the ears of a student." The main character was surprised and teased. "What's this, Modin? Why you agree so damn fast?" He answered honestly, "Well, in terms of magical hierarchy, I am higher than you, but," Modin continued, "you've also reached the 8th circle, young master. It seems you don't intend to hide this." Michael stood up and replied, "Well, that makes things easier." The main character walked to the door and opened it. He flashed a smile as bright as the sun and said, "Let's start running, Modin." The butler was at a damn loss for words. "What?" he asked. Michael replied, "They always say that for a clear mind, the body must first be healthy." He smiled and advised, "Just run. Work hard and run on your own 2 feet." The main character reminded him of the time he carried the horse and told Modin, "I see potential in you. Last time, you used magic." But Michael placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "You ran very earnestly, while still carrying a horse on your back, didn't you?" The old butler's face instantly turned to stone. Modin screamed in despair, "No, you told me to run like that, so I ran, young master." Miha then dragged him away, saying, "I know. You only did it because I told you to, and I appreciate that." With that thought, he smirked cunningly and asked, "If I told you to go for another run, you'd do it, wouldn't you?" A long, drawn-out cry of "Ah!" rang out as twilight fell, with Tepes' figure coming into view. He looked even more solitary standing in the withered forest. "See you in a few months, hero," he said. After speaking, he put on his helmet and left immediately. Miha had smiled and waved goodbye to the red-haired man. The main character recalled that he had asked if he needed any backup, just in case, but he had refused. But Miha wasn't worried. Seeing the helmet on Tepes' head and the unwavering grip on his spear, Miha knew one thing for certain. Before his regression, as the commander of the demon hunter squad, Tepes had beheaded every demon he came across, building a formidable reputation for himself. Looking at the knight's retreating figure, majestic and bathed in the brilliant sunlight, the main character mused. The burning hatred and the raw talent needed to be a hunter. He's got it all. Miha considered his next move. The only thing left to do was... He looked down at the desolate land at his feet and uttered a single word, cultivation. You gotta work to eat. If you don't, You'll be eating dirt. Seth, resting on his shoulder, asked in disbelief. Is that really even possible? Miha, as obnoxious as ever, scoffed. Ha, what a pointless question. Accustomed to his infuriating attitude, she just said, Oh, so you've already got a plan, then. He made a goofy face and said, Of course not. If I did, I'd bet my family name on it. Seth was at a loss for words. She flew down to face him. So what exactly are you planning to do? She asked. Miha answered frankly. First, I have to secure a living space for the people. They need a safe place to live before they can prosper, right? Looking towards the desolate village, he continued. Then after I reduce the number of monsters in the vicinity, and assessing the village's tattered, purely decorative fences, the main character decided. I'll set up a defensive barrier around the protected area. Seth, sounding like a CEO approving a project, said, That's a reasonable plan. Then a thought struck her. But, didn't you want to get rid of this place? Why the sudden change of heart? She declared. If you're planning to do that, I'll just return this place to its original state. Miha shot back, who said anything about abandoning it. He held out his hand, and a green aura of light appeared in his palm. Seth's eyes widened in surprise as she gasped, Humph. Is that the aura then vanished, leaving a pile of sparkling seeds in Miha's hand? She screamed. Seeds of the world tree. What? She asked anxiously. What the hell? Is the world tree okay? How did you get these? The world tree is the one and only special tree in this entire world. The main character reassured her. These aren't the real deal. They're just copies. A degraded product from mass production. Basically, they're high-quality fakes. They're not overly effective, he said, scattering the counterfeit seeds onto the ground. As each seed touched the earth, it prepared to begin its sacred mission. A look of determination filled his eyes. He stated firmly, But they grow fast and spread wide. As if to prove his point, the seeds instantly sprouted into a massive tree. In the blink of an eye, a forest had grown around where the main character stood. Seth was stunned, exclaiming, How? How did they grow so fast? That's better than growth hormones. Miha explained, I conducted some research on the world tree. Internally, however, he thought, that's a lie. I actually created these before my regression. He continued, but this is all I have. The number I could make was limited. Looking at the fully grown tree before him, he added, plus, they only live for a year. I can't plant any more, Miha thought. But this is enough to cover the territory. It's still useful, since it will keep demons away for a year. Seth asked curiously, How are you going to manage all this? He replied, Nefti will help me. She crossed her arms, affecting the air of a wise old woman. If it's Nefti, I'm sure she'll do a fine job. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, Have you named the trees yet? Miha's face went blank. A name? He thought. I have no idea. He unconsciously blurted out, How about the dream tree? He imagined a decorative backdrop covered in colorful stars appearing behind him. Seth instantly regretted asking. That's hideous, she said with disgust. A few days later, Miha was sitting at a desk in his bedroom, staring intently at a crystal ball that was emitting a blue light. Father, he said, it's time. From the other side of the orb came a dreadful silence. After a few moments of hesitation, Lord Idan's weary voice came through. That's a rather arrogant way to make a request, my hero. Your studies are very important. Duke Idan was sitting in his study, still holding the pointer stick, his familiar weapon for disciplining his son. He looked into the orb and warned, If you weren't my son, I would have broken your legs by now. On the other end, Miha grinned brightly. Now, don't be like that. Father, you did say you'd support me with everything you've got. A curt reply echoed from the orb. Of course. Suddenly, Idan's face contorted with demonic rage. But, he warned, if you're planning to create an independent territory, you need to discuss it with me first, you little brat. Don't think you can just do whatever you want just because you surpassed your old man. Miha cheekily replied, You should be used to this by now, shouldn't you, father? Idan grunted in helpless frustration. He resignedly admitted, I can't even give you a beating since you're so far away. I received a message from His Majesty, the King. What did he say? Miha asked. From the orb, Idan's voice explained, The Empire won't pressure you. It seems His Majesty has recognized the importance of having a hero. The Duke's expression soured. However, he continued, he said he wants you to visit the capital. This made Miha curse in surprise. Miha understood this meant the king wanted to speak with him face to face. Face to face, he thought grimly. What a damn headache. Finally, he came to a decision. Fine, he thought. It's not a problem for me to go. Elsewhere, someone was training diligently. The sound of heavy, rhythmic breathing matched the sweat pouring from his muscular frame. Modern was doing push-ups with a giant boulder on his back to build muscle. Miha approached and called out to him. The butler looked up in surprise and asked, "Young master, what brings you here? Did you get bored and decide to come torment me again?" The butler continued his push-ups as he listened to Miha announce, "I'm planning to visit the capital. It won't be for long, so I need you to handle a few things for me in my absence." Modern, gasping for air, asked, "Why the hell are you going to the capital? Damn it. I'm so tired I could just." Miha coolly replied, "It's nothing. The king wanted to have a word with me." He closed his eyes and said, "I understand. Your Majesty." "Wait, Your Majesty?" He suddenly realized something was off. "Huh?" She let out, then continued to ask, "Your Majesty, why are we in a carriage with the Duke's family crest?" Seth asked curiously. "Are we taking a carriage to the capital? Finally, a relaxing trip," she grumbled, thinking. "Then again, he never goes anywhere on his own, because it's not necessary," Miha replied. Sensing he was unhappy, she just hummed. Then, as if remembering some hot gossip, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, right." Seth asked Miha, "Since your holy power has increased recently, I've changed a little bit, too." The main character asked back, "Changed?" She smiled and replied, With an excited look on her face, Seth asked, "Wanna see?" while screaming internally, "If you dare say no, I will end you." Enthusiastically, she said to Miha, "Let me show you." A gentle, blue light enveloped her body, seeming to make her grow larger until she reached the size of a normal human. Seth smiled at him and asked, "What do you think?" Absolutely incredible, though the main character's face remained completely deadpan, as if he'd known for ages. She asked cheerfully, "I look human now, don't I?" Miha replied without emotion, "Haha, yes, it is a little surprising." Seth raised her hand and said, "When you absorbed that holy power into your body, I think I recovered a bit myself." The main character asked, "How long can you maintain this form?" Seth raised her hands, pretending to do the math, then answered, Right now, it's about 30 minutes a day. I'm not that weak, you know." Miha was curious. "Besides making your body bigger, does it have any other effects?" Instead of answering, she held up her hand. Seth then immediately thrust it straight out. Miha was scared out of his mind. He could feel that the power of the monsters in the area had been cut in half. The main character watched as birds flew frantically from the forest. He asked curiously, "What the hell did you just do?" Seth replied, "I just tried using my storm force to attack the monsters around here." Grabbing her right wrist with her left hand, she said meekly, "But only by half. The effectiveness has dropped quite a bit compared to my power during my golden age. Alas, where have my glory days gone?" Miha said, "Now that you mention it, I've never heard you talk about your golden age." Seth's eyes filled with regret as she mumbled, "My golden age." "Huh," she replied angrily. "I just mentioned it. It was back when I didn't have any problems at all. That's when I was in my legendary golden age. The age of the gods, or eras just like it," she said, her voice full of longing. "I'm not saying I'm a god, but compared to the humans of this era, I was definitely much stronger back then." Miha suddenly thought about the concept of a godlike being. The idea of a level 9 master god reminded him of himself and Chi-Chi before his regression. They were nothing before the gods like Heikao, Nefti, Gil, Razel, and Seth. They were just fighting to collect holy relics. The imaginary space in Miha's mind suddenly shifted from pitch black to pure white. If the power of the holy relics could help them reach the level of the gods. The main character remembered the image of the final boss before his regression, the Demon Lord, with its skull face and armor, standing under a crimson sunset sky veiled by ashes blowing in the wind. They also believed that power could destroy the Demon Lord, he thought. Resting his chin on his hand, Miha uttered, "I don't quite get it. How could the entire civilization of a whole race just collapse?" he wondered, glancing over at her as a thought flashed through his mind. Seeing Seth's lonely silhouette, the main character guessed it might have been because of a traitor. Suddenly, a hole appeared in Seth's head, and a long hissing sound echoed. The air began to escape her body. Even the normally calm Miha was startled to see Seth deflate next to him just like a balloon. His expression seemed to say, "What the hell?" The mini version of Seth reappeared, looking utterly embarrassed. So embarrassing. The main character questioned her, "You said 30 minutes, didn't you?" Seth flashed a confident smile and replied, "I got a little excited and used my power for too many things, so the time got cut short." He closed his eyes and nodded, thinking, "I knew it. She's all talk," Miha thought, looking out the window. Then again, I'm often like that too. As the carriage rolled on, the main character began his calculations. There's still some time before we reach the imperial capital, so I've decided to check everything I've gained so far, he thought, looking at Hekao's sigil on his hand. Unfortunately, everything I've received lately has been holy power. Miha looked at the sigil emotionlessly and thought, Everyone knows that holy power is completely incompatible with mages. An image appeared of Hikao's sigil, sparkling as it was enveloped by mana. The main character was confident, but in my case, mana and holy power don't clash at all. Wait a minute. He suddenly had a brilliant idea. It wasn't that the two powers had combined, but that a third form of energy had been created. Miha closed his eyes and frowned. He knew many small changes were gradually occurring. The main character placed a hand on his chest, wondering, should I try something to test it? A purple universe materialized in his mind. An image of a human blending with the blessings of the gods and mana appeared. The boundary between holy power and mana. The holy power of the world tree. Abundant storm force. The holy sigil of Heko. I think it'll be hard to feel this power if I don't focus. This mana is mixing with 3 other types of holy power. He thought about how the world tree and the storm force were about to merge into one. After checking, Miha knew for certain that they had already blended together. The main character affirmed, "Why wouldn't it be possible? That's its very nature." An image appeared of a grassy field with lights twinkling like fireflies and thick vines wrapped around a stone pillar. Miha opened his eyes. He felt a refreshing sensation enveloping his body. Seth, beside him, spoke up. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that?" The scene before her completely shattered her worldview. "What the hell?" Seth cursed. She felt as if their surroundings had transformed into a forest, with small, sparkling beams of light. Miha, next to her, was merging into a tree trunk. Seth exclaimed, "Hey, you've become a dryad." In that forest, tiny spirits played cheerfully among the blooming flowers, all vying to show off their colors. Miha said in a daze, "Oh, a dryad. Imagine a druid standing in a forest, staff in hand. There's a huge difference between druids and mages, you see. Druids don't use mana. Instead, they harness power from nature. To put it bluntly, they borrow it without paying it back. They can get help from plants and animals. It's an innate skill." Inside the carriage, which was filled with blooming flowers and vines and a sparkling light, Miha thought to himself, "I'm pretty sure I have absolutely no connection to nature." Suddenly, the main character smiled. "But now you do, don't you? Just because you were single before doesn't mean you have to be forever alone." "This is fascinating," his disbelieving boss asked. "How in the world did this happen? How could the powers of the world tree and the storm possibly merge? Holy hell, that's completely overpowered. How could a mere human possibly do something like this?" He smirked and said, "But it's still possible, isn't it? That's what makes it so incredible." His boss didn't deny it. "Yes, it's possible, but it's so damn illogical," she explained. "Holy power isn't the kind of energy humans can easily control." The main character disagreed and asked, "But Hikao's holy power is used widely by the priests, isn't it?" Set retorted bitterly, "Her holy power is nothing special. It's a power that's been modified for human use." As a light shimmered through the forest, her voice continued to echo. "Even the saintesses, who are experts at using holy power, can't control its true form. But you've combined 2 different powers. That's seriously next level," the main character said. "It's difficult, but not impossible to achieve." Set immediately screamed. "And that's why it's so illogical," she said sharply. "That's why it defies common sense." Miha immediately caught onto something unusual. He thought, defies common sense? I have a feeling. The main character recalled his meeting with Hikal in the first hero's tomb. She had called him a demigod. He concluded, maybe this is all related to that. Suddenly, a figure appeared, drawing both of their attention. It was a tiny, round, and absolutely adorable spirit. It had stubby little legs, 2 tiny horns on its head, and its hair was made of little leaves, with a pink flower stylishly placed on top. Its green eyes stared at the 2 of them, innocent and bewildered. Truly, the pinnacle of cuteness that women adore. Miha asked it, "Who are you?" Miha asked, "Who are you?" The creature blinked, pointed at itself, and said, "Me? I don't know." Then, it pointed its tiny hand towards Miha. "But you're very friendly. I want to be friends with you." Hearing this, Miha looked up at the creature, which seemed to be struggling to do something in front of him. Set was also confused. "A mole? What are you doing?" Then, the spirit flew up to Mia's eye level. His eyes widened. Wait, could it be? The spirit was holding something in its tiny hands. The sacred herb of Thesis, a magical ingredient that every alchemist in the world desires in order to create legendary elixirs, which require this miraculous herb. Miha took the shimmering golden herb in his hand, looking at it, slightly bewildered that the spirit was giving it to him. "Why are you?" The spirit was being so formal. "Don't be shy. It's a gift for our first meeting." "That's right. It's not a bribe." Miha casually said to the spirit, "What if I refuse?" Hearing that, the little spirit looked like it had been struck by lightning. As a storm brewed, Set grabbed Miha by the head and grumbled, "Stop joking around. You know it was created during your awakening. You have to accept this kid's bribe. Miha closed his eyes. All right. I wasn't going to refuse anyway. He looked at the spirit, which was sitting dejectedly, looking pitiful after being hurt by his joke. I'll need a fairy's help if I want to become a druid. Miha spoke up. Okay, I'll accept it. Hearing that, the spirit's face lit up like a blooming flower as it smiled joyfully. Miha asked it, "What's your name?" The little spirit replied, "I don't know. If you don't have a name, how about I give you one? Rhea, give me a name." Miha rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. What's a good name? He remembered how the spirit had struggled to dig out the sacred herb to give to him. An idea for a name came to Miha. Monday Set looked puzzled. Huh? She leaned in and asked. Wait, Mon as in mole? Miha replied nonchalantly, Yep. You have to put some thought into a name, right? While Set was complaining to Miha, the spirit looked on blankly upon hearing its new name. Monday, why Mon? Well then, Mon it is. Its face was absolutely radiant. Miha pointed, See, it likes it, whatever. A while later, the two of them got on the carriage to return to the capital. As soon as the carriage stopped, Set flew out, relieved. Humph. It's as peaceful as ever. She turned to Miha and asked, Are you going to see the king right away? No, I'm not, Miha smiled. I can't go see him empty-handed. Arriving before the grand, magnificent palace, a priest cheerfully welcomed Miha back. Welcome, warrior Miha. You seem to be in a good mood. The priest scratched his head. Of course. It's because you solve our little problem. The priest then asked, So, what brings you here? I've come to have an audience with His Majesty. Oh, the king? The priest's expression turned somber. I can only wish you good luck, Miha said. Actually, there is something you can help me with. Archbishop, I hear you have some very valuable information. The archbishop looked puzzled. You mean? Miha smiled. The king's dark past. The archbishop's eyes went wide when he heard that. He stammered, Why all of a sudden? Miha replied, I am a warrior, archbishop. Rather than letting others plot against me, I prefer to stay one step ahead of them in the palace. A man was kneeling and reporting news. That brat Oneperis has entered the city. Damn it. I can't believe that fool actually became a warrior. Marquis Kelly looked up at the sunset. How absurd. He asked the subordinate beside him, What do you think? I believe we can no longer ignore this matter. I agree. That fool was rejected by Lindell, yet in just 1 year, he's become so influential. That's impossible. The holy nation can't be trusted. The subordinate asked Marquis Kelly, What should I do, my lord? He turned and said, What do you mean, just go to the capital? There's only one reason. He would suddenly return to the capital because of the king's order. Precisely, if the king's favor shifts to the Oneperis family, the balance of power will collapse. No, maybe that's just an excuse. I don't like the Oneperis family. I hate both mages and the head of that damned family. I have for a very, very long time. A memory of a girl's silhouette flashed by, her face unclear, but she had rejected him. Damn that Oneperis family. I won't let you succeed. Humans live while facing many unknowns. Miha looked up, closing his eyes to enjoy the wind. That's right. That's just how it is. If this were to happen again, it would be anything but pleasant. It's incredibly difficult. The light at the end of the tunnel is always the brightest, isn't it? Miha opened his eyes, but it doesn't have to happen right now, does it? And yet, Miha was currently being. Aiden lifted him straight off the ground. What just happened? Let's go back a few minutes. Mita was walking through the palace, sighing. Mission 1, complete. Seth flew around him, asking, What's on your mind? Should I take a walk around the capital? As he was pondering his options, a voice called out, Miha, my son. He froze. That voice. Miha looked to his left and saw Aiden Oneperis. His father, with a ridiculously large, spiked mace on his shoulder, his eyes blazing with fire. And back to the present, Miha pleaded helplessly. Dad, can you please put the mace down so we can talk? This is how we talk. Why should I put it down? Aiden laughed. And besides, no great archmage disciplines his son with his mind. This father is very proud that you've secured your own territory. Miha gave a strange smile. Is that what you came all this way to tell me, Dad? Come to think of it, I haven't spoken to you in a while. Aiden slowly lowered Miha to the ground. You're right. The two of them suddenly fell into an awkward silence. They stood facing each other, not saying a word. Miha looked at his father and thought to himself, Before I regressed, I never knew. I was always his exception, and I never tried to understand him. I ran away from my father, the Great Eight Circle Archmage, perhaps because I felt he was untouchable, and maybe because he was so great, I thought he couldn't understand me. But perhaps I just felt inferior to him. So, Miha had been running from his father for a very, very long time, and now, standing face to face with him, He was beginning to understand something. But now, I think I finally get it. Dad is just a man who's clumsy at being a father. Miha gathered all his courage, hesitantly holding out a fist towards Aiden, and said, Dad, I have a lot I want to talk to you about. A short while later, the father and son sat facing each other in the palace. Aiden asked, You met with the Emperor, yet you seem so calm. Miha shrugged. Freaking out wouldn't have changed anything. His father let out a laugh. Haha, it feels like just yesterday you were clinging to Lady Lindell. But look how much you've grown. This is no time to be naive. Are you talking about the demons? Aiden asked. Miha picked up his teacup. Yes, we have a common enemy, but humanity refuses to unite. Honestly, I'm not worried about meeting the Emperor. His father immediately asked. Then what are you worried about? The 4 great families. Noble families so powerful, each one is considered a kingdom in itself. The 4 great families consist of House Mr. Ball, House Lindell, House Keliops, and House Oneperis. Miha continued. Among them, the Lindell family is the most trustworthy. But look at the current situation. So you're saying the other 2 families are the problem here? The most problematic one is the Keliops family. Aiden pondered. Keliops? Huh. They're a tough nut to crack. But what do you plan to do? Miha replied, I already have a plan. But first, please help me with something. What is it? I've thought of an effective way to stop Keliops. After his talk with his father, Mia was once again wandering around with Seth. She hovered by his ear, puzzled. You two have a strange father-son relationship. It's weird. Is there some strange gene you two share? It's normal, he corrected her. Well, Dad is a little strange, but you get used to it. No, that's not what I mean. Anyway, it's been a while since the capital was like this before my regression. Seth asked, So where are you heading now? Miha looked down. I should meet the Emperor, of course. But are you planning to do anything else? That's before Miha could finish. He sensed something was wrong. Seth said worriedly, Miha, I know, we're being followed. Miha continued to walk through the capital city. He noticed the people tailing him, 2 on the right and 1 on the left. Are they from the Dark Guild? I expected someone would be following me, but this is fewer people than I thought. Looks like they're underestimating me. A chill ran down Mia's spine. There was one more person, moving much more stealthily than the other 3. I see. That one must be the key player. Seth asked, What are you going to do? Miha was hesitant. I don't know. I could just lose them. But I have a bad feeling about this. The incident where I purified Rat, that was an accident. I don't remember it clearly, but it was supposed to happen much later. But now that Rat is gone, what will the Dark Guild do? I guess someone of a similar rank has taken over, and it's possible a grand demon like Beelzebub might appear again. I need to check on this. Far in the distance, behind a corner, one of the stalkers was watching Mia. If I stay this far away, he definitely won't spot me, she thought. Is he really a hero? There's a lot of information on Miha Oneperis, but nothing about him being a hero. And the few pieces of information that were shared sounded so absurd it weren't credible at all. The stalker peeked out again, muttering to herself. So he purified a grand demon in the imperial capital and a vampire. Maybe he was born with some extraordinary talent, but he's just someone recognized by the public as having the qualities of a true hero. Should I? Lost in thought. Mia vanished from her sight. What? She was stunned. It was just a second. Just the blink of an eye. How could I have lost him? She stood there in the middle of the city, looking around for a moment before cursing in frustration. Damn it, how could I make a mistake like this? She rushed into the crowd. I need to find him immediately. As she was lost in the sea of people, a hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. A cold voice rang out, Are you looking for something? The female stalker froze. Mia's smile instantly vanished, his expression turning cold. Who are you with? She trembled, unable to speak. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly transformed and fled at incredible speed. She was utterly terrified, her mind a mess as she ran. What should I do now? What can I do? All right. I found what I was looking for. He's incredibly talented. He detected my invisibility spell instantly. That's something even masters would struggle with. I need to report this to the guild right away. She returned to her guild, even taking a different route just to be safe. Pant, pant. That should be fine. But before she could even wipe the sweat from her brow, Miha was standing right beside her. Ah, so this is the place, he said. The stalker was in complete shock. Oh, I'm so screwed. She was so stunned she could only stammer. How? Miha gave a casual smile. Dark invisibility. You're a dark elf. After Rat's death, did Talia take over as the leader? How did you know we're on Talia's side? You're a dark fairy from the Dark Guild. How ridiculous. Now, show me the way. The girl froze. Mita threatened her. To the Dark Guild. I've already found your guild. Did you really think you could hide it from me? To his surprise, the girl agreed. Mr. Hero. Then, unexpectedly, she poked her fingers together in a cute gesture. Can we go somewhere private? Turns out, she has things she's embarrassed about, too. I'm a manager at the guild's base. It would look really bad if everyone saw you capturing me. Miha fell silent, thinking for a long moment before sighing. No, I refuse. Miha raised his hand and commanded, sleep. Before the girl could even react with a, wait, you bastard, she fell into a deep slumber. So Miha just slung her over his shoulder and carried her along. Set grumbled, wow. She's pretty. You should have been a little more considerate. Miha didn't seem to care. I don't need to be considerate to someone from the Dark Guild. And if I bring her back there, it's not like they'll treat her badly. Set wondered, how did you know? She's the adopted daughter of the Thalia Guild's master. The Dark Guild was filled with the boisterous and cheerful sounds of drinking. Miha, with the girl from earlier still on his shoulder, kicked the door open and walked in. He asked, this is Thalia, right? A man spoke up. Who's this brat? So, I'm in the right place, Miha thought. He unceremoniously dumped the girl on the floor and said, here, sign for your delivery. Seeing that it was Thalia's adopted daughter, everyone flew into a panic. It's Lady Miha. Several men became enraged. Impossible. Miha casually raised a hand. You all recognize me now, don't you? A few dozen men were about to rush forward to teach him a lesson, but Miha just stood there, unmoving. He smirked. Whoa, calm down. Miha snapped his fingers. Several magic circles appeared, instantly paralyzing everyone. Miha asked, was anyone dragged into this for no reason? Good, no one. Seth scoffed at Miha. They're magically silenced. How are they supposed to answer? Miha, in his usual nonchalant tone, said, I know what being a boss is like. Ignoring Set, Miha sat down, propped his chin on his hand, and waited. Shouldn't you come out and greet me? Waiting like this is starting to annoy me. And if you're not going to show yourself, this is taking too long. Miha decided to cause some trouble, holding out his hand and making the whole tavern shake. It continued until someone appeared beside him and said, stop. Miha glanced over. Ah, so you finally decided to show up? Miha asked. Are you the master of this guild? The man removed his hood. I am Hidos. It seems my daughter has caused you trouble. My apologies. Miha bowed his head slightly. Caused me trouble? He glared at Miha, who was still on the floor. I know you're awake. Why haven't you gotten up yet? Miha jolted, caught, and scrambled to her feet. So embarrassing. Can't you just listen to me for a second? You're so mean. Miha retorted. Someone who stalks people like you is the mean one. Miha stamped her foot, refusing to accept it. If you were a true hero, you should be sharing your personal information. Hidos warned her. Miha, that's enough. She reluctantly obeyed, looking deflated. Hidos added, that's an order. We need to gather information on the hero, so I sent her. Hidos bowed his head. I sincerely apologize. Miha rushed over. Ah, I'll do anything you want. Just don't hurt my father. He tends to blame himself for everything. Hidos. He's the master of Thalia and also a master assassin in the original timeline. He was supposed to have been killed by those bastards, but the future I know has changed. What should I do now? This is a turning point for Thalia. For my purposes, these changes can't be too obvious. Everything has to happen under my watch. Miha spoke up. To be honest, I didn't come here to blame you. Hidos looked puzzled. Really? But Sewer Rat. He's a heretic monster. He sold his soul to demons. And you people took over his territory, didn't you? Miha got angry. Hey, are you saying we're the same as those heretics? Miha stood up. I've said this before. My responsibility is to clean up sewer rats. Miha looked scared. But people occupy unclaimed land all the time. Right. Miha grabbed one of the unconscious men on the floor and pulled back his shirt, revealing a heretic's tattoo. That is, if you hadn't taken in his men. Hidos looked down. So, you want to eliminate us heretics, then? A wave of pressure was directed at Miha's neck. The pressure was immense. A true master is on another level. He asked Hidos, are you done? Wait. I didn't expect to meet a master assassin here. You are very perceptive. Miha replied, I know. I can see many other small details. For example, he pointed at Hidos' heart. Miha narrowed his eyes. There's something strange. It seems you've been cursed. And yet, you're still alive? Hidos was shocked. How did you know? Miha smiled brightly. I'm a hero. The higher-ups told me. Miha asked anxiously. If you know about the curse, then you must know how to break it, right? Miha crossed his arms. Well, of course. Miha was astonished. She rushed forward and started shaking Miha. What? What's the method? Tell me. If you need anything, I'll do whatever it takes to get it. She's quite desperate, Miha thought. He said to Miha, but I never operate at a loss. So, he smiled. How much do you know about me? After a while, an agreement between Miha and Hitos was drawn up. Miha handed a copy of the agreement to Hitos. All right, now stamp it here. And here. Yeah, I know. The agreement was signed immediately. To be honest, signing this agreement was a completely natural outcome. Both sides had reached a consensus, so there was no need to drag it out. First, breaking Hitos' curse. By doing so, Hitos would not suffer any further harm. The fact that a professional assassin would soon make a full recovery could not be taken lightly. To guide Thalia towards a brighter future, Miha said, Thalia's limits are very clear. Even if you surpass them, you can't escape the shackles that bind you as a member of the Dark Guild. Hitos replied, there are things we cannot deny. Therefore, Mr. Hero. Miha interrupted, yes, I already said I would help you, and the Thalia Guild will do everything in its power to help me gather information. If anyone fails to comply, Hitos continued, they will pay with their life. That is a clause in the agreement, isn't it? And Thalia must remain uninvolved. You understand the meaning behind that, don't you? Hitos bowed his head and replied, I understand. Please, eliminate the sewer rat's underlings, even though it won't be easy. Miha was about to leave. All right, that's it for now. From behind him, Hitos expressed his concern. Even after signing this agreement, I still feel it will be difficult for my guild to step out of the shadows. Miha asked coolly, have you forgotten which family I come from? Ah, House Oneperis. My father is still in the imperial capital, so just listen to him. Hitos was silent for a moment, then asked hesitantly, but is his personality as good as yours? Miha thought of his own father as a demon. That's a tough one. He shrugged. Ah, my father is on a whole other level. Don't you worry. If his personality isn't good, he won't do anything either. Hitos looked up, muttering to himself, everything has to go smoothly. Oh, dear. Miha quietly left Hitos' bar. Miha gripped her father's arm tightly. Father, what's wrong? Daughter, can we really trust him? I have a good feeling about this, my daughter. That's how I've lived my life until now. The day I met you. All my choices were based on that instinct of mine. I think it would be good if I could escape this curse. But more importantly, that hero made a promise. A promise? A promise to pull us out of the darkness. There wasn't a trace of prejudice in his eyes. That means he's sincere and thoughtful. He respected us enough that we could make an agreement together. It's not easy to get help from heroes, because if we had met while things were still up in the air, we wouldn't have had to lose a thing. Miha sighed. I understand. Miha then used his skill. 1 second, Miha saw him right there, and the next, he was gone. She remarked, for someone with the title of hero, he seems a bit too down to earth. I thought so too. At the magnificent royal palace, Miha looked around and thought, looking at the palace like this, it feels so surreal. So this is the place I need to protect. I don't feel comfortable talking to His Majesty with someone listening in, but this way, I won't be in any danger. But why do I still feel so anxious? Miha looked up, thinking, around this time, a royal knight like him should already be in the palace. That man's presence. 2 swords blocked Miha's path. Halt! Beyond this point is where the great emperor lives. Haven't you heard of me? I'm a hero. The 2 guards stared at Miha's gleaming insignia, their jaws dropping. What? They quickly composed themselves, annoyed. I'll check again. We've received a message. Please cooperate with us to verify your identity. Fine. Go ahead and verify. I've checked. Your escorting knight will be here shortly. All right. I understand. Of course, I know exactly who's coming. If the hero's escort is one of the 2 new recruits, there's only one person it could be. Greetings, hero. I am. Miha smiled. Myron, right? The escort was surprised. Ah, yes. You know who I am. Aren't we both from noble lineage? I'm from House Oneperis, and you're from House Kelly Boss. It's a pleasure to meet you. Miha extended his hand, and they shook. Yes, this is Myron Kelly Boss, the second son of Marcus Kelly Boss. And before I regressed, he was either someone I couldn't help at all, or a sinner who murdered his own father, or a hero who stopped a depraved, rampaging family. In the future, Myron will be associated with 2 contradictory titles like that, the ruined hero. Miha turned and shook Myron's hand with a bright smile. It took him by surprise. After being stunned for a moment, Myron finally reacted. A bright smile appeared on his face as he spoke. I didn't expect the famous hero to know my name. Then, Myron led Miha to the Great Hall, smiling all the while. Miha looked at the pure smile on Myron's face. He thought to himself, this is how he used to be. A criminal, a fallen hero. That's what people called him. But right now, he genuinely seems quite carefree and kind. Suddenly, Miha spoke up. Sir Myron, you were just appointed as a royal knight not too long ago, right? Myron quickly replied, yes, but becoming a royal knight makes me very proud." Then, Myron scratched his face and added with his self-deprecating smile, "Of course, compared to you, it's nothing at all." Hearing this, Miha immediately countered, "No, achieving that, at your age is very admirable." Flattered, Myron's smile grew even wider as he replied, "Hearing you say that makes me happier." Seeing Myron like this, Miha rejoiced internally. That's right, that smile is still pure. That's because until now, Myron still doesn't know the truth about his father, the very cause of his self-destruction. When Miha spoke with his father, he had already mentioned it. There's only one way to take down Marquess in a single blow, and Miha needs Myron for that plan. Suddenly, Miha looked at Myron and asked him, "Myron, what do you think of Marcus Kellyboss?" Hearing this, Myron was taken aback and asked, "You mean, my father?" He then answered seriously, "I respect him. We are one of the 4 great families of the kingdom, and isn't he our head? Of course, I know father isn't too fond of the Oneperis family, but that was just a bit of impulsiveness from his youth. My father is a mature man, he wouldn't hold a grudge over one thing." Hearing this, Miha almost burst out laughing. He scoffed internally. "Mature? Ha, ridiculous. Before my regression, even as my family was collapsing, it was Marcus who relentlessly oppressed and destroyed it. Marcus went too far, and Myron found out. That's when the conflict was ignited, and everything became a disaster. There's a lot to think about, but now is the right time to let him know this." Miha continued walking and asked with a casual air, "Speaking of which, Sir Myron, there's something stirring in the capital lately. Do you know about it?" Hearing that, Myron moved closer and said, "If it's about..." Miha suddenly uttered 4 words, "the Dark Clan." This caused Myron's brow to furrow. He clearly disliked discussing this topic. Myron replied hastily, "That's a rather thorny issue, but it can't be resolved overnight, and..." But before Myron could finish, Miha interrupted, "Are the royal knights not involved at all?" Myron nodded, then hesitated before replying with a sad smile. "That's right. I understand what you mean, but my duty is to protect the king. Someone else has already been assigned to handle that matter." Miha looked at the hesitating Myron and suggested, "Perhaps, but it would be a different story if the king gave his permission." This elicited a shocked reaction from Myron, from head to toe. Miha clearly knew what Myron craved. He's a royal knight now, but in reality, he hates being tied down in one place. The reason he accepted a position so ill-suited for him was because Marcus wanted it. This means that with just a little push from Miha, Myron could easily be guided toward the hidden route. Hiding it was part of the plan Miha had devised. Seeing Myron's reaction to his proposal, Miha continued, "If you want, I can put in a good word for you during my audience with the king." Then, Miha looked directly into Myron's eyes and said, "I don't just see people for who they are. God is always by my side, and sometimes he whispers to me. He says." Miha smiled at Myron and slowly added, "That you have a destiny of your own." Myron's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't hide the emotions stirring in the deepest corner of his heart. Myron knew this was his chance to break free from his chains. After a moment of thought, Myron asked hesitantly, "Could you really speak for me?" Miha was satisfied. The fish had taken the bait. He quickly nodded in agreement. "Of course, it's easy enough." Afterwards, Myron led Miha to the grand hall and said, "This is the escorted audience chamber. The honor is all mine." Then, Miha opened the door and entered alone. The moment he stepped inside, a voice rang out, "You've had a long journey." Miha gave a polite smile and replied, "It is a great honor to be in your presence, your majesty." King Jesus walked down to where Miha stood. He looked Miha up and down, then said judgmentally, "You don't look very honorable." King Jesus' eyes were scrutinizing, his voice laced with sarcasm. "You greet me with respect because I am the emperor. Yet your tone carries not a shred of it. How amusing." Hearing this, Miha calmly closed his eyes and replied, "Thank you for the compliment." King Jesus walked past Miha and continued, "I never expected a hero to hail from Oneperis, especially since I'm the one who decides who becomes a hero, so I did a little research." King Jesus held a document with Miha's history, his voice sharp as he judged him with a glance. "Miha Oneperis, you used to be a madman." When Miha showed no reaction, the king asked, "I'm using the past tense. Consider it a compliment. Or am I being too rude to our dear hero?" Miha kept his eyes closed, remaining calm as he replied softly, "No, I have no intention of denying the truth." Miha understood that King Jesus wasn't just evaluating him as a hero. He was also trying to figure out what kind of man Miha Oneperis was. Was he a rebel? A fool? Had he been blinded by his own fame? Or did he harbor some other ambition? The king would categorize Miha based on his actions, and for that reason. Miha gave a deceitful smile and looked at the king provocatively, saying, "But I'm more of an evolved psychopath." Miha had already made up his mind. He had no intention of giving King Jesus the answer he wanted. Jesus, refer Alexandro, the most powerful man on the continent, the king who ruled this great empire. The king was a man who understood a fundamental truth: disaster strikes when privilege is not accompanied by duty. This was the baseline. He used this baseline to begin his assessment of others. But King Jesus was in a bind. He was trying to size up Miha, but Miha had just turned the tables on him. The king thought to himself, what is wrong with this man? King Jesus realized he couldn't get a read on Miha at all. This had never happened before. How interesting. Mia's expression changed. He bowed his head, seemingly conceding, and said, I apologize if my tone was a bit jarring. Hearing this, King Jesus began to lecture him. With an attitude like that, if I were your father, I would be furious. At that, Miha laughed, looked the king straight in the eye, and said, But you aren't, are you, Your Majesty? Can't you be a little more magnanimous? King Jesus replied, Of course, hero. Then speak. Is this world truly about to face a disaster? Miha quickly said, If we prepare in advance, we can prevent anything from happening. I'm certain it's a great calamity, but its specific scale will depend on how we prepare. King Jesus. He had clearly grasped the core of Miha's words. So what you're saying is that this disaster cannot be stopped? The king asked, looking at Miha. A disaster my empire can hardly withstand. History speaks of a great demon that was exceptionally difficult to deal with. Miha interrupted. It's not just one great demon lurking in the shadows. The lord of those demons is coming as well. The king fell into a thoughtful silence upon hearing this. A lord, you say? That is not good at all. King Jesus' mind was reeling. For Miha, to mention something so impossible was absurd. Had Miha just said there was a great demon hiding right here in the imperial capital? The king looked at Miha standing below and asked, So, what do you want from me? I'm sure you didn't come here just for a social visit. You must have come because there's something you want to say. Faced with this barrage of suspicious questions, Miha adopted a thoughtful expression, rubbing his chin. Then, Miha looked at the king and began to speak slowly. What I want to say is, suddenly, Miha burst into laughter, a crazed look in his eyes as he faced the king and replied, I don't want anything at all. Upon hearing those words, King Jesus' face darkened. His brow furrowed as he asked in a strained voice, Is that so? Miha smiled. The fish took the bait. He's reacting. Miha then recalled a previous conversation with Bishop Ackley. He had mentioned a weakness. I'm not sure if this will be of any help to you, but the current emperor is very apathetic. Except, that is, when it comes to the topic of his abdication, he still gets as fired up as ever. Miha thought, simply put, the king's apathy only breaks when the subject of his abdication is raised. Regarding the abdication, the previous king once sincerely asked the current one, Son, is there anything you want? At the time, a smile played on Jesus' lips, his young face full of excitement as he said, No, I don't want a single thing. After giving that answer, the queen scolded him for 2 straight days. That's just the kind of person the current king is. King Jesus felt a headache coming on and quickly rubbed his forehead, saying, Don't want anything? Ha, you say you don't want anything? I'm sure there's something. Do you wish to become the center of this continent, or do you want me to promise you my aid? Miha looked at the king coldly and said, Seeking help? I can handle things on my own, and this empire is ruled by you, King Alexandro. I have no desire to be the center of attention here. Then, Miha's eyes narrowed into a crafty smile as he said, Why don't you give me something more fitting for me? King Jesus frowned, his voice filled with annoyance as he asked, In other words, you won't ask for anything directly, but you want me to think of something to give you? Is that it? Approached by the king, who was storming towards him impatiently. Miha waved his hand dismissively and replied, It's not as harsh as you're making it out to be, but if that's how you choose to take it, then that's up to you. Your Majesty, please try to see it from my perspective. Your Majesty, I wish I could be a perfect hero, but unfortunately, I am still lacking. King Jesu assessed him. You really don't seem like a hero at all. Then, he turned away and said, Very well. In that case, I will do as I see fit. Frankly, I have no intention of changing my mind. Miha simply replied, Yes, sir. Inwardly, he celebrated. Just a little more thick-skinned, that's all it takes. King Jesu then made his decision. I will establish a team of knights to fight the demons. I will send official orders to every feudal lord. And with that, King Jesu tossed a seal into Mia's palm. Then he added, Whenever you need help, just report to me. And stop saying you've received so much aid from the Holy Kingdom. I am more than capable of helping you far more than they ever could. This is my seal. Anytime you are within the Empire's territory, everyone will do everything in their power to assist you. Miha bowed solemnly, then laughed. Ha, you've given me far too much. King Jesu then asked, Is there anything else? Miha looked at the king cautiously and said, I don't desire anything else, After a brief exchange, the king said in surprise, "If you mean Myron, you're talking about the one from the house of Kelly Boss?" Miha quickly replied, "Ah, I was just speaking my mind. But surely, nothing would be affected if one palace knight were to be absent for a little while, right?" The king considered this, then said, "Lately, the palace knights have been completely oblivious to what's going on in the outside world. We should have at least one of them go out and get some real-world experience." "Very well. Tell that boy from the house of Kelly Boss to go out, gain some experience, and bring me back results that I will find satisfactory. You may leave. I'm sure you're pleased with this result." Miha nodded. "Yes, I am." Then, he turned to leave. But after just 5 steps, he stopped and called out, "Ah, one more thing, Your Majesty." Mia's cunning smile returned, along with a soft chuckle. "I would also like to speak with the person hiding behind that pillar," he said. King Juru let out a small, surprised, "Oh." The sunlight from outside struck the gem on his crown, making it sparkle. King Juru then spoke. "Very well, you may." The palace doors closed behind him. King Juru stared into the empty space for a long time. Finally, he tilted his head back warily and said, "He noticed. It seems that Hero has had his eye on you for some time now." At that moment, the commander of the Royal Knights, Hector Liam, stepped out from behind the pillar and replied in astonishment, "No way. He couldn't possibly have detected me just because he's a mage." The king thought for a moment, then said, "Things are no longer going as I planned. This is getting interesting. If life is boring, then what's the point of living?" Inwardly, King Jesu began to calculate. If this is a disaster that cannot be avoided no matter what we do, then we must be prepared. Meanwhile, Miha had just stepped out of the palace. Myron's voice reached him. "Hero." Myron, looking anxiously at Mia's expression, asked in a panic, "Is something wrong?" Miha replied, "The king has given his permission." Seeing Myron's face light up with a brilliant smile, Miha began to tease him. "Judging by your reaction, it seems the position of royal guard was a bit much for you." At that, Myron's smile grew even wider. "Aha! Was it that obvious?" Suddenly, he stopped laughing, and his voice became serious. "I enjoy being a knight, but I have to say, it's not at all what I imagined. Protecting the king is an honor, of course, but—" Suddenly, Miha cut him off. "Isn't your real desire to save more people?" Miha then added, "Ah, but of course, I'm not doing this for free. I have a job for you as well." Myron asked in surprise, "And what might that be?" Miha smiled. "The rat. Based on the Archdemon's appearance, I need to purify that bastard immediately. Because of that, I can't personally capture the rat or anyone associated with him." Myron asked, "So you want me to hunt them down?" Miha nodded. "Exactly." Truthfully, Miha already knew everything. This was a necessary step to bring Myron closer to the Turut. Myron, for his part, still wore that same pure, innocent smile. As he replied, "Yes, I'll do it." Suddenly, Miha raised a finger. "And one more thing. After you find them, you are to report back to me immediately. Do not take any other action." Myron then asked, "So, you want me to return and report to you right away?" He then flashed a naive grin and shouted, "I'll do exactly as you say." After finishing his conversation with Myron, Miha stepped outside. It was then that Little Boss emerged and asked, "Why did you send that knight to investigate this matter? Is there a reason for it?" Miha replied, "Of course. You'll find out soon enough." When Miha returned home, he was rendered utterly speechless by the scene before him. Frozen in place, Miha yelled, "Dad, what are you doing?" Aiden glared furiously at his damn son and bellowed, "You rotten brat. You were the one who told them to come see me, and now you're spouting this nonsense." Aiden sat there imposingly and spoke with a cold fury. "I can tell just by looking at them that they're tangled up in some serious trouble. So why did you bring them to me, huh?" Suddenly, Hedoslen timidly raised his hand. He stated in a quiet voice, "I am a professional assassin." But a second later, Aiden roared, "Shut up." Seeing his father, who was as fierce as a tiger, then he looked at Miha and Hidos, who were sitting obediently like puppies. Miha said helplessly, "Talia, the Dark Guild. I was planning to place them within our family's territory. I'm sure there's nothing you can't do, father, so I'll entrust them to you." Hearing his precious son say that, Lord Yidan roared, "So you're telling me you're just going to push them off on me because you're too busy playing hero, doing this and that?" Miha sighed and said, "If I become a successful hero, it will also help the family." His son's words started to make sense. Lord Yidan feigned a thoughtful expression and said, That's true. A master assassin. I feel like they know something." At that moment, Hidos was kneeling on the ground, utterly defeated. His daughter Miha looked at her father dejectedly and asked, "Father, are you okay?" Hidos sighed and replied, "Ah, I'm fine." Suddenly, Mia's voice rang out. What other choice do I have? I'm going to turn Talia into an intelligence agency that works for our family. Hearing this, Aidan immediately said, I hadn't heard about this. If that's the case, hiring them isn't a bad idea. Hearing this, Hedos and his son were overjoyed. The father and son smiled brightly. Miha then messaged Aidan, I'll send you the details later. Hedos and his son smiled happily and said, Thank you, thank you. After they left, Aidan looked at Miha and said, I have a lot I want to say, but I'll just ask you one thing. How did your audience with the king go? Miha replied, Oh, nothing really happened. He asked me a few pretty tough questions, but I anticipated all of them. What I didn't anticipate was, as Miha spoke, he pulled out the seal that King Jesus had given him. I received this unexpected gift. Aidan was a little surprised. The king's seal? This isn't just some simple pin. Miha agreed with this sentiment and said, I'm sure this will be very helpful to me when I'm carrying out my duties as a knight. Aidan calmly reminded him, No one in. This empire can turn their back on the king. I have to go now. Miha quickly put the seal in his pocket and replied with a smile, I still have a lot of work to do. Eden then asked, You mean the Kelly Boss family? Miha answered, Yes, that's right. Eden fell into deep thought and then asked, Son, do you know that the Kelly Boss family despises our family? Miha nonchalantly said, I heard it's because he fought with you over mother. Iden lowered his head and counted on his fingers. Yeah, that's right. To be honest, even after Cecil and I got married, he never gave up. He just kept trying to woo your mother. Miha couldn't help but curse. That bastard. Iden replied, Yeah. Although our good relationship didn't last. Hearing the regret in his father's voice, Miha comforted him. That doesn't mean you lost or anything. Eden hesitated for a moment before replying, You're right. But because of this complicated relationship between our two families, I've also hesitated in the past. Miha looked at his father and thought to himself, This seems similar to Nosha's situation. Aidan sighed and reminded him, My dear son, it would be great if you were as straightforward with others as you are with me. You need to know this, so I'm telling you. The Kelly Boss family will target our family for the rest of their lives. Miha replied without emotion, I know. Then Miha asked, Iden, what about the proposal I made to you? Iden replied, Oh, I've already done it. I'm not sure what the Kelly Boss family expects from their second son, Myron. Miha said with satisfaction, That's fine, then. Annoyed that his own son was being so secretive, Iden frowned and asked, What are you planning to do? Miha just smiled, a mix of satisfaction and cunning. Because our family is so powerful and influential on the outside, not many people will bother us. If we want to expose this, we need to do it from the inside out. At that moment, Myron was following Miha's instructions, searching for the Tarut about the sewer rat who was tainting everything in the imperial capital. A man was thrown into a pile of overturned tables and chairs. He struggled to look at Myron and said in confusion, How can a holy knight be here? Myron's eyes filled with rage and madness. He asked coldly, Jack, the leader of the Hina Dark Guild. That's you, right? Jack didn't answer the question, instead arguing fearfully, I have never challenged the king's authority. How could a lowly person like me challenge the king's authority? Myron roared in anger, Shut up. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Myron saw a prison cell. Inside were dozens, hundreds of children with grimy faces, their eyes lifeless, mixed with looks of fear. They clung to the iron bars, crying out for freedom. Myron couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Jack's collar, pulled him up, and yelled, You're the bastard handling that sewer rat's filthy business, aren't you? Then, Myron forcefully slammed the bastard's entire body onto the ground. He cried out in pain, Who cares about that? Arg. At this point, Myron was completely consumed by a furious rage. He roared in Jack's face, Shut your mouth. You call trafficking innocent children a business. Who's behind you, huh? Jack was so scared he nearly fainted. He stammered in reply, What do you mean? It seems he preferred to do things the hard way. Myron twisted and dislocated Jack's arm, making him scream in heart-wrenching pain. Myron looked at Jack with a deadly glare and threatened, Talk. Terrified, Jack babbled on, I don't know. How could I possibly know when that bastard hid their identity from me? Hearing this, Myron let his arm drop. He calculated in his mind, So there really is someone behind this. I need to verify it. Suddenly, Myron looked up at the tabletop. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, This is. Myron had discovered a scarf bearing his family's crest. He wondered in confusion, Why is this scarf here? Myron clenched the scarf in his hand. He had thought this was just some trivial matter. There's no way my family is involved with these scumbags. Myron shook his head repeatedly in denial. No way. Then he threw the scarf away. His subconscious kept telling him that his family would never be involved in this mess. But as soon as Myron returned to his room, he immediately called his father. His voice was urgent. "Father, what are you talking about?" On the other end of the line was the voice of Myron's father, the Marquis, filled with reproach. "I told you to stop doing these useless things. My son, I just want you to bring glory to our family. Just fulfill your duties as a holy knight, as I've told you." Hearing this, Myron was extremely indignant and argued back. "But father, this is the mission His Majesty the King gave me. The work I'm doing will bring even more glory to our family." Marcus wouldn't let Myron say another word. He cut him off. "Stop it. I'll be coming to the capital soon. Until then, don't do any of those things." Then Marcus began to remind him, "Just try to fulfill your duties as a holy knight. That's an order from your father." Myron was stunned by his father's words. He couldn't believe it and stammered, "What?" After the call, 1,000 thoughts flooded Myron's mind. "I don't understand. Wasn't father? Weren't you the one who taught me to always live a glorious life? So why?" Myron panicked internally. He couldn't help but remember the handkerchief with his family's crest. "Don't tell me Hidos is outside watching." Seeing Myron looking shocked and thoughtful by the window, that man said the seeds of doubt have been sown. Meanwhile, Miha was casually chatting with the butler. Butler Modin smiled warmly at Miha, then reported, "Everything here is still fine, young master." Miha blinked expressionlessly and said, "That tree has gotten much bigger." Butler Modin smiled and replied, "Yes, the tree's life force is incredibly strong." Miha calmly explained, "It will continue to grow even bigger. If we just leave it be, it will purify the toxins on its own. We don't need to watch over it. But have you been doing the muscle training exercises I told you about? To reach a higher level, you have to take care of yourself." Hearing this, Butler Modin's face darkened. "Young master, I've realized something during my training. Muscles don't get stronger overnight, especially for an old man like me." Seeing Miha's emotionless face, Butler Modin seemed to explode, letting all his feelings out. "A mage in his twilight years like me shouldn't have to go through such difficult times. Twilight years or not, a mage is still human." Miha, looking bored, turned away and replied indifferently, "Yeah, whatever." This broke Butler Modin's heart, who screamed, "Are you ignoring me?" Suddenly, Miha looked at Modin seriously and asked, "How is Leon?" Butler Modin immediately replied, "Young Master Leon is growing at an incredibly astonishing rate. Based on his current progress, I think he'll be able to become a master within a year." Hearing this, Miha thought to himself, "That's possible. Before I regressed, Leon was already a genius who had reached the master level." Then, Miha instructed the butler, "If he needs anything, give him your full support. He's someone worth investing in." Butler Modin bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, I understand." After finishing his conversation with Butler Modin, Miha stood up and stretched his tired body. He looked up at the vast sky and said, "I need to get ready. He'll probably be here soon." As Miha was taking a walk outside, Hedos's voice suddenly rang out. "Hero, the Marquis has just arrived in the capital." At the call of Hero, a guard bowed to welcome the Marquis' return. He spoke after Miha stepped out of the carriage. "The Marquis has just arrived in the capital. What should we do now?" Hidos asked. After hearing him, Miha just smiled and questioned back, "What do you mean?" The man answered calmly, "Don't do anything at all." Hearing this, Hidos looked up, a little surprised. "We don't need to interrupt the conversation between that harmonious father and son." Hidos suddenly cut in, "Hero, do you think the second son of House Kelly Boss would dare to defy his family?" The main character replied sternly, "If he figures things out, watch him carefully." A blond man with a grim expression said, "Right at this moment, some interesting things are about to happen." In the magnificent castle, upon seeing the person before him, Myron gasped in surprise. "Father," the young man asked, puzzled, "why have you come here so suddenly?" The other person replied, "I came to check, to see if you are truly obeying my words. Of course, that's not the only reason I'm here." Hearing these words, Myron's brow furrowed in fear. He silently speculated, "There's only one reason I can think of for Father to visit the capital, the hero. Father secretly came to the capital, but there's no way he hasn't heard about it." Suddenly, the man's voice rang out, "Are you upset that I stopped you from continuing your investigation?" The clock ticked and stopped at 10 minutes past 7. At that moment, Myron mustered all his courage to express his view. That matter would bring more glory to our family. But before he could finish his sentence, his father cut him off. "But that is not what I want." The young man sounded reproachful. "If that's the case, then you shouldn't have advised me to become a holy knight." The other person simply sat down comfortably in a chair and replied calmly, "And I don't need to get involved in this to secure a higher position for you." Myron stood his ground. "That's not the only thing that can bring glory." Hearing this, his father quickly refuted him, speaking with a hidden meaning. "Do you think the glory from this title belongs only to you? Your glory also represents our family. Myron was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and stated firmly through gritted teeth, "Our family has been disgraced." Hearing this, the man's gaze grew distant. He asked himself, "What should I do now?" The boy has sacrificed himself, living like an obedient puppet of the family to become a holy knight. Myron spoke again. "To maintain the power of a noble family, you need the help of the royal palace. However, the king entrusted this mission to me. He only assigned the mission to me." Seeing the young man's determined attitude, his father thought to himself, "Does this naive, foolish child think our family climbed to its current position through glory alone? If so, he won't listen to me," just as he predicted. Myron spoke up. "Father, I also believe that it is the honor of a holy knight to help people and pursue justice. This is the path I have chosen." Of course, these words truly infuriated the man. It drove him into a rage, and he slammed his hand on the table. Then, he shouted agitatedly, "Myron, I already told you, stop investigating that matter. That is an order from the head of the family." The stubborn Myron immediately shot back, "Why?" Seeing his son's resentful expression, the man broke into a nervous sweat. He could only utter a single word, "Son." At that moment, an indescribable fear welled up inside him. Before, the boy used to tremble in fear whenever I got angry. I'm speechless. He's received an order from the king, and he also has to uphold his title as a knight. Back in the present, Myron quickly explained, "Because of your order, I have not continued to investigate the Dark Guild. Furthermore, instead, I've been thinking about why you stopped me from investigating that Dark Guild." The young man recalled the scarf from before, then looked down at his own empty hands. He continued in a calm voice, "While investigating that guild, I discovered a scarf that bore our family's crest." This made the man's eyes widen. "What?" He muttered to himself, "You might have been set up. They must have thought you'd fall right into their trap." Myron replied in disappointment, "Even if you did it, father, there's something you must do. If it's about that, then fine. I know what my weakness is. That's why I have to cooperate with someone I can trust." Without a hint of fear, Myron frankly admitted, "I asked a hero for help." The other person was confused upon hearing this. "You had to ask the Oneperis family for help?" Myron quickly clarified, "I didn't ask anyone from the Oneperis family." As the golden sunlight streamed in from the window, his expression was filled with determination as he spoke. "I asked a hero." Hearing these words, his father sensed that things were about to go off course. He thought to himself, "How disgusting. That bastard Miha Oneperis is plotting something." In the end, he just found the whole thing incredibly troublesome. He silently observed his son, then suddenly stared into Myron's eyes for a long time, causing the young man to exclaim in shock, "Father, you really—" The man, who had seemed uninterested, continued to stare into his eyes. He frowned slightly, and with some kind of strange magic, Myron suddenly and inexplicably vanished. At the same time, on the other side, our protagonist cheerfully exclaimed, I see." He gave a faint smile, celebrating inwardly. Perhaps because everything was going according to plan, he was so delighted that his face twisted into a distorted grin. In the eerie, dark night, the sounds of slaughter echoed everywhere. Bodies were strewn across the street. Among them was the guild master of the Serpent Guild. He whimpered, asking, Why? We didn't do anything. We didn't do the things you mentioned," the masked man said coldly, "but you still hold intelligence." He then quickly grabbed the man's throat, his voice a warning, "Don't worry. If you all disappear, no one will ever know." A few minutes later, the guildmaster's body suddenly went limp. He collapsed to the ground, giving up. Seeing this, the masked man quickly took out a strange vial, moving as if he'd done this many times before. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "That's a corrosive solution. One that was commonly used in the old days. To think I get to see it here. It brings back memories." Hearing this, the masked man froze, his heart pounding with fear that he couldn't recognize who this was. Hedos continued, "Do you know who I am? Let me introduce myself. I am the guild master of Talia." He made an attractive offer. "I have many questions for you, so it would be great if you came with me." The masked man tried to negotiate. "If I go with you, will you spare me?" Hedos gave his word to reassure him. "Yes, I promise." In his mind, the masked man was calculating. "My instincts are telling me. I can feel an oppressive aura from him. He's definitely stronger and more skilled than I am. He must also recognize the gap in our abilities, which is why he's so relaxed. He's not the least bit wary of me. Now's my chance." Without hesitation, the masked man drew his sword, intending to finish his opponent in an instant. Just as he was reveling in the thought that his blade had struck true, the sword in his hand suddenly stopped. He looked down to see his own body trembling, unable to complete the attack. Hedos casually mocked him, "Oh, no. With such a huge difference in power, you still dare to fight? How embarrassing." Looking at the dark aura emanating around him, The masked man couldn't believe his eyes. Don't tell me. This is the dark attribute. Hitos gently caressed his sword. He said calmly, "Hey now, since you've refused my offer." He pulled down the man's mask and continued, "You no longer have the right to speak." As he finished speaking, he swiftly withdrew his hand, eliminating his opponent decisively. Before being swallowed by the darkness, the masked man could only let out a cry of pain. Ah! Hitos silently gazed at the battlefield he had created. Suddenly, a clear voice called out, "Father." The man turned and offered encouragement. "You fought hard, Miha." Miha, carrying someone on her back, spoke urgently. "Two of them took poison on the spot, so I couldn't bring them here." Hitos heard this and countered, "It's fine. These three will be enough for us to extract information from. In fact, the fact that they put these people in. This current situation means that the Kelly boss family is getting desperate." After piecing things together, Hitos had to admit one thing, just as he said. This business is too cruel and too brazen for a noble family to be involved in. If this gets out, the Kelly boss family will suffer a heavy blow. With that said, Hitos turned and left. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel. Interesting. Very interesting. I wonder what the hero plans to do with these guys. In the room, only the two young men were negotiating. Myron made his request. "I need your help." He began to pour out his thoughts. "I'm not sure, but I can't ignore any possibility." "So, what have you decided?" Miha asked curiously. The young man hesitated before answering. "There are dark parts of my family's history that I know nothing about. They might not even." Before he could say more, the main character quickly cut in, receiving help from the secret guilds within the Empire, right? Seeing that the man had hit the nail on the head, Myron's expression soured. He asked quietly, "You already knew?" Miha immediately reassured the young man. "If a hero like me didn't know about this, how could I possibly save the world? Even if it's something that will happen in the future, I still need to know everything and be prepared." Hearing these words, the spirit by his side had to marvel. "You really lie with a straight face." At that moment, Myron, full of doubt, asked, "So, did you get me permission to participate in investigating the events outside the palace a few days ago?" The main character replied, "I don't deny it." The young man looked defeated upon hearing this. He hung his head, blaming himself. "I'm the second son in the family, but I can't do anything at all." Mita looked at the man before him with a sympathetic gaze. Myron hasn't completely lost hope yet. "I feel sorry for him, but I need to crush it. Crush every last shred of hope until there's nothing left." Just then, the young man spoke up. "I don't know anymore." He thought to himself, "Right. Nothing is absolute. If things keep piling on, Myron could become the turning point that changes the Kelly boss family." With this in mind, the main character raised his hand as a signal, then said excitedly, "I have something to show you." He knew exactly what he had to do. Thinking of Hitos, "I'm about to show him some undeniable proof." A moment later, Hitos and Miha appeared before Myron. This made him exclaim in shock, "Huh, hero. These people are?" Miha quickly stood up and explained, "They just captured these assassins. Somehow, they launched a surprise attack on the secret guild's territory and tried to assassinate someone. Strange, isn't it?" Seeing the stunned expression on the other's face, Miha grew even more excited. "Knight Myron." As he finished speaking, the young man walked over to one of the masked figures. He immediately ripped the mask off. Seeing this, Myron froze, his face unable to hide his absolute shock. It was. Myron Kelly Boss was dumbfounded upon hearing those words. "Strange, isn't it, Knight Myron?" He was completely floored when he recognized the figure, the hand holding the mask, revealing a face covered in scars and stitches. Myron Kelly Boss correctly identified the man. "Kleck the Butcher." Not understanding what was happening, he asked, "Why is this criminal here?" Miha Oneperis calmly replied, "Let's see who else is here." Wisps of spirit energy gradually escaped from the masks, beginning to form into complete bodies. All of these masked individuals were criminals, notorious criminals. And Myron Kelly Boss swallowed nervously because he knew who they were. They were the very criminals who had been executed by the Kelly Boss family. Miha Oneperis, with a gloomy and bored expression, said, "Perhaps their talents were wasted. How you treated them doesn't even matter. Their crimes were so severe they had to receive the death penalty." Myron Kelly Boss trembled in fear, rendered speechless. A tense, suffocating atmosphere filled the room. Elsewhere, Kelly Boss, with his back to his subordinate, asked again, because he thought his ears must be playing tricks on him after hearing something so absurd. "What did you just say?" The subordinate replied, "I've received a report. The men we sent to assassinate the Dark Guild have been killed." Kelly Boss remains stubborn in his belief. "I'm certain there's no one in the Dark Guild strong enough to do that. So why are you spouting such ridiculous nonsense, huh?" The subordinate was sweating bullets. They were vaporized. leaning on his cane. Kelly Boss thought, "Did I fail? Don't tell me." He recalled the determined look in his son's eyes and his words. "I've asked the hero for help." He cursed in anger. It was that bastard. In his mind, Kelly Boss envisioned the silhouette of Miha Oneperis and his sharp red eyes. He asked his subordinate, "Where is Miha Oneperis now?" The subordinate answered, "He's at the central temple." Kelly Boss calmly replied, "I see," and began to walk. "I'll go there to see him." A while later, in a room with classical architecture, Miha Oneperis was laughing. "Ha ha ha. My oh my," when he noticed his sudden visitor. "Well, if it isn't the Marquis," Kelly Boss replied. "It's been a while, Miha Oneperis." Mockingly, Miha said, "What wind blew the head of a great and noble family all the way here?" He continued his sarcastic tone. "Since you're such a grand nobleman, I'm sure you must have a very great and noble reason." Kelly Boss showed little emotion, calmly replying, "Let's go. Somewhere else to talk." The two went to a room that resembled a chapel and sat opposite each other. Kelly Boss didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "We're not close enough for pleasantries, so I'll be direct." He then asked a question with no context, but they both understood. "Was it you?" Miha played dumb, smiling as he replied, "I don't know what you're talking about, sir." Kelly Boss spoke bluntly to save them both time. "I was informed that my son's impulsive behavior is because of you." Miha calmly responded, "I don't think exposing the person behind the Dark Guild's crimes is impulsive." Kelly Boss threatened, "I'm warning you again. Stay away from my son." Miha chuckled in reply, "You'll have to explain why before I can accept your warning." He stared at Kelly Boss. "Why shouldn't I?" Kelly Boss stared right back into his eyes. After a long silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Have you ever heard the phrase, a necessary evil? Evil is just a simple method of evaluation. A place that's easily corrupted will inevitably collapse and become degenerate. Therefore, someone needs to control that evil." He continued, "My family is a prime example of this." Miha, with a deadpan expression, asked, "So what are you trying to say?" Kelly Boss said grimly, "I am the one who controls the evil within the empire." "Do you really think the king is unaware of this?" Miha rested his chin on his hand, listening with a bored expression. He started droning on again. "A world cannot exist with only light. Your way of looking at things is still so naive." Miha held out a hand, asking mockingly, "Did the king also give you permission to sell your own son into slavery?" The question stunned Kelly Boss. Miha stood up, planting his hands on the table. "I highly doubt it." "Ah, and even if he did, that affection is just something he could afford to lose, right?" he said with a confident smile. "You'll have to listen to a few words from Jack, but nothing serious will happen." Kelly Boss replied, "You seem to understand things very well." Miha placed a hand on his shoulder. He flashed a sly, provocative smile. "But you know, I don't really care about any of that." He continued, "Do you think I'm standing here right now as a member of the Oneperis family?" Once again, he was terrified. He'd suffered too many shocks tonight. Miha Oneperis introduced the place. "This is the central temple. I'm extremely composed. Every word I say is straight to the point. As for you being some kind of hero, I couldn't care less whether you think you're necessary evil or anything else." Marquis Kelly Boss's eyes widened in fury, but he was speechless. He could only listen to my insults. "Don't even try to spout any of that ridiculous self-defense nonsense." I added another jab. "Isn't arresting criminals a bad thing? Why do you have so many opinions about it?" Miha Oneperis held up 2 fingers and said, "Right now, you just need to pick one of 2 options. Either you stop participating in the Dark Guild's activities, or you continue to uphold that wonderful necessary evil you just mentioned. You have to choose right here, right now." My gaze was razor sharp, radiating a cold aura, as if I was ready to pounce and annihilate my prey. Marquis Kelly Boss. The bell in the temple rang. I stood there, thinking to myself, humph. So even he couldn't control his anger and just stormed off. Miha Oneperis crossed his arms and turned around. I spoke to the empty air. "Did you hear all of that?" Suddenly, a corner of space was torn open. Black lightning crackled and grew, revealing a figure. It was Myron Kelly Boss. His face was now filled with utter dejection and disappointment. Miha Oneperis smiled confidently at Myron Kelly Boss's words. "I've made my decision." His face was now filled with determination. "I will file a complaint against my own family." A man began to disintegrate, crumbling into ash, his eyes wide with utter shock. And Miha Oneperis knew he had witnessed everything. He then went on to explain the hidden circumstances that no one knew. He recalled a blonde-haired man talking cheerfully with a blue-haired man whose bangs covered his eyes. I concluded that the darkness had been hidden within his family, the Kelly Boss family, for a long time. Then, the darkness showed Myron Kelly Boss his younger self. As for me, I concluded that they had intentionally kept him away from the family's illegal activities. His face was filled with astonishment. As he witnessed his family's conversations and transactions, his eyes flew open in disbelief. After that, before Myron Kelly Boss was a great black void, with fragments of ash swirling around. His eyes widened in shock, and I offered a profound insight. The moment he was born, a footstep from a bright space approached him, and the darkness shattered and dispersed. Finally, I came to a conclusion. He was destined to become the face that would bring honor to the family, a holy knight. A hand grabbed his young wrist and pulled him along. Myron Kelly Boss was dragged away in a daze, his eyes still wide as he followed the conversation before him. Myron Kelly Boss realized in his thoughts that the last remnant of conscience in the Kelly Boss family, that light, was slowly consuming him. But the darkness continued to swirl relentlessly. His eyes, wide with disbelief, were filled with a sense of being broken. Then, Myron Kelly Boss returned to the present as the darkness of his memories slowly receded and vanished from him. His face was pensive, his lips pressed tight as he stared into the distance. And I made an assessment of him, that conscience has finally found the truth. Then, suddenly, Myron Kelly Boss spoke softly in the silent space. I've made my decision. I looked at him and smiled, as if I already knew. His hands were clenched so tightly they trembled. Then, his face contorted with a mix of determination and anguish as he announced his decision to me. I will report my family. After speaking, he placed a hand on his chest, bowing slightly, his expression unreadable, and added with resolve to Miha Oneperis, I must change my family. That phrase, necessary evil. He paused, then added his own thoughts, is just an excuse to justify the wrong things he has done. After stating his resolve, Myron Kelly Boss turned to look at me. You told me the T-root. I believe you have your reasons. Seeing this, I glanced away, pursing my lips and thinking to myself, he really did figure it out quickly. I couldn't help but be impressed. Then, without further hesitation, I slowly walked toward him. He also looked toward me. Miha Oneperis made a move. Well then, let's make a plan, I said, thinking to myself. Although this plan won't be completed in a year or two, that's fine. I smiled in anticipation, looking up at him, while he looked back at me. His face wrinkled with determination. He spoke up, asking, what do I need to do? Standing opposite him, I shouted the thought in my mind, Myron is the one who will rebuild his family, not me. Hearing his question, I answered softly, you just need to keep doing what you're already doing. Hearing that, he looked at me blankly. He frowned, looking confused. Seeing his expression, I quickly confirmed, this might be difficult, but you just need to keep doing the right things. At those words, his face darkened, his eyes glazed over, and he stammered to me, I don't know. He trailed off awkwardly. Then, I quickly raised my hands and cupped his cheeks, offering a reminder. But remember this one thing. I paused, and Myron Kelly Boss looked at me in surprised confusion at my action. Then, I looked directly into his eyes, smiled, and emphasized, don't waver. Then I let go of his face and added another reminder. Don't forget the emotions you're feeling right now. I paused, then continued. Don't let yourself be consumed by hatred, or become a bystander. After giving my advice, Miha Oneperis looked at him with pride, smiling and thinking to himself, Myron is developing very well. I spoke with a proud tone. Myron Kelly Boss's face was silent as he listened to me. I offered my assessment of him, a check against the Kelly Boss family. Then my hand touched his shoulder, and I moved away. I stepped back to create some distance and smiled. Then, he bowed slightly and confirmed softly, I will report to you on what has transpired after the investigation of the guild. The Dark Guild concludes. I listened from the other side and replied casually, if you need help, you can come to the temple or my family. Miha Oneperis confirmed. He looked up, following him with his eyes, smiling and thinking, I wonder if honor. He paused, then remembered that old, green-haired man. I added to my thoughts, or his essential evil. He was currently in his study. Then I asked myself with great interest, we'll win this. At that thought, I excitedly put my hands on my hips, tilted my head up, and smiled, declaring, well then, let's get started. Behind me, someone watched silently, looking completely bewildered. In another room, a loud crash echoed as Duke Kelly Boss slammed his hands on a table, sending things flying. He roared in fury, that damned kid. He lowered his head, his gaze unfocused as he was lost in frustrating thoughts, trying to calm himself down. Calm down, he can't do anything. Then, he remembered Miha standing before the guilds, stating his intentions. There's no way he could investigate all the dark guilds across the empire by himself. It must be an empty threat. The Duke frowned, annoyed, sinking into his own decisions. But for now, I still need to concede a little. Kelly Boss imagined a knight reporting to the king and concluded, if His Majesty finds out about this, nothing good will come of it. He trailed off, then struggled with his next course of action. First, Myron. Thinking of his son, the Duke's face twisted in frustration. He clutched his head, his eyes wide as he ground his teeth, saying, "I have to summon the boy here." Then, he pictured strong chains, screaming inwardly, instead of letting him run wild and destroy the dark guilds. With that ridiculous sense of justice of his, he paused, then decided on a course of action. Perhaps it's best to lock the boy up in the family estate. The Duke imagined locking him in a gilded cage while his son struggled to break free. Then, he continued his calculations. The archdemon has already been purified. Duke Kelly Boss recalled the scene of the black waterfall crumbling in the town. Based on that, he reasoned, therefore, the Holy Nation can no longer convict me for the archdemon incident. The Duke smugly covered his mouth to hide a grin, thinking, and now, the Holy Nation is basically a beast that has lost its claws. He scoffed. That damn kid still doesn't understand how this world works. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Sir, he froze, then regained his composure and turned around, his hands still on the table. He looked at the servant who had just entered and asked, "What is it?" The servant was kneeling on the floor. Hearing the Duke's question, he stammered in reply, "The Archbishop has made an official announcement in the Grand Temple." Hearing this, something inside Duke Kelly Boss snapped. The servant added, "He said they will overthrow the Dark Guilds." The servant paused. Hearing this, the Duke was completely stunned, his eyes wide and his face contorted in shock. Then, the servant added, "and that he will lead the effort himself." The servant trailed off. The Duke, in disbelief, questioned him. What? In his imagination, the small cage had fallen. The chains had vanished amidst a wondrous light. In the Grand Temple, the Archbishop was smiling joyfully, his entire body glowing. With his hands open wide in a benevolent gesture, he declared, "Ha ha, a true hero." He then pointed towards the two people opposite him. He proclaimed, "You have never disappointed me." Across from him, Miha and Myron Kelly Boss looked on silently. Then, the Archbishop addressed Miha again with a proud, beaming smile. "To think you made this decision in such a short amount of time." Hearing this, Miha asked for his opinion. "Is this truly feasible?" In response, the Archbishop quickly took out his war hammer. He held it high, light glinting off it like the light of truth itself, and replied, "Miha Oneperis. Although the Holy Nation no longer holds as much power as it once did, the Holy Nation is still the Holy Nation." He reminded him, his eyes crinkling into a smile. Swinging the hammer in the air, he declared, "Don't we just need to smash the heads of those demons?" Hearing that, Miha replied, "If there are indeed demons hiding there, then yes, that is the case." Miha Oneperis confirmed this while looking at the Archbishop's bright smile. As the Archbishop swung his hammer, Miha thought to himself, although he currently looks like a gentle old man, in his youth, his reputation was anything but small. Miha watched the gentle-looking man smiling and swinging his hammer before him. He confirmed it again, the demon smasher. In Mia's mind's eye, the man's past self was a demon slayer drenched in blood, holding his war hammer with a devilish grin. He concluded, he could smash the heads of countless monsters and was also a heresy investigator who helped turn the tide in the past. Next, Miha Oneperis gestured towards Myron Kelly Boss, who was bowing beside him, and introduced him. "With Sir Myron's help here, we will finish this soon." Myron lifted his tired eyes to look up. Miha continued the introduction, the second son of the Kelly Boss family, then explained further. "Just because he is a member of the Kelly Boss family does not mean he is like the others. You can trust him," Miha stated firmly. Finally, he smiled at the Archbishop and made his request. "Please, destroy the Dark Guilds in this imperial capital." Beside him, Myron Kelly Boss remained silent. Miha Oneperis then spoke to him. "An opportunity like this is rarely given to those who bear the title of knight." Hearing him say that, the Archbishop, still holding his hammer, confirmed, "Very well." Hearing this, Miha Oneperis quickly turned to Myron and instructed, "Sir Myron, I will leave the rest to you. Don't forget what I told you." Beside him, Myron looked at him resolutely, nodded, and confirmed, "Yes, I'll be careful." Suddenly, a loud shout calling his name interrupted their conversation. Miha Oneperis. He calmly glanced over in the direction of the voice. Duke Kelly Boss was storming towards them, shouting furiously, his face twisted with anger. "What do you think you're doing?" He challenged him, then retorted, "An outsider like you has no right to interfere with us." His voice trailed off and he froze. When he saw both Miha and his son raise their heads to look at him, Miha looked at the Duke with a mocking smile and asked, "Ha ha, what are you talking about?" Beside the Archbishop, watching as if it were a good show, someone smiled cheerfully. Then, he extended a hand towards Myron Kelly Boss and began the introduction. "This is the Holy Knight, who has been granted permission by His Majesty the King to investigate the Dark Guild." Upon hearing this, the young man scowled at his father. Seeing this, the Duke of House Kelly boss became even more enraged and screamed, "Myron, what the hell do you think you're doing? To protect our family's honor, you should." His face twisted in anger as he spoke. He quickly cut his father off, stating his own opinion. "I don't know, father." Hearing this, the man froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he asked, "What?" Then, without hesitation, Myron Kelly Boss calmly pulled out the letter of authorization and declared, "His Majesty has given me permission to investigate." He added, "I have also officially received the authority to look into this matter." The Duke froze, staring at his son. Then, he walked right past the man, confirming once more, "I must do what I believe is right." The Grand Duke was stunned. He was unable to react to Myron's actions. Myron then said, "If you truly are my father, the man I have always trusted, who understands what honor is, you wouldn't stand in my way." Hearing these words, the Grand Duke of House Kelly Boss grew even more furious, grinding his teeth, his eyes wide and contorted with rage. He shouted threateningly at him, "Do you want to be disowned?" Hearing this, Myron Kelly Boss paused in his tracks for a moment, then calmly replied, "Then go ahead." As he walked away, he added, "Father, no matter what you do, I will not give up on what I'm doing now." He then advised, "So please, just give up." Hearing this, the Duke became even more furious, his face contorting as he watched his son, grinding his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Miha Oneperis, standing behind them with his hands clasped behind his head, casually taunted the man. That's what he said. The Duke's eyes shot over to him, his pupils constricted with rage. Then, composing himself, he asked, "Are you the one behind all of this?" Hearing that, he just tilted his head back and smiled. Then, turning towards the Duke with his hands still behind his head, he confirmed, "I'm just doing what a hero is supposed to do." Miha Oneperis stretched his arms until they trembled, letting out a satisfied groan. He stood outside, looking up at the sky joyfully with his boss floating beside him. He exclaimed, "The time we spent was totally worth it." The woman beside him looked at him doubtfully and asked, "Weren't you a bit too aggressive just now? They're one of the great noble families." Before she could finish, he softly assured her, "It's fine." Then he added confidently, "Sir Myron will handle it." That night, brilliant flashes of light lit up the capital. 4 days had passed since Grand Inquisitor Ali's official announcement. Myron held the knight's sword, drawn from its sheath. His eyes were wide, his pupils narrowed with serious intent. Then the Grand Inquisitor's mace was raised high to give the signal. At the same time, a shout rang out, "Purge." Under the leadership of the Grand Inquisitor and Myron, members of the Central Church had surrounded the Dark Guild. Sword strikes cut into the members of the Dark Guild, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He yelled internally about the spoils of this hunt, and finding countless pieces of evidence of their crimes. In the end, the once chaotic Dark Guild was dealt with swiftly. Blood slowly dripped from his stained blade. And in just those 4 days, Myron Kelly Boss's face was splattered with blood, his pupils shrinking in horror and tormented anguish as he struggled to remain calm at the sight of the bodies before him. In the end, the Dark Guild that the Kelly Boss family had worked so hard to build was completely eradicated. He stood in a sea of corpses, holding his sword with an unreadable expression, looking all around. Later, when this story was recounted, an attendant whispered a report to the king. And when the king heard the news, he couldn't stop laughing. The king's eyes darkened, and his mouth stretched into an unending, joyful grin. Back in the present, Miha Oneperis tilted his head, glanced over with a smile, and remarked, "I didn't even have to try," he added. Even though it pained him, Sir Myron still did everything he could by himself. He then quickly turned, opened a carriage door, and stepped inside, remarking, "When he runs into trouble, I just need to step in a little." From behind, she watched him, utterly bewildered. Then, she also got into the carriage, making an observation of her own, "You have a really strange personality." Inside, Miha Oneperis rested his arm on the windowsill, fiddling with a lock of his hair and smiling as he looked outside. He then left the imperial capital on his way to Draculian. A year and a half went by. Wind carried flower petals, making them float through a small forest in a beautiful valley. A figure stepped out from the edge of the woods. Stepping onto the grass and taking in the view below was Miha Oneperis. He walked with one hand on his hip, smiling as he commented, "This place is full of life now." Tepes, standing beside him, suggested, "If it weren't for you, this place probably would have been abandoned." Hearing this, Miha looked over at him. He smiled, listening as Tepes continued, "And would have fallen into ruin." With that, Tepes placed a hand over his chest and bowed to him. He softly confirmed, "It's all thanks to you." Hearing this, Miha Oneperis humbly replied, "I only did what needed to be done." He looked at him and thought to himself. A week ago, Tepes returned to Draculian with about 30 other monster hunters. Hearing Miha's words, he raised his head and smiled in the wind. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed. He watched the hunters training before him. He observed, I've met some of them before, but others are new. A hairy man with sharp claws and fangs rushed forward to fight. He thought, if he wasn't afflicted with the werewolf curse. Miha Oneperis' thought trailed off as he looked at a girl with two different colored eyes. She was also training with great determination. He realized she possessed the evil eyes. Then, Tepes also looked over at them. His face looked a bit gloomy as he asked doubtfully, besides them, aren't there also a few people here who aren't very welcome, Miha? Hearing that, Oneperis followed his gaze and answered, that's right. But I was the one who told him to gather them. Seeing them, the crowd of hunters began to laugh and chat happily. A werewolf approached the two and spoke up. If it weren't for the captain and the lord, he trailed off. Miha Oneperis looked at the werewolf walking towards him and identified him in his mind. The hunter, Ansbach, the one afflicted by the werewolf curse, he noted internally. Ansbach, however, smiled joyfully at the two of them. Miha stood before him with his arms crossed and asked, are you still having nightmares these days? Hearing this, the werewolf's gaze fell, and he replied sorrowfully, is there really any way to stop them? He looked at his own trembling hand and cursed because of those damned bastards. Ansbach cut himself off, then continued, his voice trembling. With my own hands, I killed them. My family. Before he could finish, a person with demon eyes peeked out from below. She asked doubtfully, Hero, if we continue to stay here, can we really kill those demons? Hearing this, he answered the girl with the demon eyes, everyone needs to train. The most important thing is to forge a stronger will. You can't let hatred cloud your judgment. Hearing that, the other two looked at him, slightly stunned. Miha Oneperis cut himself off, then looked up with a smile, affirming to himself, I won't say that hatred is wrong. Then he looked straight ahead, his eyes filled with determination, and screamed internally. Their hatred for the demons is not wrong at all. Then he made a decision. It's fine if they hate the demons. Next, Miha Oneperis laid out the next step in his mind. But I have to stop them from letting their rage cause them to slaughter innocent people, these hunters. A red glint of slaughter and hatred flashed in his eyes as he looked at them, observing. Because among the hunters, there will be some who, due to their hatred, will have their reason clouded and slaughter innocent civilians. He noted this, then praised himself. Good thing, I already have a plan. Next, Miha Oneperis turned to Tepes and asked, how are the things I mentioned before coming along? Hearing this, Tepes looked over and confirmed, everything is ready. Then, he turned away, lowered his head, and said anxiously, but to be honest, I still don't feel right about this. Tepes, as if afraid of being misunderstood, kept his head down but affirmed, I completely trust your decision. Miha listened as he expressed his feelings. Then, Tepes asked Miha Oneperis doubtfully, but, do we really have to do it this way? Miha smiled at Tepes' question. He crossed his arms, looked at him, and confirmed, of course. At the same time, a battle between two men was raging. One of them was sent flying in pain, slamming hard into a wall and causing a massive tremor. As rubble crumbled around him, the other man remarked mockingly, look at you. Still as weak as ever, the man who was hit collapsed to the ground. Blood trickled miserably from his mouth as he gasped for air. As soon as he caught his breath, he looked up and spoke. He cursed the one who had attacked him. You bastard. Then, he struggled to his feet. The other man approached, remarking, you've always been at the top, haven't you? Then he added, I was just as stubborn when I was young. Liam Park Slope stood up straight, spat on the ground, and retorted about the man. You're delusional. What nonsense. Then, Leon looked up cautiously, thinking to himself, I still can't find an opening, but it's better than before. He screamed internally. At first, I didn't even realize there was no opening. Immediately after, Leon Park Slope drew his sword. His gaze was fixed forward, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. A voice urged in his mind, find the blind spot. He looked at the person before him, who was emanating a dense, dark aura, their face and expression unclear. He thought to himself again, I can't believe I can't find a single opening, but finding a way out will take time. He calmed himself, swinging his sword cautiously to generate an aura. Then, in his mind, he decided on his first move. I need to attack first. No sooner said than done, Leon Park Slope quickly brought his sword back, building momentum for a forward swing. Next, he swung, unleashing Muria's correction. His eyes were wide with astonishment as he looked ahead, his holy sword swinging, and he realized. The true value of this correction method is that it doesn't limit the use of aura. Leon Park Slope looked at his sword, which was radiating aura. Unceasingly, he thought, there's a limit based on one's level. He paused, then added, but besides aura, it can also absorb and use other types of energy. He quickly closed the distance with the other man. He stared at his opponent, eyes wide, and swung his sword. The man, radiating a dark aura, dodged. Noticing something unusual about the sword strike, he stared at Leon and thought, this is holy power, but it's tainted. He has no idea he's even using holy power, the man observed. Leon Parkslope's eyes, however, remained fixed on his opponent. As an aura erupted from his entire body, his opponent parried the blow, thinking, could it be that he's only using it instinctively, just because he's fighting me? Liam Parkslope's eyes remained wide as he made his own assessment, to the point where I thought I'd pushed my aura and speed too far. Then, his body's aura began to dissipate, and he let out a helpless scream in his mind. He even thought that holy power was what he'd used to heal his own torn muscles. That guy in all black stared at him, completely shocked. Meanwhile, Liam Parkslope silently resolved to unleash a power that surpassed his limits by a whole new level. He swung his sword back. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the other man and declared, this time, things will be different. Hearing this, that man smiled as he casually cleaned up the lightning bolt. You've matured quite a bit now, Leon Parkslope. Leon swung his sword to the side, his entire body still radiating an aura. Looking at the man standing opposite him, his body charred black, his eyes narrowed with determination as he made a declaration. This time, things will be different. Then, he slashed forward. The person on the other side saw his move and smiled cheerfully, offering a comment. You've matured so much now. Next, he concluded. I'm sure I've taken him down, but Leon Parkslope was cut off. Then, the ground seemed to shatter into countless pieces. The other guy spoke up, questioning his attack. Is speed all you have? Immediately after, he attacked his side, causing him to drop his sword in pain as his face darkened in defiance. Leon Parkslope realized he had made a grave mistake. Right after the hit, he tumbled to the ground. Lying there, he gritted his teeth in anger, screaming in his thoughts. When did he hit me? He wondered in a panic, completely bewildered. The other man approached and stood before him as he was still scrambling to get up. He confirmed his thoughts. You're still wondering when I attacked you, aren't you? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and stared at him. Then, the man in the shadows brushed his hair back. He explained, it's not that you couldn't see it. He paused, then looked down on him from above and stated firmly, it's that you can't see it. He looked at the man, utterly stunned. The man, still not taking his eyes off him, toyed with a lock of his own hair. He confirmed again, I say that because you've been careless. Then he added more about the things you can utilize and the things you can receive. Hearing these words, Leon Parkslope stared at the man in shock and asked, what? The man, still stroking his hair, stood before him and asked, who's Mile? He honestly knelt and answered him, a famous sword master. Hearing the answer, the other person quickly waved his hand dismissively and corrected him. No, that's just a story people tell each other on the streets. Then, the man explained himself, the king of all things, Newell. A red-haired man was holding the hilt of a brilliant sword plunged into the ground. He wore a cloak, and his injured hands were wrapped tightly in bandages. Leon Parkslope, stunned, asked the man again, what do you mean? Completely confused. The other man smiled and began to explain. So, he paused, then stated to him, Miller is just a title used by the king of all things. A brilliant sword in the man's hand radiated a powerful aura. The other guy added, the sword's Saint Mask is one of the most commonly used ones. He brought up a hypothetical image of a beautiful half-mask with feathers, then continued to explain. This is a word originating from masked actors, who always immerse themselves perfectly in their roles. An image of a group of people in red masks and noble attire appeared in Leon Parkslope's mind. Hearing this, he still looked up at the man, dazed and confused, asking, what are you trying to say? Seeing that he was still clueless, the man got a little annoyed and exclaimed in exasperation, oh, you idiot, you should know this. Then the man touched a finger to the center of his forehead. The man knelt down to look at him. He looked back at the man, who then spoke more clearly. Right now, you're stuck at the stage of having to become a sword saint. You're completely ignoring the origin of the training method. You fool, the man scolded him. It was then that he understood in his thoughts. In other words, it's not that it can't be done. Hearing this, Leon Parkslope's eyes widened in realization. The other man, his hand still on his forehead, reminded him, you were able to do it before. Next, they looked over at the shattered sword. The man offered his conclusion. Now, you're just not doing it. On the other side, a confused Tepes asked, brother, do we really have to do this? The man closed his eyes, smiled, and with his arms crossed, calmly confirmed, of course. Miha Oneperis opened his eyes, thinking to himself, this is something that absolutely must be done. He affirmed, what I want to do is rebuild the catacombs. Then, he thought of Nefti holding the blue crystal orbs and acknowledged, perhaps it would be cruel to use Nefti, the guardian of this land. Then he dismissed the thought, stressing, but it's not a strange thing. It all depends on how we use the catacombs. Hearing this, Tepes, who was standing beside him with his head bowed in guilt, remarked, I know her power can help us. He acknowledged this, but then clenched his fists, unable to help but mumble, but I can't look at this situation in a positive light. Seeing his downcast expression, the man felt a pang of guilt, thinking to himself, to be honest, I also know I'm being cruel by asking Tepes to do this. The scene between them grew awkwardly silent. Then, Miha Oneperis screamed in his mind, because you could say that place is the very origin of the vampire clan's tragedy. An image appeared in his mind of Nefti reluctantly using her magic to cover an old man's eyes. Then he put his hand on the boy's shoulder, thinking, but he has overcome so much already. Miha Oneperis tilted his head towards him and said gently, but if it's you, I believe you can get through this. Hearing this, Tepes straightened up and looked at him, his face contorted as if he were about to cry. Then he lowered his head sadly and replied, thank you for believing in me. Immediately after, he let his hand fall from his shoulder and looked up at the group of people training before them. He looked too, affirming, to erase their hatred. I intend to start a certain method. The group turned to face him and asked in unison, a method? Miha Oneperis explained to them, just a simple illusion. Then he smiled and added, it's also a very sweet illusion. At this, he narrowed his eyes and spoke more softly. Ah, no. It might be the cruelest method of all. Earlier, in a place where only Nefti and he stood facing each other, she had placed both hands on her chest. Clasping them together, she confirmed, I can begin now. He looked at her calmly, while she continued to gaze at him with a soft, earnest voice. Please, leave it to me, she affirmed once more. This time, I will definitely not fail. He looked at her as she closed her eyes, waiting for a response. Nefti told me this in a pleading tone, he thought, confirming his decision. Then he came to another conclusion. Model, I don't think badly of her, he thought to himself. If she could change, with her kindness and wisdom. Miha Oneperis cut himself off, then concluded, then I'm sure she could use her power for good. Returning to reality, he looked off in a certain direction, started walking with a smile, and decided, anyway, I should go take a look. Seeing this, Tepes bowed his head to him. As for him, he looked at them, waved, and smiled, confirming he would leave the rest of the work to Nefti and Tepes. He became lost in thought. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, hey, catching his attention. Miha Oneperis turned his head and said, oh, lay. Before he could finish, he froze. His face filled with confusion. He squinted, at a loss for words, as he stared at Leon Park Slope, who was tattered, covered in bandages, and hobbling on a crutch, walking cheerfully towards him like some kind of idiot. Seeing this, he became even more confused and asked, what the hell have you been doing to end up like this? Hearing that, Leon proudly burst into a cheerful laugh. Ha ha. Then, he threw his crutch aside and declared, look at this. The oaf laughed like a fool and proclaimed, this is the first wonderful step to the next level I'm about to reach, he shouted loudly. Then Leon Park Slope stepped forward with his bandaged, broken leg and continued, I'm about to become a god, he exclaimed excitedly. His foot touched the ground. The sound of his shattered bones cracking echoed through the night. The pain quickly shot through him. He screamed like he'd never screamed before. As for Miha, he just watched him with a calm expression, as if looking at a complete moron. Leon Park Slope quickly collapsed to the ground. He held up his broken leg and shrieked, my leg, my leg. Then, Miha commented, you really are about to touch the divine, aren't you? After that, he couldn't help but look at him and think, what an idiot. Meanwhile, Leon, with tears and snot running down his face, cried out in agony. Ah, his screams echoed across the sky. My leg. After hearing the whole story, he stood with his arms crossed, looking at Leon in disbelief, and asked again, so? He paused, then continued, you realize you could use holy power, is that it? Then he dropped his arms and questioned the man writhing on the ground again. You wanted to prove it so badly you almost got yourself killed. The idiot, Leon Park Slope, still enthusiastically crawled towards him, grinning foolishly as he confirmed, that's right. His eyes narrowed as he looked at him, thinking, no way. Full of doubt, he then came up with an explanation in his mind. Ah, it seems that finally, he's understood the true purpose of the Miller Chi cultivation method. Meanwhile, the fool was trying to fix his jaw, mumbling incoherently. Ah, my jaw is dislocated, which roughly translates to, ah, my jaw is dislocated. Next, Miha crossed his arms and stared at the man crawling on the ground. He praised him. So, you get it now, huh? That's good. Leon lifted his head to look at him, then asked Miha Oneperis, do you know who he is? Hearing this, Miha calmly turned his head to look elsewhere and replied, I know who Miller is, and I know how he disappeared. That's all. Leon Park Slope sat up, crossed his legs, and glared at him, muttering, "No one ever told me before." Hearing his complaint, Miha put his hands on his hips. He squinted at him and stated firmly, "Figure it out yourself. I'm not telling you." Then, he praised him, "But you really did manage to grasp it on your own." Hearing this, Leon looked at him with surprised eyes and called out, "You." He trailed off. Then, bewildered, he asked tentatively, "Don't you think I'm pitiful?" Miha Oneperis closed his eyes and listened. Then, he yawned and replied mechanically, "No, actually, I do think so. You're more than that. You're pitiful as hell." Realizing Miha was being sarcastic, Leon scowled. Miha thought about his words. "Master." He raised a hand to his chin, recalling the time before his regression. Leon still hadn't reached that level yet. The two of them were standing on a mountaintop, under the light of the setting sun. Immediately, he remembered the scene of his friend, covered in blood, his eyes vacant as if he were about to die, and concluded. But it wasn't because he wasn't capable, he added. It was because he didn't have the time. Returning to the present, he was still lost in thought, rubbing his chin. The Miller-Chi cultivation method can help him buy more time, quickly. Down below, Leon Park Slope was still standing there, gritting his teeth, putting all his strength into his leg. Suddenly, Miha Oneperis looked up, dropped his hand from his chin, and resolved, "But this time, things will be different." Then, he offered Leon some advice. "You should listen to your own hidden potential." Leon Park Slope propped himself up with his hands, leaned back, and looked at Miha in bewilderment. Then, he sat up straight and seriously asked for confirmation. "My hidden potential is telling me that the more I get hurt, the more I'll understand." Hearing this, Miha proudly put a hand on his hip and pointed to himself. He closed his eyes and confirmed, "Well, you're not wrong." Next, he opened his eyes slightly to look at him and added, "But normal people don't use such a stupid method." The explanation ran through Miha Oneperis' head. The reason is actually very simple, he thought. Everyone is afraid. He looked at the bandage on Leon's chin. Then he added, looking at the bandages on his arm, "And that method is also incredibly painful." He made a comparison. It's not just about intentionally walking on a path full of sharp thorns. He imagined a path covered in bloody thorns, then reconsidered. But he looked at his goofy friend, who was smiling with great interest. Leon Park Slope took the bandage off his arm. Then, he grabbed his own wrist, grinned provocatively, and declared, "Then just let me get hurt." Miha looked at him and thought, "This guy isn't afraid of pain at all." After that, he pulled out a sack from somewhere and swung it foolishly over his head, saying, "I have healing potions, too. I'm sure everything will be fine." Seeing him acting so crazy, Miha smirked and then recalled, "Suddenly, I remember something from the past. The two of them, shoulder to shoulder in their past life, walking together under the sunset, laughing and talking a brotherhood forged through life and death. Back in the present, suddenly, he said, 'All right, in that case, I'll help you.'" Hearing this, Leon flinched and backed away, suspicious of the ominous offer. Looking at Miha, Leon Park Slope gave a forced, crooked smile and stammered, "And no, that's okay. I'm fine." A crescent moon smile formed on the man's face, and then magic began to radiate from his body. With a brilliant grin, he confirmed, "Oh, I'm getting excited." In his hands were strange orbs glowing with purple energy. Seeing his ominous smile, Leon was horrified and immediately backed away before turning tail. Clutching his hand, he ran for his life in a panic, sweating bullets. Behind him, the man watched him with a sinisterly fond smile, the purple magic still blazing in his hands. As Leon Park Slope fled, a single thought of survival took over. He moved faster, his face still full of terror. He silently told himself, "I have to get out of here now." Miha Oneperis' calm voice rang out, "Bind." Immediately after, there was the sound of a body hitting the ground. Behind him, the man smiled as benevolently as a demon. Placing 2 energy stones on either side of Leon, he declared, "If you're not willing to risk your life to train, how can anything be effective?" Leon turned his face to look at him, his face as black as the bottom of a pot with panic. He then continued to stammer, "Hey, I'm injured. I'm supposed to be resting and recovering." Hearing that, the man just gave a disarmingly innocent smile and confirmed, "That's precisely why. I'm here to help you," he continued nonchalantly. Then, Miha Oneperis pointed at the boy groveling on the ground and confirmed, "But what can a person on the brink of death possibly do?" Leon's face went pale. He glanced up, and then froze, stunned for several seconds. The man's voice rang out, filled with eager anticipation, "You can become so much stronger." Above their heads, a swarm of magic arrows began to form. Seeing his intention, Leon quickly screamed, trying to negotiate, "I want to get stronger in a normal way." His face was pale as a sheet as he screamed himself hoarse, but that inhuman man just kept smiling, his innocent smile as he reminded him, "Run. At the same time, his finger pointed down, signaling the arrows to fire. Immediately after, a relentless rain of lightning arrows fell from the sky. He screamed the man's name, full of resentment and fear. Mikhail. The sound of explosions that followed rang in the man's ears like fireworks. Miha Oneperis let out a soft ah to himself, then spread his arms wide to feel the massive explosion beside him with delight and satisfaction, thinking, now this is a pleasant sound. Another month passed. Tepes came to him, respectfully placing a hand on his chest to report, Hero, I believe this method is highly effective. The man glanced at him and smiled, then maintained a self-satisfied posture, thinking to himself, the emotional wounds of the monster hunters sent to Nefty's place have been somewhat soothed. The girl skillfully displayed her power, floating in the air and bestowing her healing upon the people below. He praised her. Nefty isn't repeating her past mistakes. He confirmed this as he stepped onto the grass. This is another chance that I've given her. Miha Oneperis thought to himself. It seems she hasn't wasted this opportunity. He stood under a large vine and leaned against it, gazing up at the sky. Next, he stepped into a pocket dimension, where magical colors appeared like the surface of water. He passed through it with ease, emerging completely dry onto a set of steps. At the end, in the center of the main hall, was Nefty, sitting and enjoying tea with her hands on the table. She greeted him formally. You've arrived. He simply looked at her without a word, then finally asked, I hear you've healed all the wounds for the guests who come here. Hearing this, she smiled gently and confirmed, I couldn't possibly make the same mistake twice. Then she called out, Isn't that right, boss? At her call, the woman appeared softly, and as the man glanced over at her, the boss murmured a quiet, Seeing her appear in a larger form, the girl asked, So does this mean you finally regained your original powers? Seth smiled brightly, placed her hands on her hips, and replied, Unfortunately, not yet. Hearing this, the girl gently pressed, You say, not yet. Does that mean you can still get them back? Right? Then, she closed her eyes and sighed softly. That's wonderful. At least now you're free from your past. Hearing that, Seth's face darkened. She didn't respond at first, then she refuted it. Not at all. Her words left Nefty stunned and confused. Even Mikhail, standing nearby, watched her, waiting for what she would say next. She stood silently, her robes fluttering in the wind, as she declared to them, And I never intended to. Seth stood under the warm sun, her silhouette radiating determination. Not at all. And I have no intention of ever doing so. She clenched her fists as if holding something back. Mikhail stared at her, stunned. Nefty began worriedly, But, boss. Seth cut her off with a low voice. Enough. She continued, You see, this is precisely why I didn't want to come see you. Hearing this, Nefty fell silent. Seth then casually alluded to the man standing next to them. There are other people listening, you know. Mikhail nonchalantly averted his gaze, thinking to himself with disappointment. Just when it was getting interesting, it's already over. He changed the subject, asking curiously, So, how did you heal them? Nefty answered without hesitation. I showed them the future. In bubbles. Bubbles containing images of what's to come appeared. Once they realized they couldn't change the past, it seems the way they look at their lives also changed. The bright future their loved ones dreamed of will come true, thanks to them. Each bubble reflects the different life of each person. A beautiful future living beside their wife. A warm future, where they can keep their promise to a little sister. And a pair of hands being held so gently. We let them see the dreams they had long since forgotten. Her tone then shifted. Of course, these kinds of wounds can't be healed instantly. Nefty explained, They're still fighting against their persistent nightmares every single day. Mikhail cut in. That's enough. He smiled brightly. They'll recover on their own in time. She smiled back softly in silent agreement, then complimented him. You have very sharp eyes. Your eyes are the color of pure, clear amber without a single impurity. They're the kind of eyes that can always make the right decision. Unlike mine. He held up his hands. All right then, let's get to the main event. He then slowly stepped closer. I'm sure you're already aware. Mikhail began to deliver some unsettling news. The Demon Lord is about to awaken. Nefty listened intently as he spoke. I don't know what happened during the Age of Myths. He seemed very interested. And so, he stood before her, excitedly asking me to gather all the information he needed to know about me. What kind of opponent am I about to face? Miha asserted that to him, illusions and dreams are not the same thing. So, I'm sure you can show me your memories, right? Nefty furrowed her brow and asked for confirmation. Don't tell me this is the important matter you were just talking about. He raised a hand. That's right. I want to see it with my own eyes. He uttered the name that struck fear into everyone, his expression filled with anticipation. The Demon King. Miha recalled the jet black eyes with orange-red pupils. Before I regressed, I had already seen the Demon King. Back then, I was terrified. Cold sweat poured down my face like a river, and I gasped for breath, my face a mask of shock. No, to be precise, I hadn't actually seen him. He stood frozen in place, looking up. Based on the shape of what I saw, it was true that I had seen the Demon King, but I had never seen his true form. Mita's pupils contracted in shock. Then what's the point of regressing and reaching the realm of the omnipotent? What's the point of omnipotence? Through the hazy dust of the battlefield, the faint silhouette of a monster could be seen. It was colossal in size. On its back was a pair of massive, unfurled wings. Sharp horns pierced the sky, and its blazing red eyes glowed with a dangerous pink light. A group of people stood before it, looking as small as ants. Miha lamented, I didn't have a single clue about any of this. I still haven't seen the Demon King. Back in the present, Nefti was silent, her expression grave as she warned, my illusions are anything but ordinary. It could damage your mind for a long time. Suddenly, Set spoke up, drawing their attention. Words won't change anything. She knew his personality well. Once Miha decided to do something, he would see it through. She looked at him and asked again, is that so? Miha smiled at her, his throat only uttering a single syllable. Nefti clenched her fists, placed them on the table, and her face darkened as she thought deeply. Finally, she made her decision. Close your eyes. He immediately complied. A golden light enveloped him as she stretched out her hand, activating her power. I will show you the scene from that day, Nefti reminded him, although they are only fragments of a memory. Mita didn't seem to care about that. Fine. But then, his eyes suddenly shot wide open. His whole body shuddered as if under some immense pressure. He collapsed to his knees in pain, letting out a terrible scream. This feeling. It's unbearable. I feel so nauseous. It's like my head is being split in two. Miha clutched his head with both hands, his mouth open in a silent scream. His face was a mask of horror, death. Those negative words began to dominate his mind. His pupils constricted as hallucinations started to appear. The scene was a fiery volcanic landscape where nothing survived. Lava covered the ground, and countless creatures had lost their lives. Dragons and demons lay dead everywhere. Miha watched in astonishment. This is the age of mythology. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed. A thick rain of blood poured from the sky. He blankly held out his hand to feel it. Rain? Then he looked at his palm and realized, no, this is. Mia's hand was stained a brilliant red. Blood. He tensed and turned around, deducing. Then the thing behind me right now is. A fierce wind began to blow. Sand and dust were whipped up, obscuring his vision. The hazy figure of a giant monster. The Demon King. He gaped, speechless. The Demon King let out a heaven-shaking roar, its eyes flashing with pink light. Miha was frozen to the spot, unable to move. An immense pressure weighed down on him, forcing him to his knees. He tried to resist. His instincts were screaming at him to stop. With all his might, he pressed his hand against the ground. Don't turn your head. Don't look at it. He clenched his fist, determined to stay conscious. Don't acknowledge it. But then, Miha scoffed, nonsense. He slowly stood up, ignoring the pressure from the Demon King, and then broke into an excited smile. What kind of instinct is this? In his mind, he understood more clearly than ever. If my instincts show fear in the face of an entity that can destroy the world, Mita's face became completely emotionless, then I'll just abandon them. He opened his eyes wide, a purple light appearing in his pupils. I'm about to see it. The Demon King's body was still hazy behind the thick cloud of dust. I need to burn its appearance into my mind and my eyes. Suddenly, its eyes became clear, staring intently at him. Miha had forgotten the most important thing. He froze, looking directly into its eyes. The air fell silent. He thought, impossible. This is just an illusion that Nefti created. But he hesitated. Could it? Feel my presence? Set frowned worriedly, grabbing her elbow. Nefti! Her hands were trembling uncontrollably, as if from overexertion. Miha lay unconscious, enveloped by a dark energy. Set questioned. What the hell are you doing? Nefti was also terrified. Cold sweat streamed down her cheek. She stammered, denying it. No. It wasn't me, she asserted firmly. This illusion has been invaded by him. He remained still with his eyes closed. Inside the illusion, Miha was staring up at it in a daze. It can sense me? The Demon King bared its teeth in a gruesome smile. It uttered a strange language, and the space was immediately affected. Rocks shattered and flew into the air. The disturbance spread throughout the entire area. He thought, a language I can't understand, is making the entire space tremble. Mia's eyes went white. This is different. This isn't an illusion anymore. Someone has invaded this illusion. His entire body was being crushed by the pressure. He tried to remember someone with a power similar to hers. Someone who could invade this illusion and exert this much pressure on me. There's only one person. His face darkened as he spoke. This is the first time we've met. He mustered all his courage and said in a provocative tone, "Don't you agree?" He exposed its true identity. The Demon King of the outside. Nefty was utterly bewildered. The Demon King? Why? How could he invade this illusion? The trap hasn't been broken, so how could he possibly get in? Suddenly, Set spoke up. Archdemons. She frowned, speculating. Maybe those bastards are hiding somewhere, carving out little holes. Anxiously, she placed a hand on her chest. If this is really the Demon King's doing, then even Miha. Nefty suddenly announced, "I have to stop this illusion right now." Set's eyes widened in shock. She continued, "Even if you want to stop it, you can't." She hesitated for a moment. "But it will work if I use myself as a hostage." She then decided to summon a sphere of energy that radiated a brilliant golden light. "If I, the master of this illusion, if it disappears, we can prevent the worst-case scenario." She gritted her teeth, determined. This is a much better option than losing the sacred object. The boss quickly yelled, trying to stop Nefty. "Wait!" She pointed forward, stunned. "Look over there." Confused, Nefty turned to see. She wondered, what is it? Miha's entire body, which had been engulfed in dark energy, was now showing streaks of sparkling gold light. The two of them watched intently. The boss said, "Let's wait a little longer," she speculated. "I think something is changing." His face remained as peaceful as ever. Inside the illusion, Miha cracked a smile that didn't fit the situation at all. He stood up straight amidst the intense pressure. "I never underestimated the Demon Lord," he thought. "That's why I always figured something like this could happen." He confidently affirmed, "But I never let my guard down." He continued to declare, "And I know why you've come here." The Demon Lord's silhouette gradually became clearer. Miha spoke to it, even though it didn't respond. "But as for me, I came here to complete my objective." He struggled against the pressure, slowly rising to his feet as its mouth gaped open, revealing razor-sharp teeth. The Demon Lord seemed to be mocking him. "It must be pretty funny, seeing a normal person like me dare to stand against your power." A strange blue energy suddenly flared in his eyes. "But you're wrong, Demon Lord." Miha stubbornly held on to his original plan. "My goal is to see your true form. Even a single glimpse is enough." His pupils transformed as well. They seemed to reflect the entire mystical dimension. The moment I knew I could see the Demon Lord, I focused all of my holy power into my eyes. The Demon Lord's form began to waver. "I have no intention of subduing the Demon Lord. But if the Demon Lord backs down..." He reached his hand forward. Thin, sparkling threads floated in the air, and for a moment, the pressure it was exerting on him eased. He watched intently, his heart resolute. "I'm betting everything on this." Suddenly, Mia's fingertips touched something like a barrier. His pupils constricted as he realized, "I made contact." Images like film reels intertwined. "Wait, Asha." Miha stared in bewilderment, witnessing what he had hoped for. "I hope you can understand." He was floating among them, confused. "Is this the Demon Lord's memory?" He saw the back of a figure. "It's not over yet." That person slowly turned their head toward him. Miha awoke, his expression still dazed. The Demon Lord let out an enraged roar. His body swayed as he tried to keep his balance, but he looked up happily and said, "I was just about to touch it, and you had to go and stop me. That's not very nice." It immediately lunged toward him. Miha nonchalantly asked, "And what do you gain from doing that?" He placed a hand on his chest, and a layer of light surrounded his body, revealing countless magic circles. They were all linked by chains: extinction, destruction, and terror. This ability is created from a combination of other destructive powers. He announced, "I've already seen your memories." He calmly sensed his surroundings. The seventh realm. This seventh realm is not normal at all. The magic circle was composed of intricate patterns and ancient characters. It's already recognized the Demon Lord's presence. "I'll break through this realm right now." Miha clenched his fist, gathering his strength. This is only an illusion. Even if this illusion is invaded by the Demon Lord, it can't change the fact that it's just an illusion. The Demon Lord's pupils glowed a cruel, crimson red. Miha asserted, "This is not the Demon Lord's territory. He can't possibly have enough power to turn an illusion into reality. Not while he's outside his own domain." He decisively slammed his fist into the ground, sending energy radiating throughout the space. "In that case, it means I've just turned this whole illusion on its head." A crack suddenly appeared in the desolate landscape, then rapidly spread, covering the entire sky. Mia's composed voice echoed all around. "It's a shame, but I've already accomplished my goal," he said his farewells. "So, I'll be leaving now." The space shattered into sharp fragments. The Demon Lord's eyes flew wide open. He thought to himself, "At that moment, I wanted to provoke him even more." He calmly walked towards the light. "Even though I don't understand the clues I found in his memories." But in the end, he didn't forget to flash it a friendly smile. "See you again sometime, But the middle finger he held up betrayed his words. Its eyes burned with fury, but it was powerless. Miha smugly declared that he had boldly read out the Demon Lord's name, to assert that this encounter was his victory. A halting voice kept calling out, "Miha! Miha!" His vision was blurry. A moment later, it started to clear up. He saw the boss calling his name. "Miha! Miha!" He slowly opened his eyes, still not fully awake. He asked groggily. "Boss?" Seeing him, her lips trembled and her eyes welled up with tears. He had barely gotten a word out before she grabbed him by the collar and shook him frantically. "I was so worried, even though I knew that no matter what happened, you'd find a way out of the illusion." Mia's expression softened when he heard her say, "I'm just so glad you're okay." Nefty also came over and informed him, "You've been unconscious for about 4 days." In disbelief, he repeated, 4 days? He was completely stunned. "So it's been that long since I got out of the illusion." "It's been that long," he mused, recalling his encounter with the Demon Lord. There's no way things would go smoothly once the Demon Lord got involved. The boss was still shaken, just thinking about how the Demon Lord had actually interfered with the illusion. Nefty couldn't help but ask, "So what did he show you? You must have gained something from it, right?" Miha gazed into his palm, lost in thought, an endless void and hatred, all at once. It was like an epiphany. Now I understand why people say he looks like a god. Something inside him had changed. What I gained from all this was a magic circle. As he spoke, golden patterns and chains appeared, and countless specks of light began to fall into his hand. Everyone looked up. The lights twinkled like stars. Nefty hesitated. "This is..." The boss was also dumbfounded. "Unbelievable. A 7th circle holy magic spell?" She stammered. "Wait a minute, you're only 20 years old. And you've already reached the 7th circle?" Miha replied with a calm demeanor. "It was a little fast, I suppose," she exclaimed. "A little?" He calmly picked up a stone, the 7th circle. "If things continue like this, I have a lot to look forward to." Then he revealed something even more shocking, and I didn't just reach the 7th circle. I close my eyes and speculate. I'm sure it's because of that destruction and annihilation. This method is both complex and inefficient, but if I can gather mana above a certain level, remembering the gaze of the Demon Lord, I'll slowly search through my imagination. A hand appears, resonating with Miha through the stone. The strange characteristic of the Demon Lord that I saw. Now I can restore something similar, using it as an energy core. A mysterious energy surrounds the intertwined electronic microcircuits. If I can just determine the shape and structure of the stone I'm holding. He focuses on sensing and reversing the process, thinking, then I can analyze its structure. Finally, he slightly opens his mouth and says, "Appear." As the word leaves his lips, the stone gradually turns to ash. Miha explains, "First, I try to restore what I received in the illusion." He falls silent for a moment. He looks deep in thought. But it didn't work. He keeps his hand extended forward. At that moment, I lost a portion of mana from the 7th circle spell. Then he clenches his fist, losing a portion of mana from a 7th circle spell just trying to crush a stone. How could I ever use this in a real fight? Suddenly, he turns and notices something. Nefty and Seth are clinging to each other, their faces filled with fear and caution. Miha asks, "What's wrong with you two? Why are you looking at me like that?" She hesitantly points, "Why, you?" He looks confused. "What about me?" She shouts so loudly it blows his hair back. "That's not something you should be saying." Just then, Nefty speaks up worriedly. "The power of annihilation," she reminds him. "That's one of the core powers the Demon Lord frequently uses. It's a power over existence that basically causes its target to vanish from this world." Miha looks bewildered, rubbing his head. "Wait a minute, according to what you just said, did I just?" Seth replies nervously, "Yes, just now." She delivers the terrible news. He used magic to restore one of the Demon Lord's powers. Meanwhile, on the other side, a purple orb placed on a pedestal suddenly trembles. Marrow erupts in fury, cursing, "That damn hero bastard." An image of a cheerful Cassandra and Draculian appears. "That damn hero bastard," she seethes, grinding her teeth. "Both of the plans I needed to complete have failed miserably." The atmosphere around her grows dark as she relentlessly places the blame. The hero. The hero. It's all because of that damn bastard. Marrow scowls, thinking to herself, "If he doesn't die, I won't be able to do anything." She anxiously bites her nails. "If only I had the chance." But she immediately dismisses the thought. "No. I've tried so many times, and I've failed every single one." She recalls the sight of Miha chanting the Purification spell. The next time was the same. With an indifferent expression, he said, "Purify." A bolt of lightning shot from his fingertip, incinerating the creature in the sky, even though it had hidden itself carefully. He still found me. Purify. Marrow clutches her head, thinking frantically, Damn it, damn it. If only I could find his weakness, or if only my plan had succeeded. Suddenly, a voice reaches her, making her freeze. It seems you're having some trouble, Marrow. Her expression becomes anxious. Huh? When did you get here? A small figure with a pair of horns appears, wearing a cheerful smile. Ah, Belphegor, Marrow says, probing uncomfortably. Didn't we agree that the king wouldn't interfere with what we do? The figure calmly confirms, Mom, that was the plan. But Beelzebub is dead. Then, their tone deepens as they add, and another one of your important plans has also failed. Belphegor warns nonchalantly. I understand, but these aren't the bold words of the king. Belphegor opens their mouth, revealing sharp fangs and lightly licking their lips. Even if someone were to disappear, it wouldn't be strange at all. Finally, Belphegor asks, you understand what I'm trying to say, don't you? Hearing this, Marrow is stunned. Her body begins to tremble as if she's encountered something terrifying. I'm going to die, she stammers, trying to come up with something. I can do it. I have another plan. Belphegor remains silent, waiting to see what she'll do. First, Asa's tomb, Marrow explains. His goal is to gather all of Asa's power. We can't let him get his hands on the other holy relics. A candle flame flickers as her voice echoes in the room.
Since he ruined my plan, I will ruin Belphegor, cuts her off. Skeptical, none of us have been able to find that crypt. So how could you have found it?
Marrow grinds her teeth, confirming with certainty. Yes, I found it. Belphegor's attitude shifts. Good. We can't let this get out just yet. I suppose I can give you this one last chance. Then, Belphegor flashes a savage smile. Belphegor raises an index finger to their lips, offering a friendly reminder. But this really is your last chance. You know. Their right eye suddenly opens wide, a crimson pupil standing out against the black of the eye. The voice is a soft threat. You know what will happen if you fail again, don't you, Marrow? Tensely, Marrow swallows. A cold sweat trickles down her cheek. Knowing this is her only option, she promises, I won't fail. Elsewhere, in another region, majestic structures sit atop towering cliffs. Warm sunlight shines down, creating a divine atmosphere. Quan asks in a high, disbelieving voice, Elder, what are you talking about? He looks at the figure seated on the high dais, to bring her there. He continues, trying to reason with him. To think that you would bring her to the holy nation. The gaunt man cuts him off. This is necessary. The elder's eyes are completely white, as if devoid of life. Quan observes him and confirms his suspicions. His tone is so placid. No, he's really been brainwashed. Quan grinds his teeth in frustration. There's no doubt about it. Someone has brainwashed the elder. He remembers the woman wearing the skull of some unknown creature. It's her. The mysterious woman who suddenly arrived here a few months ago. She had a ghastly smile. Quan tries to argue. An outsider who has never even sworn an oath to the holy nation. This is completely unprecedented in our history. He states his opinion. This is incredibly disrespectful. The patriarch suddenly says, this is what she wants. Listen. Quan frowns, restraining his anger as the elder envisions a figure with wings like an angel, with divine light shining from behind them. We have tried relentlessly, working without rest to build a gate, a suitable path to approach. The elder's voice remains placid, but in the end, we have never managed to cross the threshold of the lesser kingdoms. A respectful attendant kneels before him in submission. An old man with a flowing white beard spoke. Everyone has always considered me talented, but I am nothing compared to our enemies. However, that woman, she has given us hope. Kun stubbornly corrected him. But that hope isn't the future everyone wished for. The chief shouted angrily, You are too insolent, Kun. How can a worshipper of Ludo's be so fearful? He tried to explain. But Ludo's never wanted to stand above anyone. The old man furiously slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair and roared, Silence. He was stunned as the old man warned him. If you continue to speak such cheap and profane words, you will lose your position as a senior guide. Kun fell silent, bowing his head, unable to retort. A moment later, he appeared in a lush, mountainous forest, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun. His helpless voice whispered, You don't understand a thing. Kun looked sadly toward a distant spot where a giant palace stood. He recalled being taught since he was a child about the importance and sanctity of the holy nation of Fun. As a child, he would sit on a tree stump, listening intently. I was also trained to become a great guide, to lead travelers well, he thought to himself. However, in the current situation, he clutched his head, hesitating. What the hell am I supposed to do? An image of the young man appeared, wearing a crown that symbolized his status. If only I could cooperate with a hero chosen by the temple. Suddenly, Kun noticed something. Huh? His pupils contracted in astonishment. 3 people were approaching. He couldn't believe his eyes. It can't be. Him? The hero, Miha, led the way, followed by Leon and Modin. 1 week earlier, in a room, a voice announced, "Our next destination is Gutton." Modin and Leon had bewildered expressions on their faces. The old man repeated, confused, "Gutton?" Leon quickly looked at Miha and warned, "Wait, Gutton is a small kingdom outside our jurisdiction. That place is notorious, as everything there is far from ordinary. The temple even considers them heretics because they worship a very different god." His attitude didn't change. "I know things will be better than you say." But Leon pressed on. "But sir, you won't be welcome there." The old man asked, "Besides, what do you plan to do there?" Miha smiled cheerfully and nonchalantly declared, "I'm going there to carry out my missionary work." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The old man was left speechless by his delusion. Modin, Leon, and a tiny person floating beside them all put a hand to their foreheads and sighed. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Miha cut them off. He spread his arms out, reassuring them confidently. "It's fine. Everything will be okay." Leon furrowed his brow, worried. "That place will definitely be dangerous." Modin nodded in agreement. "You mean things won't go smoothly, right?" Miha turned his back, ignoring them. "Do you two think I'm some kind of plague, that wherever I go, trouble follows?" They immediately confirmed, their voices overlapping. "Isn't that true?" "Of course it is. I think so too." Miha felt a sense of helplessness. "What's wrong with you three?" "Wait a minute," he realized. "Well, they're not entirely wrong," as he recalled the scene in Gutton. "But there's a special reason to go there, and that mysterious woman wearing a skull. If my guess is right, Mero has definitely shown herself." The chief, looking as if he'd been brainwashed, said, "That is the only known tomb, the burial place of Asa." Leon asked doubtfully, "Why Gutton? Isn't that sect full of deranged people?" Miha confirmed, "That's exactly why I need to go there." Hearing this, Leon became even more confused. He calmly continued, "We can't just let them proclaim something unthinkable worshipping a god that cannot exist." Leon was baffled. "Huh?" Modin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "But the priests in Gutton have received power. Doesn't that mean they are worshipping a real god?" He looked up, surprised, when he heard Miha say, "That would be logical, if that is indeed the path they've chosen." An image of a young man with angel-like wings flickered. "Perhaps that path is," the old man wondered. "So, your next objective is to expose the true nature of that path." Without looking at him, Miha asked in return, "Butler, if you told them that the god they've worshipped for hundreds of years is actually just a replica of another god, do you think they would accept it?" Modin hesitated and replied, I don't think they would." Miha added, "That's why I said I'm going there for missionary work. If the desires of those who worship the path are righteous, then there's no reason to criticize them for being wrong." The old man's eyes widened in astonishment at this answer. He continued to question, "And what if they are wrong?" Miha replied as if it were obvious, that's simple." Mero appeared beside the chief, who was slumped over as if he'd lost his soul. She placed a hand on the old man's back with some hidden intent. Returning to the present, Kun stared in shock in one direction. Miha smiled leisurely as he walked forward, his arrogant voice still echoing. "We just have to overthrow all of them, without leaving a single one." The townspeople vied to offer their services. Only 5 gold coins. A guide for the island. For 3 days, only 5 gold coins. Over here, only 4 gold coins. We don't guide at night, but we only need 3 gold coins. The 3 of them calmly walked past the houses situated on the cliffside. In the center was a colossal, towering structure that stood out magnificently. A voice introduced, "In recent years, Gutton has become a famous tourist destination, so now, travel and tourism have become the main economy in this city." Leon. He glanced over doubtfully. "A labyrinth that attracts tourists? Between 2 cliffs were bridges made of rope and wood. A mysterious mist condensed." The person continued, "Gutton is a city with windy streets. Tourists explore the vast and majestic highlands. Furthermore, it's not just the roads and fantastical rivers where every bend reveals something new to discover. There's also a dense jungle with rich vegetation, and Leon seemed intrigued by the description. That's what attracts tourists here." A local resident waved, catching their attention. He reminded Miha, "First, you'll need to find a guide." But Miha calmly replied, Normally, you would." He closed his eyes and casually explained, "These routes, they change in an instant. There's no way we could ever memorize the path. That's why we need a guide who knows the routes inside and out. To get through this blessed route." Leon frowned, rubbing his chin and thought, "Humph, I guess we'll have to hire someone then, even though it won't be cheap." But Miha just asked, "Why's that? Why do we need to hire a guide?" This left Leon completely baffled. "What are you talking about? You're the one who said we needed one." Miha smiled. "I said normal people do." He turned his head and reminded him, "But I'm not exactly normal, am I?" Seeing Leon's skeptical expression, What is that bastard thinking now? What's his deal? Leon scratched his head and walked on, feeling helpless. Fine, let's just get there first. Leon urged him on. If you already know the way, why are we wasting time here? As soon as he finished speaking, a hand grabbed him by the collar. Miha casually denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Leon snapped back irritably. Then what do you mean? We just need to wait for a guide to come to us, Miha said. Leon's brow furrowed in anger. That's ridiculous. So what are we supposed to do now? Miha suddenly sat down on a nearby boulder. He declared confidently, we just wait. They'll be here soon. Leon was stunned for a moment, then sighed. He and Modin both reluctantly sat down beside him. After a while, as Miha was resting with his eyes closed, someone approached them. Hello there. Miha calmly opened his eyes, just as he'd expected. A man named Kun stood before them. Are you folks in need of a guide? I'm Kun, a veteran guide here in Gooden. Leon was floored, not expecting someone to actually show up. He continued, It's an honor to meet you, Sir Lightning Harrow. A companion, equally shocked, floated by Miha's ear and whispered, Miha, this guy. As Kun bowed respectfully, Miha thought to himself, he's one of the reasons I came here, to Gooden. Even among the most skilled guides, he's exceptionally special. Miha then spoke aloud, It's a pleasure to meet you, Kun. But the guide's expression was grave, as if weighed down by many worries. He would be the one to lead them. To the catacombs. Kun said politely, I must apologize for making you wait. Miha reassured him, Don't worry about it. You actually got here pretty fast. We were hidden quite well. Kun's face was stoic, but his words were filled with confidence. Normally, my intuition is very accurate. Miha observed and assessed him, the intuition of a veteran guide. But then Kun immediately corrected himself. No, my intuition regarding the catacombs is very accurate. His brow remained furrowed with uncertainty. Finally, he decided to ask. If I may, can I ask you something? Why have you come to Gooden? Miha rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. Why, you ask? That's a very sensitive question. He suddenly broke into a sly grin. Ah, I know just how to answer. Mita's words hit their mark, startling Kun. Has there been some kind of trouble in Gooden lately? I heard you've been worried about a certain uninvited guest. Kun stood before them and began his story. A few months ago, a woman came here. An image of Mero's back appeared. At first, everything seemed fine. Her hands lifted the man's face. She began speaking to the tribal chief, who was still hesitant at the time. Kun clenched his fist, trying to control its constant trembling. And then, things slowly turned into this. But this was only the beginning. Miha listened in silence. The problem lies at the heart of the palace. Two figures were visible. She began to covet our holy land. The chief hesitated, but Mero signaled for him to continue, knowing he was seeking validation. Surely, I have tried harder than anyone else. Haven't I? She played on his insecurities. Yes, that's right. The old man continued, recounting his deeds. I brought so many people to Gooden and helped them become prosperous. I helped the guides find work. His voice was hesitant, but Mero placed a finger on the chief's lips, silencing him. Shh, you've done nothing wrong. She began to brainwash him. It's the fault of those in the shrine. She gently caressed his cheek. More accurately, they are the ones who have baselessly forced you to feel guilty before the gods. Finally, she whispered in his ear, If that isn't heresy, then what is? The chief seemed to believe her. Ah, that's right. An image of a person formed in his mind. This path was always a heretical sect to begin with. Kulin's hazy face appeared. It's so unfair, the chief affirmed with certainty. They are the heretics. Strands of Mero's hair fell upon the holy land of Gooden as she cupped her own cheeks, looking directly into his eyes. She promised, I will never forget your kindness in allowing me to enter. The old chief's head swayed, his expression dazed. The holy land. She embraced the chief tightly, seducing him. He thought to himself, I'm sure the ancestors once decreed an order forbidding anyone from setting foot in that place. But his original resolve had been corrupted. Why did it have to be this way? A single, sorrowful tear formed in the corner of his eye. No matter how hard I try, nothing ever changes. Out of his sight, Mero smiled slyly. The chief had made up his mind. Maybe this idea isn't so bad after all. She is such a kind woman. The skull she had been wearing was tossed to the ground, revealing her true, triumphant face. That was ridiculously easy. A figure stood on the palace walls, spreading her arms and laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha. The sky above turned black. Streams of dark energy swirled like a giant vortex. Below, Sigurd's group looked up as a mocking voice rained down on them. You ignorant humans. Each person had a different expression, but they all shared one thing, sheer terror. Her body was splattered with discolored bloodstains as she spoke, her voice a mix of arrogance and triumph. In the end, you couldn't stop me. Miha gritted his teeth in fury, cursing under his breath. Damn it. That damn witch. Just then, one of the men fell to his knees. His knees slammed into the ground with a sickening thud. Mia's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Kun's head was bowed, his voice filled with despair as he atoned. I'm sorry. I should have told you everything from the very beginning. His voice was low and full of remorse. I never should have brought you here. Miha knelt down beside him. He placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Kun, he was silent, looking up. The bloodstains on his clothes showed there had been a fierce battle. His face was numb as he mumbled, the garden needs visitors. Then, his tears began to fall uncontrollably, a sign of utter sorrow. Mia's pupils shrank in shock as he watched him intently. Back then, I didn't yet know what the garden meant. We returned to the not-so-distant past. His face was impassive as he speculated. But for a veteran guide like Kun to say something like that, it seems. Mero has successfully brainwashed the clan chief. She's moving faster than I thought. An image of a disguised Mero appeared, a sinister smile on her face for having achieved her goal. Leon frowned, scratching his messy hair as he complained warily. It's like she never gets tired. No matter how many times I take her down, she just keeps coming back to cause trouble. Without turning around, Miha said, This might be the last time. Leon glanced at him curiously. So, what's your plan? Miha closed his eyes, thinking deeply. Whom? Then he stated matter-of-factly, For now, we're not going to do anything. Leon was dumbfounded. A giant question mark popped up over his head. Hey! Modin also raised his hand worriedly. Are we just going to sit and wait? Not knowing what Miha was planning, he simply followed his orders. We just need to see what she's up to. It's as simple as that. At his feet lay a small object. Mero has already set a plan in motion that could kill me. He imagined the scene, a steel trap full of sharp spikes, with bait leading right to it. She probably guessed I would come here, and set a trap, waiting for me to fall right in. He stood nearby, watching, his mind perfectly clear. I'm not going to play along with her little plan. Mita's eyes darkened with determination as he vowed to himself, No, never. He then said aloud, Even though she doesn't know it yet, her plan will have to be postponed. Modin looked doubtful. What do you mean, my lord? Miha gently placed a hand on the man's back. I'm certain. Mero can't possibly decipher those incredibly complex ancient texts in such a short amount of time. Even if she could, it would take several days. Pushing both him and Leon forward, he announced cheerfully. So, let's just go sightseeing. We're in an absolutely beautiful place, aren't we? The two looked at each other helplessly. Suddenly, Kun hesitated. Sightseeing? He frowned with worry. I can't do that right now. Sir, you just said a great demon has come to Gooden. Miha calmly replied, But I don't know anything about Gooden. The surrounding area was shrouded in a thick fog, making it impossible to see the landscape clearly. Especially this labyrinthine city. It holds great potential for travelers. Despite this, he remained perfectly calm, because I don't know anything about Gooden. I can't fight the demon hiding here effectively. I think this will be more of an investigation than sightseeing. Unable to change his mind, Kun had no choice but to agree, if that is your decision. Miha smiled, observing his surroundings. Gooden is a famous tourist destination, with many beautiful sights, but there are a few places that stand out more than others. Far in the distance, the entire forest was steeped in silence, hiding something mysterious. Sadly, some tourists never get the chance to see it. The reason for that is simple. There are only a few specific routes that can get you there. He called out to Kun excitedly, then turned to him. Take us to the highest point in Gooden, he ordered. His bare feet moved forward against the constant gusts of wind as Miha followed close behind. The place we're heading to is no ordinary scenic spot. An ancient pavilion appeared through the mist. The garden of this path, both of them remained silent, is the heart of Gooden. Suddenly, the wind grew more violent. Miha raised a hand to shield his face, his eyes still fixed ahead. Just then, a voice called out, catching his attention. Hey. Kun continued walking as he asked curiously, Do you know anything about the place we're going to? Miha silently watched the man's back. Then, he lowered his hand and answered, It's the hardest place to find in all the labyrinths of Gooden. If you think of it that way, I suppose that's one way to put it, the Holy Land. Hearing this name, Kun stopped in his tracks, surprised. Still not turning around, he replied, You know about it? Miha emphasized proudly, I am a hero. Kun quietly repeated, A hero. Then he reminded him, As you already know, this isn't a holy land, like the one the world knows. I'm well aware of that. Right. Kun slowly began to explain the history of the place. This is a true holy land. To be more precise, it's a place that mages have always tried to reach. A tomb. As if awakened, Miha thought, I see. A boy in high spirits raised his hand toward a mascot that was gathering gentle green energy. To put it simply, the holy land she's trying to enter is the same one I was always chasing, before I regressed. In other words, it's just a fake, Khan suddenly announced. I no longer believe you are a representative of the sanctuary. He stopped walking and declared, if you were truly a representative of the sanctuary, you would surely be surprised, because we have another saint here, Saint Hecate. He turned to face Mia, his eyes filled with suspicion. Your will, your mission. Does it all come from the divine? Seth covered his mouth and whispered in Miha's ear. That's a pretty blunt question. The armored young man stood with a proud and steady posture. A brilliant light shone before him. This question requires a lot of thought. I'm currently bearing the title of a hero. A hero just like I always wanted to be. He glanced down at his palm, thinking to himself, come to think of it, I've never really thought about this carefully. It sent him back to the past. The reason why I chose to become a hero in this life, it was actually very simple. It was the same hand, but in a different time. It was gripping someone's collar tightly. The pre-regression Miha glared at Siegfried with a resolute expression. It was to take down Siegfried. He frowned, his fury concentrated in his gaze. To stop him from becoming a hero. He wouldn't back down either. To face him, I had no choice but to become a hero myself. That determination to become a hero. Hecate appeared behind him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Originally, heroes were always chosen by the divine. Hecate chooses them, and they carry out her will. His hand moves slightly, but, at least until now. Michael confidently declared, I represent all of humanity in this world. He smiled, promising, it's not just limited to the god, He-Cow. I can be a hero of the temple, and I can also help Guden. Khan listened in silence as an image of the temple appeared, with a man and a woman standing before it. The man's voice echoed, I will protect humanity. Cassandra beamed with happiness. Gigi Fresco also looked forward with anticipation, while Draculian happily glanced up at the sky. Fundamentally, my relationship with the temple is just a tool, one that helps me protect all of humanity. Kun's expression remained unchanged as he said, if the god Ikal were to harm humanity, then I would stand against him as well. Finally, something must have convinced him, because he suddenly chuckled. Michael casually asked, so, is that answer still not enough for you? An angel's wings unfurled, brilliant light illuminating the Lord's path. Russ turned back and warned, this might be overkill. The sky was a clear blue. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, shining down on the bustling, crowded streets below. The air was filled with noise and commotion, and everyone had a small red flag attached to their back. Not far from there, Modin was sitting primly on a large rock, while Leon, beside him, propped his chin on his hand, looking bored. He had nothing to do. So he began to observe and assess the people of Gotten, wondering when this place would be destroyed and noting how strange the atmosphere was. He closed his eyes and said casually, there's nothing we can do if our guide doesn't even grasp the severity of the current situation. What can we possibly do then? That's right, the situation really is perilous. As a thought struck him, Leon's expression suddenly changed. Gripping his sword, he agreed, that's right, I know. If Michael hadn't been here, Mero's plan would have certainly succeeded. An image of the sage's sinister smile and Mero flashed through his mind, bringing with it a sense of hidden danger. He frowned, thinking to himself, it's not that she's incompetent. His gaze turned serious as he realized. It's because of Michael. That man is a rare, exceptionally perceptive individual. A hand landed on his shoulder. Leon, I need you to do something for me. Michael speculated gravely. Mero has almost certainly laid a trap within Gotten. Leon sat there, deep in thought, Michael's words still echoing in his ears. His final order was for him and the butler to find them. After a moment, Leon affirmed, he's right, there must be something disastrous lurking out there somewhere. A vision of a horrified group of people, engulfed in swirling dark energy just like during the Republic era, came to mind. Mero's followers could be hiding among the crowd, but then he clasped his hands in front of his mouth and dismissed the idea. No. The clan leader lost consciousness, sitting on a throne controlled by golden strings like a puppet. Unlike during the Republic era, here in Gotten, that monstrous woman's influence is incredibly solid. Leon's eyes darkened as he speculated. To reach such a high position, she must have resorted to even more extreme measures. He then slowly closed his eyes, steadying his emotions. He shared his thoughts with Michael. I get it. Now I'm starting to think just like that bastard. His question caught Modin's attention. Butler, to gain complete control of Gotten, what kind of things would a monster like her do? The butler stroked his chin thoughtfully. What a demon like her is capable of, you ask? He looked ahead calmly at the crowd, who were all chatting happily. Suddenly, his eyes shot open in realization. Leon was confused as the butler said, Prince Leon, this is a grave matter. Leon immediately whipped his head around to look. Everyone shared the same strange mark, though its location varied. For some, it was on their forehead. For others, the back of their hand, and some even had it on their cheek. Their eyes glowed a fiery red, and they looked like demons bearing gruesome smiles. A purple energy surrounded and connected them all. Their minds were completely under control. A complimentary voice rang out, "You are quite interesting." Michael listened, his expression unchanging. Russ asked curiously, "When did you figure it out?" He answered truthfully, "I've known for some time now." He recalled the moment the wind suddenly grew fierce. Didn't we already change when the fog rolled in? He raised a hand to shield his face defensively. Michael wondered, where did he cow actually go? He explained, he returned to the entrance gate. That's all that brat was capable of. Warm sunlight illuminated Russ's face. "So, how much longer do you plan to stay silent?" The boss, who was hiding behind him, jumped in surprise. He greeted her politely, "Long time no see, boss." She popped her head out irritably and snapped, "Damn you, Russ." He sounded slightly impressed as he said, "Regardless, welcome. The challenger who uncovered the secret of this catacomb." Michael announced, "I've found some useful records." He mused. "Records." Michael confidently affirmed, "That's right." But his inner thoughts were the exact opposite. "That's a lie." Russ didn't seem to care, laughing loudly. "Ha! Even so, it looks like this was a mistake on your part, a departure from your usual confidence." He closed his eyes and casually reminded him, But even if you've seen the records, that doesn't mean you can actually conquer the catacomb. Without a doubt, you've officially obtained 2 holy relics." He tilted his head up slightly to glance at him. "Furthermore," he said, noticing the mark on the back of Michael's hand, "it's not just the world tree and he cow. You didn't just receive holy relics." He stroked his chin, studying it intently. "You've definitely met other conditions as well." However, he voiced his own theory, but those conditions and the trial are completely unrelated. Michael shot him a silent glance. As expected, that's how it is. Now that it's come to this, Russ was still looking at him with a curious expression, and Michael thought to himself, in the end, Russ is just someone who rigidly follows the rules. He wouldn't break his own principles even if a holy relic was on the verge of being destroyed. Finally, Michael feigned agreement. "Fine. So, has the nature of that trial been decided yet?" Russ replied, "It was decided from the very start." Seeing his confusion, Ruth held out a hand and began to explain slowly. Initially, that experiment was meant to solve the maze and reach the location of the holy relic. The problem is that damn demon broke the test system. A Rubik's Cube floated in midair. Its pieces were turning, each tile etched with a different pattern. "So, this time, we've been forced to change the testing method." Mia repeated, "A holy relic?" Ruth confirmed, "That's right. This is my holy relic, the maze." He looked at it and continued, "The primary method is to create a trial. Therefore, a trial is absolutely necessary," he declared, his expression unwavering. "But since that demon interfered, let's change the content to make it more suitable." At Ruth's command, the cube moved, flying in front of Miha, who caught it with both hands. He introduced it. "This is the power of the holy relic, this maze itself. And that demon, Marrow, is trying to decipher my maze. She's struggling to get through, getting annoyed, telling herself, 'I don't like this at all.'" He let out a quiet, mocking sound. "Oh," his expression turned cold with resolve at that moment. I was starting to figure out what he was about to say. His words held a hidden meaning. If someone dares to risk their life to get through the maze, then of course, you need someone else to stop them. Ruth laughed cheerfully and exclaimed, "Wow, we're on the same page." He pointed at Miha and laid out his condition. "I'll let you control this maze for a while. If you can stop that demon." It was an incredibly tempting offer. "Then this holy relic will be yours." Seth frowned and sought clarification. "So, to sum it up, the theme of this trial is a battle between the spear and the shield, right?" He affirmed, "Exactly." Ruth asked, as if provoking the challenger, "Are you confident you can become a shield that cannot be broken?" Mita placed a hand on his chest, feeling it out. Unbreakable. The atmosphere between them suddenly fell silent, but that wasn't enough to satisfy him. "No, that's still not enough," he declared with immense confidence. "I will destroy that spear myself." In the room, smoke swirled from an incense burner. A voice broke the silence. Marrow. She was leaning back on a soft chair, gently supporting the head of the chieftain, who was resting on her lap. "Yes, Elder. Please speak." The old man was still hesitant about his decision. "What we are doing, it isn't wrong. Is it? Just as you said, if we break the seal of the Holy Land and the source." Before he could finish, Marrow placed a finger to his lips, stopping him. "Everything we have done up until now," she said in a comforting tone, "you have done nothing wrong at all. Her hand slowly covered the chieftain's entire face. Just think about it. The hateful image of Q-Line appeared in his mind through her voice. How much suffering have we humans endured because of that wretched old man in the shrine? The chieftain knelt pitifully before him. Even now, he remains defiant. That's right. I will never forget. The old man's eyes grew determined. Who is the true divine being? I will prove who is right. Marrow smiled smugly. So easy. She laughed cunningly, mocking, humans truly are fools. Just then, a dark figure approached from behind. Great King. This one had sharp horns, he announced. There's a problem. The hazy smoke continued to rise from the incense burner. Marrow asked, what is it? After hearing the report, she grew angry and questioned him. How could the maze I already deciphered be changed? He replied, perhaps they figured out that we had deciphered the maze, so they're controlling it from the inside. She thought of Ruth, then immediately dismissed it. Impossible, without a doubt. Ruth is someone who strictly adheres to the rules. She stood up and waved her hand dismissively. He would never meddle with the maze himself, unless he's lending his power to someone else. Suddenly, Marrow froze. A dazed look came over her face as a thought struck her. Then, in a low voice, she surmised, it's him. The first name that popped into her mind was the hero. At that same moment, Miha was controlling the holy relic, golden characters swirling around him. He gently touched the inscriptions, and one character suddenly changed. Mia's eyes widened in amazement. Someone sitting on the grass exclaimed, incredible. Seth and Ruth were sitting together, watching the events unfold. He asked in disbelief, him? You said he's only 22 years old? There was a hint of admiration in his voice. I've never underestimated humans. They have countless unexpected potentials, he said, observing intently before giving a serious assessment. But to do it on the first try, to decipher the holy relic like that, he's truly no ordinary person. Ruth stated with certainty, he has transcended the level of a human soul. He has completely surpassed everyone. Miha was still stunned by the characters, which were clearly reflected in Seth's pupils. She spoke casually. Well, a hero isn't an ordinary person to begin with. Ruth chuckled with interest. Oh, I've met quite a few heroes myself. If this were merely the level of a hero, why would I even bring it up? He said nonchalantly. If you were at the level of a normal human, he glanced at her, implying, then why would you be here? That is your punishment, Seth. Hearing this, she grew restless and uneasy. Her hands clasped together, fidgeting constantly. She fell silent at his words. Do you want to atone for your mistakes on your own? Are you really thinking about something so far-fetched? Seth turned to correct him. It's a little different. Ruth didn't seem convinced. Oh, I suppose so. After all, they did say that day was a ceremony of atonement, but you ended up getting swept into it. She panicked and quickly tried to explain, no, He suddenly stood up, cutting her off. I was quite angry at the time, he said, his expression calm and detached, but as time passed, I've calmed down somewhat. The bright sun shone down. It's not like you didn't understand the consequences of those actions. The space grew quiet, perhaps. Ruth slowly glanced over. On the other side, Miha was still focused on sensing the power from the holy relic. That accident was also part of his plan. His fingers reached out, about to touch it, his heart pounding with excitement. Interesting. The holy relic shone with a sparkling light. The maze was incredibly complex, its structure changing every second. Many things had also changed compared to before. Lush green plains stretched across a vast area, devoid of any living creatures. Therefore, solving this maze wasn't about finding an exit. As the wind blew, it swept the blades of grass aside, gradually forming a path. In a structure that changed every second, solving it meant creating one. A route heading toward the destination. The point his finger touched suddenly rippled like water. Miha, as if he already knew this, thought, found it. A slender, purple streak of light snaked through the darkness, a guide. So this was the path Miro wanted to cross. Suddenly, it hit something and stopped halfway. Tricky, he smiled, pondering. But what should I do about this? My interference has probably made everything pointless. He then reached his hand toward the broken part. I won't destroy it all at once. If I reveal too many discrepancies, the other side will give up too easily, and that's not what I want. Mero gritted her teeth, suppressing her rage. In contrast to her, Miha was enjoying himself. Mero had to focus more on her side. His figure sank into the shadows. His eyes flashed with a demonic red glow as he looked down at her. She'll soon realize I just want to play with her. His hand glowed, and its energy made contact with the guide. Only then will things end. He thought of Leon and Modin. That's why I have to leave clues so they'll know that I was here. He looked up, calculating everything. Let's just let them figure it out on their own. Elsewhere, Leon spoke up. Butler, something's been feeling off lately. His mood was foul as he declared, That Mia guy is definitely a psycho. He just assumes he knows what I'm thinking. He clutched his head and screamed frantically. There's no way he doesn't know about this. He definitely just threw this problem at us to handle on our own. He really is a lone wolf. The butler, however, remained calm and said, Prince Leon, what are you talking about? How can you call the young master a psycho? Hearing this, Leon felt a little guilty, wondering, did I go too far? No matter what, it's wrong to insult the young master I serve. Moden's eyes widened fiercely as he commanded, go apologize to the psychos. He turned to look in a certain direction. Is that? In any case, this is far from normal. He spoke without a hint of worry. Indeed, this hypnotic suggestion has spread throughout this entire place. If her suggestion is this powerful, then in this case, they could even take the townspeople hostage. Everyone was clutching their own necks, ready to kill themselves on command. The small stones scattered on the ground seemed to represent his story. To that demon, human lives are worth less than pebbles. Then, Moden began to analyze logically. However, a great demon wouldn't pay any attention to us, so it seems she hasn't noticed us at all. Leon realized, it's because of him, isn't it? The butler nodded in agreement. He must have deliberately shown off, his eyes filled with determination. This is an opportunity the young master has given us. It's not as hopeless as it first seemed. Leon scratched his head, scowling in annoyance and grumbling. Can't we just go around chopping off monster heads? Moden gently reminded him. We only need to chop off their heads. Suddenly, he noticed something. Mon, sitting on his shoulder, smiled innocently. It folded its arms and cheerfully stared at him. Leon's expression changed as he wondered, what is this? Leon frowned in annoyance, looking at Mon clinging to his shoulder. Damn it, what the hell is this? A magic circle appeared in front of it, and from within, a familiar voice emerged. What do you think it is? It's a spirit that I'm controlling remotely. On the other end, Miha nonchalantly reminded him, I told you about this before we split up. Leon and Moden both jumped in surprise, cold sweat pouring down as they heard his voice. I also heard all that nonsense you two were spouting. Luckily, he didn't pursue the matter and instead asked, Anyway, butler, isn't Gotan the perfect place for an ambush? The butler hesitated, cautiously glancing behind him. Yes, that is indeed the case. Miha threw them a question. All right, then that's the problem. Even if she is a great demon, do you think she could hypnotize the people here with only half her power? Hearing this, the butler's eyes widened as he realized. Incomplete hypnosis means there's a toastum. Miha smiled, glad the butler hadn't disappointed him. It was a bizarre-looking, sculpted object in the shape of a tribal native. A toastum, an object often used in shamanic rituals. Miha confidently assigned the task. As a butler, you should be able to easily locate those toastums. Moden was still bewildered, but, young master, it seems like Gotan is crawling with Mero's minions. Mon's carefree expression was identical to Miha's. Right now, butler, where are we? He answered instinctively. We are in the Labyrinth City. As soon as he said it, he had a realization. Moden recalled the thick fog that enveloped the entire area, limiting visibility to only a short distance ahead. A maze where we can't find our way without a guide, which means if we do know the way. He smiled confidently, sneaking in or out won't be too difficult anymore. Miha immediately confirmed. That's right, and you have the spirit there, too. The spirit will guide you in my place. Mon let out an innocent laugh in response to his words. They watched as it flew up, and Miha's voice continued, From now on, your mission is to destroy the toastums hidden in Gotan and free the people from the hypnosis. Leon drew his sword, ready for action. Moden also began to move. They charged forward together with determination. Let's begin. At the same time, Mero was extremely anxious, sweat dripping down her cheek. She stared at the large map on her table in disbelief, stammering, What's happening? A subordinate frantically reported the situation. My queen. The toastums we planted in Gotan are being destroyed, one by one. The toastums were turning to dust. She screamed in irritation, Arg. Mero's hands trembled as she tried to think. Where did it go wrong? I was supposed to have an absolute advantage. Suddenly, she covered her left eye and froze. Wait, an absolute advantage? How many times have I been at a disadvantage when facing that hero? Damn it. It seems she always failed, always living in Mia's shadow, no matter how meticulous her plans were. An image of the two of them, back to back, surrounded by countless microchip-like structures. It's because of the information gap. Only now did Mero realize the T-root laid bare before her. Model, that bastard has more information than I do, and he's using it damn well. She flew into a rage, slamming her hand down on the table to vent. He must have reached the tomb through a different path I don't know about. Damn it. She glanced up, wondering, What do I do now? The toastum had vanished, leaving only its base. Mero couldn't accept that this was how it would end. Belphegor's gruesome, wicked face appeared in her mind. She reached out her hand as if to grasp something. To fail time and time again, unable to support the gods, only to be devoured by another demon lord, backed into a corner, she silently made a resolution. No, I can't let that happen. There's only one way left. She softly called for Taken, who was always waiting in the background for her command. He knelt respectfully and replied, I await your command, my queen. She ordered in sight everyone in Gotten who is still under my hypnosis. His face, obscured by mist, showed concern as he asked, And what about you, my queen? Mero declared emotionlessly, I will kill that hero. Then, she took a step forward and told the chieftain, Elder, you must lure her away. Hearing this, the old man hesitated. Mero's hand, with its sharp claws, thrust decisively through the old man's stomach. Before he could react, he coughed up blood. The chieftain, still in disbelief, asked, Mero, what? She stated indifferently, It may be difficult to comprehend, but a proper incarnation must be brought forth. The old man, with his last bit of strength, reached out his hand as if to touch her. No, didn't you promise me that Reese would make it through? His hand trembled uncontrollably. Mero scoffed mockingly. Oh, that? How should I put it? How would I know? I don't care about that at all. These words completely extinguished the chieftain's last hope. A horn suddenly sprouted from the old man's head. I've forgotten my own true identity. His feet slowly touched the ground. That is the price for forcing oneself from one life to the next. Mero walked past as the chieftain's form transformed. But if I push myself just a little further, I will find my own. Lost identity and regain a part of my ancient form. Of course, everything comes at a price. Her blood-soaked hand, still dripping fresh blood, reached toward the sky. This will be my final life. She laughed with excitement as the humanity and original sin on her left side transformed into another creature, one filled with lust and deceit. The entire palace trembled. Flocks of startled birds in the forest immediately flew away, fleeing the danger. At that very moment, the ground began to crack as dark energy poured out. Mero transformed into a four-legged monster resembling a mountain goat. Her eyes burned a fiery red. Belphegor. From high above, she observed the entire scene, descending upon this place as the red gem on her forehead began to glow. She charged forward, ramming into the barrier. The point of impact with Mero's horns began to crack. On the other side, Reese was startled, sensing something unusual. He turned to look into the distance. This labyrinth has shattered, he announced. The dull holy artifact lay on the ground at his feet. That damn demon used brute force to tear this labyrinth apart. A hand gently picked it up, as if in sympathy. She must have been truly desperate. Reese calmly confirmed, that's right, that demon, Mero. She must have found her true identity. At the cost of this life being her last, Miha, with his back to him, stated, as if you didn't already know, right? Reese, the moment she tried to shatter the labyrinth, she was no longer a challenger. She became an intruder, trying to break into the tomb. His expression changed, his thoughts unreadable. He smiled, turned his head, and said, I believe that those who refuse the challenge deserve to be punished. Reese wondered, was that her goal? Mia answered evasively, I'm not so sure. Hearing this, Reese fell silent. Then, he suddenly laughed with interest. The two looked at each other as Reese analyzed. As you said, if she were a challenger, I would have no reason to intervene. But since she's acted this way, it's a different story. He lightly punched Miha on the chest and made his decision to help. All right, I'll help. Seth still seemed to have some concerns. After all, she's a demon who has found her lost, true identity. She asked worriedly, Are you sure you can win? Miha was stunned for a moment by her words. He furrowed his brow and asked her in return, Seth, you of all people don't know me. Reese, however, looked very confident in him. Miha declared arrogantly, If I wasn't certain, I wouldn't have arranged this game in the first place. Mero, in her monstrous form, her eyes burning crimson like blood, proudly announced, At this very moment, I, Belphegor, have arrived. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Mauden and Leon teamed up to exterminate the monsters. Sharp slashes cut through them, tearing them to pieces. A monster's still bleeding head fell to the ground. He raised a hand to wipe away his sweat, unable to stop himself from cursing. Damn, there are so many of them. I thought we cleared this entire area, but I can't believe there are still more. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, catching their attention. Ah! Leon's eyes widened as he looked up in shock. What is that horrifying scream? Mauden speculated seriously. It seems they've started to push their attack on that side as well. Seeing the young man was still worried, he reassured him, Don't worry, that's just how he is. But his abilities are beyond question. He's definitely handling it.